Chapter 1. Bang. Rear-end collision. When You Shulang came to his senses from the chaos, the navigation on his mobile phone was still prompting. You have deviated from the route. Please turn around at an appropriate location and replan your route. He took off his seatbelt and bent over to pick up his cell phone. The stretching of his body caused a slight, dull pain in his chest. He pressed the bones with his hand and thought the injury should not be serious. He opened the door and got out of the car, and the cool morning breeze rushed over him. You Shulang looked at the car in front of him that was rear-ended. His eyes paused, and he frowned slightly. Won the prize, luxury car. He took a long step and walked towards the car. On the way, he glanced at the detached bumper and the dented rear end of the car, and quickly evaluated in his mind whether his car insurance could fully compensate for the loss of the luxury car. He had always been emotionally stable, but now he was feeling a little depressed. However, the responsibility was his, and he could not blame anyone else. He had rehearsed the worst-case scenario a few steps before and had roughly thought about how to deal with it. Walking to the car, You Shulang gently knocked on the window of the cab. The dark window blocked his view, and the morning light hitting the glass did not bring the expected brightness. Instead, the reflected light coldly cut through the air and You Shulang's apologetic eyes. The car window did not roll down immediately. The 180-centimeter-tall You Shulang's bent posture made his chest hurt slightly. His restraint did not allow him to peek into the car through the front windshield, but he was afraid that the driver would have an accident due to the collision. When he raised his hand to tap the glass again, the window slowly fell down. The warm current poured out of the car, intertwined with the cool morning breeze, and merged into one. As the car window slowly fell, You Shulang saw a man's face. The first thing he saw was that he was handsome. His facial features were strong and deep, and his facial lines were neat and clean. His skin was not white, but a light wheat color that looked calm and healthy. You Shulang was slightly startled, not because of the man's unexpectedly superior appearance, but because of the sudden feeling of confusion and disharmony in his heart. Having worked as an office director for 4 years, You Shulang believes that he has the ability to judge people by their faces. But the first impression the person in front of him gave him was contradictory. He has an oppressive and sharp appearance, but he has a pair of gentle eyes. The man's shaggy hair half covered his eyebrows, his eyes were deep, and there was a gentleness between his brows. His hair was gently blown by the morning breeze, moving naturally and smoothly against the wind, which suddenly reminded You Shulang of clear wind and bright moon. At this moment, the man smiled with a broad and thoughtful look in his eyes, and said with a good temper, "We were in a car accident, right?" You Shulang finally reacted and said with great apology, "I was distracted while driving and rear-ended your car. The responsibility lies with me. I am very sorry." The man opened the door and got out of the car, looking worried. "Are you hurt?" You Shulang was slightly surprised by the man's height. He was not short, but the man in front of him was obviously more than half a head taller than him. He had just been standing very close to the car, leaving little space for the man to step after getting off, so now the two bodies were only a fist apart. You Shulang's skin was steamed by the heat brought out by the man, and he felt uncomfortable. He took a half step back without leaving a trace, keeping the two of them at a suitable social distance, and replied politely, "I'm fine, are you okay? If you feel unwell, go to the hospital for a checkup in time." The man's brows softened. "I'm not hurt either." "Then let's take a look at your car," You Shulang said earnestly. "Since the rear-end collision is entirely my fault, I will compensate you for all your losses. The car is not important, as long as no one is injured in the accident." The man said with no annoyance on his face, and even sympathetically, "I just returned home and don't know how to deal with such a traffic accident. What can I do with you?" You Shulang heaved a sigh of relief. At least the man in front of him was not a difficult person. Because of his wrong prediction just now, he felt even more sorry. "I will now notify the traffic police and the insurance company to let them determine the responsibility and collect evidence. This may take up some of your time." The man nodded. "It's okay. Fortunately, the scenery nearby is nice." You Shulang looked around. He had missed the road sign while answering the phone and had taken the wrong road, entering a rural road. At this moment, there were only farmlands around him, and there was no good scenery to speak of. His eyes returned to the man again, and he saw tiny starlight in his eyes. You Shulang lowered his eyes, smiled, and said, Thank you sincerely. After making the call, You Shulang went back to work. He had returned home from vacation to attend a project promotion meeting. He had been rushing to catch a car, a plane, and a deadline since the early morning. But now an accident happened less than 15 kilometers away from the company. It was definitely too late to attend the meeting, which made him a little frustrated. Is it cold? The man's voice came from afar. You Shulang looked up and saw the man who had just enjoyed the scenery coming towards him slowly. Even though he was walking on a country dirt road, his expression was still gentle, without any boredom on his face, as if all the complexity of the world had never entered his eyes. Because You Shulang was in a hurry, he did not change his clothes after getting off the plane. Now he was still wearing a short-sleeved polo shirt. It was not very cold in the early morning of May, but it was not warm either. He stroked the exposed skin on his arm and replied lightly, "Not bad. Mind wearing my clothes for a while?" The man took off his long black windbreaker and hung it on his arm, waiting for You Shulang's decision, acting very gentlemanly and without any offense. You Shulang saw that the man was still wearing a long-sleeved thick coat under his windbreaker, and after a little consideration, he generously accepted the favor. "Thank you. My clothes are all in the suitcase, and it is really inconvenient to take them out." The man draped the windbreaker over You Shulang's shoulders. The windbreaker was very long, almost covering his feet and completely wrapping up his body. After putting on the windbreaker, You Shulang regretted it almost immediately. The clothes still carried the man's body temperature and the faint scent of woody perfume. This sensory stimulation made him feel very uncomfortable, but it would be hypocritical to return it. "Fan Xiao." The man stretched out his hand and said with a smile, "Don't call me you anymore. It sounds awkward." You Shulang suppressed the strangeness in his heart and also stretched out his hand and gave his name. "You Shulang. Although it is a bit inappropriate to say this in the face of an accident, I still want to say, it's nice to meet you." A gentle smile appeared on the man's face again, and he slightly tightened his clasped hands. "I am also very happy to meet you." It was cloudy today, with the sky changing from bright to dark. At this moment, the sunlight broke through the clouds and shone on the man head-on. You Shulang squinted at the reflection of the metal pendant on his neck. "It's the four-faced Buddha." The man turned sideways to avoid the light. "I grew up in Thailand. This is the God we believe in." When the stress response in his eyes slowly dissipated, You Shulang saw clearly that the pendant was not small in size. It was not the same as the four-faced Buddha he saw when he was traveling in Thailand. The face of the Buddha did not look compassionate and even a little fierce. He retracted his gaze at the right time and said with a smile, "It seems that we took the same flight back home. Did you take the wrong way too?" Before the man could answer, You Shulang's phone rang. He glanced at the screen, a faint smile in his eyes. "Sorry, I have to take a call," he said. "It's Lu Jun, You Shulang's lover." The young man who just woke up was acting a little spoiled, still complaining about You Shulang abandoning him and returning home early. You Shulang coaxed him with a good temper, and his gentleness and soothingness made it hard to blame him. After hanging up the phone, the man who automatically avoided and then automatically returned asked with a smile, "Girlfriend? Mr. Yu is so gentle." You Shulang did not comment, but looked at the flashing police lights in the distance and said, "Finally they are here." After dealing with the relevant matters, You Shulang exchanged contact information with Fan Xiao. Due to the urgency of the work, he went ahead. When the car drove out, the tall man in the rearview mirror had the windbreaker he had just returned hanging in his arms. His face was gentle, and his smile was kind, like a spring breeze blowing on his face. Fan Xiao's point of view. He took out a cigarette box from his pocket, flicked out a cigarette with his slender and powerful fingers, took it out with his teeth, and held it in his mouth without lighting it. The expensive windbreaker in his hands was thrown casually into the field beside him, and his empty hands slapped each other as if he was disgusted by the dirty dust on the garbage. Turning around and leaning against the wrecked rear end of the car, the sound of a cell phone keystroke was heard in the open space, followed by the sound of the wind waiting for the call to be connected, but it was only a very short sound before the call was quickly picked up by the other party. A low, scattered voice sounded, and its long-tailed tone was cold and heartless. "A 68 S57, a white Audi, hit me." How bad was the collision? He raised his arm and slid his expensive watch across his wrist. He delayed me for 38 minutes and 42 seconds. The sun suddenly shone brightly, and the bright yellow four-faced Buddha shone brightly. Chapter 2. It was already evening, and the lights were not on in the huge office. Neon lights flickered outside the window, and the unrestrained light streaked into the dark room, falling on a wooden carving that was holding a formless hand seal, leaving a plump and slender shadow on the opposite wall. In the dim light, two men were sitting and standing. An old and angry voice rang out from the seat. "What is this place?" "China. This is not a place where you can act recklessly. Don't bring your foreign ways here. You are here to protect the second young master, not to challenge the laws here." The man stood with his head bowed, his feet shoulder-width apart, and his hands clasped in front of him, which was the standard posture for listening to instructions. "Stop." The man's voice was deep and powerful. "Let's speak Mandarin here, okay?" "Got it, Mr. Su." The man's voice sounded a little strange, like a branch broken by a cold wind, brittle and stiff. "Go out." The door opened and closed, and the shadow of the formless Buddha's hand on the wall became strangely colorful with the flickering neon lights. Swish! The sound of a match burning broke the silence in the room, and a ball of fire jumped out, illuminating a small dark corner on the other side of the room. A man's face temporarily emerged from the darkness. His body sank into a large boss chair. At this moment, he was frowning and lighting a cigarette between his fingers with a match. The match was extinguished lazily, and a light white mist rose in the dark room. The man who fell into darkness again chuckled. "Uncle Su, next time you can just scold me directly. No need to beat around the bush like this." The old man on the sofa opposite quickly stood up and walked over. When he passed the window, his shadow was infinitely stretched and projected strangely on the opposite wall. Xiao, don't indulge the ignorant people below you. Your father entrusted you to me, so I have to be responsible for you. We are here to do business, and making money is the most important thing." A dark red slid into a line in the darkness, and with the sound of breathing, white smoke rose again. "Uncle Su is right. Nothing is more important than making money. But Uncle Su, you should just teach me this kind of thing. There's no need to teach my people over me. How can they understand it?" The other party was speechless for a moment, and only after a long while could hear a forced smile. "Yes, Xiao, as long as you understand. I heard from my father that Uncle Su's daughter has been receiving treatment in the hospital. I'm new here, so I should go visit her." The man extinguished the red light on his hand. "My secretary will make an appointment with you for the visit. It's late today, so I won't send Uncle Wu off." The sound of the door closing rang out again, and the room fell completely silent. The man took out the remote control and clicked it. The huge curtain slowly fell down, gradually blocking the light from outside. The hand shadows that had countless joys and sorrows and piety were swallowed up bit by bit. Hospitals always have a special existence in the city. This place that holds the most joys and sorrows clearly marks its territory with the smell of disinfectant. After coming out of Uncle Su's daughter's ward, Fan Xiao stayed in the hospital for a while. His fingers stroked the Buddha statue hanging in front of his chest, and he carefully looked at the obvious sorrow and pain on the faces of the patients and their families. All living beings are suffering, and all phenomena do not exist. The Buddha statue became hot from being rubbed, and he muttered to himself with a sneer. As the sound lingered, he saw a calm and gentle face among the anxious and distressed people. He looked familiar. What was his name? He took out his phone and opened the address book. "Oh, You Shulang. What a hard name to remember." At this time, the man surnamed Yu was giving directions to a confused old woman. After several attempts to explain himself, he finally took her to the elevator and helped her press the floor button. "The area directly opposite the elevator is the department you are looking for." He didn't smile much, but he seemed very credible. "What a coincidence, Mr. Yu, we meet again." As soon as the elevator door closed, You Shulang heard himself being called. He turned around to look for someone and met a pair of gentle eyes. After a moment of surprise, his smile deepened and he said, "Mr. Fan, what a coincidence." Fan Xiao, who had already noticed You Shulang's hand injury, was still shocked when he turned around and showed his left arm bandaged across his chest. He asked with concern, "Is this an injury from the last rear-end collision?" You Shulang smiled helplessly. "No, I don't know what happened recently. The car I just repaired was hit again when it was parked on the side of the road. I happened to push the door to get out of the car, and my arm hit the dashboard, causing a minor injury. The door of the descending elevator opened, and the people in the car rushed out. Fan Xiao gently put his arm around You Shulang's shoulders and placed his body in front of his injured hand. When they reached a less crowded place, Fan Xiao asked, "So you are here for inspection today?" You Shulang pulled away a little, then said, "Well, let's check again. Mr. Fan, you are. I came to visit a patient. The inpatient department is connected to the outpatient department. I don't know how I ended up here." He joked, "No, Mr. Yu, can you also give me some pointers? Tell me how to find my car in the parking lot." It was undoubtedly comfortable to be with Fan Xiao. Yu Shulang was a decent and thoughtful person, and he would think twice before speaking or doing anything. Therefore, he naturally felt a little relieved when he met someone who was even more humble and measured than him. Okay. Before he could finish his words, he heard the exclamations from the people around him. Everyone looked up, and Yu Shulang and Fan Xiao also followed their gazes, and they saw a woman standing outside the glass enclosure on the third floor with a thin child in her arms. The outpatient building of this hospital has a total of 6 floors, with a hollow high design. The mother and child stood on the third floor and somehow managed to climb over the half-person high glass fence. At this time, the woman held the child in one hand and held the fence with the other hand, with only 2 inches of space under her feet. Her hands and feet were visibly shaking, and her whole body was shaky. If one of her hands slipped or her feet weakened, the only thing that could catch them would be the cold, hard ground on the first floor. Yu Shulang frowned slightly, took out his cell phone, and called the police. He was anxious but not panicked, describing the situation in the hospital very accurately, and asked for the best way to deal with it before the firefighters arrived. While Yu Shulang was talking on the phone, Fan Xiao kept looking up at the mother and son. His eyes, as deep as a cold pond, seemed to be filled with countless emotions, so complex and subtle that it was difficult to make out a single detail. He heard the woman screaming, "Why is my son sick? He is so young. Why should he suffer so much?" The woman's roar frightened the child in her arms, and the baby's sharp cry suddenly rang out. The woman seemed even angrier. "Every one of you can grow up smoothly. Why can't he? Why is he the only one who can't? So, you all deserve to die. Everyone deserves to die? My son doesn't have health, and you don't deserve it." Behind her stood the security guards who had arrived one after another. One of them, a doctor in a white coat, stepped forward hesitantly and nervously comforted her. "Madam, although the child has been diagnosed, there is still a way to save him, if he is treated in time." "Timely treatment? How much will it cost? I can't afford his medical treatment, even if I work all my life. I work in housekeeping. Look at my hands. What have they become?" The excited woman actually opened the hand that was holding the child, but without a grip, the thin child suddenly slipped down in her arms. There were gasps and low cries one after another. Everyone breathed a sigh of relief when they saw the woman finally caught the child who was sliding down. Fan Xiao seemed to be tired of watching and turned to look at Yu Shulang. The man put down the phone and took off his half-covered coat and asked everyone around him to take off their coats and stack them together. "Here, it's mine." Fan Xiao handed over the long windbreaker again. Its dark luster showed that it was worth a lot of money. Yu Shulang didn't say thank you, but just nodded. He put Fan Xiao's largest size clothes at the bottom and raised his voice to say to everyone, "The firefighters just said that before they arrive, if a child falls, we can use bed sheets, clothes and other things to slow down his fall. If a woman falls, if there is no large enough support, we are not recommended to rescue her. Otherwise, the people below may be injured." The man immediately made a decision. "Now let's get ready to catch the child before the firefighters arrive." He handed a corner of the folded clothes to Fan Xiao with his uninjured hand. Fan Xiao lowered his eyes slightly and looked at him. There was no extra emotion in the man's eyes. His calmness just showed his strength and confidence. Fan Xiao nodded slightly and took the corner of the clothes from Yu Shulang. "There are many people who can be used. Since your hand is injured, don't get involved," he said in a low voice. There were indeed many people who came forward to help. Yu Shulang stood beside Fan Xiao, close to his body, holding the corner of his clothes with one hand, and shook his head. "It's okay." This was the first time Yu Shulang took the initiative to get close to Fan Xiao. It was normal for 2 men to stand close to each other, and some simple physical contact was common, But because You Shulang avoided it intentionally or unintentionally every time, Fan Xiao felt that the contact was new. Since they had taken off their coats, their warm body temperature penetrated through their clothes. You Shulang felt very warm, and there was a faint fragrance lingering in his hair. Fan Xiao was very sensitive to scents. He sniffed, and it was the scent of wild rose. The man raised his eyebrows, slightly surprised. You Shulang was neither old nor very young, and dressed in a low-key and steady style, tending towards the style of an old cadre in China. But he liked the voluptuous and seductive smell of wild roses, which was really surprising. If we can save someone today, I would like to invite Mr. Fan to dinner tonight. I wonder if Mr. Fan would be willing to honor us. You Shulang's eyes were fixed on the mother and son on the third floor. The invitation he made was natural and appropriate. It's a celebration and also an apology for the last accident. What if we can't save him? Fan Zhao's voice is low, and his tone is light and almost playful, sounding like a temptation coming from the bottom of the darkness. The hand holding the corner of his clothes tightened, and You Shulang slowly placed his gaze on Fan Zhao's face. That contradictory feeling reappeared, but before he could think about it, the person next to him smiled softly, with a mischievous tenderness in his eyes. I'm joking, Mr. Yu's money will definitely not be saved tonight. Chapter 3. Don't you think that death is actually a kind of relief and redemption? When the warm sake was poured into the cup, You Shulang heard Fan Zhao's casual words. Quokunk. Fan Xiao put his hands together to thank You Shulang, then took a sip from the cup. His deep and strong voice was a little soft when he spoke Thai. Like a spoiled child, the ending of the voice was evocative and smiled, like a feather scratching someone's heart. You Shulang loves men, and he has to admit that the Thai words just now touched his heartstrings for a moment. It's not like he hasn't heard other men speak Thai before, but none of them spoke it as sexy and seductively as Fan Xiao. You Shulang smiled to himself at his momentary distraction. What did you just say? What liberation and redemption? He poured himself a glass of wine and asked, holding the glass. Nothing. I'm just still feeling emotional about what happened this afternoon. After hearing this, You Shulang raised his cup and gently touched it to Fan Zhao's cup. Cheers to your heroic deeds. Fan Xiao shook his head and smiled, then raised his glass. To you too. 2 hours ago, You Shulang and Fan Xiao were still in the hospital, and a mother and child were hanging outside the fence on the third floor of the hospital. The woman's desperate howling seemed to have exhausted all her strength. Her hand holding the railing slid down several times, and then struggled to hook it back. The child in her arms also slid from her chest to her abdomen little by little, making everyone's heart rise again. She won't be able to hold on until the rescuers arrive. You Shulang judged with a frown. Fan Xiao raised his eyebrows and asked. The firefighters said that if a woman falls, she cannot be rescued. But if a child falls, they can be rescued. But if a woman and a child fall together, what should we do? You Shulang clearly heard the cold tone, but when he looked over, he only saw the worried look on the man's face. He retracted his gaze, fluttered his short and dense eyelashes twice, and said in a deep voice, in order to avoid more serious consequences, we can only. Before he could finish his words, he heard a woman scream and a series of gasps. When she looked up again, she saw that the woman had been grabbed by several security guards through the glass fence and was being pulled inside with force. Some people stretched out their arms to hold the child, but because the woman was exhausted, she let go and grabbed nothing. Child, everyone shouted. A child who was less than 100 days old fell straight down in front of everyone's eyes. A woman's screams came from above, making people's scalps numb. The incident happened so suddenly that everyone was still in shock. You Shulang, who was the closest, had already grabbed the clothes and rushed out. His movements were so swift that the few people who were holding the corners of the clothes loosely didn't react until the clothes slipped out of their hands. Only Fan Xiao held tightly, and was forced to follow him when he pulled him. Fan Zhao's eyes were dark and unclear. He grasped the corners of his clothes with both hands and stared at You Shulang. You Shulang raised his head. He had no time to calculate his position. The thin child was like a rapidly falling bomb, breaking through the wind and smashing down. Oh my God! Fuck! No! Everyone shouted in unison, and many people even covered their eyes. Bang! A muffled sound was heard, and the usually noisy hospital suddenly became quiet. Breathing, heavy and rapid breathing. You Shulang heard his own heavy breathing in the seemingly still time. His mind went blank due to excessive tension. As far as he could only see Fan Xiao, who was also breathing slightly. The silence was broken by deafening cheers. You Shulang finally came to his senses and looked down at the child sandwiched between himself and Fan Xiao. The loud cry came late, and You Shulang's eyes blurred instantly. A doctor quickly took the child away for examination, and more people came to express their heartfelt praise. You Shulang was good at dealing with this kind of situation, but today he made a mistake and hid behind the tall Fan Xiao. His mind was blank, and he only remembered the man in front of him turning his head and saying softly, "Are you crying?" He had not shed tears since he was 10 years old, but today he was defeated by the cry of a baby. You Shulang's fair and slender fingers wrapped around the ceramic cup, and he smiled sincerely. "Cheers for us." The two seemed to have similar interests and drank a lot of wine. You Shulang had a rare moment of relaxation, so he leaned against the wall of the Japanese-style room and lit a cigarette and smoked it slowly. He was surprised that Fan Xiao still used matches to light his cigarette. He looked at the colorfully wrapped cigarette box with Thai characters printed on it and asked, "Are these cigarettes good?" Fan Xiao threw the cigarette box over and raised his chin. "You will know after trying it." You Shulang pressed the cigarette butt in his hand into the ashtray, pinched the wine glass, and drank a glass of sake before touching the cigarette. As soon as his finger touched the lighter, he heard a swish sound. Fan Xiao struck a match and sent the flickering flame to You Shulang across the table. Matches carry a faint smell of burning gunpowder. The ancient method is used today to add a touch of solemnity to something as ordinary as lighting a cigarette. You Shulang glanced at Fan Xiao across the blue firelight before moving closer with a cigarette in his mouth. Fan Xiao extinguished the match, and seeing You Shulang exhaling a long puff of smoke, he asked, "Is it good to smoke?" You Shulang was about to nod, but paused and shook his head, saying with a smile, "I can't get used to it. It smells like rouge." With You Shulang's way of dealing with people, he generally wouldn't try to curry favor with others, especially in trivial matters like offering cigarettes. When asked how the cigarettes tasted, he would always answer, "Not bad." But today, he actually told the truth to someone he had only met twice, which even he found unbelievable. Maybe this person had saved a child with him, he thought, or maybe he was the only one who saw him crying. How hypocritical. You Shulang laughed at himself and put aside his slightly boring thoughts. Suddenly, the phone rang in the private room. You Shulang picked up his phone and saw that it was Lu Zhan. He was about to get up and go out to answer the call, but Fan Xiao motioned for him to stay. The man patted him on the shoulder and whispered, "I'm going to the bathroom. Don't bother." You Shulang felt somewhat touched by Fan Xiao's thoughtfulness. Normally, he was the one who cared for others, and now that he was being taken care of, it felt quite good. Lu Zhan had just got off work. He was a flat model, unknown and not very well known in the circle. However, he had just graduated from university last year and had only been in the industry for a short time, so he was still full of hope and fantasy for the future. Lu Zhan has a lively and outgoing personality, which complements the calm and rigorous You Shulang. The two met 3 years ago at a promotion event held by You Shulang's company. Lu Zhan, who was still a college student, was one of the many models invited to the event. You Shulang is very charming at work, calm and relaxed, yet decisive. The man who can easily control the overall situation makes the inexperienced Lu Zhan fall in love with him at first sight. It was not easy to pursue You Shulang, and it took Lu Zhan half a year. This made Lu Zhan, who had been sought after since childhood, very frustrated. But to this day he is glad that he did not give up, because You Shulang was too gentle and considerate after they established their relationship, and from him Lu Zhan enjoyed all the happiness of being cherished by a lover. When Fan Xiao returned to the private room, You Shulang's call was not over yet. The man had a smile on his face, holding the phone in one hand and a cigarette he described as rouge in the other. His voice was vague and hoarse, and at the end of the words, it was raised ambiguously, and his amber eyes were filled with a seductive smile. Seeing Fan Xiao coming back, he said a few simple words to the other party. It seemed that the other party was acting coquettishly again. He chuckled, whispered, "Be good," and then ended the call. The corner of Fan Zhao's eye twitched, and he looked at You Shulang with a frank and explicit gaze. He exuded an unhappy aura, and his inky black eyes were deep and dark, churning with unknown emotions. Sitting on the tatami, he lowered his eyes until he heard You Shulang ask, "What's wrong?" Then he raised his eyelids and smiled and said, "You and your girlfriend have a really good relationship." He was that easygoing and friendly guy again. "I really envy you for finding your soulmate." He drank the wine in the empty glass and poured himself another one. You Shulang smiled and said, "Soulmate? Not that exaggerated. Do you love her very much?" Fan Xiao seemed to like this topic very much and asked. You Shulang was stunned for a moment. He was not the kind of person who would talk about feelings all the time, and because of his sexual orientation, he had never discussed this topic with anyone. "Well, yes," he replied perfunctorily, intending to turn the page quickly. Fan Xiao sighed like an old friend. "Alas, it seems that I am the only one who is still alone." You Shulang flicked the ash off his cigarette and said unconcernedly, "You must be too picky." Fan Xiao did not refute and admitted it with a smile. "That's also the reason. Maybe it was because the atmosphere was too relaxed, or maybe he was drunk." You Shulang gave up on self-discipline and asked without much hesitation, "Mr. Fan, what kind of person do you want to find?" Most of the Japanese food was cold, and only the sukiyaki pot was still steaming. Fan Xiao put away his smile and looked straight at You Shulang through the not-so-abundant steam. "I think your girlfriend is pretty good," he said. Suddenly, both were speechless. Fan Xiao saw a hint of displeasure and doubt in You Shulang's eyes. It was not until the man's knuckles holding the wine glass slowly turned white that he smiled again. "Did I express myself incorrectly? You always make a fool of yourself because you don't speak Mandarin often. I mean, your girlfriend must be very good. I believe in your vision. If she has any sisters, can you introduce them to me?" This explanation was a bit far-fetched. At least You Shulang had never heard of Fan Xiao making a fool of himself because of his words, except for this time. But he couldn't think of any other reason to explain the strange feeling in his heart again, so he could only believe that this was a slip of the tongue, not a targeted provocation. He raised his glass and said calmly, "It's a pity that he has no sisters." After the meal, both of them were a little tipsy. They said goodbye at the entrance of the Japanese restaurant and got into their respective cars after calling for a designated driver. After the car door was closed, You Shulang's tipsy feeling disappeared completely. This was his philosophy of life. When drinking with others, if the other person is drunk but you remain sober, it is a kind of suppression of ability and also a manifestation of being unsociable. No one likes you to remember their ugly drunken state, unless you are also drunk. Therefore, as long as it was not a business banquet that required You Shulang to be sober, when attending a banquet, he would generally maintain the same level of drunkenness as the other party. For example, today, Fan Xiao was slightly tipsy, and he was also slightly tipsy. Fan Xiao in the other car was not drunk at all. In the dim environment, only one roof light was on, and the light shone from top to bottom on the man's well-defined face, illuminating his protruding brow bone and nose bridge, but his eyes were trapped in dark shadows. "Check who You Shulang's girlfriend is." The corner of his lips, also hidden in the shadow, curled up. "I think I should have a relationship." Chapter 4. A little hot. Lu Jin thought this for the fourth time while sitting in a luxurious studio. He touched his neck and found a thin layer of sweat on his skin. It was May and the 4 orange flowers outside the window were in full bloom, but the room he was in was still heated. Lu Jin looked at his watch again. 15 minutes had passed since the bald man brought him into the studio. "Mr. Lu, please wait a moment. The boss will answer the phone as soon as it's connected." The bald man left behind some nonsense before he left. His strange accent and the gesture of his hands clasped together made Lu Jin certain that he was a Thai. After all, he had just returned from a vacation in that country. The room across the wall was filled with the aroma of wine. Fan Xiao was sitting on an exaggeratedly large single sofa, lighting a match-seeming board. Swish, flames jumped out, bright and dazzling, burning slowly and gradually going out until only a twisted and charred wooden pole remained. There were more than a dozen black wooden sticks in the ashtray. After throwing the burning match in his hand into the ashtray again, Fan Xiao raised his head and looked at the young man behind the glass. It was a one-way glass, and behind the glass was Lu Jin sitting alone on a high chair. "Are you sure he is You Shulang's?" Fan Xiao paused and chose a word. Lover. The bald man nodded and replied, okay in Thai. Fan Xiao suddenly smiled. He picked up the red wine beside him and took a big gulp. Then he slowly wiped the moisture from the corner of his lips with his thumb. Such a glorious, holy, and powerful person actually likes men. He seemed to have heard the funniest joke in the world. Sure enough, there is no perfect person in this world. Putting down the wine glass, he stood up and slowly walked to the glass. Coincidentally, Lu Jun over there also turned his head and looked towards the glass. Fan Xiao frowned slightly and muttered to himself, man? Lover. After a while, the wrinkles between his brows gradually smoothed out, and a hint of amusement appeared in his eyes. What would You Shulang's lover smell like? Also the smell of wild roses. The door was finally opened, and a tall man with a faint smile on his face walked in. Lu Jun stood up from the high chair and looked over with a faint gaze. He knew what he looked like that was most charming and could leave a deep impression on others. But the moment he saw the man, the pretended indifference in his eyes was replaced by amazement. The man who walked in was very handsome. He was dressed casually. The black shirt was soft and smooth, clinging to his strong skin, outlining his perfect figure. The open neckline slightly revealed the sexy curve between his collarbones, and the Buddha statue ornament on his chest made his neck look slender and toned. His hair was as black as ink, his hair was smooth, his features were handsome, his eyes were deep and charming, and they were like a star. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. I just happened to receive an important work call, so I have to delay Mr. Lu's time. The man pursed his lips slightly, his apologetic smile revealing maturity and grace. It's okay, just waited a little while. The impatience of waiting for a long time gradually dissipated due to the man's dazzling appearance and gentle smile. Lu Jun politely asked, I will cooperate next. Fan Xiao. The man extended his hand. I'm sorry for not introducing myself in advance. When Lu Jun shook the hand, he felt a little flustered. After a brief handshake, he whispered his name. My name is Lu Jun. How should I cooperate with Mr. Fan next? You just have to sit still. Do I need to change my clothes? No, your beauty is pure and does not need any other help. Fan Xiao was tidying up his drawing board. He looked up and said with a smile, I hope my description does not offend Mr. Lu. Lu Jun shook his head and replied a little embarrassedly. Call me Lu Jun. Everyone calls me that. Everyone. Fan Xiao lowered his head and fiddled with the paintbrush in his hand, asking casually, Does your lover call you that, too? He raised his head, and behind him was a window of sunlight. He said naturally in the bright sunshine, Although it may be a bit rude and strange, I want to establish a relationship with my painting subjects that is different from others, a familiar, trusting, and even intimate relationship, just like you and your lover. But don't worry, this relationship is only temporary. Apart from describing your appearance with a pen, I will not have any substantial contact with your body. I hope you can understand what I am saying. After all, I once fell in love with a cup and a flower when I was painting. I think I will also fall in love with you temporarily. I hope you will not object to my love, the love of a man. Lu Jun's fingers suddenly hooked. His face was tinged with a faint glow, and he said softly, I can understand, but I don't know how to do it. Just sit there quietly. Fan Xiao looked at him. And tell me what your lover calls you. Why do you think I must have a lover? Fan Xiao opened the acrylic paint and squeezed it onto the palette without even looking up. Intuition. Guessed it right? Then what did he call you? Jinjin. Jinjin. Okay, Jinjin, now stand up straight, sit sideways on the chair, and look into the mirror. You Shulang handed the car keys to the valet and was led into the restaurant by another waiter. As the soothing music played, he saw Lu Jun, who was dressed exquisitely. The waiter pulled out a chair, You Shulang nodded in thanks and sat down. After taking the order and the waiter left, he asked Lu Jun with a smile, Did I forget an important date? Why did you come to such an expensive restaurant to eat? Lu Jun raised the corners of his lips and pretended to be sad. If you forget the important anniversary, will I let you eat? It's better to let you starve. You Shulang smiled and raised his eyebrows, then poured white wine into Lu Jun's glass. Why is that? Tell me what it is, and it will make me happy. I made a lot of money today. Lu Jun was a little proud. 3 hours is equivalent to half a month of photography for the studio. What's so good about this job? Be a mannequin for the painters. You Shulang paused while spreading the tablecloth, then returned to his normal state. Since you are happy about making money, drink a few more glasses with me today. Don't get drunk with just a little. Don't you get to do whatever you want when you're drunk? You Shulang took a sip of wine, smiled and nodded. This is a good suggestion. Lu Zhen leaned his chest against the table, leaned forward, and asked in a low voice, "Do you think I'm going to be a nude model?" You Shulang rubbed his fingers on the wall of the goblet and replied in a deep voice, "I think you will have your own judgment, and the decision you make will definitely benefit yourself." Lu Zhen rolled his eyes. "Can't you just ask me directly? Aren't you tired of just guessing it in your stomach?" "I just don't want you to." Embarrassing. You Shulang did not refute. "So you didn't do that?" "Of course, I can't take off my clothes for a few bucks." Lu Zhen snorted. "I was wrapped tightly from head to toe and sat on the stool for 3 hours." You Shulang reached out and held Lu Zhen's hand and squeezed it gently. "Are you tired?" "I'm not really tired. I'm just hot." As if the heat in his body had not yet dissipated, Lu Zhen unbuttoned a button under his collar. The room is not cold at all, but he insisted on turning on the air conditioner and heating. The steak was already on the table. You Shulang elegantly picked up the knife and fork and cut the whole piece of beef into small pieces. "Him? Your employer?" "Yeah." Lu Zhen thought of the man who was painting seriously in the sun. After each stroke, he would look at him again, his gaze lingering on him for a long time, affectionately, mistily and gently, as if he was looking at his real lover, and his eyes were filled with his beautiful appearance. Sometimes, the man would suddenly call him Zhinzhin, and in the empty and quiet room, the magnetic voice would vibrate the air. "Zhinzhin, stop being naughty and sit still." "Zhinzhin, are you tired? It will only take a while." "Zhinzhin, you are beautiful in my painting." Lu Zhen quickly collected his thoughts and looked at Yu Shulang, who was already cutting steaks. He said, "It seems that he just returned from abroad and doesn't know the hourly wage of domestic models. I got a bargain this time. I may not get such a good deal next time." Lu Zhen, who was cheerful and lively, raised his glass and said, "Don't think about it. One time is better than no time at all. Come, let's drink to the beauty of tonight." Yu Shulang also raised his glass, his eyes full of love. "To the beautiful you tonight." Lu Zhen bit her lip, blushed, and said softly, "Come to my place tonight." Yu Shulang slowly rolled up his eyes, and a cold voice came out from his thin lips. His tone was sexy and seductive, and the sense of oppression was fully revealed. "Then I advise you to drink less. I don't want to see a drunkard who can't scream." Chapter 5. The spacious and bright conference room still exudes the smell of fresh leather after the recent renovation. Xiao. These are several good projects that the team has selected after preliminary project evaluation that are in line with the strategic development direction of our Pinfeng venture capital and have market potential. Take a look. If there are no problems, I will ask my subordinates to confirm the letter of intent and conduct due diligence. Several thick business plans were pushed in front of Fan Xiao, and the old man who had just spoken said kindly, "These materials are very complicated. If you are impatient to read them, just sign them." Fan Xiao sat beside the old man, lowering his eyes slightly. His eyes were filled with the mottled shadows cast by the hair on his forehead. He smiled. The hand with distinct finger bones passed over the evaluated projects and picked up the eliminated plans. After flipping through a few books, Fan Xiao paused under the dim light and raised the new project plan in his hand in front of his eyes. In addition to the project name, the cover page of the plan also contains the name and corporate logo of the submitting company. Fan Xiao pondered for a moment and reached out to open the drawer on the right side of the desk. After rummaging through some stuff, he found a business card, held it between 2 fingers, and placed it on the plan, with the same words intertwined. Bohai Pharmaceutical Company Limited. Fan Xiao uttered a few words with his thin lips, and suddenly the corners of his lips curved up. "I almost forgot about you. And you come to recruit me again." He put the plan book that he had not read yet into another pile. The business card was casually crumpled up and thrown into the trash can. The word "you" could be vaguely seen on it. When Yu Shulang received Fan Zhao's call, he was packing up and getting ready to leave work. The phone had been ringing for a while. Yu Shulang held the phone and anticipated the reasons why 3 or 5 men called before he slid the green icon. "Kakunka, Mr. Yu." 2 months later, The deep and magnetic voice with soft nasal sound once again reached You Shulang's ears, which reminded him of the soft smoke of rouge in the air and the gentle smile on the man's face when he lit a match. You Shulang suddenly felt that his occupational disease was incurable. He was actually thinking about how to deal with Fan Zhao's call. "Hello, Mr. Fan." His voice was also relaxed. "Why did you think of calling me?" A helpless laugh came from the other end of the phone. "What should I do? I'm lost." And a similar pampering between lovers. "And in this city, you are my only friend, Mr. Yu." Holding the phone a little further away, Yu Shulang thought that he was not wrong. He should have made all mental preparations before answering the call from this man, including enduring the gentleness and affection that comes with the Thai language. It was almost an hour later when I saw Fan Xiao. Yu Shulang parked the car beside a dirt road, lowered the window, leaned out half of his body, and smiled at the man leaning against the luxury car. "How could you leave yourself here?" The man shrugged in a very Western way. "I don't know either. I feel like I've been following the navigation, but I still encountered a dead end, and I ended up here after going around in circles." Yu Shulang pushed the door and got out of the car. The stones under his feet hurt the soft and thin soles of his leather shoes. He walked to Fan Xiao and found that he was still wearing a windbreaker in the hot summer of July. Although he was tall and slender, he still looked quite strange. "Is it cold?" he asked. The drooping windbreaker was shaken, and Fan Xiao wrapped himself tightly with the cloth on both sides. "I have been in a tropical country for a long time, and I can't stand the coolness here in the morning and evening." Yu Shulang nodded and took out a cigarette from his pocket. The 1-hour drive made him craving for cigarettes, but he didn't have the habit of smoking in the car. "Want one?" After seeing Fan Xiao shaking his head, he bit the cigarette in his mouth and asked casually, "Did you get lost at the airport last time?" Fan Xiao responded with a smile. "Yes, I am not naturally sensitive to directions and always get lost, even in Thailand." Yu Shulang bit his cigarette and raised his eyebrows, thinking to himself, given the size of Thailand, it would take some skill to get lost. The evening breeze passed through the wilderness, bringing the fragrance of grass and trees towards the two of them. The long grass and tall trees rustled, and the flowing clouds in the sky were dyed with a light rosy color. In fact, getting lost can be a very interesting thing sometimes. Fan Xiao put all his weight on the car, put his right hand on his neck, and stretched lazily. "You can see a lot of different things." He raised his chin towards a nearby tree and said, "Look, there is a bird's nest over there. When I was waiting for you just now, I saw a little bird whose feathers had not yet fully grown fell out of the nest." Yu Shulang was quite interested at first, glancing between the dense branches and leaves, but when he heard the last part, he paused with his cigarette in his hand and turned to look at the man who was speaking. The description of objective facts was flawless. It was not a worthy criticism for a man to show no sympathy for the death of a young bird. The strange thing was that Fan Xiao spoke in a calm and even envious tone, which made Yu Shulang feel indescribable. Fan Zhao's eyes were fixed on the tree. "You said it fell out because of carelessness? Have you heard of the saying in the animal world?" Yu Shulang and Fan Xiao leaned against the car side by side, exhaled a puff of cigarette, and asked, "What do you say in the animal world?" If a baby bird falls out of a nest, there is a 90% chance that its brothers and sisters are fighting for food and push it out. Or it could be that its parents prefer other children and don't want to waste the food they have worked so hard to find on it. There was a strange light in Fan Zhao's eyes, but he quickly hid it when he turned his head to look at Yu Shulang. "What do you think is going on?" Yu Shulang was unwilling to continue this topic. He looked at the increasingly pale clouds and said, "Let's go. We still have a long way to go on the way back. Aren't you going to save it? The baby bird should not be dead yet." Fan Xiao suddenly asked. Yu Shulang was sure that he had not misread the scrutiny and coldness in Fan Zhao's eyes this time. He slowly asked, "How do we save it? Send it back to its nest? Won't it get pushed down again?" Fan Xiao leaned down, looking Yu Shulang in the eye, and said in a dark tone, "You also know that even if you send the chick back, it will not escape its fate. So why did you save the child? If you save him, will he no longer be tormented by the disease, and will he be healthy?" Yu Shulang exclaimed, exclamation point. The nearly burnt cigarette between his fingers burned his hand, but Yu Shulang was completely unaware. He looked at the man so close to him and felt an unprecedented sense of oppression. This man with a gentle face and a kind smile now had a cold look in his eyes, like the surface of the sea on a cold night in late winter. Under the absolute depth, there were absolutely turbulent waves. We should always leave a glimmer of hope for life, right? You Shulang looked back at Fan Xiao firmly. Besides, I am right beside him. If you can save him, but don't, it's not mercy. It's cruelty that destroys your own conscience and the conscience of society. There are 50 great ways and 49 heavenly ways. One heavenly way is missing, but there is still a glimmer of hope. Is that right? As he spoke lightly, Fan Zhao's cold eyes shattered like pierced glass. He regained his former gentleness and said with a smile, "It's a bit embarrassing to say this, but I still want to tell you that my company has paid for the child's medical expenses, and he should be able to grow up healthy." After saying that, he squatted down and looked up at You Shulang from a close distance. "So, thank you, Mr. Yu, for your decisiveness and courage at that time. It was you who gave him a glimmer of hope." You Shulang was shocked again! Exclamation point. It was too close. You Shulang could even feel the warm breath from Fan Zhao's mouth and nose. He stared at the man in front of him blankly. His heart seemed to be grasped by a huge force, and then suddenly loosened. In the face of such gratifying news, his first reaction was not happiness. The man in front of him was as pure and kind as jade, but he always made him feel unpredictable. "Let's go. I'm very hungry," Fan Xiao said to the silent You Shulang. "I'll treat Mr. Yu to dinner tonight to express my gratitude." You Shulang finally came back to his senses. He suppressed the turmoil in his heart, held the cigarette but tightly in his palm, and said calmly, "I have work tonight. Let's do it another day." Work? The advancement of new projects. How do you know? The sunset glow finally dissipated, and the thin, narrow light on the horizon was swallowed up by the darkness. Chapter 6. After that day, You Shulang met Fan Xiao again soon. Under the bright July sunshine, the shimmering suit failed to keep a low profile. The reflected light enveloped the tall man as he walked towards them leisurely. Because of the distance, I couldn't see the expression on his face clearly. The blurred face actually highlighted his aura. His slender legs were wrapped in thin and smooth trousers, and his muscular lines were copied when he walked. His legs were crossed, his gait was steady, and every step he took was accompanied by a heavy sense of oppression, and he was very imposing. But Yu Shulang knew that the smile on that person's face must be an impeccable and gentle smile. Just as he thought, when Fan Xiao came closer, the warm aura around him instantly diluted his strong aura, and he became more approachable. The meticulous Yu Shulang even felt that the factory director beside him breathed a sigh of relief. Today is the project communication meeting between Pinfeng Venture Capital and Bohai Pharmaceutical, which is an important part of the venture capital company's review and investigation of investment projects. Bohai Pharmaceutical, which is looking forward to capital injection, naturally attaches great importance to it. The team members were waiting at the company's door half an hour in advance. The two sides were naturally warm when they met. Fan Xiao was courteous and polite, but he could see a hint of superficial coping. It was not until Yu Shulang stretched out his hand in front of him that the expression on his face changed. His smile became more genuine, and he joked familiarly like old friends. "Shulang, Director Yu, you know that I have a poor sense of direction, but you didn't greet me. If my inability to find the way delays the cooperation with your company, won't Director Liu hold you responsible for this?" Hearing the word Shulang, the person who couldn't pull his hand back paused for a moment, and couldn't help but think of the night filled with the smell of smoke and fire a few days ago. That day, Fan Xiao drove his luxury car and followed his car all the way back to the city smoothly. The call from Fan Xiao jumped out from the dark mobile phone screen again. Yu Shulang pressed the hands-free button, and the clear voice like the night wind invited him to dinner again. Yu Shulang felt a little angry for some reason. It might be because of the cold questioning that Fan Xiao just called a joke, or it might be because of the sense of control he couldn't hide when he held his company's business plan. Yu Shulang has a mild temper, which is largely due to his upbringing and his way of dealing with things. To be fair, he is not a good-tempered person, and he never wants to be controlled by others. The car slid for a few more kilometers and stopped in a busy area. The deafening sound of music hit the wind in the wilderness, and the strong smell of barbecue came with the wind, penetrated into the nose, and awakened the taste buds. You Shulang got out of the car and walked to the back car and knocked on the window just like when they first met. This time the window was quickly lowered. He asked, "Is this okay?" Fan Xiao hesitated for a moment, but then nodded, and with that good-natured attitude of letting others do whatever they want, he replied, "Sure, it looks lively here." The Summer Barbecue Festival is one of the essential activities for this city to cool off in the summer. This year, the event location has moved from the commercial district in the city center to the Riverside Square, and the scale has more than doubled. It was around 8 o'clock in the evening, which was the busiest time. You Shulang and Fan Xiao found an empty table that was not very clean in a corner at the side of the venue. "You don't mind?" You Shulang's question was very clever, and a few words blocked the other party's other answer. He pushed the plastic chair in front of Fan Xiao, who had his hands in his windbreaker pockets. "Sit down, I'll go buy something." "It's a deal. I'll treat you." You Shulang patted him on the shoulder carelessly and replied casually. Next time, when he came back with the skewers, he saw Fan Xiao wiping the table carefully, his body slightly bent, with 2 fingers pressing on the napkin, as if he was completing some extremely important project. If You Shulang, the office director, could not have noticed that Fan Xiao had a mild mysophobia, all these years would have been in vain. He was always gentle and non-offensive in dealing with people, and was good at creating a comfortable environment for others, but this did not include the time when he was feeling depressed. After putting the things on the long table, You Shulang said with a smile, "Have some wine and then drive for me." Fan Xiao looked at the cold beer with water droplets hanging on it in his hand without refutation. The two talked about a wide range of topics, from the flower boats on the Mekong River to the current royal family, from the returning birds on the river to the techniques of surfing. Fan Xiao ate very little, and even when he ate, he would tear a few pieces of meat from the middle of the skewer in a very uncivilized manner and chew them slowly, never touching the piece in the front. The wind from the river got colder as the night went on, and some elderly people and children had already put on their coats. Fan Xiao pulled his clothes tighter and sipped the cold beer in his hand in small sips. You Shulang sighed softly and suddenly felt extremely bored. He actually ignored such an issue that had nothing to do with interests or gains and losses. He was really feeling very alive. He took off his suit, put it on the empty chair next to him, and asked casually, "Are you cold? If you don't mind, put it on." Fan Zhao's expression was blank for a moment, and then his smile became brighter. He reached out for his suit and put it on inside his windbreaker. Seeing Yu Shulang's slightly surprised expression, he said, "Mr. Yu is so considerate. How can I not appreciate it?" Yu Shulang, who was holding the skewers of meat, froze. His thick eyelashes fluttered twice, but he didn't respond. He just took the food in his hand seriously. He first wiped the carbon ash off the top of the bamboo skewer with a paper towel, then used chopsticks to peel off the first piece of meat and put it on his plate, and then handed the skewer to Fan Xiao, saying lightly, "Eat, Master Fan." Fan Xiao, who was ridiculed, laughed to himself, took the skewer and pulled the meat off with his teeth, and asked incoherently, "Mr. Yu, how did you know that I disliked the piece of meat near the stove wall?" Yu Shulang leaned back in his chair, stretched out his arm to hold the wine glass on the table, and in his other hand he held a newly lit cigarette. The curling smoke was like the faint and elusive look in his eyes. He tilted his head to look at the dark river surface. The lines of his jaw became clearer, and along with the smoke he exhaled a gentle sentence. "Eat, no nonsense." Fan Zhao's eyebrows jumped. He was silent for a moment, and then drank the cold beer in the glass in one gulp. "I will call you Shulang from now on, and you should stop calling me Mr. Fan. Call me Fan Xiao. After all, we are so familiar with each other." Yu Shulang slowly turned his head and stared at the man across the table. At this moment, he really wanted to ask Fan Xiao how he defined familiarity. However, his good upbringing told him that he could not reach out and hit a smiling man. After pondering for a while, he nodded and agreed. "Okay, Fan Xiao." Thinking that the driver would come to pick him up, Fan Xiao watched Yu Shulang's car slowly slide out of his sight. When the car in front disappeared, the handsome face seemed too tired to smile anymore, and a contemptuous expression appeared instead. A light laugh came out of his nose, revealing undisguised mockery. "You stretched out your claws like a kitten. I thought you would at least scratch me a few times, but I didn't expect you to be so soft-hearted. You're really easy to bully." Lifting up his windbreaker, he lowered his head and sniffed the scent of another man that had long since dissipated from his clothes, and said faintly, "It smells good, just like the scent of my Xinjiang." Like a cat blocking a rat hole, Fan Xiao raised the corner of his mouth. "It's really abominable." Chapter 7. Because of his familiarity with Fan Xiao, You Shulang moved his seat from the last few seats in the conference room to next to the factory director, which made him feel uncomfortable even though he was not involved in the main business. And Fan Xiao interacted with him from time to time during the meeting, making him look like a key figure who could influence Fan Zhao's investment decision. You Shulang had a headache, and he agreed to it with a stiff upper lip under his calm and composed words. Finally, he made it to the end of the meeting, but he didn't expect the predicament to escalate again. At the dinner, he was arranged to sit next to Fan Xiao, and the deputy factory directors in charge of various affairs of the pharmaceutical factory sat next to him. You Shulang knew best how difficult these gods who restructured the old factory were, so he felt very uncomfortable. "Mr. Fan, our Bohai Pharmaceutical was originally a state-owned enterprise and was just restructured into a limited liability company last year. Bohai holds many drug approval numbers, but it cannot be exchanged for real money. In the final analysis, it is due to insufficient capital investment and outdated sales methods." Fan Xiao turned the cup in front of him with his slender fingers and said slowly, "I am not interested in your company's prescription drug distribution. I am interested in over-the-counter drugs with health benefits, that is, OTC drugs." He took out Bohai Pharmaceuticals' project plan and turned to the last page. "Among the drug approval numbers you listed, is this Sawujia Shushin oral liquid currently in production or dormant?" "This has not been put into production yet," said Director Liu. Fan Xiao put the plan aside and said with a regretful smile, "Everyone present here is an industry insider. You should know how much the annual sales of Onshin oral liquid of a certain pharmaceutical factory are, and how much it drives the sales of other products of the pharmaceutical factory. Director Liu, let me put it bluntly. You are begging for food with a golden bowl in your hands." Director Liu's expression was blank for a moment. Then he slapped his forehead, his eyes lit up, and he hurriedly ordered You Shulang to pour wine for Fan Xiao. "Mr. Fan, if you think this OTC drug is good, can we go back and make a new project plan for you to review?" Fan Xiao didn't respond to Director Liu's words, but he didn't act like a financial sponsor. He said half-truthfully, "Usually I'm the only one who pours wine for Shulang. How dare I trouble him today?" You Shulang was stunned. Fan Zhao's words were not meant to save his face at all. It was clearly like he was putting him on the fire. Sure enough, the next moment he heard the sour and malicious voices of others. "Director Yu has such a powerful friend. Why didn't you introduce him to us earlier?" This time, the cooperation between Pinfeng Venture Capital and Bohai Pharmaceutical depends on Director Yu. I suggest that Director Yu be the leader of the OTC project. He also graduated from a medical school, so being an office director is a waste of his talent. Every word is a compliment, but also a mockery. You Shulang's back was sunken into the back of the chair, but he was still calm and relaxed. He lowered his head and said with a self-deprecating smile, "How can I be that capable?" It was originally an excuse to end the previous topic, but Fan Xiao was so rude that he continued. "How do you know it won't work if you don't try it, Director Yu?" Taking a deep breath, You Shulang slowly raised his eyelids and picked up the wine on the table with his slender fingers. The cup was not small, just 3 cups per bottle. You Shulang bumped it against Fan Zhao's cup and said solemnly, "For investment matters, please give preference to our Bohai, Mr. Fan." "No problem." Fan Xiao picked up the cup and drank it all. You Shulang left the table and went to the bathroom. Just as he unbuttoned his pants, a person stood beside him. He glanced and saw that it was Fan Xiao. He also unbuttoned his pants, but his eyes did not fall on the white wall in front of him like ordinary people, but lowered his head and glanced at You Shulang. After watching it, he whistled and said with a smile, "It's quite impressive." The smooth line trembled for a moment, and You Shulang's teeth touched his lower lip. He did not choose to look back in revenge. After finishing, he zipped up his pants and walked out of the inner room without saying a word. After teasing him to the point of almost getting anxious, Fan Xiao lowered his gaze and whispered "faggot." As he was letting out his wetness, he recalled You Shulang's somewhat ashamed and angry expression with some enjoyment. until he thought of a difficult problem and then slowly frowned. How do you use something that big? Won't it hurt? After leaving the inner room, he went to the sink to wash his hands. When he looked up, he could see You Shulang in the mirror. He was smoking in front of a shiny upright trash can, and his hair was still a little wet, which showed that he had just washed his face. After drying his hands, Fan Xiao turned around and leaned on the table, picking up a cigarette and biting it between his teeth. He half closed his hand to light a match, leaned forward slightly, and took a deep breath of the flame. When the white mist came out, he glanced at You Shulang through the curling smoke, and his gaze moved to his lower body before retracting. Why? You've never seen one this big. You Shulang's voice was a little hoarse, which was due to the strong drinking. The words were spoken in a vulgar and impolite manner, which was not like Director Yu's usual style. However, those who knew him knew that Director Yu was just gentle and polite, and was by no means weak and could be bullied. Fan Xiao smiled, moved his limp back away from the desk, and walked towards You Shulang step by step. Although the luxurious bathroom was spacious, Fan Xiao was only 3 or 2 steps away from You Shulang. Their toes were almost touching each other, but the man didn't stop, and just took another small step forward, almost sticking to You Shulang. You Shulang subconsciously leaned back, with a wary expression on his face. Fan Xiao put his arm around his shoulders and whispered in his ear, "Don't move, be careful not to fall." The faint aroma of wine spread, and You Shulang smelled the smell of his own mouth and nose in the heat wave exhaled by Fan Xiao, as if they had been entangled through some special way, confusing and ambiguous. You Shulang didn't understand why he had such a strange and astringent thought, and in the end he could only roughly attribute it to the fact that he hadn't seen Lu Zhen for half a month and had not relieved his desire. He fluttered his eyelashes twice, took out the cigarette from his mouth, and prepared to push the man who had covered half of his body. "Huh!" A faint sound came and entered You Shulang's ears. The volume that was almost inaudible on ordinary days seemed unusually clear at this moment. You Shulang turned his head slightly and lowered his eyes, and saw a burnt matchstick in the cigarette but recycler on the trash can behind him. You Shulang suddenly felt that he was too sensitive. Because of his sexual orientation, he was always unwilling to have physical contact with others beyond the social level. Because of this, Fan Zhao's action just now made him react violently. Fortunately, he pulled back and pushed the man's hand away in time. But surprisingly, after Fan Xiao threw the match, he did not immediately distance themselves from each other. The height difference between them was just enough for his lips to touch You Shulang's ear. I've seen bigger ones. The aroma of wine and tobacco mixed together, and the masculine scent invaded You Shulang's senses, mine. You Shulang suddenly raised his head and looked at Fan Xiao. Because they were too close, his lips almost brushed against the man's jaw. He was sure that Fan Xiao was not gay, but how should he explain this sentence which was obviously provocative? The man in sight slowly began to smile. He distanced himself from the two of them, exhaled a puff of cigarette, and said softly and casually, "I praised you, but you didn't praise me back. Are we comparing sizes?" You Shulang was so depressed that he kept saying, "I'll like it next time." Fan Xiao, who knew You Shulang's sexual orientation, raised an eyebrow, amazed at how well he pretended to be a straight man. "Are you angry about what I just said at the dinner table?" Fan Xiao changed the subject. You Shulang was mature and smooth, and he couldn't tell the truth even if he was angry in such a situation. He pressed the cigarette but to death, looked away, and said calmly, "Boss Fan raised my status. How could I be angry? Since I'm going to invest, why don't I raise Director Yu's net worth as high as possible?" After hearing this, You Shulang looked at Fan Xiao, a little surprised. "Are you really going to invest?" "Yes, Shuxin Oral Liquid has great prospects. So, let's go back to Director Yu and get some Joe to make those ignorant guys shut up." "You are really..." You Shulang shook his head in the rouge-scented smoke and smiled softly and silently. Chapter 8. You Shulang rolled off Lu Zhen, took off the condom, and threw it into the trash can. He turned on the phone beside his pillow, used the light to find the messy clothes thrown on the ground, and then half raised his body to get the farthest pants. His naked body poked out from the piled quilts on the bed, with broad shoulders, narrow hips, and a thin waist. Every move he made was filled with sharp power. It was a perfect and pleasing man's body. He took out a cigarette from his trouser pocket and brought it closer to see the colorful cigarette package. These were Fan Zhao's cigarettes, which the man had stuffed into his pocket at the dinner party yesterday. At that time, Fan Zhao had just lit a cigarette when he was asked to drink a toast. The vice president who was toasting was known for his eloquence and could talk about everything under the sun. Faced with the endless output, Fan Zhao did not show any boredom, but listened attentively with great interest and would occasionally agree with a few words. To show respect, he held the cigarette in his hand without smoking it. When the vice president took a breath, he passed the cigarette to You Shulang next to him. You Shulang discovered that Fan Zhao's actions would always surprise him from time to time. For example, this freshly lit cigarette had become a hot potato. Although Fan Zhao did not inhale, he lit it between his teeth, and there were still traces of moisture on the khaki filter. You Shulang wasn't sure whether this was the result of a straight man's casualness or whether he was doing it intentionally to prove their strong relationship and to raise his so-called status. He was more inclined to the latter, because the gentlemanly demeanor that Fan Zhao had previously demonstrated was enough to be included in textbooks as a model. In short, after hesitating, You Shulang took a sip of the cigarette lightly, and the boneless, charming fragrance once again wrapped around his veins, and the taste of powder swirled in his mouth before he spit it out. How do you feel about this smoke this time? The vice president who had toasted finally left with an empty glass, and Fan Zhao turned around and asked him. It's okay. You Shulang replied somewhat awkwardly. It feels a bit intoxicating. Fan Zhao's eyes lit up with joy, and he stuffed the cigarettes he had just unpacked on the table into You Shulang's pocket. Go back and try it again. Maybe you'll like it. Click. Press the lighter. The bright blue flame illuminates the messy bed. You Shulang lights a Thai cigarette. When he swallows the smoke, he always feels like something is missing. Oh, matches. You Shulang smiled, and for a moment he felt that using a lighter to light a cigarette was a blasphemy to cigarettes. The young man beside him was still breathing slightly, and the firefly at the end of his cigarette made the blush on his face look a bit more charming. You Shulang gently rubbed the young man's slightly long hair. The sweat there had not yet subsided, proving how intense the incident just now was. Are you feeling uncomfortable? He asked softly. The young man's soft hair swayed, and two white arms stretched out from the edge of the quilt, pushing the thin quilt down, revealing his suggestive upper body. He leaned closer to the man, put his arm around his thin waist, and said in a hoarse voice, "No discomfort. I feel very comfortable." You Shulang smiled and inserted his fingers into his hair, rubbing it slowly. "You seem very excited today. You usually don't want to be so harsh on me." Lu Jin looked down at the crisscrossed kiss marks on his body and smiled mischievously. "It seems that you have been holding it in for the past half-month." "Indeed." You Shulang bit the cigarette between his teeth, his thin lips smiling, the faint light reflecting his eyebrows. Unlike his usual gentleness, his eyes were covered with a layer of loneliness at this moment, like a lonely traveler. Even in the bustling environment, one could feel the loneliness deep in his soul. The arm around his waist tightened, and Lu Jun buried himself in the man's arms, trying to drive away the endless loneliness with the usual methods. "I've been exhausted in the past half-month. Not only do I have to run around for announcements every day, but I also have to fight with those little bastards. When I become famous, I'll see who dares to show off in front of me." You Shulang was reluctant to talk after the incident, but he also took care of Lu Jun's emotions. He took off his cigarette and comforted him. "Don't get angry about some things if you can. The law of the jungle is the law of this world. Before you become strong, you must know how to protect yourself and conserve your energy." The person in his arms slowly hummed. You Shulang smiled dotingly, pinched the back of the ostrich-like neck, and asked, "Did you get wronged outside?" "It's not that bad. There were just a few people with good resources who wanted me to be humble. I didn't ignore them, so they teamed up to make things difficult for me. When I think of those people's arrogant and hateful faces, Lu Jun swallowed the curse words that followed. Although he and You Shulang had been together for 2 years, his lover was too formal and polite, and had a feudal patriarchal style, so Lu Jun always kept a distance in front of him and never really let go. You Shulang frowned slightly. "Will you still work with them in the future?" Lu Jun shook his head. "We are in the same circle, but not in the same region. We won't have many opportunities to meet in the future. But there is another party after this event, and I will see those annoying faces again. I am too lazy to go. Then don't go. You Shulang patted the young man's shoulder and smiled gently. How can the young man be happy when he has been wronged? Lu Zhan raised his head from his arms, and the blush that had just dissipated returned instantly. He stood up and kissed You Shulang on the lips and said softly, I was very happy just now. You Shulang put out his cigarette, glanced at the young man in the misty smoke, turned over and pressed him deep into the soft quilt. As you wish. When Lu Zhan woke up again, it was already daybreak. The bed next to him was empty. He reached out and touched it, and it was cold. It seemed that You Shulang had left for a long time. He scratched his messy hair, lifted the quilt, and went to find some water to drink. As usual, he saw the breakfast and warm water prepared by You Shulang on the table, as well as a note. The warm water went down his throat, soothing his dry body. While drinking the water, Lu Zhan glanced at the words on the note. There were only a few words on the paper, and the handwriting was elegant and graceful. Jinjin, if you go to the party, take this card with you. You know the password. Shulang. Lu Zhan's eyes were filled with the light vapor of warm water. With red eyes, he muttered to himself. How do you know me so well? You know I will definitely go to that party. Yes, why not go? It's a pity that I missed out on resources because of those bastards. He pulled out the bank card from under the paper and held it between his fingers. The voice that rang out alone in the room had a soft, nasal tone. It's not easy for you to make money. I won't pretend to be rich and spend my money on those people. Chapter 9. The dark door that blocked out vision and sound was suddenly pushed open. A tall woman with a dazed look in her eyes staggered out, covering her mouth, and ran towards the bathroom, not far away. The heavy door closed slowly, letting out the mocking voices from the luxurious private room. If you can't drink, don't drink. Do you think you can get good resources by drinking a few glasses of wine with those bosses? It's not that simple. That's right. I've seen all kinds of bees and butterflies. Why would I use a moth like her to get close to them and flap their wings? I think she's desperate. I heard that before this event. She hadn't received any work for 2 months. Then her precious Phoenix man must leave her, right? Bang, bang, the microphone inlaid with exaggerated rhinestones was tapped twice, and a pleasant male voice intertwined with a faint electric sound came out, cutting off the malicious discussions. Anyone singing? Request a chorus. The gossiping men and women sitting in the middle looked towards the corner of the sofa. Someone crossed his arms and sneered. Oh, I forgot. There's someone sitting here who's in a relationship with a Phoenix man. Lu Zhan, are you still dating that director of your family? The wine-fermented cherry was picked up by the fingertips painted with cardamom, rolled around in the flaming red lips, and a pit was spit out. Can that person spend 10,000 yuan on you in a month? Some of the handsome men and beautiful women sitting on the U-shaped sofa laughed in agreement, while others watched coldly. It was obvious that Lu Zhan had replaced the drunk woman as the new target of attack. After spending more time with You Shulang, Lu Zhan has learned some of his calmness and composure. He holds the microphone at a perfect distance from his mouth, and his voice, neither too loud nor too soft, can be heard throughout the private room. Yeah, we're still talking, and the conversation is going well. He smiled lightly, with a hint of provocation on his face. I'm a man. Why should I spend other people's money? Apart from the slow music, everyone in the room lost their voices for a moment, which was a bit strange. Sorry, I have something urgent to do, so I have to leave first. Lu Zhan stood up and bowed slightly to greet everyone. But before he could even start walking, he heard the handsome man sitting in the middle snort. I have time when I can contact resources, but now I don't have time to get together with my colleagues. Lu Zhan, you really use pragmatism to the fullest. Lu Zhan clenched his hands hanging at his sides into fists. After all, he had only learned the basics of You Shulang and was a copycat, but there was still a long way to go. As a result, he showed anger on his face the moment he was hit. But before he could say anything, the handsome man chuckled, rested his arm on his leg and supported his cheek, and pouted his lips in a pretentious but charming way. Lu Zhan, it's okay if you want to leave, then pay for the wine in advance. We have agreed that whoever leaves first will pay for dinner tonight. Lu Zhan subconsciously pinched the bank card in his pocket, frowned and asked, When did you say that? The charming woman next to the man laughed. I said it when I came in, everyone heard it. Lu Zhan, you are not pretending to be stupid? Or you simply can't afford it? You use all your money to support Phoenix men. You fucking. Just as Lu Jun started to curse, the door of the private room was opened from the outside. The bright light from the corridor shone into the dark private room, like a door of hope opened by God for sinners. Everyone's eyes turned to that place at the same time, and after seeing who was coming, a strange light flashed in their eyes. A man and a woman came in. The woman who had just run to the bathroom to vomit drunkenly was now lying limply in the arms of the man beside her, and in her hands she was clutching a new shirt of the season that Barbary had just launched. There was a room full of handsome men and beautiful women, and she habitually looked slowly from his expensive clothes to the man's face. He has a broad chest and a tall figure. His muscles are tight and strong under his black tailored suit, which makes him look tall and attractive. What's more, he has a good face, with deep eyes, thin lips, and a smile. His facial lines are strong and distinct, and his warm smile neutralizes his coldness, making him look even more handsome. His every move is a bit noble. Although he looks good, he makes people feel imposing. The handsome man sitting in the middle seat raised his eyebrows, obviously interested in the man whose face was more attractive than his clothes. The woman looked embarrassed, but the man who held her in his arms was still elegant. He knocked on the already open door of the private room symbolically and said with a smile in his eyes, "I met this lady who needed help in the corridor. She said her friends were in this private room. Ladies and gentlemen, did I send her to the right place?" The man's eyes swept through the crowd and finally landed on Lu Jun, who was standing in the corner. He was a little surprised, or to be more precise, a little surprised. "Jinjin, what a coincidence to meet you here. Mr. Fan." Lu Jun was also quite surprised, but more of a loss. The Jinjin that the man blurted out was like an invisible hand that instantly grabbed his breath. The heat wave in the luxurious studio 3 months ago seemed to come over him again, making his face slightly hot. He didn't know how to respond, and after thinking for a long time, he just said, "What a coincidence. Give her to me." Lu Jun stepped forward to help, and helped the drunk woman sit on the sofa. He took out the woman's cell phone, took her hand to unlock it with her fingerprint, flipped to the number with the most contacts in the call log, dialed it, reported the address, and asked someone to pick her up. After doing all this, he had adjusted his embarrassed mood and turned to face Fan Xiao. "Mr. Fan here." Lu Jun glanced at the young man and woman on the sofa. These people were like cold and poisonous snakes, especially good at using the most vicious side of human nature to speculate about others. Sure enough, now they stared at him and Fan Xiao with a playful and unfriendly look. "Let's go out and talk. Come and play with friends." The tall man was very gentle, even bowing slightly to look him in the eye. "Jinjin and I haven't seen each other for almost 3 months, right?" Lu Jun clasped his hands. The tone of the man in front of him was a little sticky, like a lollipop melting in the sun, filling the surrounding air with sweetness. The embarrassment that had just dissipated came back from the end of his nerves. Lu Jun bit his lip and said, "I came to play, but I have to leave now." Fan Xiao has always been able to see through people's minds. He glanced at the people sitting on the sofa watching the show silently, and showed an understanding expression on his face. Standing up straight, Fan Xiao showed the grace and dignity of a mature man. He gently put his hand on Lu Jun's shoulder, brought him to a prominent position, and said with a smile, "I came here by accident. It can be regarded as fate. How can I leave without having a drink with your friend?" He raised his hand to call the waiter. "All the consumption in this private room today will be charged to my account. In addition, please order 3 sets of 5A meals and send them over." "Mr. Fan." Lu Jun stopped him. Fan Xiao patted his shoulder with his big hand, tilted his head, and whispered in his ear, "Be obedient." The warm breath brushed past Lu Jun's ears and entangled with his nostrils. The deep and mellow voice caused a shudder in his neck. Lu Jun took a deep breath, intending to distance himself from Fan Xiao, but after seeing the fleeting jealousy in the handsome man's eyes, he froze in place, not moving. After hearing the man ordering drinks, there were more low-pitched discussions in the private room, and the few people sitting in the middle of the sofa couldn't help but look at each other. Such scenes were not unheard of. These men and women who wandered around in the world of pleasure all day long had high standards. However, in their impression, such scenes only occur on certain important occasions, and people who spend large amounts of money often have ulterior motives, So they would spend hundreds of thousands of dollars without blinking an eye, and would not spend money like idiots on a group of so-called friends whom they have just met and have not spoken to yet. Then there was only one possible explanation, that the man in front of him was trying to please Lu Zhan. The handsome man's eyes showed mockery, and he raised the corners of his lips and sneered. No one could not understand what he meant. Is Lu Zhan worthy? As instructed, the waiter went out with a happy look on his face. Fan Xiao picked up a bottle of new wine on the table and said, "My name is Fan Xiao. I may be a few years older than you. You can call me Brother Fan. Today, thanks to the beauty, I am very happy to meet Xinjin and all of you. Since you are Xinjin's friends, you are also my friends. Let me show my appreciation and treat you all to a drink. I hope you all have fun today." The man's voice vibrated lightly from his chest, and his tone was slow, but it was extremely difficult to ignore the temperament and heritage that naturally emanated from him. The calmness and grace that came from his bones controlled and even suppressed the entire audience. Because Fan Xiao didn't sit down, everyone on the sofa stood up and clinked glasses with him. After the crisp sound, the man continued, "Our Xinjin has a simple personality. He doesn't have any ulterior motives when dealing with others, and he often speaks without thinking. If he has done anything in the past or in the future to make everyone unhappy, I would like to apologize here first. Please don't bother with him. After all, there are many people with twisted hearts, and it is not easy to find someone as sincere as our Xinjin." Lu Zhan, who had been gently holding his shoulders, slowly lowered his head, and suddenly the grievance in his heart faded away. Chapter 10. Although it was already late at night, when Lu Zhan came out of the club, his skin was still wrapped in the humid summer air. He pulled his shorts and regretted dressing so seductively today. Someone waved at him not far away. Lu Zhan knew he couldn't avoid it, so he took a deep breath, suppressed his inexplicable nervousness, and walked over. A tall man was leaning against the luxurious car. He had taken off his suit and changed into a windbreaker. With his arms open, one could vaguely see the wrinkles on his shirt. His hair, which had been fixed with hairspray, had fallen loose a lot and hung down on his forehead, floating gently in the night breeze with the same force as the corners of his windbreaker. He held a cigarette between his fingers and put it out before Lu Zhan approached. He raised his hand to fan away the rising white mist and smiled at the visitor. Lu Zhan subconsciously pulled up his trouser legs again, wishing he could find a piece of cloth to cover his long legs that he was always proud of. "It looks very beautiful." The man's voice was very pleasant, clear with a hint of hoarseness, which penetrated into the ears, like feathers gently flapping, tingling, and tender. "I just don't understand whether you are hot or cold." His words were full of sarcasm. His eyes switched between Lu Zhan's bare thighs and the large faux fur coat without any emotion, and he confirmed again, "But it does look good." That feeling came again, the feeling of being held and breathed by someone. Lu Zhan's fingers grasped the air for a moment. Then he said stiffly, "Mr. Fan, thank you for today. Actually, you don't have to spend any money. They are not my friends." No. Maybe it was because of the alcohol, but the man's smile wasn't as gentle as before. He leaned lazily against the car, with a casual curve hanging at the corner of his lips. "When I entered the room, I saw you standing in front of them like a little rooster, looking very proud and confident. I knew something unpleasant must have happened. The doting and sticky little cock is no less lethal than Xinjin." Lu Zhan automatically ignored the inexplicable waves in his heart and reluctantly searched for his memory. "Didn't you see me last?" The man chuckled, with a hint of mischief in his voice. "It's just a show, to add to the dramatic effect." This was half true and half false, and Fan Xiao indeed saw confusion in Lu Zhan's eyes. The two of them were standing next to the parking lot, and a car was passing behind Lu Zhan. Fan Xiao's long fingers were on the chain button of the young man's coat, and he gently hooked it, pulling him in front of him. The car whizzed past, and the gust of wind it created made the artificial fur on Lu Zhan's clothes fly, just like his uncontrollable heart, which was completely in chaos. With his fingers still hooked on the button, Fan Xiao looked down at the young man who was almost clinging to him and said softly, "Asking them to drink is like slapping them in the face. No one can bully my Xinjin." Lu Zhan exclaimed, exclamation point. It was so hot, the heat wave in the studio, the summer heat, the temperature of the blood were all burning. Lu Zhen stared blankly at the handsome face of the man, feeling the heavy and rapid heartbeat hitting his eardrums again and again. Suddenly, a phone rang, breaking the unusual atmosphere between the two. Lu Zhen took a step back and took out his phone in a panic. When he saw the name jumping on it, his expression suddenly froze. Fan Xiao successfully sensed the regret and self-blame in Lu Zhen's expression. He leaned against the car again and asked politely, "Do you need me to step aside?" Lu Zhen shook his head and answered the phone. "Well, it's almost over. I'm with my friends now." As expected, Fan Xiao heard You Shulang's voice coming faintly from the receiver. He lowered his eyes, hid his ambiguous smile, took out a cigarette, flicked it out, and bit it between his teeth. "Appropriate smoking can make you feel happier, like now." Lu Zhen's call continued. "You should work overtime, so you don't have to pick me up. I'll call you when I get home." "Huh?" A tall figure suddenly pressed forward, as if wanting to embrace Lu Zhen in his arms. His strong chest almost touched his mouth and nose, and the thin silk material of his trousers brushed across his smooth thighs, leaving a cool feeling. The man's hand quickly waved at Lu Zhen's side, and the wind hit the young man's neck. Fan Xiao lowered his body, leaned close to Lu Zhen's ear, and said slowly in a very low voice, "There are mosquitoes. I've driven them away for you." He tilted his head to glance at the phone placed next to the young man's ear and kindly reminded him, "The person on the phone asked you what's wrong?" He seemed a little anxious. Lu Zhen seemed to have suddenly woken up from a deep dream. He quickly half-closed his phone with his hand and said hurriedly, "I'm fine, don't worry, I just encountered a flying insect. I'll hang up first. Okay, bye." Lu Zhen put down the phone and secretly breathed a sigh of relief. Now, Fan Xiao had withdrawn his body and asked with a cigarette in his mouth, "Do you mind if I smoke a cigarette?" Seeing the young man shaking his head, he lit a cigarette with a match, then shook his wrist to extinguish the firefly. "It was you on the phone just now?" The white mist exhaled by Fan Xiao, and his voice scattered around Lu Zhen's ears. The young man hesitated for a moment, and said as if he had made up his mind, "Mr. Fan, I'm sorry for letting you spend money tonight. I will pay you back for the wine, but I don't have that much money now. Can you let me pay you back bit by bit?" Without waiting for Fan Xiao to respond, he quickly said, "Also, the person on the phone just now was mine. Brother Fan, Lu Zhen, you haven't left yet." A pleasant male voice suddenly interrupted Lu Zhen. Following the sound, it was the handsome man who had just sat in the middle of the sofa in the private room. He came out of the club and walked down the stairs, smiling sweetly, with eyes like hooks, always fixed on Fan Xiao, not giving Lu Zhen a single cent. Walking slowly, the handsome man stood very close to Fan Xiao, looking up with a coquettish look on his face. "Brother Fan's wine has made people drunk. You bought the wine happily, but you didn't care when people got drunk." "Really?" Fan Xiao bit the cigarette but lightly, glanced at the people around him in the thin blue smoke, and smiled casually. "That's really a sin." Then he turned his gaze back to Lu Zhen and asked, "Who did you say was on the phone?" Lu Zhen glanced at the handsome man standing behind Fan Xiao, his eyes full of contempt, and slowly clenched his fists and shook his head. "Nothing. He is a family member." Fan Xiao raised his eyebrows. "Family?" He didn't know what funny thing he thought of. He took a deep puff of cigarette happily, and then concluded, "Your family really cares about you." The handsome man beside him didn't like being ignored. He suppressed a playful look in the corner of his eyes, hooked his fingers on Fan Zhao's sleeves, and shook his arm slightly. "Brother Fan's wine got people drunk. How are you going to atone for your sins?" He spoke slowly and leisurely. "You say?" The handsome man glanced at the luxury car beside him, and said with a reserved tone, "I feel a little dizzy. How about Brother Fan take me home?" The man smiled, and Lu Zhen seemed to see coldness in his half-closed eyes. He took a long puff of the cigarette and spit it out, then threw it on the ground and extinguished it with the sole of his shoe. After doing this, Fan Xiao suddenly raised his hand and broke the fingers hooked on his sleeves. He pulled his windbreaker back, put his hands in his trouser pockets, lowered his body slightly, looked at the beautiful man, and said word by word, "I am homophobic, so stay away from me." But he put his arm on Lu Zhen's shoulder. "But Lu Zhen is an exception," Lu Zhen exclaimed! Chapter 11. When You Shulang received Lu Zhen's call, he was in a stalemate with someone. Luzhan was a little sticky on the phone tonight. He expressed his deepest feelings 3 times in less than 2 minutes of talk time. I love you so much, Uncle You. You Shulang smiled. Luzhan's confession of love diluted the slight irritability in his heart. With his back to the wind, he said in a gentle tone, Yes, I know. After talking for a few more words, You Shulang put down the phone, turned the corner, and saw Fan Xiao leaning against the wall, still holding the cup of milk tea in his hand. I told you I don't drink it. He tried his best to suppress his impatient expression. I don't like sweet things. The man opposite him groaned and complained. I worked so hard to buy this, and it's being despised like this. You Shulang took a few steps closer and hooked his slender fingers. Give me a stick of rouge. Fan Xiao suddenly smiled, a little flattering. Okay, are you addicted to smoking? I'm not addicted. I didn't bring my cigarettes down. Biting the cigarette and lighting it with the flame drawn by Fan Xiao, You Shulang narrowed his eyes slightly. The rouge tasted very strange when you first put it in your mouth, but when you get used to it, you will feel that it is like a feather, light and soft, but it keeps teasing the piece of flesh at the tip of your heart, which is very tempting. Mr. Fan, do you have something to talk to me about so late at night? You Shulang raised the hand holding the cigarette and rubbed his temple with his thumb. He had worked overtime all night and now had a headache. He didn't want to argue with Fan Xiao. Puff. A thick straw was inserted into the plastic seal of the milk tea. Fan Xiao lowered his head and took a sip, inhaling a mouthful of sweet fruit particles that he didn't know what they were. I heard that your company is working overtime to finish the plan for me. I feel bad for you, so I brought some refreshments to express my condolences. He opened the back door of the car, and there were 2 large bags of drinks and snacks on the seat. The man shook the milk tea in his hand. Your cup is a grand slam, but you flattered the horse but ended up hitting its leg. You Shulang, with his head bowed and smoking, chuckled. How could I deserve to be flattered by Mr. Fan? You are my only friend in this city. Fan Xiao leaned against the wall of the office building and took another sip of milk tea, then tilted his head to look at You Shulang beside him. You are also my only pleasure here. This sounded awkward, and You Shulang frowned slightly. Can I understand this sentence as a mistake in your expression? Fan Xiao's milk tea was almost gone. He sucked it with a straw, making a whirring sound. Then he chewed the tea in his mouth and nodded. You can understand it this way from now on. You are my only one, but I am not your only one. The man threw the empty cup into the trash can and said, This seems a bit unfair. You Shulang was so angry that he laughed. He held a cigarette in his mouth and squinted at Fan Xiao. If you can't speak, then don't fucking say anything. You can't express your meaning with words. Hearing the foul language, Fan Xiao's eyes showed surprise and interest. He bowed slightly and looked at You Shulang, speaking jokingly. Director You, am I hallucinating? Where are your principles in dealing with people? Where are your gentleness, courtesy, frugality, and modesty? You know how to be gentle, kind, respectful, frugal, and modest, but you still can't make sense? Even though he was joking, You Shulang did not lose face. Did you hear it this time? It's not hallucination. There was a back and forth of banter, and You Shulang waited for Fan Xiao's reply, but it was nowhere to be found. He raised his eyes and looked over, and saw in the man's deep eyes the scorching heat and coldness that were pulling, converging, and conflicting with each other. The curve of the corners of his lips gradually narrowed, and You Shulang examined himself as to why he had lost control. Logically, he and Fan Xiao were not close friends, so he was not the person who could be joked with like that. He took a step back and threw away his cigarette. I would like to thank Mr. Fan on behalf of the project team. I will take the things upstairs. Fan Xiao straightened up, as if he had just come to his senses. He did not open the car door to take out his things, but said, I have expressed it very clearly. You are my only one, but I am not yours. He pointed at You Shulang's cell phone, which he had put away, through his clothes. It's so late, and someone is still looking for you to chat. You Shulang pursed his lips and thought seriously about whether children who grew up in tropical countries have different brains than Chinese people, or whether the mature and steady Fan Xiao was actually lacking in some aspect, which was why he said such a thing. They are different. How can we compare them? Fan Xiao pressed forward. Why can't we compete? Object. You Shulang looked at Fan Xiao coldly. How do we compare? The two were very close, one looking up and the other looking down, with a sense of stalemate. But after a moment, Someone withdrew his gaze and moved away. It was Fan Xiao. He turned back into his gentle and polite self and said with a smile, "Girlfriend, that's really incomparable." He threw a cigarette into his mouth, and when he held his hands together to light the cigarette, he joked vaguely, "Director you, aren't you afraid that your girlfriend will be lonely and cheated by others when you work overtime at night?" He took off his cigarette and exhaled white mist. Or is it that Director you is extremely confident and thinks that no one can steal your girl? Although he said it in a joking way, You Shulang could also hear the other party's dissatisfaction and the faint sourness hidden in his voice. He cast his eyes on Fan Zhao's face and once again assessed the possibility that he was gay. Not really. You Shulang was born gay and had his own ability to judge people, but now he is a little unsure. Apart from Lu Zhan, You Shulang has never been thought of by other men. He behaves very straight, not like a gay. Lu Zhan came here by accident with the idea of turning straight into gay. If the corner of the wall can be pried open, it means there is something wrong with the construction of the house itself. I still have work to do, so I should go back. After saying that, You Shulang walked into the office building. Where are these things? Fan Xiao opened the car door. You Shulang turned around with a formal expression on his face. Since President Fan is here to thank everyone for their hard work, it would be more thoughtful of you to take it up personally. Fan Xiao looked at the slowly receding figure, raised his lips, and said, "Fuck. The latest version of the project plan of Bohai Pharmaceutical Company Limited is placed on the desk of the general manager of Pinfeng Venture Capital." Fan Xiao flipped through it casually and saw You Shulang's name in the introduction of the project team members. Department of Clinical Medicine, Chongling Medical University, undergraduate degree. Fan Xiao checked on the computer and found that the school was in the same city. It was a second-rate institution and not considered a good university. After closing the page, Fan Xiao threw the plan aside. He wanted to leave this pharmaceutical company alone so that You Shulang would come to him on his own initiative. If I refuse to invest at that time, then will You Shulang's high value be shattered to nothing? The higher you hold it, the harder it will fall. Soft Thai voices rang out in the room. Fan Xiao stroked the four-faced Buddha on his chest and smiled very handsomely. There is one strange thing. If Fan Xiao didn't see the man named You Shulang for a long time, he would never think of him, as if he had never met him. But if Fan Xiao received any information about him, he would never forget him and would always think of him before eating or going to bed. For example, now, what keeps replaying in Fan Zhao's mind is a young face in a photo. Mr. Fan, the above is our introduction to the honeysuckle drink project. Is there anything else you would like to know? Turning to the last page of the PPT, the young project presenter felt a little nervous. The person in charge of the investment side listened too seriously, and his posture hardly changed from the beginning to the end. He didn't know what tricky questions he would ask. The man sitting with his back to the light had an elegant look on his face, with a nice curve at the corner of his mouth. I don't understand professional matters, but I know that if you want to understand a product, you have to dig into its roots. You have to understand the development history of its manufacturer and the entrepreneurial story of the company's founder. For example, that photo looks very informative. How about Mr. Huang? Tell me about it. The man called Mr. Huang was fat and old. He wiped the sweat off his head with a handkerchief in the air-conditioned room and turned to look at the photos hanging on the wall behind him. That one? Oh, that was 6 or 7 years ago. I was leading my research team to tackle a project. Mr. Fan, have you heard of Chongling liver protection tablets? It was developed by my team. The white-haired man sighed. But the results of scientific research transformation are not good. It is difficult to see Chongling liver protection tablets in pharmacies now. There are some of your students in Mr. Huang's research team, right? Some of them look very young. The obese old man stood up, walked to the photo, and said with a smile. At that time, Chongling University had not yet established a pharmaceutical R&D company. There was only an R&D center, and the scientific research projects were all done by professors and their students. The people in the photo are basically my students. They were the best and most outstanding people at that time. Fan Xiao also stood up and walked around the oval conference table to the photo. The photo is very ordinary. Mr. Huang, who was thinner and younger than he is now, and a group of energetic young people stood in front of the laboratory table. Perhaps they had completed a certain stage of the task, and everyone's expression was very relaxed. They looked at the camera, some smiled or made funny faces, and some even raised 2 fingers to the fat Mr. Huang's head. Fan Zhao's gaze was fixed on the upper right corner of the photo, where a young man was leaning against an operating table. The window was on the left, and the sunlight penetrated the glass and hid his profile, blurring half of the lines on his face. Although he was standing in the corner, one could still tell that he was of superior height, with his long legs elegantly crossed, one hand resting on the operating table and the other hanging by his side, looking relaxed. His skin was very white, which reminded Fan Xiao of the coconut-flavored milk tea he drank that day. The young man was very thin, the kind of thinness that was full of hope. His back was still a little thin, but he had also begun to take on a tall and majestic outline. He smiled like everyone else, with his head slightly tilted, his eyes filled with clear joy, a smile that Fan Xiao had never seen on the face of the man he knew. Suddenly, Fan Xiao felt a little depressed. He calculated that he had been ignoring Bohai Pharmaceutical for almost a month, and You Shulang had also been ignoring him for a month. Mr. Fan, is there anything else you want to know? The fat old man asked while wiping his sweat. Fan Xiao came back to his senses and smiled. Boss Huang, do you mind if I retake this photo? Looking at it makes me more confident about the project we are going to promote now. The old man was a little surprised and said hurriedly, Don't mind, Mr. Fan. How about I print one more for you? The phone's flashlight flashed twice, and the friendly Mr. Fan said, Thank you very much. He went on to say, Let's talk about the advantages of honeysuckle drink among similar products. We can use channels to amplify our advantages, expand the spectrum first, and then make profits, so as to bring economic benefits. 2 days later, the cut photo papers were found in the trash can beside Fan Zhao's desk. The fat old man, the cheerful students, the sunshine that filled the room, and the scissor hand were all not spared. Only the young man with a faint smile in the upper right corner was sandwiched between a thick Buddhist scripture. Many sins begin with a smile. Chapter 12. Outside the glass curtain wall, a huge plane roared into the desolate ice-blue sky, like a wild bird, and gradually disappeared into the horizon. There were not many people coming out of the airport pickup area. At this time, there were only first-class passengers. Fan Xiao saw Shi Hua, who was wearing a silver suit and exaggerated sunglasses, and his assistant who was pushing several large suitcases. Shi Hua means beautiful and ambitious in Thai, but it has nothing to do with the man in front of Fan Xiao with this name. Are you here to see me, or are you on vacation? Fan Xiao has a pure Chinese face, but Shi Hua is half Thai, with slightly dark skin, thick eyebrows and big eyes. He usually looks nonchalant, but appears innocent when he really smiles. He took off his sunglasses and gave Fan Xiao an exaggerated hug. I asked my grandfather for a long vacation, and I came to learn business from you. The two walked out side by side, and Fan Xiao said with a smile, Doing business? Didn't you just want to be lazy among the piles of money before? Shi Hua shrugged. My grandfather also knows that it is not reliable for me to learn business, but the old fox wants me to get closer to you. After all, there are few heirs in your Nanawa family, and you are so outstanding. Maybe you can make a big splash in the future. He is playing the long game to catch a big fish. Shi Hua is the third-generation ancestor of Royal Granary, the #1 brand of Thai fragrant rice. He has a lot of uncles and brothers. He once joked that unless the other dozen or so heirs died of plague or war, it would not be his turn to sit in that position in the next life. Fan Xiao is different. He is the young master of the largest pharmaceutical chain in Thailand, and the only ones competing with him for the helm are his uncle and 2 brothers. Fan Xiao said calmly, Your grandfather seems to have forgotten that my uncle and 2 brothers are even better. In addition, I have 6 younger brothers and sisters. They also hope that we will die from plague or war just like you. After leaving the terminal, Shi Hua took out the hydrating spray he carried with him and sprayed it crazily, patting the fine mist on his face. He said, Anyway, none of them are as perverted as you. I bet you can win. He pulled open Fan Zhao's car and frowned. Another ugly car. Why not buy a sports car for the same price? Fan Xiao had already gotten into the driver's seat and started the car, saying without any emotion, If you don't like it, you can sit in the back car. The driver of the car behind was Fan Zhao's ferocious-looking bald assistant, who was stuffing Shi Lihua's suitcase into the business car. Forget it. Shi Lihua lowered himself into the car and said excitedly, I have a game planned for tonight, so I need to relax. The car slid out of the parking lot, and Fan Xiao looked ahead. I haven't even entered the country yet, and the police have already prepared it? Shi Lihua's mother is Chinese. She divorced her husband and returned to China more than 10 years ago. Since then, she has brought Shi Lihua to live in China for a short time every year, so he has many friends in China. So many people clamored to come to the airport to pick me up, but I only gave you, Master Fan, this opportunity. Fan Xiao never responded to his boring words. He lowered the window a little and planned to smoke a cigarette. At this moment, the phone on the operating table rang. Fan Xiao put the cigarette in his mouth and didn't want to answer it. With a glance, he looked past and then back. There was an unfathomable smile in his eyes. He took the cigarette out of his mouth, connected to the car's Bluetooth, and answered the call. Director Yu. He picked up the phone, his voice sweetening. Long time no see. Mr. Fan, you are very busy and I am sorry to bother you all the time. The voice on the phone was a little hoarse. Fan Xiao guessed that You Shulang had just smoked a cigarette. The luxury car driver relaxed his back at this time, holding the steering wheel with one hand and an unlit cigarette with the other. The wind came in through the gap in the glass and ruffled his hair. He had left Bohai Pharmaceutical alone for a month and a half, and they must have gotten tired of it, so You Shulang called. Fan Xiao scraped his tongue across his teeth and suddenly found life interesting. Others might consider it a nuisance, but Director Yu definitely wouldn't. After hearing this, Shi Lihua, who was sitting in the passenger seat, raised his eyebrows and stretched his neck to look at the name on Fan Xiao's phone. Since it's not a bother, can I treat Mr. Fan to a simple meal tonight? Fan Xiao squinted at Shi Lihua and agreed happily. Okay, no problem. Ding dong. The cup walls collided, and half a cup of unknown foreign liquor was poured into the iced whiskey that the waiter had just handed over. The clear ice cubes rose and fell, and the mixed aroma of the liquor overflowed instantly, spilling out together with the splashing liquor. In the largest private room, there were many men and women sitting there. Pretty girls were watching the screen and ordering songs. Some people were drinking and chatting around Shi Lihua, and some were trying to please Fan Xiao, asking the girls around them to pour him some wine. Shi Lihua broke away from the crowd and whispered in Fan Xiao's ear. It seems that your Director Yu doesn't like my presence. He took a long time to pee. Fan Xiao arranged to meet You Shulang at the club booked by Shi Lihua, and acted as if he was having a hard time choosing between the two friends. You Shulang was used to being considerate, so he accepted Shi Lihua's invitation to join in the fun and was very considerate. The door of the private room was pushed open, and You Shulang walked in. He was not dressed formally tonight, wearing a loose white shirt tucked into his pants in an old-fashioned way, with only one button undone below his throat and his wrists loosely rolled up. He looked simple and neat, but he did not fit in with the group of young people sitting on the sofa. When passing the light projected by the screen, Fan Xiao saw the thin waist faintly visible in the transparent shirt, which was full of strength and extremely sexy. He looked away and cursed in his heart, thinking that he had seen something dirty. He smiled immediately, patted the sofa beside him, and invited You Shulang. Director Yu, sit here. Let me introduce someone to you. The beautiful lady next to him tactfully made room for him, took out some wine from the ice bucket, poured a glass, and pushed it in front of You Shulang. You Shulang was good at handling such occasions. He thanked him and asked Fan Xiao with an expectant expression. Who would you like to introduce to me, Mr. Fan? Here, this is the prince of Ruixiang pharmacy chain, Vice President Shui. You Shulang looked at the man sitting on the other side of Fan Xiao. The man was about 27 or 28 years old, neither good-looking nor bad-looking, with a yellowish complexion and swollen eyelids, typical signs of someone who was immersed in alcohol and sex. Fan Xiao tilted his head towards You Shulang. This is You Shulang, the office director of Bohai Pharmaceuticals, the only friend I can call a friend in this city. He shrugged and smiled. Forgive my poor expression, but that's what I mean. Oh, to be characterized like that by President Fan. He must be an extraordinary person. From the surprised and respectful expression of the prince, You Shulang quickly re-evaluated Fan Xiao. The prince of Ruixiang Pharmaceutical, which occupies several nearby provinces, actually needs to be respectful to Fan Xiao. Fan Xiao is in the venture capital industry, so it goes without saying that he has money, But the young master of Xiang Pharmaceutical is also not an unheard of person. Without time to think about it, You Shulang, who had no status, took the lead in extending his hand and showed a slight admiration. I have heard of Vice President Xue's name for a long time. A few years ago, I had the honor of listening to your father's speech at Chongling Medical University. It was very vivid and I benefited a lot. When I met Vice President Xue today, I found that a tiger father will have a dog son. Director you are so kind. The prince had heard a lot of compliments, and he only showed enthusiasm towards Fan Xiao. Now he asked the girl beside him to pour wine for Fan Xiao. Director Vice President Xue plays a key role in whether the drugs produced by your Bohai Pharmaceutical can enter the market smoothly and sell well in the future. After all, Xiang Pharmaceutical is one of the top 3 players in the nearby provinces, and your Bohai's foundation is also here. Fan Xiao picked up the girl's glass of wine that had just been filled. I'll introduce Vice President Xue to you. It depends on how you and your Bohai seize the opportunity. Fan Xiao was telling the truth. Bohai did not have any well-known best-selling products, and its sales network was built in several nearby provinces. In the past, it was sold in a distribution model of provincial, prefectural, and county general sales, and generally sold to small pharmacies. If it wanted to become stronger and bigger, cooperation with large chain pharmacies was undoubtedly the only way. You Shulang accepted Fan Xiao's kindness and raised his glass frequently, making the prince happy. This was his area of expertise, but after dealing with him for a while, he became tired and found an excuse to go out and smoke. At this moment, Shi Lihua came over again, and he was already smelling heavily of alcohol. He drank another glass of rum, and then said nonchalantly, "Your fun is quite boring. Not only is he a man, but he's also so boring." Fan Xiao leaned on the sofa and sipped his wine slowly. He smiled when he heard this. He is very interesting, a saint. Saint Mary? Oh, if you touch this kind of person, you will definitely get your skin peeled off. Shi Lihua's empty cup had already been filled by someone else. He smiled and said, "Let the Saint Mary perform a show later?" Fan Xiao took a deep swallow, the spicy taste of tequila spreading through his mouth. After the top of the alcohol had passed, he lazily said, "Okay." You Shulang entered the private room again, and there were suddenly fewer people in the room. Fan Xiao and Shi Lihua sat together and chatted. The beauty next to the Prince of Xiang had changed, and the mature and charming woman was replaced by a young and pure girl. The girl was a little reserved and was ordered by the prince to pour wine everywhere. Fan Xiao would politely thank him, but Shi Lihua ignored him. You Shulang didn't move closer to Fan Xiao, but sat in the corner of the U-shaped sofa. He came here with a mission tonight, but he hasn't spoken yet. In fact, the two companies have business dealings, and it's normal for him to promote the process as a middleman. But when the person opposite him changed to Fan Xiao, You Shulang felt an indescribable awkwardness in his heart. Director Yu is good at judging people, but he can't figure out Fan Xiao. Most of the time, the man looks polite and well-mannered, but he would unexpectedly catch a glimpse of his indifferent eyes. Just like that day in the hospital, although he resolutely helped him save the child, he was calm and almost cold amid the warm applause of everyone. And he is sometimes too close to me. You Shulang attributed Fan Xiao's behavior to the passion bred in the hot country. But every time he wanted to ask Pinfeng Venture Capital whether it was interested in investing in Bohai, he was afraid that Fan Xiao would be in trouble because of him. But I still have to ask. The factory manager has been urging me for 2 weeks. When he looked up again, Fan Xiao was still chatting. His slender fingers loosely held the wine glass, his elbows resting on his knees, his head slightly lowered, listening to Shi Lihua's excited expression. You Shulang's gaze swept across the prince next to him, but suddenly stopped. The man was pouring a packet of white powder into the cup of the girl who had just left, and the young man with green hair next to him was watching the scene and smiling obscenely. You Shulang quickly looked away, hid himself in a place where the light could not reach, and frowned deeply. Chapter 13. The heavy door seemed to be locked in another world, with dim lights and soft music. Under the purple-blue neon lights, a man with a dirty heart shook the cocktail shaker and poured the amber liquid into the glass. "Don't just chat. Let's drink. Come on, let's have a drink together." The prince raised his glass and spoke to everyone, but he was glancing at the girl beside him. "Oh, by the way, let me introduce you. The prince placed his hand gently on the girl's shoulder. This is our company's new office clerk Tang Xiao. And that director? Yes, director you. The nature of your work is the same. The prince pushed the girl and said, you should learn more from director you in the future. Look how tactful and good at serving the bureau he was just now. Huh. The cup fell to the ground with a light sound. The noise was not loud, but it made the air in the room freeze for a moment. Fan Xiao slowly leaned into the large sofa, crossed his long legs, and looked at the prince with a pair of smiling eyes. The music is flowing slowly, and there is only music. Fan Xiao has many kinds of smiles, and this kind is something You Shulang has never seen before. He looked lazy and nonchalant, but no one could ignore the sudden sense of oppression that came over him. The prince had been accustomed to being flattered over the years, and now he looked a little unhappy. However, he became friends with Fan Xiao for business reasons, so he could only force a smile and apologize to You Shulang. Look at what I said, director you, please don't mind it. You Shulang didn't expect Fan Xiao to be so rude to him. He would be lying if he said he was uncomfortable. He glanced at Fan Xiao, and the gratitude in his eyes was self-evident. Forced into the storm, he relaxed his brows and smiled lightly, withdrew his gaze from Fan Xiao, and said lightly, as if nothing had happened. In fact, what Vice President Xue said is right. The primary purpose of office work is to provide services. You have to know clearly what to do in what occasion. His words were neither humble nor arrogant, and his expressions were sincere, which helped the prince regain some face and look a little better. You Shulang's eyes moved to the side and landed on the girl, and continued. Xiaowan, huh? Since your boss asked me to give you some pointers, I'll be generous and teach you today. He stood up slowly, walked to the girl and sat down, found an empty cup on the table, unscrewed the bottle of mineral water, and filled it halfway. To provide good service, you must first stay sober. If you are drunk, who will take care of your boss? The man pushed the water cup to the girl's hand, and the corners of his thin lips slightly raised. The first rule for office staff to participate in banquets is not to hold the cup if you can't drink. The girl's eyes were filled with gratitude. You Shulang glanced at the prince and saw that he looked unhappy. But our Xiaowan can drink a lot. She can accompany the brothers and take good care of me as the boss. The prince patted the girl's shoulder, leaned forward and looked at her, and said with a cool breeze, isn't it, Xiaowan? The girl's body became even stiffer. She twisted her hands and hesitated for a long time before she nodded slightly under the prince's almost intimidating gaze. Well, that's it. The man pushed the cup of water in front of the girl along the glass tabletop. It slid a long way. The water surface shook and half of the water spilled. Come on, let's drink. When the prince raised his glass, Fan Xiao kept glancing at You Shulang. To be more precise, his eyes never left him from beginning to end. Director Yu's face was calm at this moment, and he still looked calm and composed. But he reached for the cigarette, lowered his eyes and put it in his mouth, but did not light it. The voice of the cigarette was still clear, and Fan Xiao heard him say, what's the point of just drinking? Raising his eyes, he smiled. Let's play cards? Whoever loses drinks. Okay. Fan Xiao was the first to respond with a long voice. Shi Hua, who had been watching the show, was stunned for a moment, and then he also shouted, play cards, we should have played cards a long time ago. The prince looked at the dark face of the wine glass that the girl put down again, gnashed his teeth, and said, okay, what are we going to play? How are we going to drink? How about poker? You Shulang touched the lighter and turned his head to light a cigarette, his bony fingers playing with the golden relief lighter. After receiving approval, he put the lighter back into his pocket, took out the cigarette and held it between his fingers, and took the poker from the game basket. It was not until he saw You Shulang shuffling the cards smoothly that Fan Xiao was sure that he really knew how to play cards. His slender fingers were made even whiter by the black tabletop. After shuffling the cards 3 times, You Shulang cut the cards up and down with one hand, glanced at everyone, and asked calmly, who's playing? The most external thing in the world of fame and fortune is status. In the private room, apart from Fan Xiao, Shi Hua, and the prince, no one else was trying to get ahead. You Shulang understood and sent the cards to the 3 people one by one, asking them to cut the cards. Play small bowl too. The prince cut the cards and casually sent out a bomb. The hand holding the cards paused slightly. You Shulang raised his eyes to glance at the girl and asked, do you know how to play? The girl nodded. Vice President Shui taught me. You Shulang said nothing, cleared the table, and started dealing cards. Only Fan Xiao saw a circle of marks on the cigarette, but in his mouth. Shi Hua swallowed 4 small glasses of rum one by one under the jeers of the crowd. He loved the softness and sweetness of rum, but the after effect of this drink was not small, and now he was already drunk. Damn, why do I always lose? He finished the last glass, put the glass heavily on the table, and calculated. Fan Xiao drank 4. Director, you drank 2. How many did you drink, old Shui? The prince, with his hands spread wide on the back of the sofa, snorted. It doesn't matter how much I drink. What matters is that none of our small bowls were drunk. On the exquisite wooden stand next to the girl were 8 small cups of brown turbid soup, which were the wine that had just been added with ingredients. People trained by Vice President Shui naturally have good skills and good luck. You Shulang complimented at the right time. Let me deal the cards, the prince said, stretching out his hand with his shoulders relaxed. How dare I trouble director you all the time? Just as You Shulang was about to refuse, someone beside the prince handed him a new deck of cards. The man took it, shuffled and cut the cards, and then glanced at You Shulang meaningfully before he began to deal the cards. After 1 round, the girl lost. The prince touched the diamond earring on his left ear and sighed, but his eyes glanced at the girl's towering breasts. The girl raised the glass and put it to her lips. The prince raised his eyebrows. The green-haired girl whistled. Shi Hua looked around, and Fan Xiao looked at You Shulang. Taking a deep breath, the girl slowly raised her wrist. Wait! The girl was stopped, and the one who spoke was the elegant man next to her. How can you let a girl drink alone? You Shulang smiled and picked up his own wine. Tapping it lightly, he took the wine glass from the girl's hand and put it in the wooden rack, then exchanged the girl's wooden rack with his own. A glass of wine that originally belonged to the girl was now in You Shulang's hand. You can say that it is inconvenient to drink wine from each other's cups, but we can exchange wine. This will not affect work and will not offend the guests. Generally, men with good character will not make excessive demands. Remember? You Shulang clinked glasses with the girl again, the gleam in his eyes cutting through the filth in the room. Fan Xiao flattened the corners of his mouth, took out a match from his pocket, pinched a corner with 2 fingers, and kept flipping it. Shi Hua, who had been making a lot of noise, now quieted down. He looked at You Shulang in disbelief, and when he saw Fan Xiao turning the matchbox over and over in his hands, he showed an even more surprised expression. Fan Xiao was upset. Fan Xiao was upset about his own fun. Before he could think about it, You Shulang accidentally slipped and knocked over a glass of wine. The aroma of wine filled the air, and the brown wine splashed onto the white shirt and quickly seeped into the fabric. The man brushed his clothes with his hand and said shyly, "I'm sorry." He took another cup, and before he put it to his lips, he heard the prince's cold voice. "Director, you, don't spill it again this time." Her thick eyelashes twitched twice, and You Shulang slowly curled his lips, a smile spreading out. The dark room seemed to be filled with a halo of pearls and brilliant glass. He swallowed the wine swiftly with a flip of his hand. When You Shulang's Adam's apple moved, Shi Hua heard the sound of the matchbox in Fan Zhao's hand being crushed. You Shulang drank 4 cups in total. After finishing the last cup, he put the cup down lightly, stood up calmly, and said with a smile that he was going to the bathroom as usual. The prince's eyes at this moment were filled with admiration. He smiled and raised his hand to see him off respectfully. Go quickly, unhurriedly, steadily and calmly. He opened the heavy door with his strong arms. Only when the door slowly closed did You Shulang's eyes turn cold, and he strode towards the bathroom. The toilet button was pressed by slender fingers, and the sound of flushing was heard. You Shulang slowly stood up and took a few tissues to wipe the corners of his mouth. He pushed open the door of the cubicle and looked up to see Fan Xiao leaning on the sink smoking. Drunk, he put down his cigarette and handed him a bottle of water. Yeah. You Shulang walked over and took it, then rinsed his mouth and washed his face at the sink. Straightening up, he threw the tissue he used to wipe his face into the trash can. Tonight, I feel a little uncomfortable, so I'll leave first. He smiled again. Have fun, you guys. Fan Xiao put out the cigarette he had just lit. I'll take you there. No need. Let's go. The man walked in front of You Shulang, leaving only his tall back behind him. Hot. Very hot. A fire started rising in his body. His breathing became heavier and heavier, and You Shulang fell into the abyss of desire next to the man he had just known for less than half a year. Chapter 14. Hot. Very hot. A fire started rising in his body. You Shulang's face darkened slightly. His eyes were cold and frightening. You Shulang was not an inexperienced rookie. He knew what this abnormal reaction in his body meant. Even if he had vomited out most of the medicine, the remaining residue was still so strong. The unbearable burning sensation extended from his lower body to his limbs, making him feel like he was being placed on a huge steamer. Feeling that unbuttoning one shirt button was not enough, You Shulang lowered half of the car window. The night breeze in late August was gentle but not wild enough, because the slight coolness brought by the speed of the car was not enough to suppress the heat rising in his body. Xiao was sitting next to him, hidden in the darkness of the car. They had all drunk, so they called a designated driver. The car glided along the moat. The colorful light strips were like a stunning dragon. The light entered the car from You Shulang's direction, wrapped around him, and continued to extend, ending at Xiao's legs, leaving an unusually clear dividing line between light and dark. In the light, a hand was placed on the slender thigh. The nails on that hand were always neatly trimmed, and the veins on the back of the hand were faintly visible, large and thick. You Shulang shifted his gaze, looked straight at the back of the seat in front of him, and asked, "Master, how long will it take to get there?" He thought he had restrained himself well, but when he opened his mouth, there was still a hint of emptiness in his hoarse voice. He frowned and decided not to speak again. The club was built halfway up a mountain, not close to the city. The designated driver took a look at the map on his phone and replied, "The navigation shows that it is 45 minutes to the destination." Frowning again, You Shulang estimated his ability to endure. "Is there anything else next? Is it urgent?" The man in the shadows asked slowly. "Are you still feeling unwell?" You Shulang didn't want to talk anymore. "Nothing, just asking." He then turned his head to the window, as if he didn't want to talk anymore. The man hiding in the dark looked at the soft hair without saying a word. After crossing the moat, they still had to drive on a stretch of highway. The flames in his body turned into fire beams, and You Shulang's skin was burned hot. He could no longer hold his back, and he sat down in the car seat exhausted, without any strength in his body. At this moment, he was extremely grateful for the darkness in the car, because only darkness could conceal his embarrassment. Flames are running wild, and his mouth is dry. You Shulang took a bottle of water from the shelf, but his fingertips were too soft to open the bottle cap. "Let me help you." Xiao raised his hand from his knees and covered the water bottle. Then with his other hand, he twisted it and opened it easily. The two hands on the bottle overlapped a small part, and the extremely ordinary touch almost caused You Shulang's consciousness to collapse. "Thanks. Are you sure you're not feeling unwell?" Xiao leaned out from the shadows and looked at You Shulang seriously. "Why is your face so red?" The hand holding the water bottle exerted force instantly. The bottle was deformed, and the water slowly overflowed, pouring along the plastic and between the fingers. The cold touch made You Shulang regain some sanity. He forced a smile and said, "I drank a little too much tonight. I'm sorry that Mr. Fan laughed at me." Xiao's eyes were as deep as a pond. After a long while, he smiled and said, "Now that there are no outsiders, why call me Mr. Fan?" He sat up straight and joked, "If Shulang calls out the wrong name again in the future, I will punish you." You Shulang was tortured by the heat, and his mind was in a mess. He didn't want to talk to Xiao. He just agreed casually, drank a sip of water hastily, and inserted his wet fingers into his hair wet with sweat, trying to suppress the evil fire in his body. But it was getting more and more uncomfortable. The scene in front of his eyes changed from 1 to 2, and phantoms kept appearing in his sight. His arms were stiff, and his fingers couldn't help but probe for the source of his anxiety. "Stop! You Shulang, stop!" The slender fingers stopped just on the edge of danger, and a layer of mist appeared in the glass-like eyes. Deadly discomfort. Waves of heat kept struggling and surging in his body like a flood. You Shulang felt like a fish deprived of oxygen, tumbling on the shore, being baked dry by the scorching sun. The hand that had just been placed on his knee appeared in his mind again uncontrollably, with distinct joints, visible tendons, broad and powerful. "You Shulang, you are really crazy." Suddenly, the man, whose mind was almost destroyed, clenched his fists and shouted in a deep voice, "Stop the car!" The car stopped with an emergency brake. The designated driver, not knowing what was going on, wanted to turn on the ceiling light to check the situation in the back seat, but was stopped at the last moment. "Don't turn on the lights," Fan Xiao said gently. He pulled You Shulang, who was about to get off the car, and looked at the driver with an unchanged smile. "The car is parked here. You can call a taxi to go back. I will triple the fare for you." The designated driver was stunned for a moment, then nodded in agreement, got out of the car, took out his electric car from the trunk, and drove away. The warmth from his palms slowly seeped through his shirt, making You Shulang feel even more uncomfortable. His nails suddenly dug into his palm, and the pain brought him back to consciousness. "Fan Xiao, I'm drunk and it's hard for me to ride in a car. I'll get off here and take a walk, and then I'll call a taxi back. I'll accompany you." "No need. You have a fever? Why are you so hot? Let go. I want to get off." You Shulang could no longer pretend to be calm and composed. He tried hard to break free from Fan Zhao's hands, but the man held his arms on both sides and pressed him down on the seat. "Have you been drugged?" Fan Xiao asked knowingly. You Shulang paused for his heavy breathing and slowly met Fan Zhao's gaze. Yes, there was medicine in the girl's wine. At this point, there was no need to hide it any longer, and it couldn't be hidden anymore. "So, you exchanged wine with that girl in order to save her?" Fan Xiao thought that asking questions again and again knowing the answer would make him happy, but the fact was, it didn't make him happy at all. You Shulang in front of him was in a state of embarrassment, pain, and depression, but also stunningly handsome. Fan Xiao suddenly felt that this was the first time he had looked at him so carefully. He had a fair complexion, good skin, handsome features, and soft and thick hair. He smiled a lot in front of people, but rarely smiled behind their backs. When he smiled, he was gentle, and when he didn't smile, he was indifferent, but he was still good-looking. Fan Xiao knew very well that he was not a soft-hearted person, and he would not show favoritism to anyone just because of their appearance. But now there was a faint voice in his heart telling him that he seemed to have had too much fun tonight. You Shulang, who was filled with hope, had no time to reply to Fan Zhao's question. He maintained his dignity at the critical point of losing control. "Mr. Fan, can you get out of the car first?" "Boss Fan." Fan Xiao looked at the man with red marks at the corners of his eyes and didn't leave. He even pressed closer. "Didn't I say that you are not allowed to call me Boss Fan in private? If you call me that wrong, you will be punished." In the dark and enclosed carriage, only You Shulang's heavy breathing could be heard. The two tall men were intertwined in the leather seats, looking down and up, their hot breaths entangled together. You Shulang, whose consciousness was already blurred, spoke out according to his body's instinct. He looked into the man's deep eyes and subconsciously asked, "How is the punishment?" Fan Xiao was speechless. The question that came to mind at the last minute left Fan Xiao speechless. Several of the threads in the air were torn apart, and he suddenly realized that he was too close to You Shulang. "How do you want to punish me?" You Shulang slowly looked at Fan Zhao's hand that was holding his arm, and his eyes lingered over the lines and veins on the back of his hand inch by inch. Fan Zhao's heart shuddered at the burning gaze. Just as he was thinking of how to find an excuse to turn the page, he heard You Shulang's hoarse voice. "Can you leave for a while?" Even though You Shulang had extraordinary willpower, he was only hanging on by a thread. He chuckled at himself. "I might be in a mess." Fan Zhao's heart suddenly tightened, and he felt regretful again. After taking a deep look at You Shulang, he turned around, pushed the door, and got out of the car. Leaning against the front of the car, he lit a cigarette. A heavy gasp came from the car. Even You Shulang, who was careful and considerate, had forgotten to close the half window. Holding a cigarette between his fingers, Fan Zhao's profile was clearly outlined by the light of the street lamp. His prominent Adam's apple moved up and down as he puffed and exhaled the cigarette. The white mist dissipated quickly in the wind, just like the occasional moans of a man. What followed needed no words. Chapter 15. The midnight moonlight slipped into the room through the gap in the curtains, leaving a streak of white light on the dark floor like a knife edge. The bathroom door was pushed open, and humid water vapor poured out. Footsteps were heard in the empty room. Leather slippers stopped in front of the window. A big hand grabbed the heavy curtains and pulled them. The moonlight outside the window and the white light on the ground disappeared at the same time. The room fell into darkness. There was a squeezing sound coming from the direction of the leather sofa, probably someone sitting down. The man seemed to be extremely adapted to or enjoying this darkness. After being wrapped in it for a long time, he seemed to have become one with it. The light that returned to the room was brought by a laptop computer on his lap. The rectangular light area shone on a tough face. The usual gentleness faded away, and the well-defined face revealed a rare sense of aggression. The wet hair with water droplets hanging down was gathered behind the head, and there was an unconcealed casualness and sharpness in the dark pupils. The corners of the mouth were slightly curved, and the arc properly interpreted what indifference was. It's Xiao, an unusual Xiao. He half lowered his eyes, looking at the computer in front of him. The light on the screen gradually faded and eventually went out, but it would light up again the next moment when the finger pressed it. This cycle repeated 3 times before the man in front of the computer seemed to have made some great decision and reached out to press the play button. The dark image on the screen began to move. A heavy groan suddenly came from the computer. The sound that had been blown away by the evening breeze now spread in the silent room and gradually sank into the surrounding darkness, as if adding another layer of temptation from midnight. The angle of the dashcam could only capture half of the man sitting in the back seat, but it was clearer than what Xiao saw at the time. The man raised his chin, drawing a slender arc. There seemed to be sweat on his neck, reflecting the light slightly. The protruding Adam's apple kept sliding with the sound of panting. One arm moved rhythmically. The strength and speed were enough to explain the unbearable hot flashes. With his finger on the volume button, Xiao turned up the volume. The deep and hoarse voice aroused a shudder. Those eyes should be hazy, the eyelashes should be misty, the lips should be gorgeous, and the body must be hot, incredibly hot. The meaningful association aroused the desire that Xiao had tried hard to hide in his eyes. His heartbeat quickened, his blood began to boil, and the strong emotions burned in his chest, making him wonder if he had also drunk the brown wine soup tonight. After some hesitation, the loose bathrobe was finally pulled aside, revealing the strong and smooth masculine lines, with muscles winding down from top to bottom, and the dormant power was even more dangerous. Xiao said fuck unwillingly. What followed needed no words. Chapter 16. Lu Jun took a deep breath and walked onto the catwalk. He was not a professional catwalk model. He was not tall enough and he lacked experience. Fortunately, the employer did not care, as long as he looked good and matched the items on display. After all, the main reason is that small models like Lu Jun are cheap. It was just a rehearsal, but Lu Jun was extremely nervous. The second-to-last model had already stepped out from behind the scenes into the spotlight, and when he turned around at the end of the catwalk, Lu Jun took his first step. As the last model to appear on stage, he wore the only collector's edition men's crown on his head. Different from the accessories displayed before, the significance of this crown was only to enhance the brand value and the designer's showmanship. Because it was a rehearsal, there were only a few spectators around the T-stage, mostly staff from the organizers and brand companies. There are also some special ones, like the man sitting at the end of the catwalk. He is wearing a straight dark suit, paired with a vintage shirt of the same color, buttoned up neatly all the way to his chin, very bright, half abstinence and half dignity. His long legs were casually crossed, showing his strength and vigor under his haute couture suit. He became another focus just by sitting casually. The man looked at the T-stage in front of him with calm eyes. After experiencing many intentional and unintentional gazes, he finally revealed an extremely handsome smile. Lu Jun came towards him slowly. All the mental preparation he had put in over and over again collapsed at the sight of that sudden smile. He panicked and twisted his foot, almost falling down. The man off the court frowned and lowered his crossed legs, but did not show any shock. Lu Jun quickly adjusted his state, stood up straight, turned around, and went back, completing an unsatisfactory finale. Mr. Fan. Lu Jun was still wearing makeup when she arrived at the rest area. I'm sorry to have kept you waiting. It didn't take long. It was fun to watch the show. Without any false politeness, Fan Zhao's tone sounded very sincere. You like watching fashion shows? Lu Jun was a little surprised. Fan Xiao sometimes gave people the same feeling as You Shulang, gentle, decent, and tactful. So he naturally thought that Fan Xiao would have little interest in such fashion events like You Shulang. Fan Xiao gently played with Lu Zhan's hair, and the shiny pieces used for decoration fell down, while some stubbornly stuck to the hair. He picked up the pieces in his hair with his fingertips and casually replied, "It's fun because of you." Boom. Lu Zhan felt like he had fallen into a pool of boiling water, like a shrimp with no idea where to go, being slowly steamed into an intoxicating color. He scratched his trousers with his hands, and after a while he steadied his breath before asking, "Mr. Fan, are you still going to ask me to be a model this time?" The fragments in the hair were swept away, and Fan Zhao's hand slid gently along the hair, hanging down by Lu Zhan's shoulder. "Not this time. This time I came here specifically to ask for your help." Lu Zhan showed a puzzled expression. "Help? What help? Is there anything I can do to help Mr. Fan?" Fan Xiao smiled dotingly. "Of course, let's be more confident, okay? I have an important banquet tomorrow night, but you know I'm new here and I don't have many friends around me to entertain. There are 3 people on the other side, and it's not easy for me to go alone. So could you please come with me and help me entertain the guests?" Entertain guests. There are a lot of dirty things in Lu Zhan's circle, and the word entertain can be interpreted in many ways. Fan Xiao immediately understood and smiled. "Let's just have a drink and chat together. I promise to send you home safely before 12 o'clock at night. I don't have any other intentions." Lu Zhan was a little embarrassed, but then he became a little happy. "Mr. Fan helped me so much last time, I will definitely do my best this time." Just as Fan Xiao was about to say thank you, he saw a man wearing a beret walking towards him. He looked a little troubled, but he quickly explained his purpose. "Lu Zhan, the brand asked me to inform you that you will not be needed to display the crown at the end. Someone else will be replaced. You should still display the previous sets of accessories." Lu Zhan was a little surprised and felt embarrassed because Fan Xiao was there. He asked anxiously, "Why did you replace me? Was it because I didn't perform well on the stage just now?" It is common to have imperfect performances during rehearsals. After all, no one has fully exerted their energy. The beret was silent for a moment, then said with a flat mouth, "That's how it is in our circle. Whoever gets paid more has the final say. You know that. Okay, it's a niche brand. If we lose the finale, we lose it. There will be another time. Next time." Lu Zhan swallowed the rest of the words and fell silent with a look of disappointment on his face. "Is there anything I can help with?" Fan Xiao asked after the man in beret left. Lu Zhan smiled bitterly and shook his head, then said with all his strength, "I will be there on time tomorrow night. The Airbus bar is very famous in this city." Pushing open the water-corroded and worm-eaten wooden door, you will see the vast and boundless starry sky, deep and mysterious, vast and boundless. As you look out, you can see the star clusters in the abyss, the flares as flat as the bottom of a mirror, and the different kinds of ethereality all around. The creaking wooden door slowly closed, as if a knife severed all connections between the entrant and the mundane world. Everything that was once believed to be eternal, infinite, and limitless became a waste of space. Leaning on the sofa, Fan Xiao slowly sipped the wine in his hand. He looked at the starry sky and suddenly felt that his game was very boring. Over the years, he had always been looking for fun in his boring life, and You Shulang was the one that kept him interested the longest and took the most time. But at this moment, surrounded by the false stars, he felt tired again, and once again felt like he had given up hope. The cold sea water seemed to slowly surge up from under his feet, and he seemed to be in that world of horror and sorrow again. The raging waves, the screaming crowd, the instinctive escape. People were constantly swept away by the sea, and only the pair of soft hands were firmly pulling him, telling him, "Fan Xiao, run." "I don't want to run anymore. I can't run anymore. If you are scared, strike a match. The matches are wet too. Take me away." "Mr. Fan." The sea water slowly receded, revealing Lu Zhan's smiling face. "Let's have a drink together." "Okay." Fan Xiao responded calmly, "But I want to hear you sing a song first." "Me? Sing." Lu Zhan glanced at the microphone standing in the middle of the bar stage. "I can't do that. I don't sing well." Fan Xiao took an exquisite gift box from his assistant, untied the ribbon with his fingers, and opened the dark blue velvet wrapping. A crown inlaid with colorful crystals sparkled under the refraction of the vast starry sky. Lu Zhan was stunned. Is this the crown at the end of the show? Yes, it belongs to you now, Fan Xiao said lightly. Since it is yours, it is not suitable for others to wear it. Seeing that Lu Zhan was still a little confused, Fan Zhao's Chinese assistant said at the right time, Mr. Lu, Mr. Fan has become the first major customer of the Xini Jewelry Autumn and Winter Show. He bought this crown for you. In addition, the brand said that as the owner of this crown, you should show it on the catwalk. Before Lu Zhan could digest this information, Fan Xiao took the crown out of the gift box and put it on his head. He whispered softly in his ear, Your Highness, may I have the honor of asking you to sing a song for me? Where is this song coming from? Fan Zhao's friends came over to make a scene, and Lu Zhan quickly stood up and said with a red face, If Mr. Fan doesn't mind, I will. Fan Xiao slowly leaned back, put one hand on the back of the sofa, stretched his body, crossed his legs, and the light in his eyes was brighter than the stars. Go ahead, he said. As the music started, the originally dim lights in the bar dimmed again, and the only light gathered in the middle of the stage. A slow song came slowly, and Lu Zhan's voice was good and full of affection. He looked over from the stage wearing a crown, and Fan Xiao raised his glass. Who is this? Shirley Hua said, holding a glass of wine. Why do you hire so many men recently? Fan Xiao said nothing, raised his hand, and pushed him away. It was time to finish the game quickly, so he took out his cell phone and dialed a number to speed up the game. The phone was connected after a few rings, and in the noisy environment, Fan Xiao heard a mellow voice. Mr. Fan. Mr. Fan. These two simple words suddenly pulled him back into the dark carriage. He pressed the hot man and asked for a punishment. The man's eyes, full of hope and greed, lingered on his hand and asked softly, How is the punishment? How to punish? Fan Xiao, who didn't get relief yesterday, is ready to make a move again. This isn't normal. Fan Xiao. You Shulang's voice came from the phone again, this time using a different name. Shulang. Fan Xiao's voice was a little low. He asked him in the noise, What are you doing? Me? I didn't do anything. I was just watching the game at home. Fan Xiao cast his gaze towards Lu Zhan on the stage and said, Having a girlfriend to accompany you? That's great. The other party paused, then said, It's just me. Oh, Director Yu has no beauty to accompany you during the long night. He has an appointment tonight. It's a pity for Liang Yi. Fan Zhao's words were a little out of place, and the other end's tone was helpless. Are you calling me for something? Nothing much, Fan Xiao said with a smile. I heard someone singing beautifully in the bar, so I wanted to invite you to listen with me. After all, you are my only friend in this city. He raised his phone, the heat in his eyes slowly decreasing. Did you hear it? Does it sound good? The singing voice was empty and far away, and was wrapped in a chaotic sound. The other party was silent for a while and gave a perfunctory answer. Not bad. Shulang, come and play for a while. Konka, we just have a few friends who we can play with. I'm your only friend in this city, right? The person on the phone laughed softly. Mr. Fan has no shortage of friends wherever he goes. Don't flatter me in the future. Anything else? I'm hanging up now. I'm watching the game. The rather impolite tone actually made Fan Xiao laugh. He said in a good-natured manner, Director Yu is becoming more and more impolite to me. Where's the politeness you showed me when we first met? The other person also laughed. Courtesy is for outsiders. You don't deserve it. My heart suddenly became confused, and the singing on the stage stopped. After a long while, Fan Xiao held up his phone and thought that the game was actually quite interesting. Chapter 17. Lu Zhan, holding an exquisite gift box, opened the door of the unit and looked back again. Fan Xiao quickly raised the corners of his lips and gave him a smile. When the sound of a door closing was finally heard, the smile slowly faded. The man leaning against the car raised his eyelids and looked up at the towering building. I wonder which lonely lamp our Director Yu is guarding, waiting for his lover to come home. Fan Xiao threw a cigarette into his mouth. Cry. A lovelorn person always waits for an amorous person. Fan Xiao was not unfamiliar with this place. 2 nights ago, You Shulang got off the car at the same location. At that time, Fan Xiao was not as considerate as today and sat in the car without moving. It was the first time that he felt lustful towards a man, and he couldn't help feeling a little uncomfortable. He even thought about ending this game. So he had a calm expression on his face, just rolled down the car window, and watched You Shulang walk into the unit door. The crumpled white shirt was tucked at the waist, and the slender waist cut through the gentle evening breeze. Tonight, You Shulang's steps were not as calm and steady as usual. His shoulders were relaxed and his hips dropped, looking a little lazy but also unrestrained. "Mai mi cry di bai gua kun lao." No man is more flirty than you. Looking at the man who had provoked him but was completely unaware, Fan Xiao, who was sitting in the car, suddenly became furious. "What did you say?" You Shulang turned around and looked over. Under the voice-controlled light, red marks could still be seen on his lips from suppressing his emotions. "I say good night," Fan Xiao replied. "Well, good night." You Shulang hesitated. "Sorry for tonight." You Shulang. Fan Xiao didn't know why he called him out loud. When that person looked at him again, the man in the car forced himself to find a reason. "Don't you have anything to ask me today?" You Shulang stopped, thought for a moment, and walked back. He leaned over the car window and looked at Fan Xiao. "I do have something to ask about investing in the pharmaceutical factory, but you don't have to worry about it, and you don't have to worry about me. I'm just an employee. I won't go hungry no matter what decision you make." Fan Xiao looked at the handsome face in front of him and found that You Shulang's pupils seemed to be light brown, and his eyelashes were not long but very thick. He did not have a pair of passionate eyes, but they were very clear. "Please believe in my professionalism. The Sawujia Shushin oral liquid project is very promising. Even if we are friends, I will not let my money go to waste. Your project has passed the preliminary review. The next step is to confirm the investment intention." After hearing this, You Shulang smiled relaxedly and said softly, "Although I won't confirm the investment intention casually, but..." Fan Xiao stared at the red mark on the man's lips. "But I will take out the plan of my friend's company from the discarded files of the investment department and evaluate it again." You Shulang hesitated for a moment, then lowered his eyes and smiled. "What else can I say? I can only say thank you." Fan Xiao, who was just considering ending the game, asked, "How are you going to thank me?" Without waiting for You Shulang to answer, he added, "Don't treat me to a meal to fool me. It's not enough." You Shulang leaned against the car window and shook his shoulders, smiling. "Then how do you want me to thank you? I'll let you know when I've thought of it." "Good. Do you want me to help you get revenge for what happened tonight?" Fan Xiao suddenly asked. "Who?" "Shui Baodian from Ruixian." You Shulang's eyes were a little cold. "No need. I can do it myself." "What are you up to?" "He is rich and powerful. I can't confront him head-on." The implication is that since the open approach won't work, You Shulang has to do it covertly. Fan Xiao laughed and said, "I thought you were a pure saint who would endure the loss." You Shulang let out a soft fuck, straightened up, said goodbye, and walked towards the unit door. Halfway through, he stopped, turned around, and walked towards the car again. In the moonlight, the man walked towards him step by step. Every step seemed to be stepping on Fan Xiao's heart. He subconsciously held his breath, not knowing why he was so nervous. You Shulang once again stood beside the car, bent down but did not maintain a proper social distance as usual. He even slightly put his head into the car, suddenly shortening the distance between him and Fan Xiao. "What's wrong? Are you scared?" He looked at Fan Xiao's hands that were tightly gripping the seat and restrainedly looked away. "What a joke." Fan Xiao let go of his hand and forced an unnatural smile. You Shulang raised his eyebrows, reached out, and opened his windbreaker, took out a pack of Thai cigarettes from his inner pocket, and hooked his finger. "Matches." Fan Xiao was stunned for a moment, then took out a match and put it in his hand. You Shulang took a cigarette out of the cigarette box and put it in his mouth, then straightened Fan Xiao's clothes and patted them jokingly. "This cigarette is really addictive." He withdrew his body, put the whole pack of cigarettes into his pocket, turned around with the cigarette in his mouth, and waved his hand casually. "Let's go." It was not until that figure disappeared that Fan Xiao finally caught his breath. He leaned back against the chair, sneered, and cursed at himself. "You actually thought that someone wanted to kiss you. Fan Xiao, your brain is really fucking sick." Chapter 18. When the last begonia withered, the Acanthopanax Soothing Project was officially launched. At the project launch ceremony, Fan Xiao was handed the microphone. Today, Fan Xiao wore a silver plaid suit, a moon-white shirt, a silver-gray twill tie, and a dark red wool coat. The colors were much brighter than his usual monotonous black, white, and gray. His perfectly tailored trousers wrapped around his narrow hips and long legs, making him look tall and straight, easily attracting everyone's attention. He took the microphone and walked slowly forward, his warm smile particularly dazzling in the September sunshine. I don't speak Chinese well, so please forgive me if I say anything wrong. His unhurried voice unfolded the story, from project planning to market prospects, to future expectations. Fan Xiao clearly constructed the development path of the oral liquid project, as well as his confidence and expectations for the project. When he was about to finish, he turned his gaze to You Shulang in the audience. The moment their eyes met, the smile on the stage deepened a little. Finally, I hope that the cooperation between Pinfeng Venture Capital and Bohai Pharmaceuticals can be as strong and long-lasting as the friendship between me and Director Yu. TSK. Amidst the warm applause, You Shulang maintained a steady smile, but a strange feeling flashed through his mind. That feeling of being entangled appeared again. You Shulang didn't want to be sentimental, but Fan Zhao's emotions wrapped in inexpressible feelings always made him feel weird, but he had no way to investigate it. The next moment, this sticky emotion would be crushed by the brotherhood between men, often making You Shulang examine himself whether he was too sensitive and overthinking. After the ceremony, You Shulang took Fan Xiao to visit the office that Bohai prepared for him. Venture capital companies need to participate in the management and decision-making of projects and help formulate strategies and plans for projects. Director Liu asked me to prepare an office for you so that you can follow up on the projects in the future. He pushed open the door of the office and stepped aside to welcome Fan Xiao in. Boss Fan, please see if there is anything else you need. I'll have someone prepare it right away. Fan Xiao entered the office and closed the door. Without even glancing at the furnishings in the room, he pulled out a bottle of moisturizing cream from the pocket of his cashmere coat. The scent of perfume wafted out when he unscrewed the lid. The weather is too dry. My skin can't stand it. After scooping out a large amount, Fan Xiao smeared it on his face and rubbed it vigorously. Do you want to apply it? He handed the moisturizing cream to You Shulang, as if he was offering a treasure. You Shulang chuckled and pushed the cream away. I don't need it. Wearing only a suit, he looked at Fan Zhao's wool coat and asked, Are you still not used to the climate here? It's cold and dry. Fan Xiao stuffed the moisturizer into his pocket, sat on the sofa next to the boss's desk, and fanned the air in front of him. Am I too fragrant? You Shulang raised his eyebrows, pursed his lips, and seemed to be hesitant to speak. What's wrong? Fan Xiao asked. Your face. You Shulang pointed. The cream is not applied evenly. Really? Fan Xiao wiped it with his hands again, raised his head and asked him, What about now? Here. You Shulang moved closer. And here too. Fan Xiao was slowly enveloped by You Shulang's aura. He looked over and, in the bright sunlight, met his eyes and brows, which were so clear that he could even count his eyelashes. He held his breath involuntarily, as if the air around him had stopped and the floating dust in the light came alive. Fan Xiao suddenly felt that this office was very nice and could accommodate the sound of his own heartbeat. Here. Fan Zhao's fingers moving on his face suddenly became very inflexible. Is it applied evenly? You Shulang sighed slightly, leaned in a little closer, his fingertips almost touching the light brown skin. It's here. How about, could you please visit Director Yu? Hearing this, You Shulang was slightly startled, and suddenly found that he and Fan Xiao were already so close. He looked at Fan Xiao, and found that the man's eyes had been glued to him at some point, and his dark eyebrows and eyes gathered the scattered sunlight, making the two flat words of bright and gentle become extremely vivid. Subconsciously, You Shulang tried to move away, but the man sitting on the sofa grabbed his wrist. Shulang, Fan Xiao called him almost in a whisper, his voice warm and tender after being bathed in sunlight. Help me, okay? The strange feeling came again. You Shulang analyzed again. Was this the recklessness between men, or a deliberate teasing? After a long and quiet silence, his fingertips touched the smooth skin, quickly spreading the moisturizer evenly on the few spots that were not evenly applied. Thank you. Fan Xiao thanked you with a smile, before You Shulang withdrew. He returned to normal, and jokingly praised the office for being well decorated and very satisfactory. Rubbing his fingertips together, the sticky touch was still obvious, and the rich scent of essence slowly coiled up like a snake, making You Shulang feel quite uncomfortable. Am I overthinking it again? Fan Xiao is a good friend, and You Shulang doesn't want to impose his uncertain intuition on him. So he once again suppressed the strangeness in his heart and called his subordinates, asking them to prepare a high-power humidifier for Fan Zhao's office. Director, you still loves me. Fan Xiao smiled carelessly. He took out a cigarette and offered it to him. Have one. Shut up. You Shulang took the cigarette and lit it with the flame from Fan Xiao. Don't use inability to express your feelings as an excuse in the future. You are. The smoke he exhaled was hazy, and Fan Xiao asked him from behind the hazy smoke. What is it? The man's slightly cold expression made You Shulang pause. You are evil to begin with. Bad. Fan Xiao chewed the word between his teeth, then laughed out loud. He put his elbows on his knees, lowered his body, and his shoulders shook. He smiled and said, Director, you really has a sharp eye. Sometimes I also feel that I am bad. For example, I plan to use Director Yu's only day off in half a month and ask him to go out with me. In order to get the oral liquid project approved and put into production as soon as possible, the project team members have been working overtime for more than half a month. Now that the project has been launched as scheduled, it can be regarded as a phased result. Therefore, the project team members who still have heavy follow-up work have a day off. Sorry. You Shulang just started to speak when Fan Xiao interrupted him. It seems like someone still owes me a thank you. You Shulang sighed, feeling troubled. Lu Zhen treated him strangely recently. If he didn't look for him, he wouldn't come looking for him. In relationships, You Shulang didn't like to be clingy. It was always Lu Zhen who stuck to him, calling and texting him constantly, and even sharing a cup of coffee with him. But he has been busy with work recently, and it is often several days in a row before he realizes that Lu Zhen hasn't even sent him a message. When he called him, he was either working or catching up on sleep. The two of them haven't had a single serious conversation in more than half a month. You Shulang felt that he had neglected Lu Zhen due to work and made him unhappy, so he had made an appointment with him in advance to take him to Disneyland in Linxiang on his day off. Even so, Lu Zhen didn't seem very happy. He hesitated for a long time on the phone before reluctantly agreeing. You Shulang was already having a hard time dealing with Lu Zhen, and now there was another person named Fan Xiao. I know I owe you. You Shulang sat next to Fan Xiao and said kindly, but I really have an appointment tomorrow. The man next to him smiled and asked, with your girlfriend? You Shulang bit the cigarette and exhaled it before saying, with a partner. Fan Xiao nodded, understandingly. Then I can't disturb you. I can only wish Director Yu a happy holiday in advance. You Shulang tilted his head to look at Fan Xiao. When the man smiled, every muscle on his face would stretch slightly. His smile was soft and sincere, like a piece of warm jade, warming people's hearts. He shook his head and chuckled, at the expense of his past self-conceit and sensitivity. Director, you always return the favor, whispering, where did you get that face cream? You only know how to take care of your skin, but don't care about the life and death of your nose. He slowly stood up, lowered his eyes, and asked Fan Xiao, do you have anything else to do later? If not, I'll go with you to buy a bottle of face cream. Fan Xiao looked delighted. He stood up and put his arm on You Shulang's shoulder, saying in a nonchalant voice, don't disbelieve me. Director Yu just loves me. You Shulang curled his fingers slightly, and after a little bit of patience, he did not open the arm from his shoulder. Inside the mall, Fan Xiao leaned in a corner and made a phone call. Not far away, You Shulang was suppressing his impatience and headache about cosmetics as a man, and listened to the salesgirl introducing the products in a gentle and polite manner. Fan Xiao looked at him, with a smile on his face, but his eyes were cold. The call was quickly connected, and Lu Zhen's slightly surprised voice came over. Mr. Fan? Why are you calling me? Why? Only we chat, but not phone calls. Fan Zhao's voice seemed to be filled with laughter. Yes, of course. I mean, Mr. Fan is so busy. No matter how busy you are, you can't forget about our Xinjin. Fan Xiao looked at You Shulang and raised his eyebrows with a smile. Are you free tomorrow, Xinjin? Mr. Fan wants to talk to me about something? I've been in this city for a long time, but I haven't been able to explore it properly. I happen to have some time tomorrow, so I'd like you to take me on a tour. Oh, I see. If you don't have time, you can refuse me. It's okay. No, I have time. I have time. So when will we meet tomorrow? Tomorrow morning at 9 o'clock, urban wetlands. After hanging up the phone, You Shulang also selected a facial cream for Fan Xiao. When the two people left the mall, they attracted a lot of attention along the way because of their looks and height. As soon as he got in the car and fastened his seatbelt, You Shulang's phone rang. The carriage was closed and the distance was very close, so the voice on the phone leaked out slightly. Shulang, I just received a notice. Tomorrow, the economic company has arranged a job for me. You Shulang never smoked in the car, but now he was addicted. He played with the unburned cigarette with his fingers and said calmly, Okay, I got it. I'll refund the tickets and hotel. Let's make an appointment later. It took less than 30 seconds from the time the call was connected to the time it was hung up. You Shulang looked out the window, cigarette in his mouth. Fan Xiao started the car and slowly glided out. Was stood up. His tone was filled with pity for his friend. He's in trouble. Then can I? You Shulang turned around and smiled at the rather nervous Fan Xiao. Sure, I'll accompany you wherever you want to go tomorrow. Urban wetland. Meet at 9:30. One corner of his lips curled up, and a mocking smile was reflected in the rearview mirror. Chapter 19. It's a nice autumn day with clear sky, wind, and no clouds. Wearing a white sports suit, Lu Jun looked as beautiful as if he had just stepped off a catwalk. Morning, Mr. Fan. He greeted Fan Xiao, who was watching the fish swimming in the water. Am I late? Not too late. Fan Xiao retracted his gaze. I arrived too early. He looked at the lunch bag in Lu Jun's hand and asked with a smile, What did you bring? Lu Jun was a little embarrassed. Some food I made myself. The wetland is very big. We can eat some to replenish our energy during our rest time. Thank you for your thoughtfulness. Fan Xiao smiled perfunctorily and thanked him absent-mindedly. So are we going in now? Fan Xiao glanced at his watch. It was 9:10. You Shulang would be arriving soon. The joy in his eyes became genuine. He took out his cigarette box and shook it. I'll smoke one more cigarette. Smoking will be prohibited when I go in. You Shulang is always punctual and arrives 15 minutes early for an appointment. Now there are still 5 minutes of gap, which is just enough time for Fan Xiao to smoke a cigarette. He was wearing a white plush wool coat, and if you ignore the gender, he and Lu Jun, who was wearing a white sportswear, looked like a perfect match. The movements of lighting a cigarette and extinguishing the match were full of joyful rhythm. Fan Xiao held the cigarette between his teeth, and the smoke rose. He squinted his eyes and asked, Jinjin, what do you think will happen to a person who appears to be perfect on the outside if his secret is exposed in public? Ah. Lu Jun was stunned. He didn't understand what Fan Xiao meant for a moment, and said hesitantly, You will be angry out of shame, right? Fan Xiao chuckled, clicked his tongue, and shook his head. It shouldn't be the case. That person is good at pretending. He will swallow the food with a smile even if his teeth are broken. That person? Who is he? The smoke turned from thick to thin, and then dispersed into the gentle wind. Lu Jun was a little embarrassed because he had no answer to the question. The weather in autumn was hot, and he started to lose his temper just after 9 o'clock. The entrance to the scenic area was unobstructed, and Lu Jun felt a little hot. He looked at Fan Xiao, who was wearing a cashmere coat, and couldn't help wondering, Mr. Fan, aren't you hot? Now Fan Xiao no longer needs to maintain his gentle persona, but he is in a good mood and is willing to reply. I don't feel hot, I just feel dry. The hand without the cigarette reached into his coat pocket, and his fingertips touched a round bottle of face cream. The slightly cool touch made his heart suddenly tense, as if he had pressed a button to open the floodgates, and some inappropriate thoughts poured out like a spring. The warmth of the man's fingers on his face, his concentration when comparing face creams in the mall, the smile on the corners of his lips when he gently told him to shut up, the lust in the car that could drive him crazy, and the voice Fan Xiao that he would only hear when he was in a hurry. Will they all disappear from his life after today? You Shulang will draw a clear line between himself and drift away from him. The fingertips holding the cigarette paused, and the smile on Fan Xiao's face slowly faded. So what? He was a little angry, because that person had returned to his initial politeness and respect, no longer indulging his nonsense, no longer rummaging through his pockets for cigarettes, and no longer allowing him to hang out with him in the name of brotherhood. That's all. Fan Xiao took 2 long puffs of his cigarette and repeated, that's all several times in his mind. He looked towards the end of the road and saw rows of vehicles moving slowly in front of the scenic area. Fan Xiao was biting the cigarette, but with his teeth, not realizing that the cigarette had burned out and the remaining smoke was gradually extinguishing. At 9:15, Fan Xiao saw You Shulang's car turn into the scenic area avenue on time. He withdrew his gaze, picked up the cigarette, and took a deep puff, only to find that only a short cigarette but was left in his hand. After 100 meters, Fan Xiao threw away the cigarette butt and repeatedly crushed it with his high-end leather shoes. After 80 meters, he took out a match and kept turning it between his fingers. After 50 meters, his slender and powerful fingers stroked the Buddha amulet on his chest. After 30 meters, Fan Xiao suddenly chuckled at himself, and then pushed Lu Zhen and walked quickly to the side of the road. A taxi had just unloaded a passenger, and a new passenger came in before the meter even started to turn up. Fan Xiao stuffed Lu Zhen into the car and apologized with great guilt but eagerness. "Sorry, I suddenly remembered an urgent matter and I need to go back to the company. So today's garden tour has to be canceled. I will make it up to you, Xinxin." He closed the car door, patted the car, and urged, "Drive." Lu Zhen was in a daze from the beginning to the end. He leaned out of the car window and held up the lunch bag in his hand. "These." Fan Zhao's eyes lit up. He took the bag of food from him and said with a smile, "Thank you, I will enjoy it." The taxi turned on the right turn signal, turned into the driving lane, and slowly glided out. The exhaust fumes had not yet dissipated when the white Audi stopped in the parking space it had just occupied. The car window slowly rolled down, and You Shulang tilted his head in the car to look at Fan Xiao standing by the road. "Am I late?" the man teased. Fan Xiao leaned forward and held the car window. "No, I came too early." He opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat, pointing forward. "The parking lot is in front, about 30 meters ahead." You Shulang started the car and turned the steering wheel to the left, then asked casually, "I saw you talking to someone in the taxi just now." Fan Xiao poked his tongue against his teeth and replied casually, "The old man asked for directions, and I helped him get into a taxi." You Shulang looked ahead with a faint smile on his face. "A person with poor sense of direction is giving directions to others? That's why I sent you in a taxi." The atmosphere in the car was good, relaxed, and natural. You Shulang raised his chin and asked, "What's in your hand?" Fan Xiao raised his eyebrows and then lowered his eyes, hiding the teasing and badness in his eyes, and said softly, "Food. I heard it's quite big inside. You can have a bite to eat when you are free." You Shulang glanced over and asked, "Did you do this?" "There is a parking space in front." Fan Xiao patted the control panel and cleverly changed the subject. After parking the car, the two entered the wetland park. "Since we came early, there weren't many people. The reeds in the garden were dancing and the river was rippling. In autumn, the grass and trees were already showing signs of withering, but the last bit of their glory was still full of charm. A gust of wind blew and the reeds fluttered, a vast and yet gentle beauty. The two people walked along the wooden corridor that spanned the wetland, stopping from time to time. When they found a view, they leaned on the railings and relaxed. Fan Xiao attracted attention all the way, first because of his tall and handsome appearance, and secondly because of his inappropriate wearing of a woolen coat. However, he did not get a single glance from the man next to him. You Shulang was a man of few words. His ordinary gray pullover unexpectedly made him look as white as jade. He liked to lean on the railing and watch the tourists passing by. The smile on his lips was not strong, but one could tell that he was content. "What are you looking at?" Fan Xiao asked him. This simple question made You Shulang feel troubled. He thought for a moment before replying. "They are all very happy." "They are happy, so you are happy too." Fan Xiao tilted his head to look at him. "So Director Yu is so loving." You Shulang sighed and looked back at him with a smile. "Fan Xiao, you are always so unreasonable." He cast his eyes on the tourists passing by. "I'm not that great, but I can also be infected by the simple joy of the people around me. Aren't you the same? Someone beside you." Fan Xiao took a step forward and got closer to You Shulang. "I should be the one beside you. Do you think I am feeling pure joy right now?" You Shulang stretched out his hand to push away his enlarged, handsome face and said jokingly, "I don't know whether you are happy or not, but I know you are not innocent." Fan Xiao choked up. "Thieves are often guilty." You Shulang glared at him. "How did I get it right?" Fan Xiao reacted and loosely wrapped his arms around You Shulang, feeling his muscles and bones gradually stiffening. Yes, Director Yu is the best. In the sunlight, the soft hair on You Shulang's earlobe was clearly visible. His ears were burned by the hot and humid air and slowly turned red. Kind of cute. Fan Xiao was like a 3-year-old kid who had found a new toy, rubbing against it all over the covered bridge, making You Shulang unable to pretend to be a straight man anymore. So he forcefully pushed his arms open. It's hot, stay away. Fan Xiao was not annoyed when he was pushed away. Looking at You Shulang, who was avoiding his gaze, he finally felt pure joy. Since it's hot, go find some shade on the shore. The elm tree has strong vitality and remains lush and green even in autumn. Its branches are twisted and straight, casting a not-too-thick shadow. There were no chairs, so the two of them sat on the ground. Before Fan Xiao sat down, You Shulang clicked his tongue and asked a passerby for a plastic bag to spread evenly on the ground before allowing him to sit. He tugged at Fan Xiao's snow-white wool coat and ordered lazily, "You can only sit, not lie down." After saying this, You Shulang stretched out his waist and laid down on the grass. Fan Xiao was obedient. He sat there quietly, supported himself with one hand, and looked sideways at the comfortable man beside him. There is no shortage of vines in places with lush aquatic plants. The winding vines climb up to the ceiling along the willow branches, casting the sunlight into vague and mottled shadows. This shadow was now projected onto You Shulang's face, swaying slightly, making him look very unreal, and as if it had isolated Fan Xiao in a different place. So he made small talk. "Won't you introduce this place to me?" "What are you introducing?" "Wetland Park." You Shulang didn't open his eyes, and only raised a thin slit on his lips. "What's there to introduce? It used to be just a reed marsh and stinking water bubble. There is only one benefit, which is that in summer and autumn, we can go fishing to catch some fish and shrimp to improve our diet." He frowned, as if thinking of something unpleasant. "It's not always possible to get a good harvest. Sometimes it depends on luck. Did you do this kind of thing as a child?" "I started fishing and catching shrimps when I was 5, and continued until I was 14. You Shulang opened his eyes and pointed. "The water is deep and the fish are big in that place. Greedy children have drowned there before." Fan Xiao looked in the direction of the finger and saw abundant water and lush grass, forming a beautiful scene. He withdrew his gaze calmly and asked, "Are you not greedy?" "Greedy." You Shulang looked at the ceiling with a somewhat empty gaze. "But I want to live a good life more. Is it really that important to be alive?" Fan Xiao looked at the place where the corpse had been buried again, and the haze that could not be suppressed appeared in his eyes. "How tiring it is to be alive." "It's tiring, but there are also places worth cherishing." "Indeed," Fan Xiao smiled gently. "For example, having a wonderful love affair, or enjoying delicious food in a pleasant time." There was a smile in his tone, but there was frost in his eyes. With full of malice, Fan Xiao opened the lunch bag expressionlessly, glanced at the things inside, and picked out a box of sushi. "Come and try it to see if it tastes good." The sushi roll was brought to You Shulang's mouth, but the man turned his head away and said, "I can do it myself." "Why are you being so polite?" Fan Xiao was a little bit competitive and put the food in his hand on You Shulang's lips again. "You helped me apply the cream, so I have to serve Director Yu." You Shulang frowned, but felt that he couldn't explain it clearly to Fan Xiao, so he could only open his lips, avoid the man's fingers, and swallow the sushi carefully. The sushi rolled around in his mouth, and he swallowed it carelessly. He said coldly, "Stop being so sticky. I won't do it again." Fan Xiao felt that You Shulang's cursing had an accent that sounded quite pleasant, making people feel so tempted that they wanted to bite him hard on the flesh. "Take a bite." As soon as the evil thought came out, Fan Xiao was stunned. "Take a bite? What kind of crazy idea is this?" Damn! His hairs were spinning with a chill, and he gritted his teeth and asked, "Is it delicious?" As a lover, how could he not taste Lu Xun's cooking skills? Fan Xiao waited for You Shulang to be surprised and puzzled, and the prepared words could be blurted out at any time. However, his abnormal hobby was not satisfied. You Shulang replied indifferently, "It's okay. Did you make it? Or did you buy it?" Fan Xiao was surprised. He was silent for a moment and then asked casually, "How is your skill compared to your girlfriend's?" You Shulang bent his arms and pressed them over his eyes, sighing. "Fan Xiao, You should find a girlfriend. It's better than always being interested in other people's partners. He was helpless and resigned to his fate and replied, my partner rarely cooks, so I cook for him. You cook it for him? Fan Xiao suddenly raised his voice. Grass. He got angry for some reason, threw the sushi in his hand into the lunch bag, slapped his hands in disgust, and spat fiercely. It's fucking disgusting. Chapter 20. The famous bar street is full of flashing neon lights and drunken eyes. The confusing lights and the occasional erotic music that comes out from behind the heavy doors make the evening breeze even more enchanting and dense. A few dozen meters away from the main street is a back alley. Now Fan Xiao and You Shulang are leaning against the wall of the back alley counting stars. It is not accurate to say lean against either. Fan Xiao was ordered to stay 3 centimeters away from the wall. Who told you to wear a white cashmere coat? You Shulang said this with a half smile, and the mischief in his eyes made people tremble. Fan Xiao looked away, pursed his collar and mouth, looked impatient, but stood up straight obediently. The autumn tiger is arrogant during the day, but becomes vulnerable at night. The night wind rushes in from the alley entrance, quickly runs through the narrow alley, bringing a chill with it. While teasing the wild cat, You Shulang moved to Fan Xiao's right side, stood in the upwind direction, used his body to break the cold wind, and left a corner with less wind for the person behind him. Thoughtful, almost gentle. It's also frustrating. Are you like this to everyone? Fan Xiao asked him politely. What? You Shulang never understood what Fan Xiao was angry about. He watched the man move forward, almost touching his back. The man suddenly put his hands around You Shulang's waist from behind, leaned over slightly, and whispered in his ear. Since Director Yu is a good guy, then be a good guy to the end and let me hide from the wind. Fan Zhao's tall body fit You Shulang perfectly, and they were inseparable along the curves of the human body. The indescribable part pressed against the raw flesh, and even through the clothes, it made You Shulang instantly enter a state of defense. Let go. He suppressed his anger and barely maintained his calm and straight man image. Fan Xiao, you've gone too far. Fan Xiao tilted his head to look at him from behind, and seeing You Shulang's frown, he slowly loosened his hand and moved away. Can't we huddle together for warmth? Director Yu is being petty. You Shulang was angry and squinted at Fan Xiao unkindly. I've told you so many times, stop being so annoying. We are all men. Why do we care so much? Fan Xiao didn't care. When he saw You Shulang staring at him, he raised his hands in surrender again. Okay, I'll pay attention next time. He lowered his body to please him and asked with a smile, can I light a cigarette for Director Yu? Thick-skinned is the character label that You Shulang gave to Fan Xiao. As they spent more time together, he found that Fan Xiao was extremely good at making people angry and then would shamelessly coax them. His tricks to coax people were endless, and he would never stop until he made them laugh. It's really unbearable. Pushing away the hand that was offering him a cigarette, You Shulang asked the same question as when they first entered the alley. What on earth are we supposed to be doing here? If you keep me in suspense, I'm leaving. With Fan Zhao's addiction to smoking, he would always light up a cigarette after it left the box, but today he sent it back abnormally. He turned on his phone to check the time and replied to You Shulang. Soon you'll know. Before he could finish his words, the back door of a bar not far away was forcefully pushed open, and 2 entangled figures rolled out from inside. The man and the woman were kissing passionately. They seemed to be in love, bumping into the door and rolling against the wall. The man tied the woman's waist and pressed her hard in his arms. The sound of water was so loud that it made people blush. Fan Xiao raised his eyebrows, picked up a long and narrow torn cardboard box from under his feet, and gave You Shulang a look. You Shulang was puzzled, but he could see that Fan Xiao was not doing good things, so he grabbed him and shook his head gently. Fan Xiao smiled, leaned over, and whispered 3 words in his ear. Shui Baodian. Shui Baodian. The prince of Ruixiang Pharmaceutical who drugged a girl and made himself look very ugly, Shui Baodian. A cold light flashed in You Shulang's eyes, and he slowly let go of Fan Xiao and took the torn cardboard box with his hand with bulging veins. A woman's scream suddenly rang out in the alley, but there was no sign of fear on her face. She wiped the saliva from her lips with her hand and opened her slender fingers to look at her newly done nails, looking relaxed and comfortable. In addition, there were screams coming from the man trapped in the cardboard box. Who? Who touched your grandfather? Do you know who I am? Ouch! Stop hitting me, it hurts. I'll give you money. I'll give you more money. Stop hitting me. Fan Xiao was distracted. He kicked the man who was still struggling, and all he could see in his peripheral vision was the cold and sinister You Shulang. You Shulang's beatings were not fierce, but surprisingly clean and neat. He would avoid the fatal parts, and was merciless in the unimportant parts. His eyes were narrowed, his pupils contracted, and there seemed to be a layer of frost in his eyes. His arms were swinging with amazing strength, his movements were smooth and beautiful, like an elegant beast, striking his opponent fiercely while maintaining his inner decency and composure. Shui Baodian, who was wearing a cardboard box, was hit so hard that he turned around. He wanted to escape, but ran in the wrong direction and ran into You Shulang. The speed and strength of the escapee should not be underestimated. Fan Xiao was startled and was about to help when he saw You Shulang narrow his eyes and kick Shui Baodian to the ground with a fierce and accurate kick. The autumn wind seemed to stop for a moment, and Fan Xiao suddenly felt hot. How can this be called the Virgin Mary? This is clearly the beautiful and charming Satan. His blood began to boil, and emotions he had never experienced before were running wild in Fan Xiao's body. He always liked strong opponents. The stronger they were, the more he wanted to win, and the more he wanted to stand on the ruins of destruction and enjoy the pleasure. But now, and only now, he didn't want to destroy, he just wanted to control and own. After landing, You Shulang looked coldly at the cardboard box rolling and wailing on the ground for a while with a faint look in his eyes, then raised his eyes and winked at Fan Xiao, then slowly turned around and walked towards the entrance of the alley. Fan Xiao followed him, stretched out his long arms, and put them on the man's shoulders. His shoulders shrugged, but the arm remained firmly attached. Instead of falling off, it was wrapped even tighter. The man who was being embraced had an uneasy look on his face. The man who was slightly taller than him lowered his head and whispered something in his ear. The man shook his head slightly and didn't care. It was dusk, and the faint light at the entrance of the alley outlined two tall figures, hazy and vague, but also tender and affectionate. The light gradually faded, and the two people walking towards each other slowly disappeared into the night. Chapter 20. The fierce tide surged in rapidly and then slowly receded, with one wave higher than the other, one after another. Shui Baodian felt like he was in the waves, floating up and down, drifting with the flow. But it hurts. The pain in all parts of his body became increasingly apparent, as if the body had been disassembled and then clumsily reassembled. Just one breath would affect tens of millions of nerves that had not yet returned to their original positions, causing them to ache together. There is another kind of pain, which is very strange. It comes from an unspeakable part, with dull pain mixed with soreness and swelling, which is subtle and tortuous. It is hidden among other severe pains and is not obvious, but it cannot be ignored. His head was dizzy and he didn't even have the strength to open his eyelids. Shui Baodian tried several times to open his eyes a little. What caught his eye was the rusty iron wall. In the corner was a large spider web. A round barefoot spider was hanging on the web, staring at him. Shui Baodian shuddered and hastily avoided his gaze. He had been afraid of centipedes since he was a child and had been frightened to the point of howling like a little girl. Now that he was almost 30 years old, his bad habit had not improved but had become even worse. After this shock, Shui Baodian regained his consciousness. He found himself lying face down on a simple bed, his body moving up and down like the ebb and flow of the sea. With every movement, that unspeakable place in the body would spasm, and a feeling of soreness, swelling, pain, and itching would instantly spread throughout the body. What's happening? Shui Baodian shook his head and became more clear-headed. He heard heavy breathing, a breathing that suppressed a huge desire, exhaling a hot breath, a man's breathing. Then, in despair, he heard the man behind him let out an uncontrollable groan. What followed needed no words. Chapter 22. Fan Xiao has been very irritable recently. A person who loves darkness begins to hate the arrival of dusk. He actually turned on the light. The crystal chandelier that shone with a cold glow was rarely used, but today it shone brightly, blocking the night outside the window. The matchbox was flipped quickly between his fingers, and Fan Xiao sat on the sofa with a sullen face, as if facing a great enemy. He sent a message to Shi Lihua, asking him to go out with him tonight. But when the time came, he hung up the phone and broke his promise, standing Shi Lihua up. The matchbox suddenly stopped turning. Fan Xiao, holding it in his palm, smiled bitterly, took out a cigarette, and threw it into his mouth. As a little scarlet light ignited, the crystal chandelier dimmed, and the rectangular light source of the computer lit up again like every night. Fan Xiao pulled the progress bar of the dash cam and dragged it directly to You Shulang's forbearance and vividness. What followed needed no words. The matchbox started to flip through again. People who knew Fan Xiao knew that they must not provoke him at this moment, or the consequences would be dire. As luck would have it, the phone rang. Fan Xiao looked at the name on the phone in the dark, his gloomy face like a ghost facing the abyss. He swiped to answer the call at the last second. His voice was pleasant and gentle. "Jinjin, what do you want to talk to me about so late? Ask me a date? Sure, I'd love to. Where is it? I'm rushing over now. Okay, wait for me. See you later." After hanging up the phone, Fan Xiao smiled. The lights in the bar flickered, reflecting the debauchery. The air was filled with the smell of alcohol and nicotine, and the repressed carnival factor in people's bodies gradually awakened and was finally released. When Fan Xiao arrived, Lu Zhan was already a little drunk. The look in his eyes, which seemed hazy on the surface but clear in private, seemed boring and uninteresting to Fan Xiao. He knew what Lu Zhan wanted to do, and he had been testing himself during this period. He was so ambiguous and didn't express his love for her in person, so he could only keep testing her in various ways, like pretending to be drunk now. When Lu Zhan's body snuggled into Fan Xiao's arms, he didn't dodge, and even hugged her with his hands. The touch is different from You Shulang's. It is softer and thinner, and the body shape and muscles are not as strong and smooth as You Shulang's, and the feel is average. Fan Xiao tilted his head slightly and smelled the scent of Lu Zhan's hair. It was different from the scent on You Shulang's hair, and he felt somewhat satisfied. His actions were somewhat ambiguous, and Lu Zhan's face was flushed. "What's wrong? Are you drunk?" Fan Xiao seemed a little worried. "Do you want me to take you home?" Lu Zhan's long eyelashes fluttered continuously, and he said with a pitiful hum, "I have a severe headache, so I have to trouble Mr. Fan to take me there." "It's no trouble. I'm happy to help. Please wait a moment. I'm going to the bathroom. We'll leave when I come back." Lu Zhan nodded and struggled out of Fan Xiao's arms, unable to handle the alcohol. The man's embrace was very warm, and Lu Zhan felt a little reluctant to leave. His shoulders were very broad, which was more comfortable than leaning on You Shulang. Lu Zhan's heart suddenly shook. His fingers tightly twisted his pants, and unspeakable sadness slowly covered his entire heart like a tide. Why did he think of You Shulang? He blamed himself. "I have made up my mind many times to break up with You Shulang." Before Fan Xiao showed up, You Shulang was a gift from God. He was mature, reserved, gentle, and considerate. Although he was gay, he hardly interacted with anyone in the circle. His private life was as clean as a blank sheet of paper. He was not fickle or promiscuous. Except for his patriarchal manners, there was almost no flaw in him. You Shulang was the first man that Lu Zhan thought of forever. He once cried in his bed and asked You Shulang to marry him. He still remembered that the man smiled faintly, patted his shoulder like coaxing a child, and said, "Okay, as long as you like, I will marry you. Can we go abroad to get a marriage certificate one day?" Lu Zhan slowly exerted force on the fingers that were holding the wine glass and took a sip of the wine in the glass. The record of the flight inquiry was still saved on his mobile phone, but now all he was thinking about was how to break up with You Shulang. When a person actively wants to leave another person, he will repeatedly look for his shortcomings. Lu Zhan also thought about it seriously for a long time, but he couldn't find even one decent one. "If I have to find one, there is only one. You Shulang is too difficult to understand." Lu Zhan felt as if there was a layer of misty sand between him and You Shulang. He hugged him, kissed him, and even slept with him, but he still couldn't see or touch him clearly. You Shulang always agrees to Lu Zhan's suggestions, ideas, and wishes. He always accepts everything that Lu Zhan brings to him. Even if some things make him feel difficult or unhappy, he will find a way to take on the responsibility. In front of Lu Zhan, he rarely reveals his wishes or expresses his opinions, which makes Lu Zhan feel conflicted. On the one hand, he enjoys the satisfaction brought by his lover's unconditional support, but on the other hand, he feels extremely frustrated that he cannot understand his lover deeply. Especially after the two of them were passionate, the feeling of frustration would become stronger. The satisfaction in the man's eyes disappeared quickly, replaced by emptiness and desolation. There was a feeling in his eyes that Lu Xun could not understand. Whether it was in the past, present, or future, Lu Xun felt that he could not break through or enter You Shulang's world. Later, he met Fan Xiao. Lu Xun took a big sip of wine. The sad feeling slowly disappeared, and a smile appeared at the corner of his lips. It can be said that Fan Xiao is a perfect lover. He is handsome and rich, and he is also gentle and considerate like You Shulang. The most important thing is that although Fan Xiao is also mature and charming, he is better at speaking than You Shulang. He talked about interesting childhood stories, the husky next door, the towering breadfruit tree, and gossip in the workplace. Fan Xiao likes everything he likes and dislikes everything he hates, whether it is objects or people. They all have the same judgment and opinions. I won't allow anyone to bully our Xinjin. Anyone who makes you hurt and sad is my enemy. He had said many touching words of love, but he had never said that he loved you. Even when the crown was placed on his head, Lu Xun did not hear Fan Xiao's natural confession. He slowly drank the glass of wine, and when he put the glass on the table, he felt a little dizzy, as if a fire had ignited in his body, burning from a hidden place, making him feel excited and uncomfortable. It seems really drunk. A pair of eyes hidden in the dim light, coldly taking everything in. The ash fell slowly, and a faint voice sounded. It's your turn this time. I can't have only one third-level actor. Chapter 20. Same car, same view, same situation. Just a different person. Lu Xun's shirt was half unbuttoned in the passenger seat, revealing his fair flesh, half covered and half concealed, humming softly, which was the highest level of teasing. His eyes were misty, his eyelashes were wet, and his originally clear black and white pupils were tinged with ambiguity, making them sparkle. His hair was messy, his cheeks were red, and in the faint smell of alcohol in the car, he slowly clamped his legs together. Mr. Fan, Lu Xun called softly. His hands were even rubbing his skin slowly through his clothes, and his watery eyes looked at Fan Xiao, full of desire. Fan Xiao parked the car on the side of the road and turned on the hazard lights. His slender fingers were on the steering wheel, his eyes were deep, and under his handsome nose, there was a faint smile at the corner of his lips, which made it hard to guess and see through. What's wrong? Are you feeling uncomfortable? Do you want to vomit? Lu Xun shook his head. The heat in his body slowly evaporated. A layer of fine sweat emerged on his back. He really wanted to be hugged, violated, and drenched in a refreshing rain. He knew what happened to him. Being drugged was not uncommon in the modeling circle. He had also been drugged by a small boss before. If he had not called You Shulang while he was sober, he would have faced a miserable situation. That night with You Shulang, he demanded everything from him. The man coaxed him and indulged him, letting him do everything at his own pace. In order not to hurt him, he restrained himself like a machine that could be turned on and off at any time. After the incident, You Shulang did not show too much indignation, and Lu Xun felt uncomfortable for a while. But a few months later, he heard that the small boss was reported for some problems in his business operations and faced a 6-month closure and rectification, which was a heavy loss. He shouldn't think of You Shulang at this moment. Lu Xun pursed his lips and put the man who treated him so well behind his mind. The thrilling scene should have stimulated the senses, but Fan Xiao frowned slowly. He could not even feel any changes in himself. Suddenly feeling a little anxious, he gripped the steering wheel tightly and exerted force with his lower body, hoping to evoke the appropriate response. Unfortunately, the opposite happened. This shouldn't be the case. They are all men, whether it's You Shulang or Lu Xun. There's no reason to go crazy at one and be a monk chanting sutras just by looking at the other. Fan Xiao became anxious. He suddenly moved closer to Lu Xun, put his long arms on the back of the passenger seat as if he was holding the person in his arms, frowned slightly, and slowly lowered his body. The already cramped distance became even closer, so close that it makes people feel uneasy. The sound of his heartbeat hit Lu Xun's eardrums. He felt as if the oxygen around him had been sucked out, and it became increasingly difficult to breathe. His thoughts were in a mess, and a heat wave rolled in. It seemed as if a crack had appeared somewhere in his heart, letting in a beam of light. Mr. Fan. The white fingers touched the man's chest, and Lu Xun tilted his head slightly, asking for a passionate kiss. Sit in the back. Fan Xiao gave the order without a smile on his face. Lu Xun thought for a while with his messy mind and smiled shyly. There is enough space in the back seat of the car to do some strenuous activities. Lu Xun changed his seat, and Fan Xiao also sat in the back row from the other side. Sit in the corner, a little closer to the door. Right there. Lu Xun felt a fire burning inside him, and being ordered around. He couldn't help but look pitiful. Don't look at me like that. Take back your current expression. Be a little colder and more arrogant. Straighten the corners of your lips, straighten your back, and be even straighter. TSK, Fan Xiao was still not satisfied, so he had to do it himself. He held Lu Xun's waist and said, Stand straight, don't be soft. The warmth of the large palm made Lu Xun's body soften even more. He threw himself into Fan Xiao's arms and took the initiative to hug the man's waist. He raised his chin, his eyes sparkling. Mr. Fan, I feel so bad, can you help me? At this time, Fan Xiao no longer cared whether Lu Xun's back was straight or not. His back was as straight as a stick. His eyes moved downward, from the young man's eyelashes to his straight nose, from his tender lips to his fair neck, and then down to the faintly visible head. Still no fucking reaction? Fan Xiao looked down at his lower body and began to hate himself. Not only did he not react, he even felt the evil barrier slowly shrinking. Grass. Fan Xiao was furious, but his actions were very gentlemanly. He patted Lu Xun's arm lightly and distanced himself from him. With a gentle smile, he said, I'll take you home. You'll be fine after a good night's sleep. Actually, Fan Xiao gently interrupted him. Take a nap, we'll be home soon. He got out of the car and sat in the driver's seat again. His eyes gradually dimmed as the ceiling light turned on, hiding the confusion and coldness in them. The car stopped at Lu Xun's apartment. Fan Xiao had been here several times when he picked up Lu Xun. Unlike You Shulang, who lived in an old neighborhood, this newly built small apartment was located in a bustling neighborhood, and fashionable young men and women were everywhere. It was already early morning, and even the bustling area had become quiet. The black car parked under the locust tree almost blended into the night. There wasn't much medicine in the wine, so Lu Xun's reaction wasn't particularly strong. He took a short breath and tried to seize another chance. Would you like to sit up for a while? We just replaced the sofa at home. It's very comfortable. It was a very explicit invitation, but Fan Xiao didn't understand. It's too late, so I won't bother you anymore. Come into the house and let me know you're safe. Don't let me worry, the man said gently. Lu Xun could only nod in disappointment, pushed the door, and got out of the car. Fan Xiao was so lazy that he even didn't bother to act like a gentleman. Without stopping for a moment, he started the car and drove onto the street. In the rearview mirror, Lu Xun's expression was still confused and nostalgic. Fan Xiao raised the corners of his lips and let out a light sneer. The retracted sight swept lightly in a semi-arc, taking in a man walking on the road. Suddenly, Fan Xiao stepped on the brakes, leaving a black tire mark on the empty road. The light from the street lamps seemed to be swaying in the early morning wind. Fan Xiao deliberately chose a route that the street lamps could not reach, and followed the man not too far away. After walking a few steps, he heard the man in front of him hesitate and say, Xinjin. Then he confirmed, Xinjin. He hurried his pace and ran to the young man squatting in the corner. He helped him up and asked, What's wrong? Are you feeling unwell? You Shulang. Lu Xun's reaction was a little dull. After seeing who it was, all his grievances and sadness suddenly seemed to have found an outlet to vent. He asked in a tearful voice, Why are you here? I couldn't get through to you on the phone, so I was a little worried. So I came to see what happened to you. Why are you so, Before he could finish his words, Lu Xun suddenly pulled him down and covered his mouth with his lips. The eager kiss was filled with disappointment and grievance. Lips touching lips, the young man whispered. Kiss me. Uncle You, kiss me quickly. You Shulang was startled and gently touched Lu Xun's neck with his palm. The hot skin seemed to be wrapped in a layer of fire. It was obvious why this kiss was so urgent. The man's eyes darkened, and a fierce look flashed across them. The young man in his arms was impulsive and aggressive, and his entanglement was inappropriate. Can we go upstairs, Jinjin? No, kiss me now. The touch of lips and tongue completely ignited Lu Jun's desire, turning him into an irrational and shameless slave. You Shulang was helpless. He glanced around the empty square, raised his hands, held Lu Jun's face, and kissed him deeply. The night wind seemed to be even colder, and Fan Xiao was not wearing any coat. He looked at Lu Jun being locked in the man's strong arms, and suddenly felt cold. The tall locust tree was hanging with dying leaves, and the light from the street lamp shone through the gaps between the leaves and fell onto an extremely handsome face. The matchbox was pinched between the fingers at some point, and there was no turning it over. The moment You Shulang kissed it, it was directly crushed into a ball. The beast's expression of ferocity and bloodthirstiness after being injured appeared on Fan Zhao's face at this moment, which made people feel a chill in their hearts. This kiss was so intense. You Shulang held Lu Jun's lips, completely suppressing him unilaterally. His slender fingers clasped the young man's chin, and he kissed him deeply in an extremely stretching movement. Different from the suppressed and self-restrained appearance in the video, You Shulang at this moment was overbearing and ruthless. He kissed the young man again and again, until he kissed him so hard that he lost all his strength and hung limply on his body. His gaze slowly moved from You Shulang's affectionate eyes to his blushing ears, and then to his taut jawline. Fan Xiao, hiding in the darkness, watched slowly and carefully, trying to find what he disliked. The deeper his gaze became, the flatter the matchbox in his hand became. He felt like he was on edge, becoming more and more anxious, until You Shulang pushed Lu Jun against the wall and pressed him down deeply like a weakling, and Fan Zhao's heart suddenly started beating out of order. Unprecedented anger swept over him, and he realized incredulously that he wanted that kiss. He wanted You Shulang's kiss. The thoughts that shouldn't have started to grow wildly, and in an instant, many greedy thoughts that could not be seen in the light were born. He wanted a hug, wanted to kiss, wanted to leave many kiss marks on You Shulang. The evil thoughts kept growing and surging, and there was a look of madness in Fan Zhao's eyes. After a passionate kiss, Fan Xiao watched You Shulang help the delicate Lu Jun into the apartment building. The new sofa is very soft. Fan Zhao's imagination made him feel depressed. He took out his cell phone and called Shirlihua. Fan Zhao's low, dark voice cut through the night ruthlessly. I want to fuck that damn pervert. Shirlihua stretched his neck and shouted in the nightclub. Fuck who? Fuck T. Who is it? You Shulang. Fuck. Fan Xiao, you've changed your personality. Are you serious? Want to have fun? Fan Xiao looked along the building. Behind every light, there might be something filthy and disgusting. At least it looks fun for now. Chapter 24. A wall lamp with a very narrow projection. The light fell on the smooth hair, emitting a soft luster, and then fell from the ends of the hair, deeply kissing a piece of smooth skin. You Shulang closed his eyes and lay on his side on the bed. His slightly messy hair took away his usual steadiness and depth. His profile in the light was made even colder by the sharp shadows. The sparkling light on his eyelashes made him look a little lonely and fragile. At the end of the light, there sat a person, buried in the darkness, with only the diamond-shaped protrusions on the crocodile leather shoes, which originated from a life, reflecting a faint but cold light. Holding the matchbox in his hand, the man asked without knowing whether he was happy or angry. So, you sent him to my bed. Shirlihua, who was 3 meters away, stared at the matchbox and hesitated. Didn't you say you wanted to fuck him? I did say that. Then you can knock him out and send him to me? Your birthday is coming up soon. Don't I want to give you a nice gift? A slight click of the tongue in the darkness brought out some annoyance and helplessness. Su Zhong once told me something, and now I will pass it on to you. The man put his elbows on his knees, and his body slowly crossed the boundary between light and darkness, revealing a handsome face, Fan Zhao's face. He looked at Shirlihua. On my first day here, Su Zhong warned me that this is China, not a place where you can do whatever you want. Control your temper. If you cause trouble, even your grandfather can't reach here. Shirlihua leaned against the door with his arms folded across his chest. Su Zhong, how long are you going to keep that old bastard? He is still useful. I have to squeeze out the last bit of value from him before I can convict him. The match finally sparked, and long wisps of white mist rose up. Fan Xiao glanced at You Shulang, who was sleeping soundly on the bed, and asked, "How did he fall unconscious?" He has always been cautious. Their company hosted a banquet for guests today, and he drank a little too much. After seeing everyone off, he was left alone. He was knocked unconscious by my friend in the parking lot. Shirlihua flicked his tongue. "You, the great saint, are really good. Before you fainted, you threw my friend over your shoulder and stepped on his neck to call the police. If you hadn't used enough drugs, who knows what would have happened to him now?" Only then did Fan Zhao's face lightly smile. He traced You Shulang's eyebrows with his eyes and was actually a little proud. "My bodhisattva is naturally powerful." He turned his eyes and said, "But you actually sent someone to my house. That's really stupid. I've processed all the surveillance. When you're done, I'll pack it up and take it back to the parking lot." Shirlihua looked at his watch and frowned. "Hurry up, don't waste time." Then he smiled slyly. "Xiao, can you fuck a man?" Fan Xiao stood up leisurely with a cigarette in his mouth, walked to the front door, opened it, and said indifferently with a cigarette in his mouth, "Go away, I will send you off myself, so you don't need to worry about it." Shirlihua pouted, walked past Fan Xiao in square steps, and said with a slow smile, "I knew you were crazy, but I didn't know you were this crazy. The night is long, enjoy it." The door was about to close. He turned around and held the door frame. "Oh, by the way, I wish you a happy birthday in advance." His head was pushed out by a big hand, and the door panel almost hit his nose. Shirlihua shrugged and pressed the elevator button. The numbers on the elevator display screen grew from small to large. Shirlihua, with his mind free, couldn't help but wonder what kind of decadent atmosphere was going on in the room just across the wall. "Man!" He wrinkled his nose and shuddered. The elevator door opened. He jumped in and left as if escaping. Behind the door, it was eerily quiet, far from the yellow waste in Shirlihua's mind. Fan Xiao stared at You Shulang wantonly while holding the lamp. His unrestrained and unconcealed gaze scraped across the sleeping man's skin inch by inch. Even the small mole hidden at the end of his eyebrow was not spared. However, You Shulang's skin was not very visible. His shirt was buttoned tightly to his throat. His slender neck was half hidden in the clothes, with only his Adam's apple rising and falling slightly with his breathing. Fan Xiao slowly leaned over and sniffed at You Shulang's neck. It was still the scent of wild roses, gorgeous and alluring. "Buddha," he deliberately blew the hot air from his mouth under his fair ears. "Can you give me a bite?" No one answered. Fan Zhao's lips almost touched the fine hair on You Shulang's ear. "Then I will take this as your tacit consent." He used his long fingers to unbutton the top button of his shirt. As the button slid open, 1, 2, 3, Fan Zhao's breathing slowly tightened, and his eyes gradually darkened. The man was greedy, unbuttoning his clothes. The lust in front of him was even more crazy than in the video. The slender neck seemed to be soaked in milk, and the looming clavicle hooked his eyes. The flesh color under the cold light seemed to tear a hole in Fan Zhao's fig leaf, releasing all the unbearableness and distortion. The fingers touched lightly, retracted, and touched again. What followed needed no words. Chapter 25. You Shulang was awakened by the ringing of the phone. The hollow and ethereal voice seemed to come from nothingness, echoing continuously in his ears. His consciousness had not yet returned, and he subconsciously grabbed the phone next to him following the ringing sound. Was the call connected? He didn't know. Who called? He didn't know. It was pitch black in front of his eyes, and his mind was dizzy. You Shulang's eyelids felt as heavy as 1,000 pounds. After trying several times, he was able to barely open a crack. As the sunlight rushed into his pupils unceremoniously, he heard a man's voice coming from the phone. "Hello." It was still a subconscious response, but You Shulang himself was shocked. Was this hoarse voice, as if it had been polished with sandpaper for 3 days, made by himself? His gradually clearing brain began to ache dully, and You Shulang's body was like a stopped and rusted machine. It took a lot of effort for him to raise his hand and rub his temple, which felt like it was about to explode. The man on the phone kept calling his name. The voice sounds familiar. The brain, which was basically in a stagnant state, barely made such an analysis. Who? You Shulang's eyes gradually adjusted to the strong light. He looked around and realized that he was in his car. In the car? Why was he in the car? At this moment, his memory was like a restarted computer, going through the input and association of various configurations. And at the moment, the last scene he could think of was sitting in a banquet hall and being forced by a female boss to drink a glass of white wine. You Shulang? Are you listening? The voice on the phone interrupted his messy thoughts. You Shulang raised the phone to his ear and called out, Fan Xiao. It took you so long to answer the phone, and you didn't say anything when you answered it. What's wrong? Why is your voice so hoarse? Nothing. I drank too much last night. You Shulang glanced at his watch. It was 7:15. What do you want to talk to me about so early? I see you've really drunk too much. Forgot? I have to go to Bohai to attend a meeting today. My car has been sent for maintenance. You said yesterday that you would drive to my house to pick me up to go to work together. I called you to ask what you want for breakfast. I'm preparing it. You Shulang's brain was slow, and he couldn't digest so many literal meanings at once. He went through yesterday's events with great effort, but he couldn't find the information that Fan Xiao mentioned. It must be the after effects of a hangover. You Shulang was a little annoyed. Wait for me 20 minutes. A hangover would definitely look terrible. He flipped down the baffle, opened the mirror, and planned to tidy himself up. I don't want breakfast. I just sobered up. You Shulang's hand suddenly stopped. The person in the long, narrow mirror. The phone slipped, and You Shulang approached the mirror fiercely. The man in the mirror had messy hair, pale face, red and slightly swollen lips, and the wound at the corner of his lips was clearly visible. His fingers suddenly widened the collar of his shirt, and the person in the mirror looked extremely shocked. Shocking kiss mark. The strange and ambiguous marks stretched from under the ear to the collarbone, mottled and crisscrossed, like wanton graffiti on a canvas, leaving blue and purple colors on the fair skin. The sense of peripheral nerves was gradually awakening, and You Shulang felt pain. The trembling fingertips touched the darkest spot on the neck, and You Shulang's frown deepened, and he let out a hiss. It was a bite mark. If you look closely, you can see tooth marks, which are neatly arranged and of moderate size. Grasp. You Shulang slammed the steering wheel hard, and the angry honking sound spread throughout the empty parking lot. When Fan Xiao arrived, You Shulang was sitting in the car with a serious expression. He opened the car door and sat in the passenger seat. Are you so drunk? Did you vomit and stain your clothes? Fan Xiao handed the clothes in his hand to You Shulang. I found the turtleneck sweater you asked me to buy. Isn't it hot now? Do you have any cigarettes? You Shulang interrupted him. I've run out of them. Fan Xiao frowned slightly, turned around, and took a bottle of water from the side of the door and opened it. If your throat is hoarse, stop smoking. Drink some water to moisten your throat. Cigarette. You Shulang finally turned to look at Fan Xiao. I want a cigarette. What's wrong with you? Fan Xiao suddenly leaned forward, his eyes moving from the wound on his lip to the bruises on his neck. After the initial shock, he thought for a moment, then slowly sat up straight and said in a long voice, I didn't expect Director Yu's girlfriend to be so crazy. In the corner of his eye, You Shulang's hands on his knees were clenched into fists. The empty cigarette box was picked up again, and he felt around with his fingers, but to no avail, and finally he suddenly clenched it into a ball. I must have been molested. You Shulang said in a trembling voice. What? Fan Xiao was shocked. What happened to you? These are not your girlfriends. No. You Shulang looked at Fan Xiao sternly. I want cigarettes. Fan Xiao began to rummage through the cigarettes. He had a lot of clothes and many pockets. He rummaged through a few empty pockets and cursed in annoyance. Finally he found it, put 2 cigarettes in his mouth at the same time, and lit them one by one with a match. Light smoke rose slowly. Fan Xiao picked one of the cigarettes and put it into You Shulang's mouth. What's going on? He asked. After 2 or 3 puffs of cigarette, You Shulang finally spoke. I had a dinner party last night. After it ended, I was waiting for the designated driver in the parking lot. My memory of what happened afterwards is not clear. This is what happened when I woke up. You were given that drug again? This sentence reminded You Shulang of his own embarrassment a few months ago. From childhood to adulthood, he never showed his embarrassment to others. Even if his teeth were broken inside, he would appear calm and composed. After working, he became more and more comfortable with his work and would not easily put himself in an awkward situation. However, the only 2 embarrassing moments in recent times were both seen by Fan Xiao. The first time he was passive, but this time he was active. Why did they call Fan Xiao? Actually, All the reasons could be attributed to the chaotic brain, but only You Shulang himself knew where the dividing line between chaos and clarity was drawn. Fan Xiao, this person whom he had just known for half a year, went from being a stranger to a friend in even less time. He was powerful but not aloof, rational but also eccentric, polite but also polite, sensible but sometimes without boundaries. It was difficult for You Shulang to let down his guard and trust someone, but it just so happened that Fan Xiao did it. Where did the change come from? You Shulang once thought about it carefully. Perhaps it was from the words, "Director you, hold your head high and make those clueless guys shut up," or from that cup of aphrodisiac wine. After seeing himself so embarrassed, Fan Xiao didn't show disgust or leave, treating him as before, or perhaps it started from when they beat up Shui Baotian together, and in the night breeze, Fan Xiao whispered in his ear, "Director you, today I'll vent your anger for you." You Shulang raised his eyes and looked at Fan Xiao and replied to him, "It shouldn't be. That kind of medicine can only trigger a love affair. I was completely unconscious last night. When picking up the cigarette but touched the wound on his lip, and You Shulang frowned. Does it hurt?" Fan Xiao pressed down You Shulang's hand as he was about to put the cigarette into his mouth again, and leaned over to touch the bloody wound. "You don't." You Shulang leaned back slightly. "Don't move, let me take a look." Fan Xiao put his arm around his shoulder and pulled him back, gently touching the wound with his fingers. "Does it hurt?" "Somewhat." Fan Xiao's eyebrows twitched, and there was regret in his eyes that he himself was not aware of. "Is this bitten?" he asked knowingly. You Shulang lowered his eyelashes and was silent for a while before he said lightly, "It should be." Fan Xiao looked down and looked at the mottled kiss marks on the man's neck. "Is there any more inside the clothes?" You Shulang took a deep puff of cigarette, tilted his head, and exhaled, saying, "Yes, he's a pervert. It's really abnormal." Fan Xiao agreed. "Others?" You Shulang shook his head quickly. "It was just obscene, nothing else." "Who do you think it will be?" "No idea." "Has anyone ever expressed this idea to you?" You Shulang set his eyes on Fan Xiao. He smiled stiffly and said while smoking, "Except for you. I am surrounded by serious people." Fan Xiao's fingertips moved, and then his face showed some annoyance. "I'm talking to you seriously, and you still have the leisure to joke." You Shulang flicked the cigarette but out of the window and took the clothes that Fan Xiao brought. "My mind is very confused now, and I don't have any clues." He suddenly took off his clothes in front of Fan Xiao, revealing red marks all over his body. The marks were not clearly visible last night, but now they looked horrifying, especially the chest, which was swollen, red and purple, with overlapping kiss marks. Fan Xiao sighed softly, feeling truly regretful. Be gentler next time, he thought subconsciously. However, this repentant man, while feeling guilty, reacted. He looked away like a gentleman, and waited until You Shulang put on his turtleneck before calming himself down and asking, "Do you think this person is a man or a woman?" You Shulang paused, and the image of the woman who had repeatedly forced him to drink during the dinner last night appeared in his mind. He felt a warmth on his shoulder, and a hand was placed on him. Fan Zhao's expression became more serious than ever before. "Shulang, I will definitely help you find this pervert. You must avenge yourself." Chapter 26. In October, the streets in the north are covered with leaves. The veins of the fallen leaves under his feet were broken, and the crocodile leather shoes were elegantly woven together. With every step, he could hear the last sound of life. Fan Xiao saw You Shulang in front of the club. He was standing under the colorful neon lights smoking, his tall and thin figure half visible and half hidden in the changing light and shadow. The connection between light and light was not smooth, and in the moment of error, he merged with the darkness. The only remaining outline and rising white smoke intensified the man's hidden sense of distance and loneliness, which was unspeakable and unapproachable, but also had an indescribable moving feeling. Fan Xiao walked up slowly and called him. You Shulang looked at him, nodded slightly, put out his cigarette, and threw it into a nearby trash can. "Sorry to ask you to come here at such a short notice." You Shulang's voice was a little hoarse. "I remember you said you had a banquet tonight. You can invite guests any day, but you have to keep Director Yu's invitation. Don't be polite between us. Besides, even if you don't come to me, I will come to you." Fan Xiao lowered his voice slightly. I checked the female boss who kept forcing you to drink that night. After the banquet, she didn't go back to the company or go home. I asked someone to cheat her assistant, and she didn't know where her boss went that night. Fan Xiao asked. I will continue to investigate. If it is confirmed to be her, what are you going to do? You Shulang rolled up his deep eyes and said coldly. No need to investigate further. It's not her. With a slight flick of his finger, Fan Xiao adjusted his expression to one of confusion. Why do you say that? Isn't she the only suspect you can think of? The cold wind blew, and his hair fluttered. You Shulang's pupils shrank slightly, and his tone became cold and hard. The surveillance equipment in the hotel parking lot was destroyed the day before my accident. If this incident was premeditated and targeted at me, it would not be that female boss. She met me for the first time that night, so she would not have damaged the surveillance in the parking lot a day in advance. Fan Xiao frowned slightly. If it's not her, who else could it be? Could it be that you were unlucky and met someone who acted on impulse? You Shulang lowered his silent eyes and said in a hoarse voice with a hint of hostility, I found the person who drugged me. He turned around and glanced at the door of the club. He's inside. What? Fan Zhao's eyebrows paused, and then his surprised expression quickly changed to surprise. Did you really find it? How did you find it? I drank too much that night and called a designated driver, but I lost consciousness before he showed up. You Shulang shook his phone. I contacted the designated driver, and he told me that when he arrived at the parking lot that night, there was only a thin-faced man guarding my car. He told me that he didn't need a designated driver and gave him 200 yuan. You Shulang didn't notice Fan Zhao's slowly clenching fist and continued. The designated driver actually knew Slenderface. I took his order a month ago. Slenderface was so unrestrained with a woman in the car that he left a deep impression on the designated driver. I spent some money and got Slenderface's license plate number from him. His eyes gradually became sharper, and Yu Shulang's words were filled with chills. Following the clues, I found the thin and long face through the license plate number. He is now in the club. In the club now? Fan Xiao reached for the matchbox in his pocket. He remembered that Shi Lihua said that day that it was his friend who knocked Yu Shulang out, and he had warned Shi Lihua to tell his friend to keep his mouth shut. He didn't expect these people to be so careless and let Yu Shulang get his beard so quickly. What do you want to do now? Fan Xiao asked Yu Shulang. The man's back slowly straightened, like a blade slowly coming out of its sheath, with no expression on his face, as he said word by word. Yes. Let's go. Fan Xiao walked into the club first, and when he turned around, his long woolen coat slid in an arc in the air. Hey, Yu Shulang held Fan Xiao back. That guy has some power, and you might get into trouble because of him. I can understand if you don't want to go in with me. The tall man turned around again, his eyes full of deep emotion, and smiled gently. Stop talking nonsense. I was not brought up to be scared. Let's go. He pulled Yu Shulang. Which room? The hallway was long, and Fan Xiao took out his phone as he walked, saying casually, I was in a hurry to get here, and I haven't informed my assistant that I won't be attending today's banquet. He pressed the keyboard several times with his long fingers and sent a message. The phone was turned off and put into his pocket. Fan Xiao grasped the golden door handle, glanced at Yu Shulang, and opened the heavy door with a gloomy face. The spicy and choking smell rushed towards him. The music in the private room was deafening. The twisting wastes were like zombies in the end of the world, and there were soulless bodies everywhere. Even after the door was opened, no one in the room noticed the two new faces. A thin-faced man sat on the sofa in the middle of the room, surrounded by 2 or 3 bare-breasted women. Next to them sat a few fashionably dressed men, also surrounded by naked women or men. Fan Xiao walked past the dancing demons and approached the giant LED screen. He wrapped a few connecting wires around his fingers and pulled them suddenly. Stopped, quiet, and shocked. As if the pause button was pressed, the noise stopped abruptly, the twisted waist remained in a stiff posture, and the hands on the tall and soft breasts forgot to move. Everyone stared at Fan Xiao in a daze. Who the hell are you? You don't want to live anymore. Someone finally reacted and jumped up from the sofa. At this time, Yu Shulang slowly walked in from the door, with one hand in his pocket and the other hand patting the side of his leg, and said slowly, By Fan Xiao, I have something to ask you. Please clear the place. It's you. The thin and long-faced man sitting in the middle was obviously startled when he saw Yu Shulang, and the guilt in his eyes was obvious. His sight slowly moved, and he looked at Fan Xiao again. The changing and rolling colored lights shone on Fan Xiao's white cashmere coat, which was extremely eye-catching and made him look a little weird and spooky. His eyes suddenly widened, and his thin face raised his voice. How did you get along with him? The matchbox in Fan Xiao's pocket was suddenly crushed. Chapter 27. The thin and long-faced man is named by Pengyu. He is the third child in his family, so he is called by San Xiao. But his more famous nickname is by San Miao, because he is extremely lustful, but also a quick shooter. It is said that he once set a historical record of less than 3 seconds, so his nickname is well known. Bai San Miao had seen Fan Xiao before. That day, he and Shi Lihua sent You Shulang to Fan Xiao's residence. You Shulang was not thin, but tall and strong. He seemed to be unbearable when he was unconscious. In Bai San Miao's opinion, Fan Xiao and You Shulang don't get along, and they should even have some hatred, otherwise Fan Xiao wouldn't have said something like, "I just want to have fun." But today he was confused. The two of them seemed to be united against the same enemy. What was going on? How did you and he? As soon as Bai San Miao opened his mouth to say this, he was quickly interrupted by Fan Xiao. He smiled with a fake smile and said lightly, "Third young master? I didn't expect that it was you sitting in this private room." He tilted his face slightly, and Yu Shulang cast a look at him. He thought for a moment, then walked to Fan Xiao's side and asked in a low voice, "Do you know him?" "I know him," Fan Xiao admitted openly, glancing at the person on the sofa. "I met him at a party hosted by Shi Lihua." Shi Lihua's name was dragged out, and Fan Xiao was obviously reminding Bai San Miao to be careful with his words and actions. The guys under Bai San Miao were not good enough, but the ones above him were not stupid. After a brief hesitation, they did not ask any further questions. His back was buried in the sofa, his legs crossed high. One hand was still on the woman's breast beside him, constantly grabbing and kneading. "What's the matter with you two? You came in and did this, and you're insulting me." Yu Shulang walked slowly forward, picked up a bottle of foreign wine on the messy table, found an empty glass, and poured half a glass. The slender fingers picked up the cup and shook it slowly. "Third master, you know what I want to talk to you about. Since I can find you, I have made all the preparations. If you don't mind someone listening in, I don't mind either." After saying this, he turned his hand and swallowed the wine, his Adam's apple sliding, and he finished the whole glass. Bai San Miao's expression gradually became gloomy. He looked up at Fan Xiao, raised his eyebrows, and smiled. "Okay, let's chat." He waved his hand and said, let's go. I want to talk about business." Handsome men and beautiful women filed out, leaving only Bai San Miao's 3 or 4 friends in the room. "Go somewhere else and warm up the place and wait for me. The princess will choose the most beautiful one, with a big, fierce face. I'll be there in a moment." People were divided into different classes. Bai San Miao was the most respected person in this place, so the others naturally obeyed his orders. The door of the box slowly closed, and the room finally became quiet. Bai San Miao brought a male assistant with him, who stood in the corner. Although he was called an assistant, he was 8 feet tall and had a muscular body, so he should be mainly responsible for bodyguard duties. "If you have anything to say, let's talk." Bai San Miao opened his hands and placed them on the back of the sofa, looking like a rich bastard. Yu Shulang sat down. Fan Xiao replaced the rotating colored lights with normal light sources, and then sat next to Yu Shulang. He took out a cigarette, tapped it on the table, and said, "Third young master, although we are not close friends, Shi Lihua is involved. So think carefully before you speak. It's no use hiding anything. This matter won't be over until it has a result." Fan Xiao's words were quite artistic. Every word and sentence on the surface was for Yu Shulang, but in fact, every word was hitting Bai San Miao. Shi Lihua could ask Bai San Miao to do such a wicked thing, so the two must have a very good relationship. Bai San Miao must be considerate of Shi Lihua's face now. Fan Xiao emphasized and slowly said, "Think about it carefully." It was obvious what he wanted him to hide. "Mr. Fan, right?" Bai San Miao poked the stuffed meat with the tip of his tongue and raised his chin towards Yu Shulang. "Excuse me, what is your relationship with the gentleman who wants to talk to me?" Friend. Bai San Miao's voice was as loud as his raised eyebrows. He coughed a few times after receiving the call to cover up the sarcasm on his face. Okay, let's talk. What do you want to talk about? Around 11:30 p.m. on October 9th, in the parking lot of Chiue Hotel. Do you need me to say more, Mr. Bai? With his unhurried tone and neither humble nor arrogant attitude, it was as if he was conducting a business negotiation. You Shulang's calmness and composure made him look not like a victim of molestation. Which day? What time? Where? Bai San Miao exaggeratedly asked. Sir, I don't even know you. How could I know what you were talking about? If I didn't have evidence, I wouldn't have come here. You Shulang took the cigarette from Fan Xiao and put it in his mouth, glancing lightly at the man beside him. Fan Xiao understood and struck a match, casting a warm color on Yu Shulang's fair skin. If Bai San Miao didn't know Fan Zhao's true feelings for Yu Shulang, he would have thought that the two people opposite each other had a very close relationship. Not only did they sing the same tune, but they also had a tacit understanding. Thai people really know how to have fun. Bai San Miao sneered in a low voice. Yu Shulang blew out a cigarette and glared at him. Bai San Miao pouted his lips and said, If you have evidence, just show it to me. He suddenly put down his crossed legs, leaned forward, and stared at Yu Shulang with a wanton look. But you have to tell me what illegal things I did that night, right? His gaze slowly moved from Yu Shulang's face to his lower body. Before he could say any obscene words, Fan Zhao's big palm covered his face and pushed him back into the depths of the sofa with a sudden force. You fucking. Bai San Miao was about to blow up the temple when he looked up and saw Fan Zhao's dark gaze. Suddenly, a flash of light appeared in his mind, and he remembered a sentence Shi Lihua once said. You can mess with anyone, but don't mess with Fan Xiao. He can kill you with a smile. Bai San Miao pouted and said, Didn't you ask me where I was that night? Well, I'll tell you. I was in my lover's bed. Do I need her to be my witness? No need. Yu Shulang pressed the cigarette, but on the beer can. Since you don't want to explain, I'll take this as your consent. He stood up suddenly, his tall stature exerting an intimidating influence. Bai was startled and instinctively shrank back. However, Yu Shulang's target was not Bai San Miao. He took 2 steps to the assistant standing in the corner, gathered all his strength, and raised his hand to grab the man's arm. The man was burly, 1 size bigger than Yu Shulang, and naturally he was no pushover. Seeing him coming, he hurriedly defended himself, but Yu Shulang had the advantage of being the first to strike, and he attacked suddenly when he was not prepared, so his sharp and swift movements were naturally hard to defend against. The pliers like fingers slid down the male assistant's strong shoulders and arms quickly, and slid to his wrist. Yu Shulang grabbed it with force, turned it over suddenly, and twisted his right hand behind his back. Like a magic trick, he dropped his left hand, and a pair of handcuffs slipped from his fingers. He knocked the handcuffs on the male assistant's wrist, and the steel teeth quickly closed. He exerted force again, pushing the man forward half a step, and his other hand circled neatly on the iron frame that was knocked into the wall to support the giant screen TV. Several movements are completed in one go, and it only takes about a minute from onset to end. Ignoring the male assistant's struggle, Yu Shulang withdrew his body. He raised his hand to flick the unnecessary dust off his sleeves, raised his eyelids, and looked coldly at Bai San Miao. What? What are you going to do? Bai San Miao glanced at the door and estimated the distance to escape. I just said that I gave you a chance to explain. Since you won't explain, I will take it as your admission that you did what happened that night. He sat back on the sofa, blocking Bai San Miao's way out. So, I want to seek justice. Bai San Miao took a deep look at Fan Xiao, his cheeks twitching slightly. Seeking justice? How? For money. Fan Xiao also looked at Yu Shulang, only to see him pour another glass of wine. He put the transparent crystal cup against his thin lips, and the brown liquid moistened the faint red wound. Tit for tat, I'll give you back the same way you treated me. Fan Xiao looked at Yu Shulang in surprise. 10 minutes. I'll only beat you for 10 minutes. What? You want to hit me? Bai San Miao pointed his finger at his nose, with an expression of disbelief on his face. Before Yu Shulang could make a move, Fan Xiao gently blocked him. The nonchalant man threw a cigarette into his mouth and said vaguely, but unstoppably, You take a break, I'll do it. He stood up and took off his wool coat, then smiled gently at Yu Shulang. 10 minutes, time me. After saying that, he pulled Bai San Miao, who was still in a daze, into the private bathroom in the luxurious private room. Bang! The door was closed, and ghosts howled inside. You Shulang looked at the door, and his gaze gradually softened and gradually absorbed a beam of light. Chapter 28. A punch was thrown, and a ghost cry suddenly sounded. Fuck. Fan Xiao, you're so fucking good. I'm going to beat you up. Bai San Miao's mouth was covered by his palm, and the rest of his words were just sobs. Fan Xiao, who had pressed him into the corner, said in a low voice with full apology. Do the whole act, it's hard for you, San Xiao. Let go. I'm not fucking doing this anymore. Bai San Miao was so delicate that he saw stars after being punched. He shook his head, trying to break free from Fan Zhao's giant hand. I'm not going to give face to anyone anymore. I'm going to shake you off completely when I get out. Fan Xiao was not in a hurry. He held down the struggling man with one hand and took out his mobile phone with the other hand and turned on the screen. The light that suddenly appeared was a full-body photo of a sexy beauty. The photo was placed in front of Bai San Miao, and Fan Xiao said slowly, Third Master, a little impatience can ruin a big plan. And, do you not want it anymore? The woman with a plump but in the photo is called, and, a famous porn star in Southeast Asia. Many wealthy men would pay a huge sum of money to have a night of her love with them. A rich second generation like Bai San Miao is slapping himself in the face if he has such thoughts. Can you really help me contact her? Bai San Miao's struggle slowed down, and his face was distorted by Fan Zhao's pinching. Sleep with me for one night. I'll drink with you. As for whether she wants to sleep with you, it depends on your ability, third young master. Bai San Miao's eyes greedily fell on the phone. The superior curves in the photo made his blood boil. His anger and rage disappeared completely like filth flushed into the toilet. He closed his eyes as if he was dying a heroic death and uttered a bold statement. Come on, beat me. From the moment the man's eyelids drooped, the apology on Fan Zhao's face was replaced by disgust. His pair of cold eyes narrowed, and his gaze became distracted and cold. Third Master, then I will pick up the skin that is exposed. The effect is good, and you will suffer less. Sorry. The man's muscles around his eyes contracted, and he punched Bai San Miao hard in the face. A howl that was powerful enough to penetrate reinforced concrete suddenly sounded. The sound of fists hitting flesh mixed with the distorted cries of pain. Bai San Miao squatted in the corner of the bathroom with his head buried in his crotch. Fan Xiao, Mr. Fan, Father Fan, that's enough. Didn't you say you'd only beat me for 10 minutes? I feel like I've been beaten for my whole fucking life. If you keep going, I'll go to hell. Fan Xiao pulled Bai San Miao up by the neck and threw him against the wall. His eyes, fueled by his burning hormones, were as sharp and cold as a hawk staring at its prey. Third Master, he tightened his grip on the man's collar and raised the corners of his lips silently. Remember to scream louder later. What are you going to do? Bai San Miao, whose head was swollen like a pig, was trembling all over, his tongue was tied, and he couldn't speak clearly. Didn't you say it was just a show? I advise you to wake up. Our Bai family. Our Bai family is not a pushover. Shoo. Fan Xiao put one finger between his lips, his narrowed eyes revealed a dangerous aura, and his expression became crazy. The smile gradually widened. Just yell. It came quickly and went even faster. As soon as his smile disappeared, Fan Xiao turned from madness to violence and raised his fist to punch Bai San Miao. Oh my God. Are you crazy? Fuck. The howling sound filled every inch of the air, and Bai San Miao fell to the ground with his arms protecting his head. He almost shrank into the corner, curling his body into a trembling ball. However, the expected pain did not come, and after waiting for a long time, he slowly poked his head out of the ball. What he saw was a clenched fist hanging at the side of Fan Xiao. The fist bone was swollen and bloody, and the thin skin and flesh showed a horrible wound, which was slowly oozing blood. Bai San Miao was startled and looked up at the wall above his head. The bloodstains on the white tiles were clearly visible. What? What are you doing? The curled-up man asked tremblingly. Fan Xiao slowly squatted down to the same height as Bai San Miao. He took out a cigarette with his uninjured hand and threw it into his mouth, then raised his lips and smiled softly, almost wickedly. He raised his injured hand, looked at it in front of his eyes, and said quietly, Do you think he will feel bad? What do you think I should ask him for this time? The third young master is a playboy. Can you give me some advice? The dazzling, incandescent light poured down from above his head, and the brighter the light, the more insane the man's face looked. The corners of his mouth and eyes were curved, but without any warmth. That smile was like the light reflected from a poisonous blade, shining but also extremely sinister. You can mess with anyone, but don't mess with Fan Xiao. He can kill you with a smile. Surely was poor Chinese sounded in by San Miao's mind again. He shuddered and put a check mark after the sentence. Now, Bai San Miao didn't want to get entangled with Fan Xiao, so he quickly shook his head and gave an answer. I don't know. Fan Xiao sighed lightly with a look of regret. He patted the curled-up man on the shoulder and thanked him indifferently. Thank you for your hard work, third master. He stood up with a cigarette in his mouth and pretended to check his watch. There was a hint of wantonness on his lips. It's only 10 minutes now. Bai San Miao shuddered as Fan Xiao turned and left, and for the first time he felt sympathy for You Shulang. The bathroom door was pushed open, and Fan Xiao and You Shulang's eyes met. The tall man who was walking slowly towards him had his shirt buttons unbuttoned and his hair scattered in front of his forehead. He looked a bit sloppy and unruly, but he actually looked more handsome. Holding a cigarette in his mouth, he approached You Shulang, leaned forward slightly, and said with a smile, Director Yu, can you give me a cigarette? Fan Zhao's expression looked like he deserved a beating, and You Shulang also had a slight smile on his face. He shook his head helplessly, picked up the lighter from the table, pressed the button, and sent the flame over. Fan Xiao pursed his cheeks, took a deep breath while lighting the tobacco, squeezed out the joy from the tobacco, and slowly exhaled the white mist. He picked up You Shulang's cup, drank the wine in one gulp, picked up his coat, and hung it on his arm. Let's go. Wait a minute. You Shulang grabbed the man's wrist, frowned, and tightened his grip, asking, What's wrong with your hand? The injured hand gently broke free from the shackles, and the other hand clasped You Shulang's shoulder. Fan Xiao held him and walked towards the door, saying nonchalantly as he walked, It's nothing. When I was beating that jerk just now, I didn't notice and hit the wall. It's no big deal, it doesn't hurt. The lines between You Shulang's eyebrows deepened. He glanced at the fist bones that were peeling off the skin and flesh, and decided simply, Let's go to the hospital. Before leaving, he tilted his head and glanced in the direction of the bathroom. The door was half open, and he could see half of Bai San Miao's body. The pig's head was purple and blue, and the man was sitting on the ground, actually looking at him. But the gaze from a distance carries pity. As he moved his feet, the scarred half of his body gradually disappeared from sight. You Shulang lowered his eyelids to hide the doubt in his eyes. Chapter 20. Beep, beep. When Fan Xiao pressed the door lock code, You Shulang politely looked away. The last number lit up, the door lock popped open, and Fan Xiao used his only remaining good hand to open the door. It is a great honor for Director Yu to visit my humble home today. As the door opened, the air inside and outside blended, and wisps of woody fragrance entwined and gently tickled You Shulang's nostrils. Where do I smell this smell before? Where? What are you thinking about? Come in. Fan Xiao was standing in the hallway waiting for him, his eyes shining brightly even in the sleepy midnight. You Shulang hesitated for a moment and walked into the room. Fan Xiao had injured his hand because of him, and the injury was not light, a transverse metacarpal fracture, and he had just been fixed and splinted in the hospital. Now everything was inconvenient, so he had to help with some things. The front door slowly closed, the door panel closed, and when the last gap disappeared, it was as if the light of hope was cut off. His uninjured fingers were nimble, and with a click, the door was locked. There was a hint of excitement on Fan Zhao's face, his greedy eyes fixed on You Shulang's back, his handsome eyes slightly narrowed. The prey has fallen into the trap. What should he do? You can't move your right hand. If there's anything inconvenient, tell me and I'll help you. Fan Xiao injured his right hand, and it seemed that his left hand was also affected. He said, It's nothing I need your help with, but in fact, he couldn't even take off his coat properly. You Shulang walked over and helped him take off his coat and suit. The man had a long arm span and was not very close to Fan Xiao. The two people walked from the hallway into the living room. Fan Xiao turned on the lights, but the light that came on was not very bright. This room is rented by Fan Xiao. It is a newly built high-end apartment with all the necessary furniture and supplies. It is decorated in black and gray tones and is simple and tough. The room was empty, with few personal items. At first glance, it looked like an unpopular model room. There was only a laptop computer on the wooden table with a black screen. Fan Zhao's eyes tightened. Then he relaxed his brows and smiled. Do you know why I rented this place? Because the scenery from the balcony is beautiful. You Shulang looked out the window as he followed the voice, and Fan Xiao took the opportunity to walk to the table and slide the mouse. The dark screen was unlocked, and a man with a look of hope appeared, exactly the same as the man who was looking at the dusk at this moment. The mouse landed on the cross sign. Fan Xiao turned off the video recorded by the dash cam and closed the computer with a big hand. From beginning to end, take your time. You can see Wanfeng Mountain from here, but it's night now, so only the shadow of the mountain is left. The scorching heat hit behind his ears, and the man's body temperature penetrated his skin from behind. They were so close that Fan Xiao could hold You Shulang in his arms with just one embrace. If it were in the past, Director, you would have been able to deftly resolve this embarrassment with his methods, but now, in his heart, Fan Xiao was considered a close friend. You Shulang doesn't have many friends, and Fan Xiao is the most special one among them. He is calm and experienced, handles things properly, but he can also act coquettishly and stick to people. I heard that children who are brought up in a pampered environment are more enthusiastic and clingy, and often use physical contact to express kindness. Unlike myself, beneath my smooth appearance, I actually have an aloof personality that has been tempered by hardships. You Shulang didn't want to admit that he sometimes spoiled Fan Xiao. Those just right shrewdness and unconditional protection often made him feel helpless and heartbroken, and he wanted to deal with him harshly, but couldn't bear to do so. However, favoring is different from favoring others. You Shulang's favor to Lu Jun is unconditional, but his favor to Fan Xiao is limited to a certain range. He let out a light click, raised his hand, and pushed Fan Xiao's head away, expelling the hot breath. The man's expression was a little dull, as if to warn him. What activities do you usually do before going to bed? Is there anything that is inconvenient for you to do with one hand? Really? Fan Xiao laughed awkwardly. I just tried it, but I couldn't unbutton my shirt with my left hand. You Shulang lowered his eyes and saw a few new wrinkles on the collar of Fan Xiao's shirt. How about, Director Yu, could you please help me? Fan Xiao took a step forward and raised his chin slightly. Fuck. You Shulang stepped back, turned around and sat on the sofa, crossed his legs elegantly, and glared coldly. It's not like both of your hands are disabled, just untie it yourself. Such an arrogant You Shulang is not often seen. Fan Xiao loves him very much. He smiled and sat down on the low table in front of the sofa casually, and used his left hand to unbutton his clothes. Both of them had extremely long legs, and they sat facing each other. Fan Xiao was not honest, so his knees occasionally rubbed against each other. Under the incandescent light, the skinny trousers were restrained and seductive, and the black stripes and silver-gray dark grids rubbed against each other lightly, subtly entangled with the slightest itch. Suddenly, the black stripes moved far away. You Shulang rolled his eyes and cursed. Waste. Fan Xiao had trouble unbuttoning the buttons, so he pressed down, flipped up, and twisted them with his long fingers, and the crystal button that had already slipped halfway out of the buttonhole slipped back in again. Come here. You Shulang said coldly with disdain. Lower your head. The tall body pressed closer, casting a dark shadow in front of him, which gradually covered You Shulang's body until it was above the top of his head. At this time, Fan Xiao was only 2 fists away from him. When You Shulang's fingertips opened the first button, he heard Fan Xiao sigh faintly. Director, you still loves me. Shut up. A hint of red appeared on the tip of the fair ear, and the careful Fan Xiao noticed that You Shulang's breathing became disordered for a moment. Slowly clenching his teeth, Fan Xiao responded. The two were very close to each other, and Fan Xiao's gaze wandered wantonly over You Shulang's face. He looked a little tired, with a hint of dark circles under his eyes, but he was still handsome. You Shulang is a handsome guy who conforms to the public's aesthetic standards. His appearance is rather elegant, but he has a strong personality and a cold temperament, which not only neutralizes his elegant appearance, but also makes him look quite difficult to mess with. His eyes moved down to his lips, where the wound had faded to a barely noticeable red mark. The wound that had once inspired Fan Xiao's regrets now added fuel to the fire, causing a dull pain in his lower body. As long as he leaned forward slightly, he could kiss those 2 lips. Fan Xiao recalled its deliciousness over and over again in his mind. It was very soft and elastic, easy to bully, and could be bullied and taken by anyone. The buttons were already half undone. You Shulang's eyes were filled with indifference. His movements were calm and unperturbed, but only he knew why he averted his gaze and held his breath. It was a very attractive body, with healthy skin, firm muscles, smooth lines, and a strong chest that seemed to have been restrained by a shirt for a long time. And as soon as the buttons were opened, it couldn't wait to burst out. There is no action, but it brings 7 points of temptation. You Shulang is gay, and his body and mind are normal. Even if he has a strong will, he cannot avoid being disturbed by it. He tried his best to restrain himself, moving his fingertips very lightly to avoid any chance of contact with Fan Xiao. The buttons are unbuttoned below the chest, and further down is the waist. The well-defined abdominal muscles are faintly visible, with clean lines, strong muscles, and implied strength. Unlike You Shulang's shirts, which were mostly loose and large, Fan Xiao's shirts were tailored to fit his body, close to his skin and narrower towards his waist. Unbuttoning a button, his fingertips slid downwards. Even though he was very careful, You Shulang could not avoid touching Fan Xiao's body. The skin under his fingers was soft and sharp, and it was incredibly hot. You Shulang's eyelashes trembled, and he subconsciously wanted to pull his hand back, but at this moment Fan Xiao's body suddenly pressed over, with his arms wide open as if to hold him in his arms. With broad shoulders and a thick back, You Shulang felt full of oppression. He pushed away instinctively, and the hand on the button had no choice but to cover the smooth and firm skin. This feeling, You Shulang's mind exploded. "What?" he whispered in Fan Xiao's ear. After rubbing his palm against the sturdy waist and abdomen, Fan Xiao slowly stood up. He shook the curtain remote control with his good hand and said excitedly, "I have been looking for it for a long time and couldn't find it. It turns out to be in the gap between the sofas behind you." The man's eyes were curved, and his tone was coaxing. He seemed gentle and kind, but in fact his gaze was deep. "Director Yu," he called, "there are still 2 buttons left to unbutton." Chapter 30. You Shulang turned over in bed, still feeling uncomfortable. All I could see was darkness. Not even the shadows of the night could be seen. The curtains were thick, with 3 layers, blocking out all light sources. Somehow, they seemed to suit Fan Xiao very well. You Shulang reached out and felt around the head of the bed before he took the curtain remote control in his hand, pressed start, and then pressed pause. The curtain slowly opened a crack, and the watery moonlight instantly poured in, casting a layer of brightness on this strange bedroom. You Shulang slept in the guest room of Fan Xiao's house. Half an hour ago, Fan Xiao looked at You Shulang, who was standing at the entrance and about to leave, with an earnest expression. "Shulang, it's too late now. By the time you get home, it will be dawn. Besides, you can't drive after drinking, and it's not easy to call a taxi here." He had changed into home clothes, and the lights slid down the silk fabric like rippling waves. Fan Xiao unbuttoned the last 2 buttons of the shirt with great effort. He did it very slowly, his thumb occasionally sliding across the well-defined abdominal muscles. If his other hand had not been tied with a splint, You Shulang would have defined this behavior as teasing. "You sleep in the guest room." "No one has slept in the guest room since I moved in." Fan Xiao approached. His words were a little clingy. "I'll have to trouble Director Yu to take me to work tomorrow morning. It's hard to get a taxi during the morning rush hour. I can drive over to pick you up tomorrow morning, Fan Xiao. I'm not used to staying overnight at someone else's house." You Shulang refused. "The guest room has a private bathroom, and the supplies and bedding are all new. Just treat it as a hotel stay." You Shulang stared at Fan Xiao and found that his injured finger moved in the splint. He remembered the doctor's instructions and finally had no choice but to agree. Fan Xiao pushed a glass of red wine in front of You Shulang and reached his fingers into the warm and moist vapor. You Shulang had just taken a shower, and his whole body was emitting warm moisture. A thin layer of red was stained on his cold white skin, his eyelashes were wet, and his whole body seemed somewhat soft. He was wearing the same style and different color pajamas as Fan Xiao, but his style was different. The black color made Fan Xiao look deep and elegant, while the champagne color added a touch of softness to You Shulang's coldness, which made Fan Xiao's heart flutter. You Shulang raised the crow feather that was soaked by water vapor and glanced at Fan Xiao. You have an injury on your hand. You can't drink. I know. I poured it just for you. Fan Xiao sat next to You Shulang, tilted his head to look at him, thinking about how to take credit. Have you gotten your revenge today? He asked. With heavy eyelashes drooping, You Shulang slowly took a sip of wine. I don't think Bai Pingyu did it. He looked at Fan Xiao, his jaw tightened sharply. It should be someone else. There is someone else. Facing You Shulang's gaze, Fan Xiao remained calm and composed. Didn't you find Bai Pingyu through investigation? Did you find the wrong person? If it wasn't Bai Pingyu, why would he admit it? The dark red liquid swayed in the crystal cup, creating a beautiful glow. You Shulang said slowly. There are some things I don't understand, but I just don't think Bai Pingyu is someone who would commit adultery with the same sex. These young masters are always attracted to both men and women. You Shulang couldn't say directly that this was a gay man's intuition, so he could only nod gently. I know, but he looks really resistant to TXL. But he was drunk that night. What standard can he be judged by? You Shulang leaned his back against the back of the chair, tilted his head slightly, and uttered helplessly. That's right. Fan Xiao knew how to control the topic. He was concerned like a true friend. If you still have doubts in your heart, we will continue to investigate. You Shulang's Adam's apple moved as he took a sip of wine. His lips, which were already red from the steam, took on a new color, making them even more seductive. Let's talk about it later. The indifferent eyes turned sincere as they looked at Fan Xiao. No matter what, I have to thank you today, Fan Xiao. He lowered his eyes and smiled softly. His voice seemed to contain a sigh and gratitude. To be honest, from childhood to adulthood, no one has ever protected me like this. Fan Zhao's eyes suddenly darkened, and he felt regretful. He was always eloquent, but now he was speechless for a long time. After the regret, there was even more heartache. How much sadness could be concealed by such a light sentence? You're not going to cry, are you? You Shulang glared at him and said, fuck, with a smile. Fan Xiao, don't act like a grown-up girl. Do you know what the girls in our unit say about you in private? Fan Xiao suppressed his outward emotions and asked calmly. What are you talking about? They say you're the dark and gloomy type of male protagonist. If you get entangled with them, there will be no good ending. You Shulang approached the handsome man playfully. What do you think they would think if they knew you were childish and clingy, and your eyes would turn red at any time? This was the first time You Shulang approached Fan Xiao on his own initiative. He had a smile in his eyes, which were filled with tiny sparks of light. Fan Xiao looked a little dazed and asked softly, I don't care what they think, I just want to know what you think. Me? You Shulang pulled away, drank the wine in the glass in one gulp, and patted Fan Xiao on the shoulder casually. I just want to go to sleep now. He stood up and walked towards the guest room. When he was near the door, he turned his head against the light, and a hint of tenderness appeared in his usually calm eyes. If you need anything tonight, call me. You Shulang couldn't sleep, so he got up and sat against the head of the bed. He wanted to smoke a cigarette, but gave up because of the courtesy of being a guest. He thought of Fan Zhao's injured hand. Although he had taken anti-inflammatory drugs orally, the doctor said that he might still have a fever at night. You Shulang had experience in taking care of patients since he was a child, and knew that it was easy to have a high fever at night. He hesitated for a moment, got up, opened the door, and walked towards Fan Zhao's bedroom. Fan Zhao's home was pitch dark, like a cold, deep cave. You Shulang used his cell phone to illuminate the room, and found a wall lamp to turn it on. The dim light penetrated the heavy darkness, driving away the uncomfortable, blind night. Fan Zhao's bedroom is opposite to the guest room. You Shulang walked to the door, raised his hand, and wanted to knock on the door, but slowly put it down after a moment. With a light push of the fingertips, the bedroom door quietly opened, the dim light slipped in, and a small pale yellow trapezoidal window opened on the ground at the door. The person on the bed sank into the quilt. From You Shulang's perspective, he could only see his smooth black hair. He walked to the bed. Fan Xiao was sleeping on his back. The light was dim, so he couldn't see if his eyelashes moved, but he looked like he was sleeping restlessly. He placed his fingers gently on the man's forehead, and there was hot sweat under his fingers. Then he heard a suppressed low moan. What's wrong? Are you not feeling well? You Shulang lowered his head slightly, his eyes filled with worry. Fan Xiao opened his eyes, his face hidden in the diluted darkness. His expression was obscure, but with a blatant sense of aggression. and his slightly raised eyes were also surging with an incomprehensible fanaticism. I feel very uncomfortable. The low and hoarse voice stirred up the danger hidden in the dark night. Didn't Director Yu say that he could ask you for help? For some reason, You Shulang keenly sensed the danger. He was startled and tried to withdraw his hand quickly, but before he could form the thought, someone grabbed his wrist. Director Yu, please help me now? Fan Xiao pulled his hand and quickly slid it into the quilt, passing over the firm chest, strong and lean waist and abdomen, then down, and stopped. Fan Xiao, You Shulang was furious. He gathered all his strength and struggled, instantly breaking the man's good hand. Fuck you. He strangled Fan Xiao's neck with one hand and punched him hard with the other. Puff. The sound of the fist hitting the flesh shattered the ambiguity in the dark night. He was still furious and swung his fist again. When he was about to throw his fist, a big hand grabbed it tightly. Fan Xiao pulled You Shulang in front of him and said quickly, "My left hand is not working well, and it makes me uncomfortable. Please help me. We are all men. What's wrong with you? I can give you my hand later." He pushed the person away, propped himself up with one hand, turned over and half sitting on the bed, took out a cigarette from the bedside, and put it in his mouth, still with resentment in his voice. You don't have to hit people even if you don't agree. He touched the corner of his mouth with his hand and let out a hiss in pain. You Shulang stood beside the bed, staring at Fan Xiao. His shock and anger faded little by little, until in the end he was left with only helplessness. He slowly sat on the edge of the bed, with his back to the man behind him. Rubbing his face with his hands, he sighed. "Give me a cigarette." It took a while before the cigarette was thrown over, along with a box of matches. The fire flickered on and off. You Shulang took a deep puff of cigarette. As the white mist slowly melted into the night, he said, "Fan Xiao, I'm gay. I can't play this kind of straight man game with you." Chapter 31. Wait for me a moment. It will be ready soon. Fan Zhao's voice echoed in the closed carriage and seemed to carry a low vibration frequency when it reached You Shulang's ears. "It's okay." You Shulang put his finger on the car door button, intending to lower the window to get some fresh air. A corner of flesh was reflected on the glass with the anti-peep film. Fan Xiao was buttoning the button under his throat. You Shulang changed his mind because he knew Fan Xiao was afraid of the cold. Fan Xiao had buttoned his shirt himself in the morning, which took a long time and was quite laborious. Now 2 more buttons had slipped off. The handsome man with a wound on the corner of his lip was now lowering his head and using his stiff fingers to push the buttons back into the holes embroidered with silver thread. You Shulang secretly tried it on his shirt with his left hand, and after a moment he cursed softly. "Waste. TSK, Fan Xiao didn't even raise his head. Don't be sarcastic if you don't want to help. The Director Yu I know is the most enthusiastic. He will help strangers, but I don't get this kind of treatment." Fan Xiao was acting like a spoiled brat again. You Shulang thought that after he revealed his sexual orientation, Fan Xiao would reevaluate him, either disgusting him or distancing herself from him, or maintaining a superficial and measured relationship. You Shulang thought it would be the third one, which was in line with Fan Zhao's character and cultivation. He even imagined this situation, which was not bad, although it was a little pity, but it was acceptable. But now it seems that he had misunderstood Fan Xiao again. From last night till now, he had not shown any abnormality. Everything was the same as before, even the length of his voice was just right. You Shulang turned his gaze and saw a vague clavicle, which was slightly shimmering under the diamond-studded buttons. There was also a pendant half-hidden, which You Shulang had seen once before. It was a 4-faced Buddha with a rather fierce look. Looking down, he could see the stiff but beautiful long fingers. Fan Zhao's palm was very broad, and his fingers were long and slender, with distinct joints. The light blue veins were reflected under the thin skin, which made people want to hold it. Inevitably, You Shulang thought of last night again. He was led by this big hand into the soft quilt all the way down. The skin under his hand was tough and delicate, with smooth lines. It was a perfect male body, which could be called the best. He shook his head to dispel these nonsense. You Shulang asked quietly, "Do you still need my help?" Fan Xiao was startled. Then he looked up and looked directly at the man in the driver's seat. His eyes were burning, and You Shulang didn't have the habit of smoking in the car. He held the unburned cigarette between his fingers and acknowledged it. "Yes." I made you misunderstand before. It's okay, I understand. I'll introduce you to some other day. A brilliant smile appeared on the corners of Fan Zhao's dark lips. Okay, I'm looking forward to it, but wait until the wound on my face heals. I'm afraid your boyfriend will ask me how I got hurt, and I can't say that I got beaten up because I was a hooligan with his man. You Shulang was in a good mood and did not pursue Fan Zhao's nonsense. He smiled and drove him away. Get out of the car, you will be late for work. Fan Zhao pushed the door open with his good hand and got out of the car. He leaned halfway and then came back, leaning towards You Shulang. In the man's puzzled gaze, he said in a low voice, "Chun tap ro mai wai ti ta dai kap kun." What did you say? You Shulang asked. Have a nice day. The tall man watched the car slowly slide out of his sight, and with his nimble left hand, he took out his cell phone and dialed a few numbers. Jinjin, long time no see. Let's meet in the evening. Lu Zhen broke his date with You Shulang. Stepping onto the dreamy floor of the Airbus bar, the feeling he felt under his feet was not the realistic three-dimensional effect, but the excitement and nervousness that was about to overflow from his chest. Fan Zhao contacted him again, after disappearing for almost a month. It would not be accurate to say that he disappeared. Lu Zhen would often receive expensive gifts from him, including a luxury bag that had just been launched on the market. Regardless of the price, he felt proud for the first time when he could carry it back and forth when many snobs in the circle could not buy it even with their connections. According to common sense, after giving the gift, you will inevitably receive an invitation call, have dinner, a date, and then naturally roll into bed. But Lu Zhen received so many gifts, but he never received a call from Fan Zhao. He even thought that the word fan on the card might be his imagination. Since Fan Zhao didn't call him, he had no choice but to call him. Lu Zhen told himself over and over again that this was out of politeness. Occasionally the phone would be connected, and they would chat briefly, but the other party would either be in a meeting or on a business trip, and then hastily hang up. More often, they would just reply with a text message, with soft words that seemed to be very affectionate, but there would be no response. Lu Zhen has seen a lot of dirty things in the circle. There are many bad guys who want to touch the thighs when inviting them to dinner, which makes people like Fan Zhao, who is rich, generous, and not impatient, look noble. Today, Lu Zhen was surprised and delighted to have an appointment with Fan Zhao. He made up a random excuse to cancel the invitation that You Shulang had made long ago. Walking through the high-tech corridor, he saw the tall and handsome man in his old seat. He will come naturally. People who are kept hanging are passive. You just need to snap your finger, and he will come running. Fan Zhao smiled and greeted Lu Zhen, who was coming over, and did not forget to answer his assistant's question. As soon as he finished speaking, Fan Zhao's good hand gently rested on Lu Zhen's shoulder. What are you talking about? Lu Zhen asked. Fan Zhao took him to his seat and said in a deep male voice, "You say that every time I see you, my eyes light up." Lu Zhen had heard a lot of sweet talk and flirtatious talk, but he couldn't resist such an ordinary compliment. He lowered his eyes, 3 parts smiling and 7 parts shy. He knew that this was the most attractive way. His eyes had just lowered and his expression had not yet adjusted to the best when he saw Fan Zhao's injured hand. He raised his eyes in surprise and saw the man's injured lip corner in the dim light. What happened? How did you get hurt? Fan Zhao smiled slightly. He tried to be a hooligan but got beaten up instead. Lu Zhen was startled, then said coquettishly, "Nonsense." Fan Zhao took a sip of wine and said calmly, "Really, if you don't believe it, forget it." Seeing that Fan Zhao was unwilling to talk, Lu Zhen changed the subject. "Mr. Fan, are you busy recently?" "Neither busy nor busy." Fan Zhao took a sip of wine with a slightly lonely look, and the gaze he cast over was as deep as the sea water. Lu Zhen was enveloped by a heavy gaze. His heart tightened, and he felt as if something was about to happen. Is Fan Zhao finally going to confess his feelings? Lu Zhen was secretly delighted, and he shook the rose-red liquid in his hand until it was dazzling. Somehow, Lu Zhen suddenly thought of You Shulang. 3 years ago, when You Shulang, whom he had been pursuing for a long time, finally expressed that they could give it a try, he seemed to be just as happy, even a little happier. Lu Zhen drank the wine in the cup, put on a smile, and asked, "Why are you busy? Why are you not busy?" Fan Zhao has a beautiful lip shape, with his lips slightly open and tightly pursed. Finally, With a little self-mockery, he said slowly, I am busy because I pretend to be busy. Pretending to be busy? Lu Zhen thought for a moment. Mr. Fan doesn't want to see me? How could that be? It's just… Fan Xiao smiled bitterly. It's just that you probably don't have time to see me, right? I have. This was too explicit, so Lu Zhen reorganized his words. I'm quite busy, but if Mr. Fan invites me, I will definitely make time for it. However, Lu Zhen's answer was another helpless, bitter smile. Fan Xiao patted Lu Zhen on the shoulder twice. His expression and tone seemed to be hurt. See what else you want to order? I'm going to the bathroom. Until Fan Xiao left, Lu Zhen still didn't understand what was going on. He drank in silence, feeling very nervous. In fact, Mr. Fan has a very strong possessiveness. A poor Chinese voice came from the corner of the sofa, startling Lu Zhen, who was concentrating on his studies. He looked in the direction of the voice and saw Fan Zhao's assistant almost squeezed into the darkness, and suddenly, he understood. It's time to break up with You Shulang. Chapter 32. No other reason? You Shulang's ending tone was steady, flat, and deep, with no way of telling whether he was happy or angry. Lu Zhen felt guilty and was therefore very nervous. He stumbled over his words of breaking up, and the lyrics he had prepared all night were scattered all over the place. You are very good, but I am not worthy of you. This sentence almost broke the calmness on You Shulang's face. The shadow under his brow became heavier, and he took out a cigarette and rubbed it slowly in his hand. The young man opposite him kept his head down, and You Shulang could only see the top of his hair. He once loved that soft hair, which seemed to extend gently to the very end, and when he touched it, his heart felt like it was soaked by a silent spring rain. Today, the hair still shines with a soft and bright luster in the sun, covering the young man's eyebrows and leaving only a tightened chin. With her lips tightly pursed, her fingers were fingering the deliberately torn holes in her jeans. It was already late autumn, but the fashionable and beautiful Lu Zhen was still wearing single trousers. Her fingernails dug into the holes, leaving red marks on her skin. Forget it. You Shulang softened his heart. The glittering crown on the bookshelf, the valuable items in the wardrobe, the crude excuses, the inconsistent pretexts, the untracked schedule. No more questions. Since Lu Zhen has already decided to leave and has found enough excuses for their failed relationship, why should he embarrass him and put a label on him to embarrass him? The cigarette was thrown into the mouth and lit. You Shulang finally asked behind the soft white mist. Have you made up your mind, Lu Zhen? Lu Zhen suddenly raised his eyes and finally looked straight at him. His fingertips slowly tightened, causing wrinkles on his pants and heavy red marks around his eyes. He almost opened his mouth, but gave up. Finally, his eyes were filled with a bright light, the light of the crown on the bookshelf. Gritting his teeth, Lu Zhen said word by word. I think. Both were speechless. Apart from the rising white mist, there seemed to be no living creature in the room. After finishing his cigarette, You Shulang pressed the cigarette butt into the ashtray. I'm leaving. He stood up. Take good care of yourself in the future. The man walked briskly without any hesitation. When his finger touched the door, he heard someone shout behind him. You Shulang. Before the sound faded, Lu Zhen suddenly ran over, threw herself into the man's arms, hugged his waist tightly, and cried like a wronged child. The tears were warm and surging, soaking his shirt and burning his skin. You Shulang let his hands hang at his sides, not hugging the young man as tightly as before. You don't have me in your heart anymore. He gently pushed Lu Zhen away while sniffing, leaning down to look him in the eye. Don't cry. You are actually quite brave. You can face your own heart. He rubbed the young man's hair for the last time and said, Live a good life. Your working environment is quite complicated. You must take care of yourself and don't mistreat yourself in other aspects. After giving his final instructions, You Shulang turned around and tried to leave, but was stopped by Lu Zhen again. She looked at him directly with tearful eyes. You Shulang, have you ever loved me? There was no lingering emotion in Lu Zhen's words, and a hint of blame could be heard in his words. The tall man was silent for a moment, and for the first time, there was a hint of coldness in You Shulang's eyes. Can't you feel it? The man asked. You are caring, asking about my well-being, taking care of my daily life, and standing behind me unconditionally. The young man sneered. You Shulang, do you think love is just like this? Looking at the man's slowly frowning brows, Lu Jun almost announced, "Yes, you are very good to me. A perfect boyfriend who can't be faulted with anything. You agree with everything I say and cooperate with everything I do, even if it's something you really don't like. But other than that, I can't feel you at all. I can't feel your true self. Just like you never tell me about your work, I don't understand. But I also hope to be able to participate in every aspect of your life. You are not interested in what I tell you, although you listen carefully, but I can tell that you don't like it. Also, I really can't walk into your world. When you are silent, smoking, laughing, and even after making love, I can feel your loneliness. Even if I am right next to you and hugging you tightly, you are still lonely. Your heart is closed too tightly, or you don't want to let me in at all. The distance between us is too far, so far that no matter how hard I try, I can't get close to you. You know, that kind of frustration is really frustrating." Lu Jun wiped away his tears and made his closing statement. "You Shulang, you have never loved me." Chapter 33. The lights were dim. The phantoms were erratic. The messy lights and the wild music were cutting each other. For those who willingly fell into it, it seemed that only the afterimages of their bodies were left, without the pressure of souls, and they seemed light and fluttery. The only place that can accommodate confusion and decadence is the bar. You Shulang drank another glass. He almost went around, drinking with everyone he knew and didn't know, chatting 70% and laughing 30%, doing it with ease. Fan Xiao finally managed to break out from the crowd. He was an investor with real money in his hands, so he was naturally sought after. Sitting down next to You Shulang, he reeked of alcohol. He put away the polite smile on his face and said "fuck" softly. You Shulang lowered his eyes, looked at the distance between them that could not even accommodate an inch, and refrained from moving. "Did you drink? You still have injuries on your hands?" he asked. "No, I drank fruit tea, but I felt a little annoyed." Fan Xiao took out a cigarette and put it into You Shulang's mouth without asking. "I don't smoke in public." You Shulang glanced at Fan Xiao and used the tip of his tongue to push the cigarette that was stuck too deep out half an inch. Fan Xiao paused, then put the half-smoked cigarette back into the box. "I forgot that director you has strict rules." He spread his fingers apart, took the cigarette back from You Shulang's mouth, and bit it between his own teeth. Well, the cigarette that had been held in a pair of lips and moistened by the tip of the tongue now had a new owner. You Shulang raised his hands in vain, looking embarrassed. "What's wrong? I gave you a half-smoked cigarette before, and you didn't make such a fuss." In the past, You Shulang had not made his sexual orientation clear, so he could only pretend to be straight. But now, it's okay. You Shulang dragged over a bottle of wine, filled the empty glass, swallowed half of it, and rarely unbuttoned the second button under his throat. "This wine has a strong after-effect. You shouldn't drink it like this." Fan Xiao put his elbows on his knees and twisted his body to look into You Shulang's collar. The faint flesh color was so tempting that he wanted to bite it. He suppressed his temper and asked, "Are you in a bad mood?" You Shulang laughed briefly and said in the same tone as usual, "Mr. Fan, you are overthinking." The white mist he exhaled was reflected by the flashy light, and Fan Xiao, who had taken off his cigarette, moved closer. He glanced at the man's collarbone before looking into his eyes. "Do you know why I can tell that you are unhappy? Because we are the same kind of people." "What kind of person?" You Shulang asked casually. Fan Zhao's eyes flickered, and he looked at her intently with a deep gaze, which seemed to contain a hint of barely perceptible sadness. "The one wearing the mask. If anyone comes to bother you again, I'll help you." You Shulang subconsciously understood Fan Zhao's words as unwillingness to socialize. He filled his glass again, his expression still indifferent. "If you are annoyed, we can leave first." As expected, a man of medium height and decent appearance separated the crowd and approached the two men. "What's your last name?" The man pointed at You Shulang with an exaggerated expression. "Don't tell me. Let me figure it out myself." You Shulang, Director You. Fan Xiao pushed the cigarette in his mouth from the left side to the right side and shrugged his face quickly. You Shulang patted Fan Zhao's leg casually, then smiled and extended his hand to the man beside him. "Vice President Xue, we meet again." "Oh, yes, Director Yu." Xue Baodian looked down on a small character like You Shulang, but he didn't want to offend Fan Xiao, the god of wealth. Now that he saw Fan Xiao trying to please You Shulang, he could only hold his breath and offer You Shulang a cigarette. Would you please give me one? You Shulang took the cigarette, held it between his fingers without lighting it, and continued to smile gently and even respectfully. Vice President Xue, what have you been busy with these days? Why haven't I seen you at several gatherings of people in the industry? Fan Xiao suddenly smiled in the shadows, raised his eyebrows, and stared at You Shulang. He knew You Shulang's personality. He was thoughtful and considerate, easygoing and generous. But if he really stepped on his weak spot, he would not be an easy person to deal with. I went abroad to inspect a project recently and just returned home yesterday. After being beaten into a pig's head by someone in the back street of a bar, and then being sodomized by someone who picked up the corpse, Xue Baodian spent half a month recuperating from his injuries and was confined to his home by his own father for half a month. He was able to tell lies without blushing or beating his heart and was extremely comfortable with it. You Shulang smiled, with a hint of admiration on his face. Thank you for your hard work, Vice President Xue. Fan Xiao didn't want to let him off, so he lazily asked, where did the prince go? What project did he inspect? What field did he involve? Did he gain anything? Tell us about it, so that we can benefit from it. Having been in the industry for a long time, he could make up a lot of nonsense, but that was in front of outsiders. Xue Baodian didn't dare to talk nonsense in front of Fan Xiao, because he was afraid that this person would reveal his secrets and affect their future cooperation. His face froze, and Xue Baodian hurriedly changed the subject. Just as he started talking, the phone in his pocket rang. Found the person? He suddenly jumped up from the sofa and punched the air with one hand. Hold him down. I'll be there soon. He was so anxious that he forgot to say goodbye to Fan Xiao. He picked up a glass of strong liquor from the table and drank it up, gritting his teeth and cursing. Fuck his uncle. Wait and see how I kill you. The door slammed with a loud noise, and the man left like the wind. You Shulang retracted his gaze and threw the cigarette between his fingers onto the table. It's really annoying. Fan Xiao put down his cigarette, and put his good hand on You Shulang's shoulder, trying to coax him. Does Director Yu feel better after being annoyed by this idiot? He pressed his nose with his long fingers, and the strong liquor took effect. You Shulang never drank too much unless he had to, for fear of losing his composure in front of others and delaying his work. But now he picked up the cup again and poured the spicy liquid into his throat. I'm heartbroken. Along with the smell of alcohol, a helpless smile also dissipated. What? Fan Xiao suddenly straightened his back. His expression changed several times in an instant, and he tried his best to suppress his surprise and excitement. Are you kidding? He took out his phone while talking, and sure enough, there were several unread messages from Lu Zhan on the screen. He couldn't suppress his smile, but fortunately Yu Shulang's eyes were always in the brown wine soup, so he didn't see Fan Zhao's almost distorted face. He was fine a few days ago, and he even said he wanted to introduce us to each other. Yu Shulang was silent for a while, then dragged over a few more bottles of wine. Unable to find a wine opener, he turned the bottle caps over and over again, and with a little pressure, the caps popped open instantly, releasing the aroma of wine. After filling his own cup, Yu Shulang tapped the cup on Fan Zhao's fruit tea cup and said, "No more talking. Come drink with me." The tip of his tongue scraped across his teeth for a half circle. Fan Xiao narrowed his eyes and leaned forward to whisper, "Director Yu is such a good person. How could anyone be willing to let go?" Yu Shulang tooted, unhappily pushed the head away, and squinted. "Do you want a drink? Drink it. Even the real thing will do. Just fruit tea." And Yu Shulang lowered his eyes, hiding the empty and distant sadness in his eyes. "And if I get drunk, take me home." "Okay," Fan Xiao sneered. "I promise to send Director Yu, who is unable to forget his old love and drowning his sorrows in alcohol, home safely." Chapter 34. Wake up. Fan Xiao underestimated Yu Shulang's alcohol tolerance. Pulling that slender hand to wrap around himself, the man slowly opened his eyes as the wave took off. Half an hour ago, Fan Xiao used the key to open Yu Shulang's door. The neighborhood was old, the home decoration was old-fashioned, and there were no induction lights. Fan Xiao found the switch on the wall of the entrance, turned on the light, went to the bedroom, and helped the drunk Yu Shulang to the bed. The man was very heavy, and when he pressed on the bed, The mattress bounced a few times. It was not an easy task to torment You Shulang. Fan Xiao took a breath and turned on the bedside lamp. The light from the desk lamp was very soft, creamy yellow, warm, and like the sweet taste of cakes. It shone just right on You Shulang, as if it was blessed with a warm color filter. It was the second time that Fan Xiao stood by the bed and examined the sleeping You Shulang. Compared to his pale face last time, his skin now had a light red color that ran along the line of his neck and into his collar. The collar was slightly pulled, revealing one side of the collarbone. Fan Xiao had been craving it the whole night and almost subconsciously wanted to touch it. The fingertips had already broken through the skin and held the hot air, but they just stopped. Fan Xiao slowly withdrew his hand and looked down at his palm. He had held a cigarette, shaken hands, patted shoulders, and touched the steering wheel. It was a little dirty. "Director Yu, your body is so delicate. Let me wash my hands first." Fan Xiao leaned over and deliberately blew the heat into the man's ear. He took off his coat, hurried to wash his hands, left the bedroom, looked around, and found the bathroom. Before he could even take a step further, his gaze moved back along the same trajectory and fell on the photos in the locker. The corners of his lips were pressed down, and a dark red fire burned in his eyes. The tip of his shoe changed direction, and the expensive leather shoes made a steady sound on the floor. It was a group photo, a youthful boy and a tall, steady man, standing in a landscape with thick green trees and winding clouds. One was in front of the other, with their shoulders half crossed, without hugging each other, but it was clear that they had a close relationship. Fan Zhao's eyes passed over the boy and landed on the man standing with his hands behind his back. The man's smile was faint, but it looked brighter because of the sunshine. His eyebrows were gentle and drooped, and he didn't look at the camera, but at the boy in front of him. The brown photo frame was picked up, and the fingertips rubbed the smooth glass. The man's smile was blocked, as well as his seemingly shallow but affectionate gaze. A frivolous tisk sound broke the silence in the room. "I didn't expect Director Yu to be such a sentimental person, but he's just unlucky and always meets the wrong people." In the end, the photo frame was hung on the shelf and never saw the light of day. A photo successfully dispelled Fan Zhao's urgency, and he began to visit You Shulang's house like a visitor who had long admired it. There are too many signs of life proving that someone once lived here. Couple water cups, couple slippers, couple toothbrushes, clothes that are completely different from You Shulang's style, boxes full of snacks, and a note with a red heart drawn on it on the refrigerator. "Uncle Yu, the sweet and sour pork tenderloin you made is so delicious. I love you so much. Give me a kiss, red heart." "Uncle Yu," Fan Xiao sneered. "Is this so exciting?" He took the note off the refrigerator, slowly crumpled it into a ball of garbage, and threw it gently into the place where the garbage should go. In the corner of the study, Fan Xiao found a photo album. The flaming red lips on the cover of the album had the charm of the 1990s, and the actress's porcelain white face was modeled, revealing the earthy yellow of the paper shell. Flipping through the album casually, the photos in it all seem a bit old. Men or women in rustic clothes are standing next to crudely made fake scenery with stiff and awkward smiles on their faces. Fan Xiao had no patience. He simply flipped through it and then lost interest. He was about to close the book when his eyes lit up. In the inconspicuous photo in the lower right corner, there are 3 people standing side by side. In the middle is a pretty woman, with a young man standing on each side. The one on the left is younger, probably around 11 or 12 years old. The one on the right is older, probably around 14 or 15 years old. "You Shulang." Fan Xiao moved the photo album closer and looked closely at the young man on the right. You Shulang, who was 14 or 15 years old, had grown up, was thin and tall, and had a handsome face with sharp edges. His expression was also reserved, with his lips slightly pursed. Perhaps someone asked him to smile, so the corners of his lips were stiffly raised, forming a not-so-round arc. Fan Xiao also smiled, and the anger in his heart dissipated a lot. He took the photo out of the album and put it into his wallet. When he returned to the bedroom, You Shulang was still drunk. He changed his position and lay on his back on the bed. Fan Xiao leaned over and saw the man frowning slightly, seeming to be in pain even in his deep dream. "Director Yu, are you feeling uncomfortable? Can I help you take off your clothes?" It was a normal sentence, but it sounded ambiguous and obscene. With his freshly washed fingers on the buttons, Fan Zhao's left hand undid them all with extraordinary dexterity. The slightly rosy flesh looked like it was covered with a layer of icing sugar under the light of the table lamp. Fan Zhao's eyes suddenly darkened, and his fingers stroked the smooth skin little by little, lingering on it and unable to let it go. What should I do? I can't leave any marks on Director Yu today, but I really want to bite him. His eyes moved upwards, and Fan Zhao pressed his thumb on the man's lips, kneading them gently. You have to compensate me. How about a kiss? Before the sound faded away, his lips fell impatiently. The aroma of wine rushed into his mouth, and Fan Zhao seemed to be drunk. He swallowed those two lips again and again, until they were wet and shiny, and then he stretched out his tip to continue to go deeper. He leaned on one knee on the bed, held You Shulang's jaw with his good hand, and kissed him deeply and hard. Suddenly, the person under him let out a passionate murmur from the corner of his lips. Before Fan Zhao could hear clearly what it was, he was shocked to feel someone pressing down on the back of his neck and deepening the kiss. You Shulang was kissing him. He took the initiative and kissed him back. His eyelashes flickered slightly, and the man in a hazy state of mind reacted entirely on instinct. You Shulang's kiss was not as overbearing as Fan Zhao's, but gentle, affectionate, and intoxicating. Fan Zhao's mind and body were both blown up. His paste-like thoughts were filled with 6 words. You Shulang kissing me. The one-way kiss was like heaven to Fan Zhao, and now that he got the return, he would rather die in this wet and sticky sucking. Jinjin. A faint murmur went into his ears along his cheek, and this time Fan Zhao heard it clearly. Who are you calling? Fan Zhao suddenly left those lips, and the confusion on his face disappeared completely. He didn't even care whether You Shulang would wake up, and his low voice was extremely gloomy. Were you calling Luzhin just now? You Shulang murmured again, but turned over and continued to sleep, leaving Fan Zhao alone to go crazy. You miss your Jinjin, don't you? Fan Zhao smiled suddenly. Okay, I'll help you. He walked quickly out of the bedroom and brought in a photo frame from the living room. Bang! The wooden photo frame was placed on the bedside table, with Lu Zhan's smiling face on it. An artistic photo, with a very beautiful smile. Fan Zhao stood by the bed and looked down at the half-awake You Shulang. Half of his face was illuminated by the light of the desk lamp, and the other half was buried in the darkness of the night. You Shulang, last time at my house, I asked you to give me your hand, but you not only refused but also punched me. He leaned over and slowly unzipped his pants. You like men, don't you? If you're a pervert, why do you have to pretend to be noble? Some moments are felt, not spoken. Chapter 35. When he woke up again, there was only the faint morning light in front of him. Even though the light was weak, it hurt You Shulang's eyes. As his pupils gradually cleared up, he felt his breathing become heavy. What is the chest that is pressing against me and making me unable to breathe? He reached out his hand unconsciously and found it was an arm when he touched it vaguely. His hazy eyes suddenly opened, and You Shulang turned his head to see a face very close to him. Fan Zhao? How come he was sleeping with him? A strong and muscular naked arm pressed against his chest, and the healthy skin was coated with a light layer of brilliance by the morning light. You Shulang's slow brain finally realized the situation. Fan Zhao and he were sleeping together naked. You Shulang rubbed his temples and felt a pain in his head as if it were being pricked by needles. The man beside him was breathing deeply and was having a good dream. You Shulang withdrew his gaze from the man's muscular body and gently lifted a corner of the quilt. Fortunately, Fan Zhao and he were still guarding the last civilization. Heaving a long sigh, You Shulang tried to get up and walk away from this chaotic and ambiguous situation, but was held back by the arm across his chest. The muscles were firm, the lines were smooth, the clear blood vessels extended from the forearm to the back of the hand, and the slightly raised light blue was full of vigorous power. When his eyes fell on that hand, You Shulang suddenly felt greedy. Fan Zhao's fingers were long, with distinct joints, and the back of his palms were broad. They were bony and sexy, making people want to cross their fingers. With his hangover still in a fuzzy state, You Shulang couldn't help but hold the hand, spread out his 5 fingers, and slowly inserted his finger between them. Fan Zhao, he said, if you lose your sense of propriety, I will fuck you. What? Fan Zhao was really shocked this time. He suddenly raised his eyelids and asked, "What did director you say he wanted to do to me?" You Shulang rolled over, shook off the clasped hands, and said coldly, "I'm gay. If you still consider me your friend, then follow the rules." Fan Xiao stood up and half sat. The quilt slipped down to reveal his muscular chest, and he squinted at You Shulang and asked, "You're going to fuck me if I don't follow the rules?" The troublesome Fan Xiao gave You Shulang a splitting headache. He picked up a cigarette and bit it between his teeth, his face looking terribly ugly. Holding the cigarette between his teeth, You Shulang opened the drawer of the bedside table, found a lighter, and lit the cigarette. He casually reached into the cabinet again, and between his fingers, he found a square box and threw it in front of Fan Xiao. After exhaling a long puff of cigarette, You Shulang raised his eyebrows grimly. "Want to try it?" Fan Xiao lowered his eyes and saw a box of condoms thrown on the quilt. It had been opened and obviously used. A trace of resentment gradually accumulated in his chest along the veins in his body. Fan Xiao laughed in anger. He picked up the box, turned it between his fingers, and said lightly like a playboy, "How long has it been since you last did it, director you? You must have been holding back a lot. Last night, you got drunk and grabbed someone and kissed him. I couldn't avoid it. Oh, by the way, your ex-boyfriend's name was Jinjin? You kissed me and called me Jinjin at the same time. You kissed me so hard that my lips were broken. Want to see it?" He leaned forward and pursed his lips slightly. You Shulang's fingers trembled violently. Nicotine was drawn into his throat, and he started coughing violently. The shaking coughs came one after another, and the man holding the cigarette had a layer of saline solution on his eyes. Seeing that You Shulang was almost dying from coughing, Fan Xiao couldn't help but feel sorry for him. So he came over, patted his back, handed him water, and was very attentive. "You were drunk, so it's understandable that you didn't know who I was. It was just a kiss, no big deal. But you were wrong to scare me with a condom just to push me away. Besides, what if you didn't scare me?" You Shulang raised his head and looked at Fan Xiao through the tears he coughed up, and saw that his hazy face was full of mockery. "Cough, get out. I took good care of you last night. Even if I didn't do anything great, I still worked hard. You should at least let me stay for breakfast. It's really unreasonable for you to ask me to get out now, director you." You Shulang almost stopped coughing. His heart was in turmoil. Fan Zhao's words made him vaguely recall some fragmented scenes from last night. The hot lips, the passionate kiss, and Lu Zhan. In the dream, he seemed to have really kissed Jinjin and did. His body stiffened, and Yu Shulang's expression suddenly changed. He rubbed his fingers together, and his palms suddenly felt hot. After drinking, besides forcefully kissing, did he do anything else that was even more outrageous? If the Jinjin he kissed in the dream was actually Fan Xiao, then Yu Shulang felt uneasy and felt sad, but he did not dare to ask Fan Xiao directly. "I'm going to take a shower. You? Please do as you please." Only after the pretending calm figure disappeared did Fan Xiao half lean on the bed. He reached out and turned over the photo on the bedside table, looking lazily at the person in the photo. "Jinjin, how long do you think it will take for your boyfriend to be willing to sleep with me?" Chapter 36. The night mountain breeze rushed in through the open window, blowing wildly over the nearly naked man, ruthlessly dividing the little remaining warmth on his body. The man's hands were tied behind his back. He was only wearing a pair of shorts, and he was forced to kneel on the ground. He lowered his head, looking around. His expression was relatively calm. Suddenly, the door of the villa bounced open, and the cold wind rushed in first. Forming convection with the open window, the curtain legs collided with each other, and the naked man shivered again. The man who came walking on the wind was a sinister and fierce-looking man, followed by two minions. The scene was quite horrifying. "Caught you." The man's voice was filled with hatred. He rushed to the man in a few steps and kicked him over with his leg. "You damn faggot. I told you I would kill you sooner or later." The man on the ground was a big man, with broad shoulders, thick back, and muscular body. Even though he was tied up, he did not look inferior. The hemp rope was tight and his chest muscles were bulging, which gave him a sense of violent aesthetics. He raised his head and looked at the man who was looking down at him with spitting fire in his eyes, with a hint of doubt in his eyes. "You are 200 yuan? $200. Shui Baodian remembered the 200 yuan that was slapped on the side of his face, and the words, "I can't have more. You're not good looking." "Fuck you." I think you don't want to live anymore. Shui Baotian used the same trick again and raised his leg to kick. His big leather boots were raised high with a tremendous force, and he raised it so high and dropped it so quickly that it should have been a heavy blow. But unexpectedly, the man who was half crouching on the ground swiftly dodged, causing Shui Baotian to step on empty air and almost stumble. He used too much force and the sole of his shoe hit the ground, causing half of his leg to go numb. Shui Baotian limped and angrily pointed at the black-clad bodyguards standing next to the man. What did I hire you for? You are all fucking bastards. Hold him down. The man on the ground was being controlled by many hands and had nowhere to hide. He was kicked dozens of times by Shui Baotian. After being kicked randomly, the man spat out a mouthful of blood foam, looked up at Shui Baotian, who was panting with a sinister look on his face, and said in a tepid tone, "You can't blame me for what happened last time. Besides, I apologized to you and gave you the money. It was you who didn't want it." When it came to money, Shui Baotian got angry again, cursing and looking for someone to kill him. The man didn't want to suffer any more physical pain, so he spoke faster and said, "Besides, I applied medicine to the wounds on your body, including the ones afterward. Didn't we agree to let this matter go? Why are you still grudging me?" Shui Baotian's teeth were about to be broken. That evening a month ago was the darkest moment of his life. He was beaten up for no reason, and then the man picked up his chicken tip. Afterwards, he was not allowed to curse, and threatened that he would be punished for every curse. He was so depressed that he was like a balloon about to explode. He was also in so much pain that he could not move a step because of the wounds all over his body. The man left for a while, bought 2 tubes of ointment and a few bags of instant noodles, and cooked the noodles on a small electric stove while applying medicine to his bruised wounds. Shui Baotian had never suffered since he was a child, and he was a young man. The ointment was cool and temporarily relieved the pain. Therefore, although he wanted to resist, it was not much, and he just pushed and shoved and gave in. The most painful part is his fucking backside. You fucking donkey, you don't consider your own thing, and then what? In ancient times, if you reported to the authorities, you would be castrated. Now you have to undergo chemical castration. Do you still want to report it? The man's hand, which was applying the medicine, stopped at the back of Shui Baotian's neck, and he held it lightly, not too lightly or too heavily, which made people feel uneasy. Shui Baotian opened his mouth several times, but finally gave in. A wise man never suffers a loss in front of him. I will kill you in the future. The sound of screwing the lid came from behind, and the man seemed to have changed the ointment. A cold touch came from behind, and Shui Baotian suddenly shuddered, and his back instantly stiffened. What are you doing? His voice changed. He turned his head with difficulty and asked tremblingly, I'm applying medicine to you. Didn't you say it hurt? I'll do it myself. No, I won't wipe it. Take it away. The man felt that he was scolding him, so he turned away and ignored him, squatting in front of the small stove and concentrating on cooking noodles. Shui Baotian called his confidant and asked him to answer the phone. When he hung up the phone, the noodles were already out of the pot, and the young man sat on a small stool and concentrated on eating noodles. The aroma of noodles filled the cramped room. Shui Baotian's stomach growled, and he felt a severe stomachache. He had drunk a lot of wine, and after being beaten and stabbed, his stomach was already empty, and he was looking forward to having a hot meal. Would you like a bowl? The man asked without even raising his head. Who the hell eats this junk food? Shui Baotian turned his face away angrily. 5 minutes later, he turned his head away in the room filled with the aroma of noodles. Well, I just want to drink some soup. This memory is what Shui Baotian wants to erase the most. It is cowardly and mean. In many midnight dreams, he wanted to slap himself in the face out of frustration. After walking around the villa, he found a glass ashtray, hung it on his fingertips, walked back to the man, and slowly squatted down. What's your name? The man raised his eyes, looked at Shui Baotian carefully, and then said, So this is what you look like. Shui Baotian thought of himself with a bruised face and nose a month ago, and he angrily said, Fuck you. I'm Zhang Qi. The man's words followed closely. My name is Zhang Qi. Shui Baotian suppressed his temper and gritted his teeth. Okay, Zhang Qi, don't you know the phrase, a little impatience can ruin a big plan? He tapped the man's cheek with an ashtray. I'm a normal man, but I was raped by a gay. How do you think we should settle this? Zhang Qi has a young face, handsome features, and looks tender and manly. He thought for a moment, and then spoke with a hint of sincerity. I'm gay, and I can't tell how much harm this will cause you. If you really can't get over it, just go ahead and beat me up. Beat you up? Shue Baotian grinned. Of course I will, but... He leaned forward slightly, close to the man's ear. But I will also let you experience how much harm this kind of thing can do to a person. He suddenly pulled away, and under Zhang Qi's puzzled gaze, Shue Baotian raised his hand and smashed the heavy glass ashtray on the man's head. A bloody cut suddenly appeared on his flesh, and warm blood flowed out. Chapter 37. The wound on his head was exploding with blood flowing down from his forehead. The man only let out a muffled groan without even flinching. Shue Baotian raised his eyebrows contentedly, walked slowly to the sofa, sat down, crossed his legs, and lit a cigarette. A vicious smile was hidden in the swirling smoke. You are a man, please hold on, and don't be a wimp later. The flowing blood blurred one of the man's eyes. His brows knitted together as he asked in a deep voice, What are you going to do? Shue Baotian glanced at the henchman standing behind him, a little impatient. Hasn't anyone arrived yet? Here we are, waiting outside. The corners of his lips raised. Then come in. The door of the villa opened again, and this time, along with the mountain breeze, came a few women with fluttering skirts. In the very cold weather, their white thighs and breasts were exposed, and the incandescent light flickered, revealing turbulent breasts. The heavily made-up women lined up. Shue Baotian glanced at them and said with a sigh, How did you choose them? Didn't I make it clear on the phone? The henchman behind him quickly leaned forward and explained, We found these women from 3 nightclubs. They are really the oldest and ugliest. Young Master Shue pouted. Fuck, are nightclubs doing business so conscientiously now? Or are old and ugly women not allowed to fall into trouble? He waved his hand helplessly. That's it, bring the money over. 10 stacks of banknotes were neatly arranged, and Shue Baotian was wearing high-end leather shoes with his legs crossed. He used his eyes to guide the women to look at Zhang Qi, who was half lying on the ground. As long as you serve him well today, the money will be yours. The women looked at each other, and one of them, whose face looked as if covered in white ash, asked, We have 5 of us to serve him. Shue Baotian raised his eyebrows in agreement. The woman, who had been hanging around in the entertainment industry for many years and was not very good-looking, was used to seeing dirty and filthy things, but this was the first time she had seen such a scene, so she couldn't help but feel a little hesitant. Shue Baotian sneered, gave a look to the minions, and the cash on the table doubled. If you have money and don't make it, you're a bastard. The women were getting restless again, and their eyes under their stiff and heavy eyelashes were directed at Zhang Qi's body. Shue Baotian extinguished his cigarette with a smug look on his face and ordered his men, Take it off, show it off, and let the girls see it. In a word, the pure black boxer briefs attracted everyone's attention, and the area was stretched bulging, which was quite impressive even when dormant. Everyone in the room had different expressions. Only Shue Baotian suddenly felt pain in his butt. Suddenly, he became angry. What are you waiting for? I'll let you strip him naked. 200 yuan, what do you mean? Zhang Qi straightened his back slowly and stared at the vicious man on the sofa. The 200 yuan was Shue Baotian's Achilles heel, and it would explode if touched. He jumped up instantly as if he had touched an electric switch, picked up the bloody ashtray, and rushed over again. Fuck you. I can't beat you up, right? If you call me 200 bucks again, I will. The harsh words suddenly stopped, and Zhang Qi stood up. The man's hands were still tied behind his back, which further highlighted his muscular chest muscles. Without the cover of clothes, his bulging muscles caught the eye directly. The lines on his arms and legs were wild and as solid as reinforced concrete. What will you do if you yell 200 yuan again? The man's face was half buried in blood. His expression suddenly became extremely cold and sinister. His lips parted, pulling dark red blood, and he uttered lightly, 200 yuan. The women stepped back in fear. The ashtray held in the air fell down. Shue Baotian's momentum suddenly weakened. He recalled that unbearable evening. After he had been cursing for 10 minutes, the man finally got angry and said the words that still frightened him to this day. If you fuck this and that again, I will fuck you again. Now, Shue Baotian finally understood that Zhang Qi was not a bad-tempered person. On the contrary, he was quite reasonable. But if he was pushed too far, the hostility in his bones would burst out, and he would not be a good person either. But this is his own territory, with 5 or 6 hired bodyguards around him. So what is there to be afraid of him? He tilted his head and shouted, "You guys are fucking dead. Do you need to drink some pulse first to get into the mood? Pin him down and strip him naked. You." He pointed at the woman with white ash on her face. "Come here, get on him." Women in the entertainment industry are good at observing the situation. The pale, sturdy, and tall man is definitely not someone who will be bullied. She glanced at the money on the table and showed a regretful look. "Boss, I don't feel well today. I'm afraid I can't do this business. I'll go back first." Before he finished speaking, the other women also rushed to find various excuses to leave. Looking at the backs of the women fleeing in panic, Xue Baotian cursed. "Fuck, do you have any professional ethics? It's already 1 o'clock in the middle of the night, and you still have to go home to help your children with their homework? Are you an owl?" The door of the villa slowly closed. Xue Baotian was filled with rage, but had nowhere to vent it. He turned around with a stern look, expecting to see Zhang Qi being captured, but he subconsciously took a step back. What does this mean? At this time, no one was captured in the hall, and everyone stood up, including Zhang Qi. "Boss Xue," one of the bodyguards said, "we accepted your business, but you only said that we would kidnap someone, beat him up, and then let him go. Now we have kidnapped and beaten him, but there is no rape in the contract we signed. You guys are a Heiser organization, and you signed a fucking contract. If anyone knows about it, it'll make people laugh. You just want more money, right? I have plenty of money. Boss Xue is straightforward, so just add this number." The man made a gesture. Xue Baotian stared at Zhang Qi and said, "Are you guys robbing me for money? This amount is enough to kill him." The man clicked his tongue and said with a smile, "Boss Xue, since we can't come to an agreement, we'll leave." He patted Zhang Qi on the shoulder and said, "Take care, buddy." Zhang Qi nodded without saying anything more. The few of them walked out leisurely as if they were strolling in a park, and before leaving, they did not forget to take away Xue Baotian's 2 minions. It was not until everything was quiet that Xue Baotian finally reacted. He turned around blankly with the ashtray in his hand, with a question mark over his head. What does this mean? The coarse hemp rope slipped from Zhang Qi's wrist, and the man walked towards the sofa. When he passed Xue Baotian on the way, he did not laugh at his shrinking. The man took a few tissues and wiped the blood off his face. He sat down on the sofa, crossed his legs like Xue Baotian, and his white sneakers swayed slightly. "We know each other." Xue Baotian suddenly raised his voice. "With whom?" "The kidnappers." Zhang Qi sighed. "They can't be considered kidnappers. They just take on some shady business, helping people to get revenge or vent their anger. They know their limits and won't cause any big trouble. So they took my money and turned around to play tricks on me?" "Not really." After making a fuss for half the night, Zhang Qi felt thirsty, so he unscrewed a bottle of water and drank half of it. He felt the taste was strange when he drank it, and frowned and looked at the label. "They only found out it was me when they robbed me. I also wanted to know who I had offended, so I followed them to see who it was." "Who would have thought it was you?" 200 yuan. The man saw Xue Baotian's expression change, and he cooperated and gave a slightly apologetic expression. "What's your name?" "It's inconvenient to talk without a name." Xue Baotian's teeth were about to grind. "You can call me Grandpa, and I don't mind calling me Ancestor." Zhang Qi looked a little helpless and continued. "I saw that it was you, and wanted to let you vent your anger, so I let you beat and scold me. But you brought those women with you, which was a bit too much. Tit for tat. Buddy, I'm paying you to have some fun with your woman today. Where's that wrong? I'm a pure gay. I can't do that. I'm a completely straight man, so I'm fine with that." Zhang Qi restrained his momentum slightly and advised him kindly. "Why don't you think of a compromise? I can compensate you with anything I can. Except for the 2 ounces of flesh on your fucking body. Even your bones are light. How can you compensate me for being so despicable? What are you going to use to compensate me?" As soon as the words came to his mind, Xue Baotian subconsciously looked at the flesh on Zhang Qi's body, but was horrified to find that the black inner garment was obviously much taller at this time. Xue Baotian suddenly took a step back, horrified. How the hell do you get angry anytime and anywhere? Zhang Qi was also somewhat puzzled. He lowered his head to look at himself and murmured, "It's a bit hot and a bit dry. You drank this. Shui Baotian pointed at the half-empty bottle of water on the coffee table. Who the hell told you to drink it? What's this? A drug that makes things clearer. There was silence for a moment. The air suddenly became thin, and every breath Shui Baotian took was heavy and rough. After a long while, Zhang Qi started to move again. He put his elbows on his knees, hooked the bottle with his long fingers, raised his narrow eyelids and asked, "Why did you prepare this?" The voice was low and slow, and it caused a shudder when it fell into the ears of the person on the other side. For some reason, Shui Baotian suddenly felt that the kind and friendly Zhang Qi was gone. More blood oozed out of the wound, covering the man's face with a layer of blood-red haze. The chill in his eyes was direct and obvious. He asked himself and answered himself, "Is this prepared for me? I don't agree to do it with those women, so you feed me this? $200. It turns out I just thought you had a bad temper. It turns out you are a rotten person at heart." He stood up and moved closer to the cowering Shui Baotian step by step. The water bottle in his hand was exactly the same as the ashtray he had just shaken. The man pushed Shui Baotian into a corner, grabbed him with his big hand, and pulled him in front of him. He looked into his panicked eyes and asked, 200 yuan. The woman has left. What should I do now? Shui Baotian's body and voice were trembling. I'll let them come back. No. I'll find you a man, any kind you want. The man leaned forward and carefully looked at Shui Baotian again. Don't bother anyone else, just you. It doesn't matter if it's ugly. Just close your eyes while I do it. Zhang Qi, fuck you. If you dare to do that to me again, I will kill you. It's not worth dying under a flower like yours. Zhang Qi's fingers suddenly grabbed Shui Baotian's jaw, and with 5 fingers he exerted force to separate the corners of his jaw. Half a bottle of water with added ingredients was forcefully poured into his mouth. Men have unshakable power. Even though Shui Baotian struggled frantically, he eventually drank most of the water in the bottle. With a face full of water stains, he began to admit his weakness and surrender. Zhang Qi, stop making trouble. I will never seek revenge on you again. Let's reach a settlement now. You go find a man, and I go find a woman. Okay, I'll pay for it, and you can play however you want. It's too late. The man came closer, suddenly lifted Shui Baotian onto his shoulders, and walked towards the wide sofa. I forgot to tell you that your face is average, but your butt is nice and meaty. Pa. The sound of a slap on the buttocks was heard, along with a heart-wrenching cry of fuck your ancestors. Chapter 38. After hanging up the phone again, Fan Xiao threw the phone on the poker table. There was only one spotlight above his head, falling vertically on the table covered with black velvet. Layers of darkness pressed in from behind, and apart from the slender fingers holding the cards on the table, Fan Xiao only revealed a sharp jaw in the light and shadow. His lips were pursed, and he looked a little annoyed. Or illusion. Shi Hua leaned crookedly on the other side of the card table. He placed the cards on the table and shook the wine glass between his fingers. He broke up with You Shulang because of you. If you avoid him like this, aren't you afraid that he will get discouraged and go back to find your director you? He pulled out a card with his long fingers and threw it lightly in the middle of the table. Fan Xiao sneered in his nasal voice. You Shulang will never accept him again. Shi Hua picked up a card from the deck and pressed it down, continuing lazily. How can you be sure about love? If your ex-boyfriend acts like a spoiled child, takes off his clothes and starts having sex, how many men can resist? The card that was just drawn was pushed back again, and Fan Xiao changed it. Does this one matter? Shi Hua chuckled. I can't care. Fan Xiao, you are a vindictive person, even at the poker table. He drank the wine in one gulp. But what I said is all good advice. You have never been in love, so you naturally don't understand how easy it is to rekindle an old relationship. Fan Xiao played a straight, cleared the cards in his hand, and said coldly, You have lost 3 times in a row. I want your bottle of Romanée red. That's what I prepared for my goddess. Shi Hua finally straightened his back and gritted his teeth. Fan Xiao, I advise you to be a better person. Have you ever heard of the saying, success in gambling leads to failure in love? I haven't heard of it. Fan Xiao simply threw back. He found a note in the secret compartment of the card table, wrote an address, and handed it to Shi Hua's assistant. Help me deliver the wine here, plus a bouquet of flowers. Remember, not red roses. Shi Hua was helpless. He stretched his neck to take a look, and his expression turned to surprise. I thought you were using my good wine to please you, Shulang. Why did you give it to Lu Zhen? Fan Xiao threw away his pen, picked up a piece of rouge and bit it, nonchalantly laying out his dark thoughts under the spotlight. I always have to use some expensive things to support some unrealistic delusions. Fuck, You Shulang is being targeted by you, and Lu Zhen is being targeted. I don't know who to sympathize with. Do you remember the third young master of the Bai family? The rich second generation you beat for 10 minutes. Shi Lihua poured more wine, and the aroma of wine filled half the room. He really went to see in. Fan Xiao paused, and the cards were no longer turning smoothly between his fingers. Shi Lihua shook his head helplessly, and really gave you face. She even met such a person. Fan Xiao lowered his eyes, shuffled the cards skillfully again, and asked lightly, Are they asleep? No. She drank a few glasses of wine with him, and in the end, Bai Yuping shamelessly pressed her down and kissed her. Shi Lihua sneered. Do you think and had the intention to kill him at that time? After all, you are all crazy. His eyes flickered, and he began to gossip. I heard that last month a young wealthy businessman committed suicide in front of and in order to force her to change her mind. His blood was all over the floor, and was still leisurely listening to music and drinking red wine. In the end, it was the wealthy businessman who called the ambulance himself. After that, Shi Lihua sighed and said, No, you can give so much to each other. Why don't you be together? Why do you have to run so far and spend so much time playing with men? The cards were neatly stacked, like someone's perfect life, but Fan Xiao just hooked them with his fingertips, and they were scattered and messy. How could there be any perfection in it? The man's tone was calm, like a monk preaching. Buddha said 9 kinds of people will fall into hell. He smiled gently. Neither she nor I can escape. Shi Lihua was speechless. You Shulang was still a little dazed when he put down his luggage. The Shuxin oral liquid project has been launched. On the one hand, we are optimizing the process and conducting research and development and production. On the other hand, we are also working tirelessly to build a sales network and establish channels. For over-the-counter drugs that are about to be launched, industry endorsement is crucial. Bohai Pharmaceutical is a small company without strong background endorsement, so it turned its attention to expert endorsement. In the coastal city of S, a grand forum of medical experts is about to be held, and both well-known and unknown pharmaceutical companies want to get a ticket. This is a free ride, and no one wants to miss this opportunity, including Bohai Pharmaceutical. Admission tickets were difficult to obtain, so the project team selected 2 main research and development personnel. When they were about to make a decision, the pragmatic and capable general manager Fan added You Shulang's name to the list and gave a good reason. Director Yu understood the business and was good at socializing, so he might be able to win the favor of those older experts. The air in the coastal city is slightly moist and sticky, and the coconut trees sway their branches, pulling in the charming sea breeze. The first meal after landing was at a sea view restaurant, which was reserved by You Shulang. The sea is far away and the sand is nearby. Tourists are laughing and talking in the distance. After the long journey, everyone looks a little lazy and relaxed, except Fan Xiao. What's wrong? You Shulang put the fish meat with bones removed into the empty plate in front of Fan Xiao and asked him in a low voice, Not to your liking? He had taken care of Fan Xiao past the initial stage of mental preparation. The man who injured his hand along the way was like a delicate flower, and he needed to take care of everything by himself. Sometimes Yu Shulang felt that Fan Xiao's injury was not to his hand, but to his brain, and he had degenerated into a mentally retarded person who could not take care of himself. But Fan Xiao was injured because of him, and he was drunk and acted like a hooligan a few days ago. Feeling guilty, Yu Shulang was willing to indulge Fan Xiao, who was always arrogant because of his favor. The other 2 people sitting at the table were no longer surprised that Yu Shulang took care of Fan Xiao. They were privately thankful that Director Yu was with them. Otherwise, who would take care of Director Fan, who seemed polite but was actually hypocritical? Thinking of this, the 2 of them were very grateful and turned the belly of the fish over to make it easier for Yu Shulang to find faults. Along the way, Fan Xiao followed all of Yu Shulang's arrangements except for the fish. He leaned back in his chair and smiled, his drooping eyelashes hiding the emotions in his eyes. I'm a little tired and have no appetite. Director you, please stop busying yourself and eat by yourself. He asked the waiter if smoking was prohibited, and after getting a negative answer, he put the cigarette in his mouth. I'll do it. You Shulang took the match from his hand, lit it, and brought the flame to Fan Xiao. In the warm flames, he found that Fan Xiao's muscles tensed instantly. The veins on his uninjured left hand bulged, the cigarette trembled slightly between his teeth, and his pale face was illuminated by the flickering flames. Before he could finish his concerned words, the man returned to normal, lit a cigarette with You Shulang's hand, raised the corner of his lips, and thanked him in a frivolous manner. After dinner, the flowing clouds had already burned the sky and the Cape red, and the waves pulled down a beam of golden powder and sent it over in waves. However, due to the long journey, the beam of light gradually turned from strong to dim, and when it got closer, only sparkling light was left. The white sand is soft, and the sea breeze is gentle. Someone suggested taking a walk on the beach. You guys go ahead. Fan Xiao had a faint smile on his face. I'll go back and rest first. When he passed You Shulang, he reached out and patted the man on the shoulder. Have fun, it will ease the pain of heartbreak. He deserved to be scolded, but You Shulang only felt that the hand was very cold. After packing a bowl of udon noodles at a Japanese restaurant, You Shulang carried the bowl to his hotel. He shared a room with Fan Xiao. When he was on a business trip, there was no reason for him to book a separate room for himself in order to save money. In fact, he had long been accustomed to living with male colleagues on business trips. When he saw someone naked and casual, he would automatically avoid looking at them. He would occasionally go to the sauna with them and never hesitate to tip women. Therefore, no one doubted his sexual orientation. They just thought that Director Yu was a clean person who never got involved in messy affairs. But Fan Xiao knew his sexual orientation. Their beds were next to each other, and they shared a bathroom, which made You Shulang feel a little awkward. It's not like we haven't slept together before. We've even rolled around in the same bed. Why are you still fussing about this? When Fan Xiao said this, You Shulang hit him with a stick. After opening the door with the room card, You Shulang was stunned. The room was pitch black, without a single ray of light. The endless darkness seemed to expand the small area, and the deep unknown realms and panic spread endlessly, turning this corner into a black hole, waiting to swallow up those who had gone astray. Subconsciously, You Shulang thought that no one was in the room. He reached out to insert the room card into the distributor, but heard a voice from the dark corner. Don't turn on the light. The voice was trembling and shook slightly as it reached You Shulang's ears. Then it turned into pain. Please, don't turn on the light. You Shulang's eyes changed slightly. He took back the door card, walked into the house, put the noodles on the storage table at the door, turned around and closed the door, cutting off all the light. What's wrong, Fan Xiao? He followed the sound to the sofa, and before he could stand still, he was hugged by the man sitting there. He felt warmth on his abdomen and his cheek pressed against his. Let me hold you for a while. The man's voice was hoarse and heavy, as if he had been rolling in gravel for 3 days. It was very tight and pressing. You Shulang felt a sharp pain in his waist. He didn't move, allowing Fan Xiao to hold him. After feeling the warm and wet skin on his abdomen, his fingers gently ran through the soft hair. It's okay. I'm here, he said. Chapter 39. I haven't been to the beach in 19 years. There was only one wall lamp on in the room, which Fan Xiao left for You Shulang. The dim light turned his pupils into a hazy warm color. Fan Xiao sank deeply into the sofa, looking confused and tired. When I was 7, I encountered the Indonesian tsunami. You know, that tsunami killed a lot of people. You Shulang's eyelids suddenly drooped, and his eyes were filled with shock. The Indonesian tsunami that Fan Xiao mentioned occurred 19 years ago and was known as the most terrible tsunami in history. Nearly 300,000 people lost their lives in that disaster. I didn't expect that Fan Xiao was a survivor of that catastrophe. Warm water or beer? You Shulang asked after a moment of silence. Fan Xiao forced a smile. Beer. The beer in the hotel's small refrigerator exudes the mellow aroma of malt, stirring the heavy air in the room subtly. Fan Xiao took a sip of beer, his eyes were empty. At that time, our family was on vacation on an island, and on a whim that day, I wanted to go to the local market. I still remember the smell of the hot, sticky rice wrapped in banana leaves at the market. The wet lips slowly opened and closed. So much so that many years later, every terrible nightmare will be filled with the fragrance of this sticky rice. But I didn't have a dream just now. I smelled that smell again. I hid myself in the darkness, as if I was back to when I was 7 years old, clinging to my mother and trembling with fear. Fan Xiao pressed his forehead with his fingers. I'm sorry, I didn't scare you, did I? You Shulang shook his head. He sat next to Fan Xiao, holding the same brand of beer in his hand, with the same aroma of beer coming out of his mouth, as if he could empathize with him. There was no need for comfort at this moment. You Shulang reached out and loosened the 2 buttons under Fan Zhao's throat. He had become accustomed to doing this kind of thing these days. Fan Zhao's gaze followed, and under the dim light, it looked somewhat morbid and oppressive. You Shulang, his voice was a little hoarse. If you were in that situation, would you lend a hand to protect others? You Shulang met his gaze, thought for a moment, and then replied, I don't know. In the moment of life and death, no one can guarantee what choice they will make. What if it's your lover and children? You Shulang was slightly startled, but then replied, I won't abandon them. A deep and obscure gaze met You Shulang's eyes. The gaze stayed for a long time, so long that You Shulang began to secretly examine whether his answer had accidentally hurt Fan Xiao. Finally retracting his gaze, Fan Xiao took a sip of beer, leaned back on the sofa, and said softly, I knew director you was a good person. His knee tilted slightly and slowly rubbed over, touching You Shulang's leg neither lightly nor heavily. The slight friction through the trouser material made You Shulang feel a little uncomfortable, but he held back and did not move. Physical contact can sometimes soothe the soul, and even the slightest touch of body temperature can be a kind of comfort. Luckily, you and your mother escaped. She's dead. You Shulang was shocked. The waves were higher than the other, like a wall. People were screaming and running for their lives. She and I ran into a 2-story house in a panic. At the end of the corridor was a grocery room with no windows, and the wooden door could not keep out the water. The water level was getting higher and higher, quickly flooding her calves, thighs, and chest. She first carried me on her back, then let me sit on her shoulders, but by then she could no longer stand steadily in the water. Finally, she used all her strength to pile all the debris in the house into the corner and let me stand on it. Fan Xiao took a sip of wine, and the mist from the bottle condensed into water droplets, which slowly slid down the wall, like someone's tears. Most of the debris was rotten wood, which could not bear the weight of 2 people. I watched her sink into the water little by little. The last thing she said to me was, survive. The beer bottle fell heavily on the coffee table, and the foam surged up. Fan Xiao suddenly shouted at the top of his lungs. Live? Why does she want me to live? Is death a painful thing? Living is. There were crazy red marks in his eyes. My mother died. She died right in front of me. The room was so dark and I only had a box of matches. Then the matches ran out, and I couldn't see the face in the water. His entire body was filled with violent energy, and the long suppressed emotions dragged Fan Xiao into the abyss of madness. The fragments of pain pierced through him once again, bringing him back to that nightmare. Mom, why do you keep telling me to live? I've run out of matches. Chun yak pai kup kolok ni wuat kernbai. I want to be with you. This world is too dark. I hate them. I hate everyone. Fan Xiao. You Shulang grabbed Fan Xiao's shoulders with both hands. Look at me. Look at me. The tsunami is over. Everything is over. You Shulang. Yes, I am. Do you know? Fan Xiao's madness became worse. You are the one I hate the most now. Suddenly, the man pounced on him and kissed the man in front of him fiercely. You Shulang obviously didn't expect this to happen. In the moment of shock, Fan Xiao moved in front of him and pressed him hard. Kun di wisu tichun kanat yai tammai kun tung kao bai yung gap chi wit le kwam dai kong pu un. My good bad guy, great saint, why do you interfere in other people's lives and deaths? You Shulang's eyes widened, his head tilted back suddenly, and he pressed hard against the man's chest and said sternly, Fan Xiao, wake up. Before the last word came out, Fan Xiao pressed on again. You Shulang didn't dare to use his full strength because of his injured hand, but he treated Fan Xiao like a wild beast, letting him vent his emotions wantonly. He was hugged very tightly, their bodies pressed tightly against each other through the clothes, and behind his waist was a strong and firm arm, like an unbreakable prison that seemed to imprison him forever. The kiss was so intense that it seemed to have taken away his breath. He gradually found it difficult to breathe, and the sharp anger in his eyes gradually disappeared as his consciousness blurred. The man in front of him, with painful despair and unbearable desire, absorbed his breath and looked forward to his response. You Shulang's heart softened, and the hand holding the back of Fan Zhao's neck loosened. As if receiving some signal, Fan Zhao's kiss became deeper and more intense, sucking and kissing him inside and out. You Shulang's mind was clear, but his body reacted uncontrollably. Hot. The lips that were kissed again and again by Fan Zhao were getting hot, and the bodies that were tightly pressed against each other were getting hot. When the man's hand reached under his shirt and touched his waist, You Shulang finally came to his senses. He suddenly reached out and used all his strength to push Fan Zhao away. The heavy breathing gradually faded away, and the dim light enveloped the two silent people. I'm sorry. Fan Zhao was the first to break the silence. I know. You Shulang interrupted. It's a stress reaction. I understand. He stood up and walked to the refrigerator, took out another bottle of beer, opened the pull ring, and drank most of the bottle in one breath. After drinking, he wiped the moisture from the corners of his lips with his thumb. Last time I was drunk and offended you in a muddle-headed way. This time you responded, so we are even. It's over, so let's not talk about it anymore. Fan Zhao slowly leaned back on the sofa. The anger in his eyes was hidden by his drooping eyelids. He smiled softly. Okay, you kiss me, I kiss you, we'll pay off the debt. The words were bold and explicit, which made You Shulang feel hot on his face. Fortunately, Fan Zhao's cell phone rang, which saved him. Hello? Yes, in S City. The call was from Shi Lihua, who was extremely shocked that Fan Zhao was on a business trip to a coastal city. Aren't you afraid of getting sick? It has already happened. Fuck, why does it sound so normal now? Director Yu is here. What's the meaning? You Shulang was polite and went into the bathroom when Fan Zhao answered the phone. Fan Zhao looked at the door and whispered, I can't keep avoiding it. Since I'm going to try to take a step forward, I might as well show my misery in front of him. The person on the phone started cursing, and Fan Zhao decisively hung up the phone. He walked to the bathroom and said through the door, Shulang, do you know why I must add your name to the list of people on the business trip? The door was unlocked. You Shulang leaned against the door frame, holding a cigarette in his hand, his expression indifferent. Why? Because. Fan Zhao's eyes were heavy. Because when I'm scared, I hope you can be there. Chapter 40. The udon noodles were burnt, so You Shulang went to buy another bowl. Before leaving, he kindly asked Fan Zhao if he could be alone. The man leaned against the door, seducing him with his eyes, and said in a faint voice, How about director you leave the suit to me? You Shulang thought for a while before saying, fuck, softly, then went out to buy noodles. When he came back, it was 20 minutes later. Fan Zhao looked normal, but when he turned his back there was still a cold and bitter look between his brows. Come and have some noodles. You Shulang changed into home clothes, with cool water vapor between his fingers. He rinsed the tableware with running water and sat down on the side of the low table. The round noodles were picked up in the spoon and handed to Fan Zhao's left hand. Fan Zhao took it and ate it, then waited for the next spoonful. In the steam rising from the hot food, You Shulang's expression became a little softer, his eyes were gentle, and there was an inexplicable tenderness in them. He picked up the noodles. When I was a kid, I saw a stray kitten that also had a broken leg. Now that I think about it, it looks a lot like you. The gloom between Fan Zhao's brows faded a little, and he asked with a smile, Was he saved by Director Yu? The noodles were placed on a spoon. After feeding it a few times, it became very alert and would not let anyone get close to it. It is quite similar to you in this respect. Fan Zhao was startled. Then he moved his chair. Am I not very close to Director Yu? A spoon was stuffed into his hand, and he heard the man opposite him change the subject. Eat quickly, or it will become mushy again. Handsome. The kitten. You Shulang took the empty spoon, smiled, and shook his head. It's dirty and ugly, which is unlike you. Fan Zhao leaned closer. So, Director Yu is saying that I'm handsome? The room was dimly lit, and the aroma of noodles was strong, lingering in the air. The small space became cramped because of a joke, and the distance between people suddenly became crowded. The noodles slipped from the chopsticks, splashing a few drops of soup. You Shulang, the old Taoist, naturally had 100 appropriate replies to break the ambiguous atmosphere, but he swallowed the words back when they reached his lips. At this moment, the gloom between Fan Zhao's brows had faded, and the pain he had been hiding had disappeared. He looked relaxed and lazy, with a playful look in his eyes, and he had become the bastard he usually was. The noodle soup was simmering slightly, and You Shulang picked up another spoonful and acknowledged him softly. Boss Fan is indeed very handsome. The forum lasted for a whole day, with one session after another, and the participants had piles of materials in front of them, including the promotional brochure of Bohai Shushin oral liquid. Fan Zhao's seat was next to the window, and not far outside the window was the blue sea and blue sky. Even with the window closed, he could still hear the sound of the waves as they surged. You Shulang exchanged seats with him and placed his nameplate at the window. One body position could not block the sound of the waves. Obviously, this was a stupid move, but he still saw Fan Zhao's slightly grateful eyes. You Shulang sighed in his heart and thought, let's just be stupid for once. With a stiff back and tightly pursed lips, Fan Zhao's forehead was covered with a little sweat. There was no winter in S-City, but it was not hot enough to make him sweat in this season. The old dream came back with the sound of waves, roars and fear, the desperate situation with no way to escape, the rapidly rising sea water, the voices of "you must live," and the face sinking into the water. His breathing became increasingly rapid, his fists clenched so tightly that his nails almost dug into his flesh. Fan Xiao wanted to find a dark place to curl up and abandon everything, including his own dirty and tired life. Suddenly, his legs felt warm, and the warm body temperature poured into the cold flesh, like dry land encountering a stream of sweet spring water, flowing along the veins to all parts of the body, warming the stiff body bit by bit, and pulling Fan Xiao back from the torn illusion. It was You Shulang. He slowly moved his legs towards Fan Xiao. The overlapping illusions before his eyes gradually faded away, and Fan Zhao's eyes became clear again. He adjusted his breathing, waiting for the accidental collision to leave. But he didn't. Instead of leaving, You Shulang's entire calf pressed against him. Under the conference table, two long legs pressed against each other, blending each other's body temperature through the material of their trousers. This kind of consolation, which was similar to an affair, made Fan Zhao's heart tense. He looked at the man beside him. In his eyes, You Shulang was still sitting upright. His suit was straight, his shirt was neat, and his buttons were fastened all the way to his throat. He looked calm and restrained. Only his frequently fluttering eyelashes betrayed his nervousness and embarrassment at the moment. Facing Fan Zhao's almost burning gaze, You Shulang looked straight ahead and said, "Listen carefully. This expert is very forward-looking." Fan Xiao could hear the gentleness in the soft and gentle instructions, and he looked at the expert on the stage as he was told. But it's hard to see clearly through the mist. The forum lasted for a day, and there was a dinner after the meeting. Several people took the opportunity to promote new products. You Shulang was calm and professional, and Fan Xiao was able to control the situation, and the effect was very good. Walking out of the banquet hall, the crescent moon was hanging low in the sky, and the light of the lighthouse was surging on the sea, like a distant road with no destination. Fearing that Fan Xiao would be provoked again, You Shulang urged, "Let's go back to the hotel." Fan Xiao, on the other hand, did not move. He looked at the dark sea and spoke softly after standing there for a long time. "Shulang, come with me to take a closer look." His voice was unusually hoarse, with edges and coldness. "Are you sure? You can't escape forever." After hesitating for several times, Fan Xiao finally took a step forward and stepped onto the soft sand. There were still some scattered tourists on the beach, in groups of 3 or 4, and it was not noisy. The fine sand was wrapped in the residual warmth of the sun, but it was blocked out by the leather shoes. The sea surface, which crushed the starlight, seemed even deeper and darker. It was impossible to tell where the sea was and where the sky was. It was like the end of the universe, making people fearful for no reason. The closer they got to the beach, the faster the man in front of them walked. The incoming waves extended to their feet, almost soaking Fan Zhao's shoes and socks. You Shulang followed closely, walked to Fan Zhao's side, and grabbed him. He put his hand on his shoulder and found that the man was shaking violently. "Fan Xiao, stop." After hearing this call, his empty eyes regained some color. Fan Xiao raised the corners of his lips and smiled. Why? Are you afraid that I will commit suicide? You Shulang's hand slid down the man's shoulder and arm, clasping his wrist, and turned around and said, If you want to desensitize, you can't be so impatient. There were rattan chairs on the beach, and he sat down with the man. Fan Xiao was very obedient, letting others manipulate him like a puppet. The two of them sat very close, with the tips of their shoes touching and the corners of their clothes touching. Fan Xiao subconsciously moved closer to You Shulang, entering the intimate area. You Shulang sat still, took out a cigarette, and rubbed it between his fingers slowly. He slowly asked, Have you never been to the beach since the accident? Fan Xiao nodded and shook his head. After the accident, I received psychological treatment intermittently for several years. When I was 18, I felt that I was strong enough to face the past. At that time, I went to Pattaya, but I lost control just by hearing the sound of the waves before I saw the sea. Fan Xiao rubbed his face with both hands, as if the bitterness deep in his heart had penetrated every inch of his skin. Later, I received desensitization treatment, watching videos of the sea and listening to audio of the waves over and over again. But I was tired of not being able to control myself, and I didn't want to face that nightmare again and again, so I finally gave up. He glanced at the dark sea, then quickly looked away and said sadly to himself, I have been running away all these years, like a coward. I don't dare to swim. You Shulang suddenly said in the dim light and shadow. His voice was slow and heavy, like a heavy weight hanging on his body. Do you know why? Without waiting for a reply, he continued. I used to be a good swimmer and an expert at catching fish. When I was a kid, my family was poor. So in the summer, we boys would go to the nearby ditch to cast traps and catch fish. As his gaze extended along the sea surface, You Shulang seemed to see the time of his youth again. Whoever lowered the trap farther and deeper would have a better harvest. At that time, there were only me and another boy in the slums who were good at swimming, so we caught more fish than others. I don't know why he thought of me as his competitor. He always looked down on me and bullied my brother. Then one time, he wanted to catch fish and put the trap too far down. When he went down to get it, his feet got tangled in the water plants. You went to save him? There was a cold tone in Fan Zhao's voice. I saved him, but he almost dragged me into the water. He was already panicking at that time, holding on to me and restraining my hands and feet. Later, he was choked by a mouthful of water and fainted, so I dragged him to the shore. Fan Xiao sneered and said nothing. Laugh at me for being a saint, but I'm really not that good. You Shulang held the cigarette in his mouth and tilted his head to miss the match that Fan Xiao had lit. Smoking is prohibited on the beach, so I'll just take a bite for a while. I saved that man, but he didn't treat me well. He even accused me of stealing his catch. You Shulang looked at the crescent moon, his black hair scattered on his forehead, his eyelashes pressed down like crow feathers, covering up his heavy emotions. A year later, he made the same mistake, but this time, I hesitated. It was late at night, and the tourists had dispersed. The beach suddenly became eerily quiet, and even the sound of the waves became distant. You Shulang said slowly. I stood on the shore and watched him struggle and call for help, and watched his head go up and down in the water. The feeling of being bound and sinking a year ago suddenly suffocated me again. His superior jawline made him look elegant and distinguished. The man bit his cigarette, and said, So you asked me if I would lend a helping hand to others in times of disaster. I said I don't know. Is he dead? Fan Xiao asked. No. I still went down to save him, but I hesitated for a while. You Shulang took out a match from Fan Zhao's pocket and lit a cigarette, breaking the rules for the first time. Although he didn't die, he became stupid because his brain was deprived of oxygen for too long due to drowning. Afterwards, his parents came to thank me and almost knelt down to kowtow to me. Since then, I have stopped swimming. Do you think you're the reason he became stupid? Would he be healthy if he had those 2 more minutes? Fan Zhao's thin lips curled up slightly, revealing a hint of sneer. Oh, there are 2 possibilities. He's not stupid, but dragged you down to become a water ghost. Or you saved him, and he turned against you again. You Shulang smiled softly, somewhat helplessly. Fan Xiao, can you please say something to comfort me? The evening breeze was salty and moist, gently lifting his hair. You Shulang. Fan Zhao's call was as soft as white sand. You are indeed a good man. You Shulang smiled, looked at Fan Xiao, and slowly said, "You said we shouldn't decide life and death for others, but I think as long as he is still alive, there will always be someone to tell him that this world is not bad, it is beautiful." The voice is deep, calm, and gentle, gently lingering around the heart. So, Fan Xiao looked back at You Shulang. "You are that person? The one who told me that the world wasn't such a bad place." You Shulang rarely avoided Fan Xiao's eager gaze. "I just want to tell you that everyone has old wounds in their hearts that they don't want to look at. Since you don't want to look at them, why do you have to force yourself to open the wounds again and again? It's not shameful to escape, nor is it a cowardly act. If we can't see the sea, we won't look at it. If we can't swim, we won't swim." Fan Xiao. You Shulang stood up and held out his hand. "Let's go back to the hotel, close the windows and lock the door. Then we won't be able to hear this damn sound of the waves." The sea breeze blew gently, blowing his shirt. The moonlight poured in from behind You Shulang, making him look like an apostle walking on the clear light. But at this moment, Fan Xiao had only one thought in his mind: to pull this person down from the altar, to dirty and destroy him, and to imprison him as his own exclusive property. He took that hand and asked hoarsely, "Go back to the hotel and lock the door." "What are you doing?" A dirty joke that all men can understand. You Shulang's expression changed slightly. He put down his cigarette, shook off Fan Xiao's hand, and said as he turned around, "Fuck you." Chapter 41. With just a joke, Fan Xiao managed to keep him company for half the night. You Shulang was not a calculative person, but he kept it to himself all the time, just to see Fan Xiao laughing and making noises, which diluted his gloomy and sentimental mood. At night, Fan Xiao took a bath. He once performed brilliantly and played the role of a man with a strong will despite his disability. But he failed to persuade You Shulang to bathe him, and all he got was an oversized plastic bag tied by Director Yu on his injured hand. After entering the bathroom, Fan Xiao removed the hand splint with an indifferent expression and used his right hand, which had now recovered to normal, to take off his pants. Halfway through, a figure was reflected through the glass door from outside. You Shulang knocked on the door gently. "Fan Xiao, you forgot to bring your bath towel in." Fan Xiao was pretentious and brought his own bath towel and bathrobe when he traveled. He took off his pants, walked around carelessly, and opened the door a crack. "Thank you." After taking the bath towel, Fan Xiao wanted to say something, but before he could finish his words, the door was pushed shut from the outside. Fortunately, he quickly moved backwards so that his heavy body was not trapped. After taking a shower, Fan Xiao, who was wrapped in a bath towel, was startled when he opened the bathroom door again. You Shulang was leaning against the door holding a glass of red wine, his posture loose and lazy, with a faint smile on his lips. When he looked at him, he was very seductive. Fan Xiao's heart suddenly beat, his thoughts wandered, and he searched for the location of the paid condoms in the hotel in his mind. "Director Yu, are you willing to open this wine?" The red wine was brought by Fan Xiao in his luggage, and it was even more expensive than the one he gave to Lu Zhen. You Shulang didn't like wine, so he blocked his way twice, but didn't move. The red wine was still in the bottle, giving off a slightly sour taste. You Shulang smiled softly. "Have a drink." He looked at Fan Xiao's injured hand and said, "You can't use this hand. Why do you still want me to serve you?" The ending tone was light, and the words were not right. Fan Xiao thought for a moment and said tentatively, "Then I'll trouble Director Yu." You Shulang smiled. "Come here. Drink here." Fan Xiao glanced at the sofa, but still obediently approached the man. As soon as the warm breaths from the two people blended together, You Shulang grabbed Fan Xiao by the collar of his bathrobe and slammed him against the wall. The red liquid shook violently in the cup, splashing out a few drops, staining Fan Xiao's white bathrobe red. Their noses intertwined, and You Shulang's smile hit a sharp light. "Boss Fan, how do you drink? One cup or one sip?" With his chest pressed against his chest and one leg locked between his own, You Shulang was doing the standard posture to defeat the enemy, but Fan Xiao was aroused by this strong control. "Just drink whatever Director Yu says." His voice was low and hoarse, like sand grinding through one's heart, a little irritating. "Then drink more." A large glass of red wine hit Fan Xiao's lips with force, and the glass hit his teeth, causing them to go numb. You Shulang flipped his hand, raised the glass, and poured the sour red wine into Fan Xiao's mouth. Fan Xiao didn't push or dodge, but swallowed quickly, his Adam's apple rolling up and down quickly. Finally, the dark red liquid that could not be swallowed slowly slid down the corners of the lips, followed the curve of the neck, drew a straight line, and finally sank into the already messy nightgown. Unprecedented sexiness, deadly temptation. You Shulang paused for a moment, and the power of restraint was released a little. He moved his gaze away from the collar of his bathrobe and met Fan Zhao's eyes. Those were a pair of wild beast's eyes, strong, greedy, and hiding bottomless desire. A hidden fire started burning in You Shulang's body. He never knew that he would be aroused by such a strong man. The more untamable he is, the more I want to whip him into submission. The wine glasses were empty, and the two men stared at each other in silence. Fan Xiao pushed the cup away from his lips and was about to lean over, but You Shulang stepped back first. He stepped back a long way, lowered his eyes, and asked, "When did your hand get better?" Fan Xiao was startled, then smiled helplessly and said, "So this is what you are angry about." He lowered his head and looked at his clipboard. "How did you find out?" "Oh, I used my right hand to open the door and take out my bathrobe just now." Damn, he was a little annoyed and careless. "Not long, just 2 or 3 days. Is it fun to play tricks on me?" You Shulang immediately expelled all the evil thoughts that shouldn't have been there and asked coldly, "Or is it that my cheap service makes Mr. Fan very satisfied?" "Of course I am satisfied." Fan Xiao lowered his eyelashes, with a look of sadness on his face. "I did mean to lie to you. No one has ever taken such good care of me since I was 7 years old. Blame me for being too greedy." You Shulang was silent for a moment. Seeing Fan Xiao taking off the splint, he walked over and brushed away the man's left hand, which looked extremely clumsy. "You like me to take care of you?" The tone was very light, but he could sense danger for no reason. Fan Xiao leaned back subconsciously, but he had nowhere to retreat. "Then let me help you take it off." You Shulang suddenly exerted force, twisted Fan Zhao's right arm, and pushed him into a tight corner. Then with a few light moves of his hands, he removed the splint. The plastic board made a noise at his feet. You Shulang leaned over and whispered in Fan Zhao's ear, "Surely Hua couldn't get through to you just now, so he called me. Guess what he told me? He said that when you were 16, you participated in the left-handed esports competition and won first place." As soon as he finished speaking, You Shulang raised his foot swiftly and knocked hard on the back of Fan Zhao's right knee with his toes. Without the support of one side, Fan Xiao suddenly knelt on one knee. He supported himself on the ground with both hands, looking a little embarrassed, but he raised the corners of his lips, sat down on the ground, and looked up at the man standing in front of him. "You Shulang, whether you believe it or not, I am not kidding you, nor do I mean to belittle you. That's right, I just want you to revolve around me, and I want you to have only my eyes on me." The tone became deeper and slower. "Tell me, why is this?" With a trembling heart, You Shulang frowned slowly. He looked at Fan Xiao. His eyes gradually deepened and became complex and difficult to understand. "I don't know, and I don't want to know." The man turned around and said, "You will move the boxes and organize the documents tomorrow. Now get up and go to bed." Behind him, Fan Xiao raised the corners of his lips, and his deep and dark gaze fell on the man's back, with coldness and heat rolling around, and a crazy possessive desire was about to burst out. "Okay," he replied softly. Chapter 42. The forum lasted for another 2 days. Finally, a group photo was taken under the gorgeous bougainvillea tree. People said goodbye to each other in dialects from all over the world, and an industry event came to an end. You Shulang, Fan Xiao called him. The tall and slender man turned around and looked over from his position in front of the flaming red bouquet. I don't know who pulled whose color. The sunset and the branches of flowers were so beautiful that they were dazzling, making You Shulang's gentle carry a fragrant flow of colors. The flash went off, and his figure was frozen in Fan Zhao's mobile phone. Very good looking. Fan Xiao was so attracted that he didn't know whether to look at the person on the phone or the person who was walking in front of him. "What the hell is going on?" You Shulang asked. Fan Xiao brushed away the petals that fell on You Shulang's shoulders, ignoring his momentary stiffness. "We have to take a group photo when we attend the forum, so we can report back." Pulling You Shulang around the corner, away from the noisy voices, Fan Xiao raised his cell phone in front of the fiery red bougainvillea. Where are Engineer Zhang and Engineer Liu? Let's go together. I've given them a day off. Let them take a day off tomorrow and have a good look around S-City. We'll be back the day after tomorrow. The camera framed the two people, and You Shulang turned his face away slightly. I don't really like taking pictures. Fan Zhao's smile suddenly turned cold. The photo of You Shulang and Lu Zhen stabbed him in the air. Don't like it? Then don't take a picture. Fan Zhao put away his phone, threw a cigarette into his mouth, ignored the no-smoking sign not far away, lit a match, pursed his cheeks, and took a deep breath, sucking out a dark red spot of light. What does director you like? He exhaled a mouthful of white mist slowly. Men? Fan Zhao chuckled, then raised his voice. How about I take director you to find a man tonight? You Shulang paused, then slowly looked into Fan Zhao's eyes. The swaying branches beside his face did not soften the sharpness in his eyes. Okay, I'm looking forward to it. The cold voice flashed by in the enchanting prosperity. Lanyu is a famous gay bar in S-City. At 10 o'clock in the evening, the neon lights decorating the door lintels exude the scent of desire. Instead of booking a private room, Fan Zhao and You Shulang sat at the booth. Fan Zhao wore a black casual suit, with the logo on his chest indicating the high price. You Shulang still wore a loose white shirt, but with the cuffs rolled up and two buttons undone. The changing lights, the ambiguous atmosphere, the frenetic music, and the vibrating accents all seemed to strike at the heart. Fan Zhao and You Shulang's appearance was so outstanding that even though they were sitting in the corner, they attracted a lot of attention, both openly and covertly. Fan Zhao's eyelids were half open and half closed, and he leaned on the sofa like a boneless person, but his body was not loose, and he looked lazy. He kept looking at You Shulang beside him. He had a cigarette between his left fingers and a wine glass in his right hand. He was addicted to cigarettes and wine, and his cold temperament was blended with a sense of decadence. Occasionally he would look over, and his eyes sparkled in the changing light, which really made people's hearts stop. Aren't you going to find a man for me? Where is he? The light words were scattered in the noisy bar, diluted by the music, like spring swallows carrying mud, gently passing by and disappearing without a trace. Fan Zhao's smile broke for a moment. A light click popped out from between his teeth, his eyes looked away, and he raised his chin. Isn't it coming? A young man came with wine, and behind him there was a voice of encouragement. The young man was not shy. He walked closer and connected Fan Zhao and You Shulang with his finger in the air. You two a couple? Fan Zhao raised his eyebrows and smiled without saying anything. You Shulang puffed out his cigarette and denied it lightly. No. The young man's smile deepened a little, and he asked generously, Then can I sit down and have a drink with you? Fan Zhao scanned the young man and came to a conclusion. This man was 50% similar to Lu Zhen in terms of figure and temperament. He lowered his crossed legs and became the proper and humble man again. What do you think, director you? You Shulang didn't reply to him, but just glanced at the sofa. The young man understood. He hesitated between the two handsome men, and finally sat down next to You Shulang with a smile, keeping a distance that was not perfect. Fan Zhao could hear the sound of his own teeth grinding in his ears, but his face was full of the dignity of a mature man. After a simple greeting, the young man suggested playing dice. The rules were simple: guess the size, and the loser would drink. After playing a few rounds, the players won and lost alternately. Fan Zhao and You Shulang both had good alcohol tolerance, and only the young man looked a little tipsy. It's fake. It's so fucking fake. The Golden Horse Award winner can't stand poor performances. Sure enough, the young man's fingers gently entangled the corner of You Shulang's clothes. I can't drink anymore. How about Mr. Yu to help me? Fan Zhao leaned back into the sofa, holding a cigarette between his teeth. He placed one long arm on the back of the sofa, and the matches flipping between his fingers made a disturbing rustling sound. He glanced at You Shulang and saw that he showed no disgust towards the young man's harassment. He even let out a helpless smile at the corner of his lips. His slender fingers slowly drew a circle along the edge of the cup. Then he picked up the wine and swallowed it all. The rustling sound suddenly stopped, and Fan Zhao squeezed out a grass from between his teeth. He lit a cigarette, biting it, leaned forward, and smiled brightly. Director Yu is really kind and considerate to women, so, from now on, you will drink all the wine for me? You Shulang looked at him. Their eyes met, one cold face facing another. That's fine. You Shulang nodded. He's young, so I think we should take care of him. He is indeed young. He looks even younger than the boy who took the photo with director Yu. You Shulang paused, refilled the empty glass with wine, and then replied calmly. Let's get started. I can't wait to drink for others. Fan Zhao's knuckles turned white as he held the dice cup. He thought of hundreds of ways to beat You Shulang in his mind before he managed to suppress the anger in his heart. Fan Zhao is good at playing dice, and You Shulang does drink a lot. He raised the cup to drink again, but the young man next to him intercepted it and said, I'll take this one. After drinking it all in one gulp, the young man wiped the corners of his lips with a satisfied look. As he put down the cup, he leaned close to You Shulang's ear and whispered, I know a good theme hotel where you can play esports and watch giant screen movies. Are you interested, Mr. Yu? You Shulang lowered his eyes and looked at the cigarette between his fingers. After a long while, he asked with a smile, Can I fuck you? The young man felt as if electricity had passed through his body, and his heels and fingertips felt numb. He nodded gently and said with a red face, I guarantee you will be satisfied. As soon as he finished speaking, You Shulang grabbed his wrist and took him to his feet. His eyes fell on Fan Zhao. Boss Fan, I'm going to go first. I won't be returning to the base tonight. You can go to another place. The bar next door is good. I heard there are many beautiful women there. Fan Zhao crossed his legs, looked up and smiled back. His deep smile was faintly visible in the white mist and looked a little creepy. Don't worry, Director Yu. I hope you have fun. The tip of the shoe turned to make way. You Shulang led the person through calmly, leaving only a slight nod. The strong liquor was intoxicating. Fan Zhao poured a full cup, and a man with a charming figure came over. Brother, can you buy me a drink? Fan Zhao shouted fiercely as his long eyelashes fluttered. Roll. Chapter 43. A string of Thai words popped up on the dark phone screen, and the desktop vibrated as the lights flickered. The strong liquor slid down his throat into his stomach. After the initial spiciness wore off, Fan Zhao opened the phone and put it to his ear. Done? He asked. There was a shadow moving in front of him, another person trying to strike up a conversation. His eyes raised, and the heavy pressure on the stern look made the young boy hesitate. Fan Zhao looked at him expressionlessly and said into the microphone, Now that it's done, call the police. He stood up, picked up the half-full bottle of expensive foreign wine on the table, walked around the bar to the boy who was chatting him up, and asked softly, Do you think I will get what I want tonight? The tall man was very handsome. The boy was a little nervous and didn't know what he was asking. He didn't say anything and just nodded. Good boy. Fan Zhao smiled, stuffed the wine into the boy's arms, and patted his fair face with his free hand. You are much better than him, but I don't like you. Turning around, he walked towards the dark corridor. The swaying light shone on his back, making him look weird and lonely. After walking 2 street corners, Fan Zhao saw flashing police lights. The young man who left with You Shulang was being questioned by 2 policemen. I didn't steal anyone's wallet. The young man tensed his neck and tried to defend himself. I went to the bathroom and the wallet was on the sink. There was no one in the bathroom, so I picked it up. Don't get excited yet. We haven't labeled you a thief yet. Everything needs to be verified. The police officer holding a men's wallet soothed him. Now please cooperate with us to go to the bar just now. We will check the surveillance video near the bathroom. The owner is also there. Then the truth will be revealed. The young man looked downcast, glanced at You Shulang beside him, and muttered softly, I'm really not a thief. You Shulang patted him on the shoulder and said gently, Go and figure this out. Can you leave me your phone number? Later. No, I'm leaving tomorrow. The young man sighed again, turned around dejectedly, and left with the police. When he looked up again, You Shulang saw Fan Zhao leaning against the wall with his arms folded, with an annoying smile on his lips. Have you had enough of the show? You Shulang reached into his pocket for a cigarette, but Fan Zhao stuffed a rouge into his mouth first. The man's voice was as gentle and intoxicating as the night breeze. How dare I watch Director Yu's show? You Shulang lit a cigarette with his hand, took a deep puff, and blew out the smoke. He seemed a little tired, and there was even a hint of pleading in his words. Don't make trouble, Fan Zhao. We are friends, and I don't want to have a quarrel with you. Falling out. What? Fan Zhao stepped closer. I worship you like a bodhisattva every day. Is Director Yu's heart made of iron and stone? Can't you feel it? Or is Director Yu blaming me for not finding a good night partner for you? He grabbed the wrist of the person in front of him, just like You Shulang had grabbed the young man just now. He got closer and whispered slowly, "Do you think I can do it? Am I qualified?" You Shulang was not shocked at all. Hearing this, he exhaled a fuck along with the smoke. He looked into the gloomy eyes and said calmly, "Can you say what you just said again?" Fan Xiao suddenly pulled the man, pressed his chest against his chest, and leaned forward slightly. "Director Yu, do you think I can be your lover?" You Shulang bit the cigarette between his teeth and suddenly lowered his wrist, breaking Fan Xiao's palm. He grabbed the man's collar hard, pulled him into the alley beside the road, and threw him against the wall angrily. He grabbed Fan Xiao's chin with 2 fingers and forced him to meet his gaze. "I asked you to say it again to give you a chance to change your words, and you actually said it again." Fan Xiao did not resist but retorted, smiling, and said, "I really want to ask this question. I don't need you to give me a chance." "Okay, then I'll answer you. You can't. I don't like you." "Why?" Fan Xiao grabbed You Shulang, who was about to leave, gritted his teeth, but asked with a smile, "What's wrong with me? What's wrong?" You Shulang held Fan Xiao's chin and looked him over. "The skin isn't white enough, the eyelashes aren't long enough, the face isn't soft enough, and besides..." He bit the cigarette between his teeth, and his 2 free hands suddenly attacked Fan Xiao's waist. He touched that waist thoroughly before smiling contemptuously. "The waist isn't good either. It's not soft enough." His hands continued to move downwards, roughly grabbing 2 lumps of firm flesh. "It's hard here, and there's no feel at all." You Shulang took a step back, took off his cigarette, and looked at Fan Xiao, and made a final assessment. "Fair skin, beautiful face, delicate body, soft flesh. Do you fit that profile?" The shadows in the dark alley covered Fan Xiao. He was silent for a moment, then suddenly sneered. "Director Yu's vision and aesthetics are not good enough. I need to correct them for you." He took a few steps closer and said, "Or maybe you said that on purpose to discourage me. Just like when you took that person away just now, you didn't really want to get a room with him, right?" You Shulang frowned slightly. "You think too much." "Okay, even if I think too much." Fan Xiao sprayed the heat on the man's ear. "When Director Yu was touching me just now, wasn't he also quite excited?" Quickly intercepting You Shulang's rebuttal, Fan Xiao said confidently, "Men understand men." After throwing away the cigarette, You Shulang looked at Fan Xiao deeply again, then turned around and raised his hand. "Let's go, Mr. Fan." It was only 3 or 5 steps to the entrance of the alley. The evening breeze bathed in the afterglow of the street lights slowly blew into his arms, but it failed to blow away the loneliness in You Shulang's eyes. Turning the corner, there was a strange road. The moment his eyes were lit up by the street lights, he heard hurried footsteps behind him, and his wrist was grabbed again. "You Shulang." Fan Zhao's voice was different from usual deep voice. "Wait a minute." The pointless tug of war made You Shulang suddenly angry. He turned around and shouted, "Fan Xiao, are you done yet? If you want to have fun, there is a gay bar just 2 blocks away. With your qualifications, Mr. Fan, there are many people willing to play with you. Please, don't bother me. From now on, I love you." The 3 words against the wind came clearly to his ears, interrupting You Shulang's words. From shock to scrutiny to recognition of the facts, You Shulang finally said lightly, "Nonsense." Fan Xiao approached, his forehead almost touching You Shulang's, and the breath and temperature of both of them were between his fingers. "Director, you said it was nonsense, so I will tell you some nonsense. I want to see you every day. I don't want to be separated when I see you, and I feel anxious when I can't see you. I have found many poor excuses to see you. Bohai doesn't have that much work to do, and I don't like to visit wetland parks. I have a bad sense of direction, but I am not so bad that I can't use navigation. Many times I take the wrong way, but I just want you to pick me up. My right hand has been healed for a long time, and my left hand is even more flexible than my right hand. But these lame excuses are all because I want to keep you by my side and be with you." The gap between the 2 of them narrowed even more. "I don't know if this is love, Director Yu. You are knowledgeable. Can you tell for sure?" You Shulang rarely felt flustered, and even began to avoid Fan Zhao's burning gaze. He wanted to escape, but couldn't. The man's hand moved down from his wrist, inserted between his fingers, and interlocked his fingers with his. The night wind in S City is too gentle, enveloping people and making them sink deeper and deeper. Fan Xiao, you want to date me? Not just for fun, nor just on a whim. You Shulang asked again slowly, word by word. I don't need you to promise a future, but have you at least thought about our future? Fan Xiao was a little late, his eyes hiding in the shadows again, and said in a deep voice, Yes, I am serious. Promises are useless, but at this moment, the future in my mind is filled with your figure. You Shulang was silent for a while, as if he had made up his mind. Fan Xiao, homosexuality is not a good path to follow. I don't want to drag anyone down with it. I gave you a chance, but you didn't want it. So don't blame me for taking action against you. Exerting force on his clasped hands, You Shulang brought Fan Xiao into the dark alley again and pushed him against the wall, staring intently at the handsome man. Kiss me quickly, Director Yu. Fan Xiao pressed the man fiercely to his chest and kissed him deeply. I can't wait any longer, my bodhisattva. Chapter 44. The door of the hotel was knocked open and then closed again. The intertwined figures were seen briefly in the light for a moment, and then disappeared into darkness. No one turned on the lights. There seemed to be only the sound of messy and heavy breathing in the darkness without boundaries. You Shulang. Their lips were tightly pressed together. Fan Xiao did not leave the man's lips when he spoke. Every word was almost contained in the two people's mouths, blurry and extremely ambiguous. Do you like fair skin, beautiful faces, delicate bodies, and soft flesh? The man's resentment caused a few low laughs, and You Shulang's voice was still unclear. What advantages do you have? Let me check the goods. Snap. A light in the corner suddenly turned on. Breaking through the darkness, a night light emitted a dim light, framing the two handsome men in a gentle scene. Fan Zhao's lips finally left You Shulang. He stood up straight, looking somewhat cold and arrogant. You Shulang, you like men, not women. His fingertips rested on the buttons of his casual clothes, and he looked directly at You Shulang with an almost sharp look in his eyes. With a movement of his hand, a button slipped off, and the warm light flowed down along the slender neck, ambiguously covering the exposed flesh, making the ferocious-looking four-faced Buddha on the neck look kind. You Shulang relaxed his back and leaned against the wall, threw a cigarette into his mouth, and said with a smile, Continue. Another button was undone, revealing his muscular chest. The third button also lost its function, and his tight waist and abdomen reminded You Shulang of a running lion. His breathing became a little rapid, and You Shulang forgot to light a cigarette. Further down was the beautiful mermaid line. Fan Xiao did not let it hide in his pants. His shirt slipped to the ground. He unzipped his belt and looked up at the man standing against the wall. You Shulang felt his mouth go dry, and a fire started burning in his body. He tensed his back and raised his chin. Continue. Clothes were scattered on the ground, and in front of You Shulang stood a man who looked like a god. I knew Fan Xiao had a good figure, but I didn't know it was this good. You Shulang's eyes were covered with a layer of dark color, and the desire in his body was screaming wildly. The man wearing only the four-faced Buddha walked towards him step by step, and every step sounded like the ringing of bells in his ears. Director Yu, is the goods inspected okay? Fan Xiao stroked You Shulang's cheek with his big hand. You Shulang raised his hand to draw him closer, kissed him hard, and said from the corner of his lips, Boss Fan, take off your clothes early. I admit that I am a straight man. The night became theirs alone. Sorry, I didn't mean to laugh at you. You Shulang controlled the shaking of his shoulders. It's just quite unexpected. He pulled the dejected man over and kissed him gently. Don't worry, baby. I'll teach you. The breath by the ear, the frequency of the heartbeat, the temperature of the palms, the breath of each other. The world had sunk. At this moment, in You Shulang and Fan Zhao's world, there was only each other. What followed needed no words. You Shulang, even though what I said were all lies, I still want to say it again. I love you very much. As the plane flew across the sky, Fan Xiao was flipping through documents with one hand and gently hooking You Shulang's fingertips under the blanket with the other. You Shulang wore an eye mask to catch up on his sleep. He had been kept up by Fan Xiao for a whole day and night. A man who had just fallen in love was relentless. You Shulang was soft-hearted and indulged him, but it made himself suffer in the end. It was his first time truly giving himself to someone. and he could not keep up with the endless energy, so he had to find other ways to coax him and make him happy. There was turbulence in the air, and You Shulang didn't wake up, but his head slid to one side. Fan Xiao put down his documents, gently turned You Shulang's head to lean on his shoulder, and lowered his own body to make him lean comfortably. The engineer in the same row looked over from across the aisle, with a hint of surprise in his eyes. Fan Xiao smiled back, but the sense of quiet authority in his eyes increased dramatically, which made people feel unsettled. After the engineer forced a stiff smile and quickly looked away, Fan Xiao looked at the person resting on his shoulder, and his eyes became gentle. The plane landed smoothly. Fan Xiao pushed a suitcase in each hand and kept You Shulang close behind him, isolating him from the passing crowd. The treatment on the return trip was completely different from that on the outbound trip, but he felt sweet and happy in his heart. Looking at the tuft of You Shulang's hair sticking up from sleeping on the plane, he thought it was so cute. Suddenly, the phone in his pocket rang. You Shulang turned around and reached for the box. You answer the phone, give me the box. No need. Take out my phone and let me see who it is. Fan Xiao turned sideways to reveal his pocket. He didn't want to waste any opportunity to appear close with You Shulang. When You Shulang's hand reached into his trouser pocket, Fan Xiao was smiling to himself. But when he saw the name on the screen, his face froze. Although he returned to normal in an instant, You Shulang still glanced at him lightly. Lu, do you want to answer it? The man asked, holding the phone out. The phone was vibrating, and the name on the screen kept flashing. Fan Xiao thought of the photo standing on the shelf, and You Shulang turning his face away in front of the bouquet. Please answer it for me. Put it next to my ear. It's noisy here. Press it closer. You Shulang said, and slid the green mark. A man's voice came from the phone, but it was drowned out by the noise and bustle of the airport. You Shulang put the phone next to Fan Xiao's ear and, as he said, pressed it close. Hello. Fan Xiao started politely. Yes, I just came back from a business trip and am still at the airport. He looked at You Shulang and said into the phone, Come to pick me up at the airport? No, that would be too much trouble for you. Tomorrow? I'm not free tomorrow because I have a seminar to attend. Fan Xiao suddenly became a little impatient. His mind drifted. His eyes were drawn to You Shulang's lips, very tempting. He wanted to kiss him. Then his eyes turned cold. Lu Jun had also kissed such tempting lips. The refusal that was on the tip of his tongue was swallowed back, and he said something else. Sure, I'm free the day after tomorrow. When you've confirmed the location, send it to me. We'll see you then. After the call ended, You Shulang hung up and put the phone back into Fan Xiao's pocket. Don't you want to ask who it is? Why are you so relaxed about managing your boyfriend? You Shulang smiled, and as he walked, he asked as Fan Xiao had hoped. Who was it? A pharmaceutical research team has been trying to get me to invest in their products, so they have been very attentive. Are you interested in investing? I have no intention, but the other party is too enthusiastic. It's not good to not even share a meal. You Shulang nodded and replied. That's right. Fan Xiao looked at You Shulang and suddenly asked, Has your previous boyfriend ever picked you up at the airport? You Shulang stopped and frowned slowly. Fan Xiao smiled innocently. To be honest, I am a little jealous sometimes. You Shulang hooked his finger, and when the man came closer, he tilted his head and whispered in his ear, Baby, you are such a childish ghost sometimes. After saying that, the man raised his hand and pinched Fan Xiao's cheek, then walked towards the airport exit. The sky was gloomy, and it was already snowing in the north. The warm wind from City S could not reach this land, and tiny snowflakes slowly fell from the low sky, sticking to white wool coats and disappearing without a trace. You Shulang and Fan Xiao caught the first snow of this year. Chapter 45. The neck is tilted back to reveal the beautiful curve. The Adam's apple becomes more prominent, and it rolls gently, sacrificing the most vulnerable part to the sharpest teeth. You Shulang could endure it. If it wasn't really unbearable, he would never say a word. Fan Xiao, he tightened his thigh muscles and curled his toes. That's enough. That's enough. The deep voice aroused the feelings, becoming more and more sexy. Fan Xiao carried out the evil to the end. Not only did he not stop, but it became deeper and heavier. Teacher, you taught me all this. Am I doing it right? He held You Shulang's waist and dragged the man who was constantly moving upwards back and hit him hard again. Teacher, please give me a score. How many points can I give? Cigarettes. You Shulang was like a dying fish on the shore, desperately wanting a handful of clean water to survive. I want rouge. Fan Xiao held the cigarette in his mouth, lit it, and put it into his mouth. You Shulang took a deep breath and eased the numbness in his body. 0 points. He placed the cigarette between his slender fingers on the edge of the bed, his voice hoarse and low. Love is about enjoying each other, not one party conquering and the other party on the verge of collapse. Some moments are felt, not spoken. The sun persevered and filtered through the tightly closed curtains, making the tiny dust particles floating in the air look vivid. An exercise that started after breakfast finally ended just before lunch. The smell of hormones floated in the air, and the overlapping bodies had not yet separated. You Shulang lay in Fan Zhao's arms, with a layer of warm light covering his fair skin. The light mist in his eyes had not yet dissipated, and the watermarks on his crow feathers had not yet dried, like a gorgeous and precious porcelain, with an innate loneliness and fragility. Fan Xiao held his arms tightly and put the cigarette between his fingers into his mouth. Change the curtains. This one lets in light. You Shulang's consciousness finally returned, and he thought of the 3-layer sunshades in Fan Zhao's house. Tilting his head and blowing out the smoke, he asked, "Don't you like the sun?" His voice was so hoarse that Fan Xiao thought of the wetness and softness just now. He rubbed his fingertips, lowered his head, and kissed You Shulang's Adam's apple, then said, "I don't like it." The emotion on that handsome face with clear contours slowly faded. The corners of his lips were pressed down, and the lines were stiff and heavy. During the tsunami, my mother sank into the water, and I ran out of matches. There was only darkness around me, no light at all. In the darkness, I couldn't see anything, but I could still deceive myself into thinking that my mother was still with me. She just held her breath in the water for a little longer, and she didn't die. But Fan Xiao bit the cigarette between his teeth in a hurry. But 6 hours later, the sea water gradually receded, the wooden door was pushed open, and the particularly dazzling sunlight shone in. I saw my mother's pale and deformed face sinking in the water. You Shulang turned around and hugged Fan Xiao, giving him a gentle kiss on the temple. You Shulang, there's nothing wrong with darkness. It can hide a lot of cruelty, and it can also protect a weak me. You Shulang took the cigarette from Fan Zhao's mouth, put it out, and then pressed his face into his shoulder. Change it. How about adding 10 layers of blackout cloth? No matter in the dark or in the sun, I'll be with you wherever you are. With a faint smile, he reached down and said, "Wasn't it very hard just now? It has nothing to do with softness or weakness." You Shulang rarely made such jokes, so Fan Xiao naturally knew his good intentions. His heart felt like it was soaked in warm water, and like it was entangled in stringy honey. His shattered soul seemed to have been picked up in pieces, patched together, and the first corner was revealed. "I want to be inside you." Fan Xiao looked serious and vulnerable. "I feel more at ease inside you than in the dark." You Shulang was stunned for a moment. Then he said in shame and anger, "Fan Xiao, I have indulged you too much. From tomorrow on, when your upper mouth and the lower thing have learned their lesson, you can get on my bed again." The haze dissipated, and Fan Xiao embraced You Shulang and said, "Buddha, my body and soul are all prostrated at your feet. So naturally whatever you say is what it is, and I will behave however you ask me to." You Shulang didn't want to talk to him anymore, so he put on his pajamas and got up to take a shower. His movements were not very agile, and his waist was a little sore from tossing and turning. Fan Xiao got up to rub his waist and followed him closely, which also allowed him to take advantage. As they were arguing, they suddenly heard the sound of the front door opening, followed by the sound of someone pushing the door open. After a rustling sound, the sound of footsteps could be clearly heard. There was a knock on the bedroom door, and a clear voice came through the door. "Uncle Yu Shulang, are you home?" You Shulang suddenly looked back at Fan Xiao and saw a cold gaze. Chapter 46. Your ex-boyfriend? He still has the key to your house. Fan Zhao's voice was like a cold snake, slowly winding around him. He forgot to return it, and I forgot to ask for it too. You Shulang stroked the man's arm and squeezed it gently, trying to coax him. He then slid down and grabbed his wrist. "I didn't know he would come today. Let's go out together." The bedroom was dark, and Fan Xiao stood with his back to the window. On the other side of the light and shadow was his unpredictable expression. After a moment of silence, the man brushed away the hand, and a sarcastic smile appeared on his kissable lips. I won't go. Do you know how to make each other feel bad after two people break up? It's better for you to hide a lover in the room before him. Fan Xiao. You Shulang was a little helpless. He and I broke up peacefully. There's no need to make him feel bad. You are also my open and above-board lover, not a lover who needs to be hidden. Is that so? The smile on his lips turned warmer, but the sinister look in his eyes had not completely disappeared. Fan Xiao stretched out his long arms and suddenly grabbed Yu Shulang to kiss him, a very crazy and pretentious kiss. He deliberately pushed him against the door panel that was knocked again, sucking his breath away and biting his lips red. He whispered against her lips, "Since Director Yu doesn't want him to feel bad, then I won't go out and make him feel ashamed." Pressing down the door handle, Fan Xiao pushed Yu Shulang, who was full of lust, out of the bedroom. Shulang. Lu Zhan nearly collided with Yu Shulang, but he dodged by leaning to the side, his eyes full of shock. He had never seen Yu Shulang like this before. His clothes were disheveled and rough. His lips were bright red, and mottled red spread from under his ears to the depths of his collar. He didn't know how many suggestive traces were concealed by the thin pajamas. It's easy to tell what just happened behind the thin door panel. Lu Zhan opened his mouth, but no sound came out. Is this still the Yu Shulang he knew? The Yu Shulang of the past always looked indifferent even after the love affair. Afterwards, he smoked in silence and loneliness. The smoke he exhaled was like a light and ethereal cover, isolating him, and no one could enter his world. But the man in front of her was full of resentment and anger, as well as deep helplessness and a half-smile, half-annoyed love. This was not the Yu Shulang he knew. Lu Zhan, what brings you here for? Yu Shulang quickly put on his pajamas, inserted his 5 fingers into his hair, and simply combed it, and when he put his palms down, he secretly took away the wetness on his lips. If you ignore the signs of lust on his body, he would be the decent and calm Yu Shulang again. Lu Zhan looked at the tightly closed bedroom door and ignored Yu Shulang's question. It's you in there? Yu Shulang nodded. My boyfriend. Ah, so. Lu Zhan's heart seemed to be hit by gravity. He quickly lowered his eyes, and his eyelids covered the sudden mist. I thought you wouldn't hand it over so soon. I also thought it wouldn't be that fast, but fate came to me inexplicably. Yu Shulang asked again in a gentle tone, I have had your things delivered to your home. Is there anything missing? Ah, yes. Lu Zhan turned around and raised his head slightly, trying to force back the moisture in his eyes. There is a painting. I put it behind the cabinet. I'll get it for you. No, I can do it myself. Lu Zhan walked to the side of the locker and reached out to pull out a painting from the gap between the locker and the wall. It was a normal portrait, but Lu Zhan had blocked most of it because he felt guilty. The painting was the one that Fan Xiao had originally drawn for him. In the sunny studio, the man gently called him Xinxin. Lu Zhan originally wanted to take it away secretly while Yu Shulang was at work, but unexpectedly, he ran into Yu Shulang, who was on vacation and having a passionate activity with his new boyfriend. Feeling sad and guilty, unable to let go of the past, and unable to face the future calmly, Lu Zhan felt that he was terrible and in an awkward situation. Yu Shulang's eyes swept across the painting lightly and saw a signature similar to Sanskrit in the lower right corner. Before he could see it clearly, Lu Zhan turned the painting away. How have you been lately? Lu Zhan asked in a low voice while holding the painting. Yu Shulang nodded. Very good. Lu Zhan smiled bitterly. Yes, you have a new boyfriend. He thought of Yu Shulang's clean and simple private life, raised his head and asked, Who is it? Do I know him? You don't have many friends. Before he finished speaking, his phone rang. The special ringtone made Lu Zhan's sadness disappear and turned into surprise. He quickly took out the phone from his bag and looked at the name jumping on the screen with a look of joy on his face. Shulang, I have something else to do, so I won't talk to you anymore. Okay. The painting was a bit large, so Yu Shulang asked politely, Do you need me to help you get it to the car? No. Lu Zhan couldn't hide his urgency. I can get downstairs by myself. He pushed the door open impatiently. When he was about to leave, Yu Shulang whispered, Lu Zhan, my house key. Oh, I almost forgot again. Lu Zhan put the key in Yu Shulang's hand, simply raised his hand, and walked downstairs. Yu Shulang heard him answer the phone, but he just said hello and nothing else. Fan Xiao hung up the phone, turned it off, and threw it casually on the bed. He staggered out and leaned against the bedroom door, saying something inappropriate. Did your ex-boyfriend take your soul away? You Shulang closed the door and hung the key in his hand on the hook on the wall. Don't be so jealous, the man frowned. I haven't settled the score with you yet. Fan Xiao came over with his shoulders relaxed, leaning on You Shulang's shoulders like he had no bones, and sowed discord. Did your ex-boyfriend cheat on you? He touched the man's earlobe with his lips. But I wonder who can be better than you? Is your ex-boyfriend blind? You Shulang pushed him away and reached out to ruffle Fan Zhao's messy hair. Don't make blind guesses, don't gossip, and don't cause trouble. Pouting secretly, Fan Xiao followed You Shulang to the bathroom. Let's take a shower together. Not only did You Shulang not refuse, he turned around and glanced at him lightly, which was alluring but very abnormal. The bathroom was small but clean, with dry and wet areas separated by glass. The mirror was smooth, reflecting the spots on his neck clearly. You Shulang gently ran his fingers over the red marks, looking at Fan Xiao in the mirror, not angry or annoyed, but smiling. You pushed me out of the bedroom so embarrassedly just now. It feels good, right? Fan Zhao's back tensed, and he subconsciously took a small step back. Director Yu, I was jealous at the time and didn't control my emotions well. Can you control it now? I guess. Okay then. You Shulang began to take off his clothes. Stand here and watch me take a shower. He turned around and moved closer to Fan Xiao. Don't move. If you move, you won't be able to enter my room or get on my bed this week. Clothes fell to the ground. I mean what I say. There was a sound of water coming from the bathroom. There was a glass between Fan Xiao and You Shulang. The slightly messy wet hair was gathered behind his head, revealing his smooth forehead. You Shulang raised his head facing the waterline. His superior jawline was taut, and the lines became more neat and smooth. Broad shoulders, thin back, tall and strong, seemingly thin, but not skinny. The winding watermarks flowed down his body, from his sharp eyebrows and cold eyes to his slender neck, spreading to his collarbone, and sliding down his chest. The cold white skin was evaporated into a light pink by the hot water, which diluted the man's usual coldness. His thin waist slumped, and You Shulang began to clean up. What a sensory impact this is. 3 parts of shyness, 4 parts of forbearance, and a few intentional or unintentional teasing. Fan Xiao suddenly put his hand on the door handle and felt the oppressive gaze before the door opened. Do you want to come in? You Shulang asked lightly. Fan Xiao paused, his mind defeated his sperm. This is a punishment. Fan Xiao, who was locked outside the bathroom, finally reacted. You Shulang understood his temperament and knew how to punish him lightly and teach him a heavy lesson. His body had already started to run wild, but he could only hold it back. If You Shulang was serious, everyone would be afraid. I just want to ask Director Yu if you need my help. If not, I won't come in. You Shulang raised his eyebrows and stared deeply. Fan Xiao could only smile helplessly and cooperate by leaning against the sink. He kept his eyes sharp the whole time and changed 18 different movements in his imagination. In the steamy small bathroom, the hand on the sink clenched tighter and tighter, and the man's body became hotter and hotter. Chapter 47. After eating the meal prepared by You Shulang, Fan Xiao began to dislike the food in the restaurant. He did not understand at all the satisfaction that Lu Zhan, who was sitting opposite him, felt from eating a piece of foie gras. He wiped his mouth with a napkin and finished his meal. Seeing Lu Zhan looking at him, he gave a perfunctory smile. Not too hungry, I'm full. Eat slowly, there's no rush. Lu Zhan put down his knife and fork. He was very particular about table manners, but Fan Xiao preferred You Shulang's flawlessly polite appearance in front of others, yet carefree and unrestrained behind them. Mr. Fan, the gifts you've given me recently are too expensive. I won't accept them without any merit. Fan Xiao knew what Lu Zhan wanted to hear, but he was unwilling to follow his wishes. They are not expensive, they are just some small things. Lu Zhan made all the necessary preparations and threw out another question. My friends are asking me what our relationship is and why you keep sending me things. He showed just the right amount of confusion and shyness. To be honest, I don't know how to answer them. A friend asked you? Your boyfriend? Have I caused you trouble? Fan Xiao leaned forward slightly, his expression looking serious. We're just ordinary friends. The topic finally got on track, and Lu Zhan said slowly, I've broken up and I'm single now. Fan Xiao raised his eyebrows slightly, leaned back into the chair, and said with some interest, "Why? I heard that your boyfriend is very good." Lu Zhen paused for a moment, and a thick sense of bitterness came again. There was indeed nothing wrong with You Shulang. His occasional alienation was not a crime at all in the face of his endless tenderness. The personalities are not compatible, Lu Zhen said lightly. Mr. Fan is single now, right? This time it was Fan Xiao who choked, and this eloquent man didn't know how to respond for a moment. He was just trying to play around and lure You Shulang into the trap, so it wasn't an exaggeration to say single. But for some reason, he didn't want to say it, and after clenching his teeth for a while, he said, "Jinjin, guess what? Mr. Fan should be single. If he has a partner, he would never let you give a gift to another person like this." Lu Zhen leaned forward, pressing his chest against the table, half charming and half flirting. "So, Mr. Fan, why do you always give me gifts?" The young man was handsome, with thick eyelashes that looked like a pool of spring water. Fan Xiao saw that he was indeed worthy of the white skin, beautiful appearance, and delicate body. The sound of flipping matches rang out in the high-end restaurant, which seemed a bit rude. If Fan Xiao was unhappy, someone would suffer. He raised his eyelashes and glanced at him. "Why? Of course I love you." Lu Zhen suddenly clasped his hands together. This answer should have been expected, but it seemed too sudden because Fan Xiao had always been so distant. Lu Zhen didn't know what expression to put on. Shock, panic, or shyness? After adjusting it again and again, he finally showed the joy of getting what he wanted. "Mr. Fan, this is too sudden." Lu Zhen's cheeks flushed, making his complexion look even better. Fan Xiao was even more annoyed, but his expression became gentler. "Why does it feel so sudden? Didn't I tell you the day I asked you to be my model that I would fall in love with every life under my brush?" This was a bit strange, so Lu Zhen had to confirm again. "Every life." Fan Xiao put away the matches and drank a sip of red wine elegantly. "Yes, every life. A sculpture, a bouquet of flowers, a bird in a cage, a dying cicada, including you, Jinjin." The blood slowly drained from Lu Zhen's face. He sat up straight, incredulous. "In your heart, I am the same as a sculpture, a bouquet of flowers, a bird, or even a dying cicada?" Fan Xiao shrugged and agreed. "I love them, and I love you too." After a brief period of blankness and confusion in his mind, Lu Zhen began to analyze Fan Xiao's words rationally. The things he was talking about were either dead objects or animals, and he was the only one who was different. He overcame all obstacles and found a little hope for himself. Without beating around the bush, Lu Zhen asked directly, "Mr. Fan, since you love me, are you willing to be with me as a couple?" "What? Will you be my boyfriend?" Fan Xiao tilted his head slightly, looking a little surprised. "When I asked you to be my model, I thought I had made it very clear. This is just a short-term soul interaction between me and the subject of my painting in order to find inspiration. It's love, but not romance." Fan Xiao asked, "Have I made myself clear this time? It's not love." Lu Zhen began to tremble, and his voice became sharp. "Don't tell me you don't know how to pursue someone? All your actions are to pursue me, aren't they?" The man groaned, looking a little aggrieved. "It seems you still misunderstood. In my eyes, giving you a gift is the same as maintaining a sculpture, watering the flowers, feeding the birds, and finding a piece of pure land for the dying summer cicadas. There is no difference. There is no difference." Fan Zhao's words pierced Lu Zhen's body like an ice cone. He felt as if he was suddenly pushed into an icy lake by the man's big hand. The freezing cold water wrapped around his body. He sank deeper and deeper. His vision began to blur. His chest was short of oxygen and swollen and painful. He couldn't breathe, as if a huge rock was pressing on him. "Besides, I'm planning to change the model recently." Fan Zhao's breath was filled with alcohol, which was intoxicating and hurtful. "You are no longer suitable. I think we may not meet often in the future." Lu Zhen suddenly laughed softly, and the vibration of his chest caused the red wine in the glass to tremble slightly. "Fan Xiao, it's fun to play tricks on me, right? Do you take me for a fool? Do you believe the bullshit you said?" With his hands crossed on the table, Fan Xiao showed his fierceness and invincibility in front of Lu Zhen for the first time. "I don't need to spend money to play with a worthless person. Lu Zhen, from the time we met until now, I have never done anything inappropriate to you, never said a frivolous word, I don't want to seduce you, let alone sleep with you. All your assumptions about me are your own imagination. Do I have to pay for your fantasy? Lu Zhan buried his face in his palms and smiled bitterly. Fan Xiao, I am of no value to you, but you don't even let go of a worthless person, which only shows that you are a pervert. Lu Zhan suddenly stood up and poured the red wine in the glass onto Fan Zhao's face. Go to hell, pervert. Following the diffuse aroma of wine, Lu Zhan left the table angrily. The restaurant was silent for a moment. Amid many prying eyes, Fan Xiao remained silent for a moment before wiping the red liquid off his face with a napkin. After putting down the meal fee and tip, he stood up and walked out of the restaurant. As he walked, he took out his phone and dialed a number. Boss Xia, it's me. Long time no see. Can we hang out someday? Nothing much, just some fun with friends. Oh, by the way, the model you have, yes, Lu Zhan, the one I asked you to take care of before, has been in a bad mood recently. If your company has notices from other cities recently, arrange a few for him so that he can go out and relax. The sooner the better. It would be best if he leaves tonight. Well, then I'll be relieved. Advertising for our company's new project? Of course, we still have to rely on Boss Xia. Okay, let's get together some other day and talk about advertising. By the way, don't tell Lu Zhan that I asked you to arrange it. Okay, that's it. But, after hanging up the phone, the fake smile in his eyes quickly faded, and he opened WeChat and quickly edited a message. Director Yu, my hands are itching to draw you. Chapter 48. You Shulang saw off the last guest and turned around to be wrapped in a coat. In the cold night, the faint scent of agarwood permeated his nose, the scent of the person beside him. After relaxing his body and letting go of his drunkenness, You Shulang gently leaned on the shoulder of the person next to him and asked with a smile, Why are you here? I came here because I missed you. Fan Xiao pulled him into his arms, nuzzling and sniffing at his ears. He often loved doing this, and his animal territorial awareness was fully awakened after interacting with You Shulang. You Shulang smiled and turned his head away. I have been soaked in cigarettes and alcohol all night. What's so good about it? It smells good. Fan Xiao looked at his expression and asked, Did you drink too much? Not too drunk, just a little tipsy. Fan Xiao hugged her tighter, lowered his voice and asked, What does Director Yu want to do when he's tipsy? The parking lot was silent, with only the sound of the wind. The withered branches and leaves cast long shadows under the light of the street lamps, casting them on the ground and the white cashmere coat. You Shulang was modest when he smiled, and cold when he didn't. His half-smile was the most seductive, and now, after being cooked by the light wine, his heartbeat slowed down. He raised his hand and patted Fan Zhao's face twice, and said casually, I just want to kiss you now. He led Fan Xiao into the shadows and said, Come, give Director Yu a kiss. Where had Fan Xiao experienced this? He almost immediately felt half of his body softened. He loved You Shulang in front of him so much that he leaned forward and offered himself to be slaughtered. You Shulang's kiss was very gentle, and he could taste the feeling of being cherished. Fan Xiao truly understood what it was like to fall into the land of tenderness. His feet felt dizzy as if he was stepping on cotton. His heart was soaked by the warm and sweet honey, and every beat brought a ripple of numbness. The aroma of the wine faded, and their lips slowly separated. You Shulang still held her in his arms, entwining their body temperatures. There seemed to be a light sigh, but it was suppressed by Fan Zhao's long-lasting heartbeat. He heard You Shulang whispered, I have always followed the rules over the years and never do anything I am not sure of. But you made me break the rules. A faint smile slowly appeared in the man's eyes, and the corners of his lips curled up slightly. Fan Xiao, you are hard to understand. I haven't even figured you out yet, but I've already started to want to love you. You Shulang moved closer to Fan Xiao and kissed him on the lips. You are my biggest gamble. Do you think I can win? The cold wind was silent, and when the heat from the kiss slowly dissipated, Fan Xiao felt cold. The night was very cold and the wind was very strong, making people shiver. The shadow of the dead branches was still entangled and ferocious, still projected on the white coat, but now in Fan Zhao's eyes, it looked like a completely unrecognizable version of himself. The muscles in his body stiffened inch by inch, and his eyes had nowhere to hide. After a long while, he forced himself to appear calm, avoided the topic, and said in a flattering way, When has director you ever lost? The reply, neither light nor heavy, made You Shulang's smile fade a little. After a little thought, he was still gentle. I'm not putting pressure on you. Don't think too much. I just drank a lot and joked a few more times. He patted Fan Zhao's waist. Let's get in the car. You are so afraid of the cold. The bodies that were pressed against each other had just separated, but were pulled back by Fan Zhao. The man didn't say anything, but just held him stubbornly. Fan Zhao didn't know what was wrong with him. He had given the best answer, but he didn't feel relieved. He even felt a little blocked in his heart. Seeing that he was stubborn, You Shulang had no choice but to come back and stroke his cold ear with his warm palm, coaxing him. Although I'm old, I also want to hear some sweet words occasionally. Mr. Fan, can you please say a few words? You Shulang's eyes sparkled. Am I handsome? Handsome? You are the most handsome and charming man I have ever seen. This time Fan Zhao did not lie. In that case, let's go home. You Shulang suddenly grabbed his belt and pulled it. Don't you want to draw me? Let's go. The music in the private room was playing wildly, and Shi Lihua approached Fan Zhao to talk. Are you really dating that You Shulang? Is he happy about it? He poured strong liquor into Fan Zhao's glass, and just as the aroma of the liquor filled the air, he saw that Fan Zhao had already taken the bland beer. Change of taste? That's right. You've started to change your taste and play with men, so it's not surprising that you change your taste by drinking. He put his arm on Fan Zhao's shoulder and smiled obscenely. Have you slept with him? How was it? Fan Zhao frowned slightly and broke Shi Lihua's arm. Don't be so clingy, or I'll get on you. Shi Lihua shuddered for a moment, but after he calmed down, he came up to her and started to chat with her again. Since you are good with men, we grew up together, why don't you like me? Fan Zhao almost choked on his wine. He looked at Shi Lihua as if he was a fool. Shi Lihua laughed loudly. If you really like me, my old man will definitely wash me clean inside and out, and then send me to your bed with gratitude. After getting a roll of the eyes from Fan Zhao, Shi Lihua chuckled for a long time, then frowned again as he continued his silly smile. To be honest, I really don't understand what you want to do to that you guy. If you don't like him, there are many ways to punish him. Why bother? You didn't do it this way before. Fan Zhao took a sip of the wine and found it bland, but he did not change the wine. He had not finished the painting last night for some reason, and now his hands were itching, so he wanted to continue tonight, so he could not get too drunk. As for why he hadn't finished the painting, Fan Zhao still felt a tightness in his lower body when he thought about it now, and a dark fire was burning around him, making his mouth dry. An ordinary white shirt, black trousers, gold-rimmed glasses, slightly messy hair, and white ankles. You Shulang was half leaning on the recliner in front of the window, with one leg propped up and his wrist casually resting on his knee. He held a cigarette loosely between his fingers, with the smoke rising, but he didn't inhale much. His other hand was flipping through documents, which shouldn't be anything important, so he didn't seem to be taking it very seriously. His eyes were loose and lazy, and he would occasionally glance at Fan Zhao. I didn't know you could draw. Fan Zhao withdrew his gaze from that beautiful ankle and fixed it on You Shulang's loose collar, looking at the sunken collarbone, and said, I haven't learned it seriously, but I do have some talent. You Shulang chuckled, his voice a little unclear as he puffed on his cigarette. Well, let me see my boyfriend's talent today. I may have inherited my mother's genes. She loved painting all her life. She had talent, but didn't achieve much. When she was young, she could only be a tutor to teach children how to paint. Fan Zhao sharpened the charcoal pencil and put down the first stroke on the sketch paper. My eldest brother was her student when he was young, and the person he hated the most was me. You Shulang's eyes darkened, and he slowly put away the relaxed expression on his face. Because he always felt that it was the painting teacher he chose that destroyed his family and caused his father and mother to divorce. With just a few strokes, the outline of a man's face appeared on the sketch paper. He was in shackles and hated me and my mother. After my mother died, he hated me even more. When he was a child, he would smash my drawing board, and when he grew up, he would steal my business. Finger marks were left on the corner of the document, but You Shulang deliberately spoke in a relaxed tone. So you hid here? Fan Zhao also laughed, and he wrote quickly on the paper. It's not that bad. The domestic market and resources are incomparable to that tiny country. I came here with a lot of money, and my two brothers' eyes are red with jealousy. Fan Xiao leaned back and looked at the outline on the drawing paper from a distance, then adjusted his brush and said as he drew, I still have the upper hand at the moment, but what? Relax your back, Director Yu. I need you to maintain the initial relaxation. With You Shulang's reluctant cooperation, Fan Xiao smiled and wrote again, but I could be overthrown and killed by them at any time. My family is a man-eating machine. You Shulang lowered his crow feathers and asked softly, what will happen if you are overthrown or killed? Fan Xiao shrugged. Nothing. You Shulang tilted his head back and took a puff of cigarette. His stretched neck made his protruding Adam's apple look even sharper. Slowly, the man spit out a long stream of white mist into the void above him. Don't be afraid of having nothing. He tilted his head to look at Fan Xiao, his eyes filled with warmth. Even if you really have nothing, you still have me. I will support you. The pen paused, and the lines went off track. It was the first time that Fan Xiao held the paintbrush, but he had no desire to paint. It took him a lot of effort to find his voice. Director you drank today, does his drunken talk count? It counts. The man touched his lips. Or you can stamp it. Flames started burning inside his body. Fan Xiao tightly grasped the charcoal pencil. The two of them locked eyes for a long time before he said in a cold voice, lie back down, unbutton 2 more buttons, and pull your trousers up to show your ankles. He put down his pen, stood up, and walked over. I have to taste it before I can paint well. With his arms supporting the man's body on both sides, he seduced, Director you. Do you want a good painting? Open your legs and beg me to come in. What followed needed no words. What are you thinking about? I'm asking you a question. Surely Hua bumped into Fan Xiao who was in a trance. What exactly do you want to do by getting entangled with that you guy? The man lowered his eyes, his knuckles turning white from the pressure he put on the wine glass, and blurted out in a low and sarcastic voice. Why? It's just that life is boring, so I use him to kill time. When I've had enough fun and got tired of him, I'll just dump him. Chapter 49. So many key tasks are summarized in the president's office every day, and I need to communicate, coordinate, and supervise them. If I still need to take care of trivial matters such as vehicle arrangements and conference room allocations, then what does the president's office need you for? You Shulang threw a vehicle outbound application form on the table, slowly raised his eyes, and the lines on his face were as sharp as a knife. 2 vice presidents want to use the highest level business car at the same time, and you don't want to offend either of them. So you think it's difficult to handle? If you don't have this little coordination ability, I think the position in the president's office is not suitable for you at all. He picked up the phone and switched to the internal line. Go and confirm whether Mr. Li's guests are the wife and daughter of the chairman of Qingyu Pharmaceutical. If so, use Director Lu's convertible sports car to receive the 2 ladies. When you pick them up at the airport, prepare some flowers and dolls in the car. I remember that Shang Qingyu's daughter is not very old and should like these. After hanging up the phone, Yu Shulang looked at his subordinate who was standing in front of the desk with his hands down, and his tone was much gentler. You have to remember that you can't be a jack of all trades when working in the president's office, and you can't be a good person. You have to use your brain more when doing things. There is nothing that can't be solved through coordination. He pushed the vehicle application form to the man's hand. Don't be troubled in the future. Think of several ways, and you will always find the best way to deal with it. Okay, you go out first. The subordinate nodded respectfully, took the list, and turned to leave the office. After everyone left, the office did not become quiet. Slow and leisurely footsteps were heard. Yu Shulang tilted his head slightly and saw Fan Xiao coming out of the cubicle and leaning against the intricately carved wooden door frame. There is a cubicle in Yu Shulang's office, which was used for small meetings before. As it is not used frequently, it has now been converted into an archive room, where various materials of Bohai over the years are stored. Judging from the signatures on the archive boxes, it is the huge and detailed development history of Bohai Pharmaceutical. At this time, Fan Xiao was leaning against the wall with a book in his hand. His shirt was open, and 2 buttons of his shirt were undone under his throat. The water and teeth marks on his neck were clearly visible. Director Yu was really fierce when he scolded people. I was scared inside. Yu Shulang was so angry that his teeth itched. He glanced at the office door and said in a deep voice, "If you are scared, behave yourself and put your clothes in order." Fan Xiao made an innocent expression. Director, you wants to plant strawberries for me. How dare I disobey? This started when the two of them were looking up information in the cubicle. The heating in the north was sufficient in winter, and the dry heat wrapped around the skin, making it a bit stuffy. You Shulang pulled at his turtleneck sweater and casually scolded Fan Xiao. Don't chew and bite in the future, what a dog's problem. But he couldn't resist the challenge, so he unbuttoned 2 shirt buttons with his long fingers and pressed the decent office director against his neck. Director Yu is still too kind. If you don't want others to offend you, you must fight back. The lingering scent of agarwood on the man's body could not suppress You Shulang's anger. He had really spoiled Fan Xiao to the point of being lawless these days. It was okay to pamper him at home, but how could he tolerate him being so presumptuous in the office? You Shulang wanted to discipline the dog, so he didn't hide. He rubbed the warm skin with his lips, then opened his mouth and bit the soft flesh on Fan Xiao's neck. He used a lot of strength, but the man with the meat in his mouth didn't avoid or dodge. He seemed to smile, his chest vibrated slightly, and his fingers inserted into You Shulang's hair, gently stroking it. You Shulang was feeling frustrated. Just as he was thinking of finding another way to deal with the bad man, he heard a knock on his office door. He stood up suddenly, his head almost hitting Fan Xiao's chin. He quickly distanced themselves from each other and wiped the water stains from his lips. When he looked up again, he had become the calm and proper office director again. Glancing at Fan Xiao with cold eyes, he slowly walked out of the cubicle and said belatedly, "Come in." After seeing his subordinates off, You Shulang picked up the teacup, lifted the lid with his long fingers to stir up the floating tea leaves, blew on it, and took a sip of hot tea. The voice soaked in the fragrance of tea is unusually clear and mellow. It penetrates into the ears, travels along the meridians throughout the body, and finally evokes a sense of joy. Mr. Fan, you spend 3 of the 5 working days a week in Bohai, and you spend most of the 3 days in my office. Others will suspect that you are a business spy, stealing Bohai's secrets under the guise of investment. These words sounded unpleasant, and Fan Xiao knew that he should handle it carefully. He put the documents in his hand back into the file rack, buttoned his shirt, and walked to You Shulang with a smile. He didn't answer, but leaned forward to lean on the desk, sniffed a few wisps of tea with his hands, and asked, "Is this tea delicious?" There was still warm tea in the purple clay teapot. You Shulang poured a cup and pushed it in front of Fan Xiao. "Try it." With Fan Xiao's personality, he would definitely go to You Shulang's lips and teeth to taste the fragrance of tea, but now he has irritated him, so he dare not continue to act rashly. Fan Xiao imitated You Shulang and took a sip. He frowned as soon as he took a sip of the brown tea. Even so, he drank a full cup, pushed the empty cup in front of You Shulang, and said, "You invited me to drink tea, so I have to return the favor. How about I make Tom Yum Goong soup for you this weekend?" You Shulang leaned back in his chair and raised his eyebrows in surprise. "You're cooking? I'll cook a crab curry, spicy beef salad, and Thai fried rice noodles. Director Yu likes to watch old movies, so I found a few good old-time movies. Let's watch them while we eat, okay?" Fan Xiao came over again. "So, Director Yu, don't be angry. Weekends." You Shulang rarely had his own weekends. In the past, he either worked overtime or accompanied Lu Zhen to parties. Lu Zhen loved the hustle and bustle. They were rarely alone on dates. Although You Shulang didn't like parties with various themes and crowded occasions, he accompanied them patiently. Occasionally, he would help Lu Zhen clean up the mess caused by bad interpersonal relationships, fulfilling all the responsibilities of a boyfriend. In fact, You Shulang was somewhat longing for a simple weekend, with 3 meals for 2, music from the gramophone or lines from old movies, sunlight shining in through the window, light and shadow on the floor moving from east to west, and feeling warm when he stepped on it barefoot. Oh, he forgot. Fan Xiao doesn't like sunlight, so let's remove the last item. You Shulang smiled more and said helplessly, "Stand up until you sit on the sofa, and I'll spare you." Fan Xiao decided to stop while he was ahead, poured himself a cup of tea, took a piece of information, and sat on the sofa to read it. He was not very attentive and would glance at You Shulang from time to time. The dark red turtleneck cashmere sweater the man was wearing today was bought by Fan Xiao. When You Shulang first saw it, he frowned and had no intention of wearing it. Fan Xiao did not persuade him, but took out a pair of military leather gloves from the shopping bag. He held the gloves and gently slapped them on his palms, and saw the dark light flashing in You Shulang's eyes without any surprise. You Shulang took out a cigarette and bit it between his teeth. I'm wearing this cashmere sweater. Can you show me the gloves? You Shulang likes his hands, and Fan Xiao knows this very well. He smiled meaningfully and said, Director Yu is too naive. There is no such a simple good thing. The shopping bag was opened again, and Fan Xiao picked out a light object with his fingers. I will wear a sweater tomorrow, but now I will wear this. If Director Yu agrees, I will. The soft leather in his hand slowly slid across You Shulang's cheeks, neck, chest, and unspeakable places. Fan Xiao leaned over and leaned close to You Shulang's ear. If you agree, I will. What followed needed no words. The wonderful memory was interrupted by a series of ringtones at the critical moment. Fan Xiao saw You Shulang answer the phone. He could not hear the specific content of the brief conversation, but the solemn expression on the man's face was something Fan Xiao had never seen before. What's wrong? Fan Xiao asked. You Shulang, who had already hung up the phone, was a little stunned. After a moment, he said, I have something to deal with this weekend, so I won't be with you. Chapter 50. By the time You Shulang realized what was happening, he had already climbed another flight of stairs. He turned around and walked back to his door. Just as he was about to take out his key to open the door, he remembered that the door had been replaced with a fingerprint lock. The old door lock and the key that he and Lu Zhen had returned were thrown into the trash can by Fan Xiao. Fan Xiao was too jealous. Thinking of this, You Shulang showed a helpless and indulgent smile. This was his first smile of the day, breaking through the layers of dark clouds around him. After unlocking the door with his fingerprint, You Shulang opened it, but what greeted him was not silence, but the rich smell of curry. The kitchen range hood was whirring, and amid the sounds of spatulas clashing, an occasional Thai word popped up, causing chaos and confusion. You Shulang changed his shoes, carried his briefcase, and walked to the corner of the living room, where he could see the entire kitchen. The tall man was wearing a black shirt with his sleeves rolled up, revealing his healthy and strong forearms. He was wearing a dark brown apron, and his hair was pulled back with a simple wavy headband. His profile was firm and his features were deep. When he swung the spatula, the muscles on his arms bulged, making people feel lustful. You Shulang leaned against the wall and squinted his eyes, thinking that such a beauty would be better placed on the bed than in the kitchen. Suddenly, a series of flames burst out from the stove, threatening to burn along the bottom of the pot into the pot. Fan Xiao quickly took a step back and cursed. Although it was in Thai, one could tell that he was unhappy. I'll do it. You Shulang put down his briefcase and walked quickly into the kitchen. Under Fan Zhao's surprised gaze, he took the wok away from the stove and turned off the fire. The oil has splashed onto the fire. He turned to look at Fan Xiao behind him. Are you scared? When did you come back? Didn't you say it would take half an hour? After extinguishing the flames, You Shulang put the pot back on the stove and turned on the gas. Come here, he ordered with a smile. The distance between the two was only a fist's length, so Fan Xiao naturally understood come here as a hug. He had just put his arms around You Shulang's waist from behind when he received a kiss from the man. You Shulang kissed the corner of his lips and said, I missed you, so I drove a little faster. Fan Zhao's heart seemed to be filled with colorful candies, so sweet that it was cloying. He pressed You Shulang tightly into his arms, wishing he could rub him into his bones and blood. You Shulang patted him on the arm and asked with a smile, I don't know how to cook this dish. How can I make it? Fan Xiao held the tip of his ear and said, just collect the soup. The casserole of simmering soup next to it was emitting steam, driving away the cold air that You Shulang brought in from outside. I didn't expect you could actually cook. I don't really know how to make it. I called the chef at home in Thailand to ask for advice. Fan Xiao took out a crumpled menu with Thai words written on it from his pocket. I've been studying it for several days for this weekend. The soup in the pot was bubbling and the rich aroma of curry filled the air. You Shulang's heart, tired after a day of work, felt sour and soft. Relaxing his back, he leaned into the solid embrace behind him. I'm sorry, I ruined the fun. Fan Xiao turned off the fire across him, his hard jaw rubbing against You Shulang's cheek, and at the same time, his gentle words passed by, as fine and invisible as the spring rain in March in the south of the Yangtze River. How is it a spoiler? Isn't it Sunday night now? The weekend isn't over yet, My director you. 3 dishes and 1 soup. Although the taste was average, made You Shulang order more rice twice. An old movie was playing on the TV, and the handsome men and beautiful women with deep eyes and sharp cheeks in Southeast Asia were indeed pleasing to the eye. The heavy curtains blocked the starlight, and the small room was filled with only black and white light and the aroma of food. Relaxation after exhaustion made You Shulang cherish Fan Xiao's efforts even more. If director you had the intention to coax people, it would make people feel soft from the skin to the bones. Fan Xiao, who was so soft in the bones, sent several messages to his chef during dinner, and the menus for 3 consecutive weeks were finalized. After a long time, the person next to him suddenly moved. You Shulang got up carefully, walked out of the bedroom slowly, and closed the door again. 5 minutes later, Fan Xiao also walked out and found the man on the narrow balcony. You Shulang was smoking. He was only wearing a thin silk pajamas and standing on the enclosed balcony without any heating facilities. He looked like the smoke entangled between his fingers, ethereal and lonely. Fan Xiao pushed open the balcony door and walked in, putting clothes on You Shulang from behind. The man was obviously a little surprised, took off his cigarette, and asked, "Did I disturb you when I came out?" "No." Fan Xiao hugged You Shulang, put his chin on his shoulder, and said in a frivolous tone, "It seems that I still haven't squeezed director you dry enough for you to have the strength to get up and smoke." "Fuck," You Shulang cursed with a smile. He patted Fan Xiao's hand and said, "It's cold here. Go back. I'll go to bed after I finish smoking." "Are you worried about something?" Fan Xiao asked. You Shulang was stunned for a moment, then shook his head. "No, I just want to smoke a cigarette. I'm your boyfriend. Is there something you want to hide from me?" You Shulang tilted his head to look at him, hesitated for a moment, and then said, "Come in, I'll talk to you." After putting out their cigarettes, they entered the room. Fan Xiao shivered with cold, and You Shulang took him to the bed and held him in his arms. "I'm going to sell this house." "Why?" You Shulang's house is old. Although it is located in the city center, it is not a school district house, so it is worth a little money, but not a lot of money. You Shulang doesn't have high demands for material things. Given his personality, he would not consider selling the house unless he encountered some insurmountable difficulties. Fan Xiao lit up a bedside lamp. "Did you encounter any difficulties?" "I want to see my brother this weekend." You Shulang put Fan Xiao's cold hand into his pajamas. He was in urgent need of money. "I didn't have enough savings, so I planned to sell this house." Fan Xiao thought of the other young face in the photo he had hidden away. "How much do you want?" "I can't." "Fan Xiao." You Shulang interrupted Fan Xiao. "This is why I don't want to tell you. I don't want you to get involved in this. But tomorrow an agent will bring someone to see the house, and it would be inappropriate not to tell you." There was a photo frame on the bedside table in the bedroom, and inside it was a picture of the handsome Fan Xiao. Such photos could be seen everywhere in this small house of only 80 square meters. When You Shulang put it up, he felt a little helpless when he saw the jealous Fan Xiao. Now that he had to put it away, he felt a little sad. "We are lovers, but the premise is that we are both independent individuals. This matter is still within my ability to handle. If I really can't handle it, I will ask Mr. Fan for help." Fan Xiao naturally knew You Shulang's character best. He had said so much, and Fan Xiao had nothing more to say. His eyes darkened, and he said with some surprise, "Move to my place tomorrow. It doesn't matter if you don't have this shabby house. I can buy a better one later." You Shulang hooked his palm with his finger. "I have already applied for a dormitory with the company, so?" Fan Xiao took a cigarette and put it in his mouth and said coldly, "Director you, what's the matter?" You Shulang reached out to take the cigarette and patted Fan Xiao's head like he was petting a dog. "I'm very tired. Stop making trouble. There's no room for negotiation on living together. Go to bed now." After turning off the lights, Fan Xiao was alone in the dark, throwing a tantrum. Chapter 51. The finance university in the neighboring city was renovating its gymnasium, and high-end leather shoes stepped on the bricks and rubble, leaving a layer of dust on them. Passing through the construction site, Fan Xiao saw a young man standing by the artificial lake. His features were obscured by the bare willow branches, and he could not see clearly. He bent down and brushed off the dust on his trouser legs before walking over slowly. When he got closer, he asked, "Zhang Chun, You Shulang's younger brother." Fan Xiao did not hold back his momentum, and as he wished, The young man's expression froze. He nodded fearfully and replied, "It's me." Fan Xiao half closed his eyes and looked at the young man. He did not look like You Shulang. He was more handsome, and his face vaguely resembled that of his youth, but there was a heavy gloom between his brows. "Are you planning to talk while standing?" Fan Xiao asked coldly. "Oh, can we sit over there?" Fan Xiao followed the direction of the young man's finger and saw a bench by the lake. He frowned slightly, but walked over. Fan Xiao was afraid of the cold and felt that thick clothes made him feel bloated, so he only wore a woolen coat. Fortunately, when he went out in the morning, he put on another sweater under the coercion of You Shulang. Wrapping his coat tightly, Fan Xiao sat on the bench. He was a little impatient, so he got straight to the point. "I have already checked your affairs. You deceived the elderly into taking out their savings by posing as a graduate student of a financial university, and then you used the money to trade stocks on their behalf and earn commissions from it." Fan Xiao looked at the young man beside him with obvious contempt in his eyes. "This is not a big deal. Your mistake is greed. Not only did you earn commissions, but you also pocketed the money. Moreover, you recently failed in trading and lost most of the money. Now you can't fill the hole anymore." The young man hastily defended himself. "According to the contract, I am just a trader. If there is any loss, it should be borne by the investor, and it has nothing to do with me." Fan Xiao took out a cigarette and put it in his mouth, laughing and mocking. "But the money you put into your pocket is much more than the number on the contract." He asked casually, "Can we smoke here?" He lit up a cigarette before waiting for an answer, took a deep breath, and exhaled the smoke. "You thought these old men could just fool you, but you didn't expect that the son of the old man who invested the most is not a good person. Not only did he hire professionals to get evidence of your data fraud, he also wants to blackmail you for money. Otherwise, he will make a big fuss about this matter." The young man's face was as pale as the gray sky in early winter. Suddenly, his drooping eyes were filled with cruelty, and he said angrily, "I'm not here to listen to your gloating. Didn't you say on the phone that you were You Shulang's friend? Can you help me?" Fan Xiao raised his eyelids. "Do you usually call your brother by his name like this?" He glanced at the young man's clothes, all of which were branded goods. "As far as I know, your expenses are all covered by your brother, but except for asking him for money this time, I have never seen you contact him on your own initiative." A disdainful smile appeared on the young man's face, and he snorted. "You and You Shulang are in that kind of relationship, right? If you want to please You Shulang, then help me do things well, and I'll let him sleep with you more." Fan Xiao bit his cigarette and suddenly laughed. He put his arms on the back of the bench, relaxed his body, and crossed his legs. "Things are more interesting than I thought. It seems that this trip was not in vain." He put down his cigarette and said rudely, "You need to pay back the principal, plus the compensation. Even if your brother sells the house, he can't raise that much money. The old lady's son won't wait for you to raise the money. If he makes a fuss, your degree and future will be ruined." The young man's flustered eyes were like willow branches swaying in the wind, chaotic and messy. Fan Xiao admired him enough before continuing. "I have money and connections, so it won't be difficult for me to handle your problem." The smoke with body temperature split the cold air, struggling for a while, and slowly dissipated. "But I don't need to use you to please your brother. I can sleep with him as much as I want." The young man stood up suddenly, his neck thick with anger. "Then what do you want to do with me? Are you here to laugh at me?" Fan Xiao slowly raised his eyes, his brows slightly sharp. "I just don't want to put the photos away again." "What?" the man said nonchalantly. "I will pay the principal and compensation for you. The old lady's son has— I can tolerate all this. After all, he is my brother, the person I have admired since I was a child." "But—" the young man leaned forward and buried his face in his palms. "I was beaten up again that day. My mom saw my bruised face and ran to the school to persuade the other party not to beat me up again. But they laughed at my mom and called her a fool. Everyone started to make a fuss, saying that one of our family members is a homosexual, one is a big fool, and the other is a loser. I got anxious and started fighting with those people. My mother went to separate them." The young man began to sob. "In the chaos, I don't know who pushed my mother. She lost her balance and rolled down the stairs. She broke her cervical spine and stayed in bed for 2 months before she passed away." The cold wind whistled in with a whistle like a sad song. However, the infinite sadness was cut off by a calm voice. "Although I am sorry, What does this have to do with your brother? It doesn't matter, the young man suddenly said. If he wasn't a damn homosexual, this wouldn't have happened. If he hadn't fought back so hard, those people wouldn't have held a grudge against me and treated me so badly, and my mom. My mom wouldn't have died because of this. What the fuck is wrong with your brain? Fan Xiao paused, thinking that his scolding was not strong enough. He picked up the new sentence in his mind and started again. Is your brain stuck in the door? You are weak and you want to blame your brother for being strong? He allows others to bully you, and you will suffer the consequences? What do you know? My mother saved his life, but he killed her. So You Shulang will never be able to repay me and my mother in his lifetime. Fan Xiao looked at the young man with a face full of grief and anger, and after thinking for a moment, he suddenly smiled. I think you actually know everything in your heart, but you pretend to be confused. You just want You Shulang to feel guilty and work like a slave for you all your life. He stood up and said coldly, sign the agreement at Manfulu at 10 a.m. tomorrow. I'll pay for you, but you and You Shulang don't have to say you've met me. Just say the evidence the other party has is insufficient. You just need to return the money you embezzled. The young man's expression changed very quickly, and now he looked obedient again, saying yes several times. Before leaving, Fan Xiao exhaled the last puff of smoke. He raised his chin towards the young man and glanced at his hands. The young man was a little stunned and spread out his hands in confusion. Higher, Fan Xiao ordered. The one who pays the money is the boss, and Fan Xiao now has absolute authority in front of the young man. He raised his hand a little higher. After the smile faded, Fan Xiao's eyes suddenly showed a hint of viciousness. He took out his cigarette, and with an expressionless face, he pressed the hot cigarette but hard into the young man's palm. Amid the heart-wrenching cries of pain, he said lightly, Sorry, there is no trash can nearby. Patting the young man on the shoulder, he said, Protecting the environment is everyone's responsibility. After saying this, the tall man turned and walked back the way he came. Chapter 52. The gray sky of early winter connects with the end of the long road. The car glides on the road, like a journey with no end. At a cemetery on the outskirts of the city, You Shulang slowed down the car, and the tires rolled over fallen pine branches, making a fragmented sound. The car stopped and Fan Xiao pushed open the passenger door. As soon as he stuck his head out, he was hit in the face by the cold wind. The alternation of cold and hot made him shiver. You Shulang got down from the driver's seat, took off his scarf as he walked in front of Fan Xiao, put it on him, and wrapped it around his hand a few times, covering half of the man's face. Fan Xiao pulled down his scarf and revealed his mouth. I don't need it. It's not that cold. Wearing it. You Shulang, who had already climbed up the mountain road, threw out this sentence without turning his head. The scarf still carried body temperature, and it was warm. Fan Xiao sniffed it and found the tangled yarn smelled of refreshing shaving water, the scent of You Shulang. Wait for me. The corners of his lips were covered by the scarf, and only the arc of his eyes was curved. Fan Xiao reduced 3 steps to 2 and chased after the figure from behind. Fan Xiao had seen the woman on the tombstone in a private photo he had taken. You Shulang placed the flowers in front of the tombstone and gently called Mom. He smiled warmly, losing his maturity and composure, and suddenly became like a child. Did you miss me? Did you learn all the words I taught you last time? I will teach you to read again when the weather gets warmer. It's too cold now, and you can't sit here. He leaned slightly to the side and held out his hand to Fan Xiao. Mom, I came here today to introduce someone to you. His name is Fan Xiao, and he's my boyfriend. The hand in his sleeve suddenly clenched, and Fan Xiao's slightly stunned expression froze on his face. He hesitated for a moment before taking You Shulang's hand, stepped forward, and stood side by side. Didn't you say that if I find someone I like, I should bring him to you regardless of whether he is a man or a woman? You Shulang cast a deep gaze at Fan Xiao. Today, I brought him here. He is handsome, isn't he? He is also very good to me. The wind was even colder halfway up the mountain, and Fan Xiao's hands were as cold as ice. He didn't know what he said. It was all based on his subconscious mechanical reaction. He made a statement that was most beneficial to himself. However, it was blown away by the cold wind and had no weight at all. On the way down the mountain, You Shulang handed him a note. When Fan Xiao unfolded it, he found it was an IOU. He finally regained some consciousness and asked, What is this? I owe you the money you paid for my brother. You Shulang looked back at him on the mountain road. How did you? Thank you. You Shulang interrupted Fan Zhao's words, held his cold hand, and put it into his coat pocket. I have seen the other party before, and he is not an easy person to talk to. So when my brother told me that the matter had been resolved, I knew it must be you who helped. After checking, it turned out to be true. Going down the mountain is easier than going up. At this time, the two had already walked to the car. The suburbs were quiet, and there was no one around, not even a passing car. Suddenly, You Shulang gently pushed Fan Xiao against the car and quickly pressed his body on top. The pressure was not strong, but it was not flirting either. You Shulang pulled Fan Zhao's chin to face him and taught him a lesson. I didn't let you intervene because there might be legal risks in this matter, but you intervened thoroughly behind my back. Fan Xiao was like a dead pig that was not afraid of boiling water, and he hugged the person in his arms. If it can be settled with money, it's not a big deal. Don't worry, there will be no risk. He was a little coquettish, and his tone was sticky. The main thing is that you just changed the door locks, curtains, and beds of your house. They are all quite expensive. It would be a pity to sell them. You Shulang couldn't do anything to Fan Xiao, so he loosened his grip and buried himself in his arms. The man's body was not warm, but he blocked the wind for him. I have lived for nearly 30 years, and I have always been the one standing in front of others to protect them from the wind and rain. I never thought that there would be someone who could protect me from the wind and rain. His words were low and soft, like a rootless wind. For so many years, I have been accustomed to being strong and insisting, but now, I actually find that I can also be a weak person. Pulling a little distance, You Shulang stared at the man in front of him. It feels good to be taken care of by my boyfriend, Fan Xiao, thank you. He gave him a gentle kiss, driving away the chill on Fan Zhao's lips. But before they could get close, his sharp teeth bit into the soft flesh. You Shulang threatened in a low voice in the entangled breath. However, if you dare to disobey me next time and do something behind my back, I will punish you without mercy. Fan Xiao didn't care about the pain and couldn't wait to deepen the kiss. There was no room for a cold wind between his hot lips and teeth. He only said a perfunctory, "Yes, my director, you." On the way back, the air conditioner in the car was very hot and Fan Xiao was drowsy. Suddenly, he became jealous for some reason. Has your ex been here too? What? To pay homage to your adoptive mother? You Shulang sighed secretly. No, he has never been here. Fan Xiao slowly straightened his back, his face full of suspicion. Really? You're not lying to me. Really, I'm not lying to you. Fan Xiao sank back into his chair and asked loudly. Why? You two have been together for quite a while. You Shulang glanced at Fan Xiao and saw that he looked arrogant and proud, like a winner of a child's game. He said helplessly, he is young and has not experienced much. There are some things he can't understand. He doesn't even know my past experiences. As his mind turned to 1,000 thoughts, Fan Zhao's eyebrows slowly dropped, and his whole body was gradually enveloped in a chill. He looked out the window and said calmly and coldly, Director, do you think I'm too old? Or do you think you don't need to protect my pure heart? You Shulang glanced sideways, but only saw the man's well-proportioned profile. He turned on the emergency lights, stopped the car on the side of the road, and took Fan Zhao's hand to hold it, interlocking their fingers, one cold and one warm. To be honest, when I was with my ex, it was always a bit like coaxing a child. You Shulang leaned back in his chair, looking at the long road stretching out, and said slowly, Except for our daily life, we rarely communicated on the spiritual level. I thought loving him meant taking good care of him and providing him with a comfortable environment and state of mind to the best of my ability. He broke up with me very suddenly. I didn't ask for the reason because I didn't want to embarrass him. He was very erratic during that period and his mind was not on me at all. What happened is self-evident. Fan Xiao turned to look at You Shulang with an inexplicable look in his eyes. You Shulang rubbed his fingertips and felt that they were really cold, so he turned up the air conditioner a few degrees. I looked generous on the surface, but in my heart I blamed him for betraying me. But later he told me that I was actually very cold to him. I closed myself off so tightly that he couldn't enter my world at all. This made him very sad and worried. It was then that I realized that I had never thought about letting him know the whole me, nor did I particularly want to know what he thought. You Shulang had a little self-blame on his face. I don't think I really loved him that much. What about you to me? You Shulang's hand was held back, and Fan Xiao, who was always strong, asked with some trepidation. To you? You Shulang looked blank for a moment, then smiled and shook his head. I don't know. In the past, when I was doing things, even before starting a relationship, I always analyzed the pros and cons and considered whether it was appropriate. But with you, I have done all kinds of stupid things and admitted all kinds of stupid things. Shulang, clasping his fingers together, Fan Xiao came closer and asked faintly, So, if your ex and I fell into the lake together, who would you save first? You Shulang was startled for a moment, then his defense broke. He said, Fuck, softly, shook off Fan Xiao's hand, and started the car. I've only been back home for a few days, and I've read a lot of jokes. Who should I save? If I don't save you, I'll love you till I die. The car slid out, raising a cloud of dust. Chapter 53. Shi Hua booked the entire bar to celebrate Fan Zhao's birthday. He also invited performers of various genders from Thailand to perform the hottest dances while wearing the least amount of fabric. Their skirts and chests swayed in the deafening music. Shi Hua hugged the girl and sat down next to Fan Xiao and asked, Don't you like it? I like it. Fan Xiao smiled lazily. Mr. Shi, thank you for the expense. You like that director you from your family who didn't even open his eyes all night? Shi Hua said with a sigh. If I didn't know you well, I would have thought you were really in love with him. He leaned over and whispered in Fan Zhao's ear. Don't forget, this is my birthday present for you. How about this gift? Isn't it good? Fan Xiao took a sip of wine, raised his thin lips, and said indifferently, Very good. Shi Hua was somewhat pleased with himself. He patted Fan Xiao on the shoulder twice and said, I know you have changed your personality. The following programs are specially prepared for you. You can choose any one of them. Don't just eat one straw. Try to change your taste. He called his assistant and whispered a few words, and soon the curvy women on the stage were replaced by a group of muscular men. What remains unchanged is that there is still very little fabric. When You Shulang came back after answering the phone, he saw a room full of handsome men, some slender and beautiful, some tall and handsome, all of whom had something to show for themselves. They walked off the stage, twisting their bodies to the music, their flexibility and muscle trembling no less than that of women, pushing the atmosphere to a climax once again. You Shulang walked through the crowd and sat on the sofa, his elbows resting on his knees. He tilted his head and smiled at the man beside him. Boss Fan is in a really good mood. Fan Xiao poured more wine for You Shulang and brought it to his side. They are just fooling around. Are there any you like? You Shulang took a sip of wine. His eyes wandered over the many handsome men and smiled back at Fan Xiao. I think they are all of good quality. Both are good. The aroma of wine was mixed with the smell of vinegar. You Shulang nodded, crossed his legs, and his cool demeanor was mixed with a bit of wildness. Mr. Fan is the birthday boy today. You choose first, and I'll take your pick after you've chosen. Fan Xiao felt bitter in his heart. He approached You Shulang and said dangerously, How can I pass it on, director you? You Shulang glared at him and said, Mr. Fan, you don't even know how to pass the ball? Then I will teach you today. He pulled away, snapped his fingers, and casually called a man next to him. You come here. The man had a muscular body, which was obviously the result of working out in the gym. He was very professional and stood beside You Shulang, waiting for the next instruction. With a cold glance at his knees, the man immediately understood and neatly placed them at You Shulang's feet. Fan Xiao tightened his grip on the wine glass, but remained silent. He gritted his teeth and smiled. Teacher, you continue. You Shulang tapped the table, and the noble man began to pour the wine. He asked You Shulang about his taste, and his wine pairing technique was skillful and professional. The wine tasted good after being taken a sip, and You Shulang patted the man on the face as a reward. Encouraged, the man rubbed towards You Shulang's feet again, his chest muscles already touching the outside of his thighs. Fan Xiao swallowed the wine quickly. His eyes were full of fire, but he still kept a smile on his face. Is that all? Teacher you, can you show us some of your best skills? You Shulang ignored Fan Zhao's sarcasm, picked up his cup, and put the wine to the man's lips. The man was very good at seducing people, looking at You Shulang with eyes full of desire, while taking a deep gulp of the liquid in the cup from his hand. The golden wine flows from the corners of the lips to the chest, presenting the most direct sensory stimulation and triggering the deepest thoughts in people's hearts. You Shulang casually reached out his hand and rubbed the wet lips, as if it was some kind of signal. The man was slightly excited. He moved closer again, leaned over, and used his mouth to explore the unspeakable place. Bang! Fan Zhao's cup fell heavily on the table. The sudden sound startled the man who was leaning over, and he stopped moving. Fan Zhao took out a match and turned it over, blurting out in a soft and slow voice with a faint smile. Teacher Yu is willing to teach. How about we change places and teach properly? Okay. You Shulang agreed indifferently. He helped the noble man to straighten up, took out his wallet from his pocket, took out a handful of banknotes and put them on the table, and said softly, "Thank you for your hard work." As soon as he finished speaking, You Shulang suddenly grabbed Fan Zhao's wrist and said as he helped him stand up, "If you want to learn, be a good boy." The lights in the private room next door were off. Fan Zhao pressed You Shulang against the door, baring his sharp teeth like a wild beast. "How do you want to teach me, Mr. Yu?" In the darkness, You Shulang's voice lost its previous coldness, and a hint of affection appeared in his voice. "Is Mr. Fan jealous?" "I eat everything, but I've never been jealous." You Shulang laughed softly and patted the back of Fan Zhao's neck. "Yes, our President Fan never gets jealous." He hugged her tightly. "Happy birthday." Fan Zhao was unhappy and pushed hard through his trousers. "Why don't you teach me how to be happy?" Click! You Shulang turned on a wall lamp, and the dim light unique to the bar enveloped the two of them. The man who was pressed against the door locked the door with his backhand. He pulled Fan Zhao closer and whispered in his ear, "Have you learned everything I just taught you?" While the man was slightly startled, You Shulang led him to the sofa and gave a gentle push, and Fan Zhao sat on the sofa. You Shulang looked down at him and slowly unbuttoned a few buttons under his throat with his long fingers, revealing his white neck and collarbone. "What kind of wine do you need, sir?" Unbuttoned white shirt, straight black trousers, business leather shoes that reflected dim light. You Shulang slowly came to Fan Zhao's feet. Deafening. The sound of heartbeats, the sound of blood surging, the sound of morality breaking, the sound of animality breaking out of its shell. Fan Zhao suppressed himself so that he did not tear You Shulang to pieces at the first moment. "Shulang you." His voice was so hoarse that it was almost rough. He started to speak, but didn't know what to say next. You Shulang raised his eyelids and said in a clear but seductive voice, "What do you want, sir?" Fan Zhao looked at him for a long time, and finally sank his back into the sofa, saying coldly, "Pour the wine, according to your preference." Shirley Hua booked the entire bar and filled it with drinks even if it was empty, just in case some unexpected situation occurred that some Beijing bug got into trouble. The aroma of wine filled the air. You Shulang held the cup and brought it to Fan Zhao. Fan Zhao took it and took a sip, frowning slightly. "Teacher Yu is not professional. This wine is too light." The student was better than his teacher, and You Shulang felt helpless. He moved closer, as if begging for mercy. Fan Zhao gently rubbed the man's collarbone with his knee, and soon saw a red mark. With fire in his eyes, he ordered in a deep voice, "Come to the middle." With his legs slightly apart, the meaning couldn't be more obvious. You Shulang moved between Fan Zhao's knees, looked up and asked him, "Shall I change a cup for Mr. Fan?" "No need." Fan Zhao was obviously impatient. "What's the next step?" "Oh, yes, it's time for Teacher Yu to drink." He was obviously a good student who knew how to draw inferences from one example. After taking a big sip of wine, Fan Zhao leaned over and kissed You Shulang on the lips. The spicy liquid passed over, and the two of them had the same aroma of wine in their mouths. The kiss was deep, and Fan Zhao plundered like he was eating a person, until You Shulang couldn't bear it anymore and bit him hard, and the kiss just ended. His rough fingers rubbed the soft lips, and his bloodthirsty genes exploded one by one. Fan Zhao couldn't control the strength and rubbed the two lips into a bright blood color. "It's your turn, Mr. Yu." What followed needed no words. Chapter 54. Suddenly, the door of the private room was knocked hard, and Shirley Hua's voice came from outside. "Fan Zhao, are you in there?" "Fan Zhao, open the door quickly. Your fiancé is here." "I don't have a fiancé." Fan Zhao spoke neither fast nor slow, and he didn't seem to be feeling guilty, but he enunciated his words very tightly. as if he had thought for a long time before speaking. You Shulang rinsed his mouth again, screwed on the bottle cap, and then asked, "Do you need me to step aside?" His voice was hoarse and slow, and it was obvious that he had just been through a very intense love affair. "No need." Fan Xiao held his hand. "Let's go out together." "Wait a moment." You Shulang took out a watch from his pocket and put it on Fan Zhao's wrist. "It's a birthday present. It's not expensive. Don't despise it." He raised his head and looked at Fan Xiao. "I hope you will be happy all the time in the future." The room was dimly lit, and the shadows were blurry. Fan Zhao's eyes slowly moved from the watch on his wrist to You Shulang's face. He looked at him and felt that those eyes contained all his joy at the moment. He shook his wrist. "I like it very much and will wear it all the time." You Shulang smiled and said, "You don't have to wear it all the time. Your famous watches will complain." The knock on the door sounded again. He lowered his eyelids and whispered, "Come on, take me to see your fiancé." Just as he was about to leave, Fan Xiao pulled him into his arms again. Amid the noise of the door panel shaking, the man said solemnly, "I don't have a fiancé. Don't believe anything they say." "Okay." You Shulang gently kissed Fan Xiao on the corner of his lips. Coming back, the men, women, and dancers of unclear gender on the stage have all restrained themselves a lot. Their dancing moves are no longer unrestrained and wild, and their expressions have become a little more reserved. Familiar and unfamiliar friends were scattered in the corners of the bar, still drinking and playing board games. But their eyes were more or less fixed on the guest of honor table. There were several strangers sitting on the sofa at the main guest table. You Shulang first looked at a girl among them. She had black hair and a white dress. She was well-mannered, with a slightly yellowish complexion and looked a little sickly, like a girl next door. Li Hua's voice was enthusiastic and nervous, and he raised his voice to pretend to be relaxed. "Brother, I don't know what Xiao ate. He has diarrhea." "Big brother?" You Shulang then turned his gaze to the man sitting in the main seat. The man was estimated to be 36 or 37 years old, with a handsome face and a strong presence. The lines around his eye sockets and lips were deep, and he looked serious and dogmatic. The man didn't say anything, but someone stood up next to him, walked over to Fan Xiao, and warmly put his arm around his shoulder. "Third brother, you haven't come home to see us in 7 or 8 months. If you don't go back, we will have no choice but to fly over to celebrate your birthday." He was speaking Thai, which You Shulang could not understand. Fan Xiao just smiled and put on his humble mask again, looking very respectful. "Big brother, second brother, you came without telling me in advance so that I could pick you up at the airport." Seeing Fan Xiao speaking Mandarin, the man called second brother patted him on the shoulder a few times and also changed his language. "We just wanted to give you a surprise, so we contacted Uncle Su to pick you up." The only old man at the table said with a kind face, "You brothers are so old, and you still play this kind of game. I see you are so harmonious and close. I am really happy for the old president." The old man was known to You Shulang. He was the vice president of Fan Zhao's company. He controlled many matters of the company and fought fiercely with Fan Xiao for power. The old man made way for the girl next to him. Xiao, it's your birthday today. Ting just got out of the hospital, and she's already clamoring to come celebrate your birthday. She spent a long time choosing a birthday present." Everyone's eyes fell on the girl, including You Shulang. The girl was a little shy, and 2 red clouds burned on her sallow face. "Brother Xiao, this is my birthday present for you." The exquisite packaging box was too dazzling under the light, but Fan Xiao didn't even look at it, and just said in a bland, "Thank you for your trouble." With a raise of his eyelids, the bald assistant who had been silent all this time respectfully took the gift from the girl's hand. The old man's smile was a little stiff, and the girl looked embarrassed. Xiao, don't you want to open and see the gift Ting gave you?" She chose it very carefully. Fan Xiao took You Shulang to his seat, fiddled with the watch on his wrist for a few times, and then put on an apologetic face again. "Uncle Su, there are too many gifts. Let me take my time to look at them later." Fan Zhao's smile was apologetic enough, but his words were extremely impolite. Li Hua wanted to come out to smooth things over, but as soon as he opened his mouth, he was strangled by a solemn look. The man sitting at the main seat picked up his glass and mocked expressionlessly. "We are actually here on our father's orders to see how your investment is going and whether you have lost so much that you can't even afford a plane ticket." He didn't even look at Fan Xiao, showing absolute contempt. and his words chilled the atmosphere of the entire place. You Shulang glanced at Fan Xiao, and seeing that there was no change in his expression, he lowered his eyelids, picked up a cigarette, and rubbed it slowly in his hand. Don't listen to my eldest brother scaring you. The second son of the Fan family laughed and said, Father just asked us to come and see you. If you have any trouble with your investment, let us help you. But you know that my second brother definitely can't help you. He can help you pick up a girl. Seeing Fan Xiao pouring wine for You Shulang, he looked at him with a look of scrutiny and leaned forward to ask, Who is this? Surely Hua was shocked, fearing that You Shulang had revealed his so-called identity, and was about to interrupt, but was stopped by Fan Xiao again. Fan Xiao's words were very calm, and he only raised his chin slightly when he introduced them. Director Yu hasn't introduced them to you yet. That's my eldest brother Fan Bo, and this is my second brother Fan Yu. You know Vice President Su, and the one next to him is his daughter Su Ting. Fan Xiao was hypocritical. He turned around and introduced You Shulang with a bit more seriousness. This is You Shulang, the office director of Bohai Pharmaceutical. The drug we developed together with Bohai will be on the market soon. The second son of the Fan family was polite and perfunctory, but the eldest son didn't even glance at him. He interrupted the pointless conversation rudely and scolded. Fan Xiao, Uncle Su's daughter is your fiancée. You are so cold to her. Are you ignoring the love between father and Uncle Su for so many years? Sure, Li Hua was the first to be startled. He was so anxious that he kept rubbing his feet, fearing that You Shulang would get jealous and ruin his relationship with Fan Xiao. Everyone present was a devil who would eat people without leaving any bones. If he caught Fan Xiao's weakness, who knows what kind of storm would be stirred up. But the man who should have been surprised or furious just took a sip of the wine, and his hand was so steady that the wine in the glass did not cause any ripples. Fan Xiao withdrew his eyes from You Shulang and smiled faintly. Brother, why don't I understand what you were saying? When did Tingting become my fiancée? She is a pure and innocent girl. Tingting will cry if you say that. Su Ting did look like she was about to cry, her fingers tightly twisting the hem of her skirt. The old man next to her also had an extremely ugly expression on his face. He coughed lightly, as if hinting at something. At this time, Fan Air made a tisk sound and reminded Fan Xiao. Third brother, have you forgotten? Before you returned to China, Father said that he would get you engaged when Tingting recovered from her illness. The eldest brother of the Fan family also glanced at him sharply. Didn't you agree to this marriage in exchange for the opportunity to return to your country? The situation was tense. Sure, Li Hua swallowed his saliva and finally said something without anyone interrupting him. Well, Director Yu, shall we go over there and play cards? When a family is discussing private matters, outsiders should find a reason to leave, but Fan Xiao did not move and blocked the way out. Naturally, You Shulang, who was sitting in the corner, could not move. The match was flipped between his fingers. Facing the provocation, Fan Xiao still behaved appropriately. He smiled and said, I only remember that my father said that if Miss Su Ting and I could get along well, I could consider getting engaged to her. And this was just a casual talk during afternoon tea. I almost forgot it, but my elder and second brothers remember it clearly. Fan Air crossed his legs and chuckled. I always remember romantic things clearly, unlike my elder brother, who only remembers serious matters. The eldest brother of the Fan family, who was named, had a very solemn expression on his face, and every word he said was powerful. Fan Xiao, you know best what father means. Can you keep delaying by pretending to be ignorant? It's okay if you don't want to delay. Big brother, just do it yourself. Hasn't your sister-in-law already asked for a divorce from you? There's no obstacle. Bang! The wine glass fell heavily on the marble table, and the vibrating liquid splashed out, instantly making people feel choked by the strong liquor. Everyone knows that the weak spot of the head of the Fan family is his wife who ran away from marriage, but no one expected that Fan Xiao, who is usually the most smooth and sophisticated, would take the initiative to bump into her. While Shi Lihua and Fan Air were rescuing Su Ting ran out of the bar crying. The old man was furious and said before he chased her out, I, Su Zhong's daughter, will not be bullied by your Fan family. It's obvious that old Su Zhong is using his sick, illegitimate daughter to pave the way for himself. Fan Air said nonchalantly on the sofa, Third brother, Su Zhong is very good at fanning the flames in front of father, and he might accuse you of something. Why don't you get engaged to Su Ting first to appease father? And as for the future, you can make good use of the situation and make long-term plans later. After persuading Fan Xiao, he went to comfort the eldest brother of the Fan family. Brother, the third brother is the youngest, so it is inevitable that he said something wrong. He didn't mean to make you angry about the divorce between the eldest sister-in-law and you. Today is his birthday, just forgive him once. How about we have a few drinks together? Fan Da's eyes became even darker and more vicious. He was silent for a while before he responded with an okay. Since you want to have a few drinks with the third brother, let's change to a larger cup. Fan Xiao and You Shulang sat on the ground against the car body, and the strong smell of alcohol was everywhere within a 1-meter radius. You Shulang fumbled around under his throat for a long time before he unbuttoned a button. He closed his eyes and said, "Your eldest brother is a heavy drinker. Is he the reincarnation of a wine barrel?" Fan Xiao, with his head leaning against the car body and his chin slightly raised, chuckled. Director Yu is indeed drunk, and he even made such a low-level joke. He endured the dizziness and leaned on You Shulang, breathing in the smell of alcohol and looking evil. Director Yu, what is our relationship? Why are you risking your life to carry wine for me? The eldest brother of the Fan family had also asked this question, but he was very straightforward and blunt. Who are you? What qualifications do you have to drink for Fan Xiao? Fan Xiao had a good alcohol tolerance, and You Shulang had rarely seen him drunk. Even when he was drunk, he usually pretended to be crazy in order to have more fun in bed with him. But just now, after drinking 2 bottles of strong liquor, Fan Xiao began to speak less and less, and his face gradually turned pale. You Shulang knew that he was trying hard to control his every movement, and every word he uttered had to go around in his mouth 3 times before it could be uttered without going out of tune. The cup was once again filled with brown wine. You Shulang took the first step to hold the cup and said with a smile, "I'll drink this for Mr. Fan." The 4 of them were looking at him, and Fan Xiao and the eldest son of the Fan family frowned at the same time. Who are you? What qualifications do you have to drink for Fan Xiao? But Fan Da's words were one step faster than the drunkard's. Despite being so obviously looked down upon, You Shulang remained as steady as a mountain, with a faint smile on his face. Boss Fan has an important meeting with us tomorrow, so it's not appropriate for him to get drunk tonight. In order for our project to reach production and create results as soon as possible, I will drink the rest of the wine on his behalf. This is also a good opportunity to welcome the 2 CEOs back home. This was a perfect remark, and even the eloquent Fan Air could not think of a rebuttal. Fanda was already a little drunk, and the sorrow in his heart was turned upside down. Now he just wanted to drink to forget his sorrow, and he didn't care whether the person he was drinking with was Fan Xiao. But Fan Xiao disagreed. Just as he was about to take back the wine glass, he felt something warm on the outside of his thigh. You Shulang gave him a look that did not allow for argument. The drunk Fan Xiao was also afraid of You Shulang. He was silent for a moment and withdrew his hand. You Shulang accompanied Fanda to drink 2 more bottles, and finally got the man who could drink a lot drunk. He was helped away by his assistant and Fan Air, who had been watching the fight with a smile on his face. Only when the backs of those people disappeared from their sight did Fan Xiao and You Shulang collapse. Now, the 2 of them were sitting in the underground parking lot, no longer having any strength left, and were waiting in a daze for the designated driver to pick them up. Your eldest brother hates you, but not as much as your second brother's hatred for you, You Shulang said lightly with a cigarette between his fingers. Fan Xiao smiled, climbed up from You Shulang's neck, stretched his neck, and kissed You Shulang heavily. Did you see that? Director Yu is amazing. Dizzy, he leaned back into the crook of his neck and leaned against it obediently. My elder brother hates me openly, and Fan Yu hates me in every dark corner. Fan Xiao stretched out his hand and grabbed at the air. It's like a hand hidden in the darkness. I don't know when it will pull me into the abyss. On the contrary, I envy people like my eldest brother. He is a man of character, and his love, hate, and vengeance are clearly displayed on his face, unlike us. You Shulang paused as he lit a cigarette. Yeah. Fan Zhao's smile seemed a little lonely. I'm the same as Fan Air. My true thoughts are always buried deep inside. Very fake. Is it fake with me too? The pungent smoke slowly dissipated, entrapping You Shulang's words. Fan Xiao straightened up and looked at him. You Shulang's gaze back was faint and obscure, covered by the smoke, but also obscure and profound. Amidst the overwhelming intoxication, Fan Xiao felt that he was allowed to say something drunken. He leaned over to kiss You Shulang. This is all true for you. I love you more than ever. However, he didn't get the kiss. The man opposite hid and pushed him. Someone is there. The fire door not far away was pushed open with great force, hitting the wall with a loud noise, along with shouting and cursing like a pig being slaughtered. Zhangqi, fuck you, put Grandpa down. If you dare to touch Grandpa's but again, I will kill your whole family. Snap. The sound of flesh being slapped echoed in the empty parking lot. Fuck you. Zhangqi, you fucking fuck, if I don't castrate you. You won't be called Shui Baodian. Shui Baodian. You Shulang and Fan Xiao exchanged a glance, and a smile slowly appeared on Fan Xiao's lips, looking very evil. The footsteps were getting closer, and they heard Shui Baodian start to give in. Zhangqi, Brother Zhang, please forgive me. Next time I see you, I will pretend not to see you. Can I go home and blind myself overnight? I won't fuck this or that anymore, and I will respect my mother and sister completely, okay? Shui Baoyan's shouting was getting closer. Fan Xiao and You Shulang, who were sitting on the ground, saw that he was being carried on the shoulders of a tall and strong man. Is it not okay for me to call you Dad or Grandpa? Shui Baodian cried. Zhangqi, please let me go and give me a chance to reform. The government won't kill me with one blow. You should learn from the government. The government can't teach you, so I will. I advise you to save your energy and call Daddy in bed. The man who had been silent all the time said the first sentence. Fan Xiao, Shui Baodian, who was being carried on the shoulders and swaying back and forth with his head down, suddenly saw the two people whose positions were not conspicuous from the gap between the cars. What are you talking about? Director you. Help. He yelled as if he had seen a relative. Boss Fan, Director you. Please save me. This guy is going to choke me in the back. The man carrying him stopped and turned his head to look at the two people hiding behind the car body, whom Shui Baodian regarded as his life-saving straw. Surprisingly, the man's eyes were clear and without any hostility. You Shulang whispered in a voice that only Fan Xiao could hear. Save me. Fan Xiao's body softened, and he leaned against the car body crookedly. I'm drunk. You Shulang curled the corners of his lips. What a coincidence, I'm drunk too. Fan Xiao, I'm here to celebrate your birthday. You have to save me. Director you saved that girl last time. Why didn't you save me this time? Fan Xiao, Mr. You help me. The sound of footsteps and the screams of slaughtering pigs were heard again, and everything was quiet until the car door slammed loudly. Chapter 55. $200. What are you doing? It's dangerous. The car suddenly turned on the road and headed straight for the middle barrier. The harsh sound of brakes awakened all the sleeping creatures, and the sudden flashing of the car lights cut a sharp hole in the black curtain of the night. The danger is at hand. Oh shit. Shui Baodian predicted the impending collision and showed a look of horror. He loosened his hands on the steering wheel and was pushed heavily by Zhangqi and fell back into the passenger seat. In order to avoid rollover, Zhangqi did not turn the direction suddenly, but just turned slightly to allow the front of the car to barely avoid it. The middle and rear part of the car body inevitably hit the isolation belt, making a sharp friction sound. The car slid for more than 10 meters before it stopped. Zhangqi pulled the handbrake and breathed a sigh of relief. He put his hands on the steering wheel and looked at the culprit of the accident without saying a word. Why are you looking at me? Shui Baoyan's fear had turned into panic. He stiffened his neck in a pretentious manner and said, If you hadn't kidnapped me first, would I have been able to grab the steering wheel? He spat. What kind of driving skills are you talking about? Could you have handled it like that just now? You scared me to death. My life is worth a lot more than yours. Shut up. Zhangqi unbuckled his seatbelt, turned on the ceiling light, took out a pen and paper from the storage box, put them on the steering wheel, and started writing. The car door had been locked for a long time. Shui Baodian knew that he could not escape, so he was curious about what Zhangqi was writing and took a look. Fuck, you left a message for the traffic police? Shui Baodian was incredulous. You have a pig brain, don't you? It's dark. There's no surveillance. Who would know it was you who hit the car if you ran away? Do you know how much compensation for that isolation belt is? It's enough to buy half your life. Zhang Qi ignored Shui Baotian's chatter and asked him, "How do you write the word G in Ji-li?" Shui Baotian was startled, and after searching his brain for a while, he sighed. "How the hell should I know?" Zhang Qi didn't know what he wrote as a substitute, so he found some tape and got out of the car to stick the note on the damaged isolation belt. When he got out of the car, he locked the door quickly, not giving Shui Baotian a chance to escape. When he came back, he found Shui Baotian's eyes sparkling with gold. He said hurriedly, "Zhang Qi, let's call the police and wait for them to handle the accident. This is what a law-abiding citizen should do, instead of just leaving a note and walking away." This was a good opportunity for Shui Baotian to escape. He was delighted with his quick wit, but was brought back to his original form by Zhang Qi's no. "No." Zhang Qi started the car. "I'm anxious." "What are you in such a hurry for, late at night?" "I'm anxious to fuck you. Can you be more civilized? You don't let me do anything to you, but you can do whatever you want. Have you never been beaten since you were a child?" Shui Baotian started to curse again, but he didn't dare to touch the steering wheel. He cursed Zhang Qi's ancestors for 18 generations, and it was not until he cursed his cousin that Zhang Qi looked at him with a fierce look. The car turned a corner and suddenly stopped in a remote park. There were bare branches and strange trees, and a cold wind was blowing. Shui Baotian shivered. "Why did you stop the car?" Shui Baotian chose to be raped or killed. "Aren't you going to rape me?" "Fuck now." Zhang Qi pulled Shui Baotian in front of him and suggested sincerely, "Don't call me cousin anymore." "Why?" "Because I really have a cousin." Shui Baotian was thrown into the back seat. He struggled hard like a live fish with its tail flipped over. Zhang Qi had no patience and got a rope from somewhere and tied him to the armrest of the car door with extremely professional techniques. Shui Baotian panicked and began to struggle desperately. "Brother Zhang, I'm a bad mouth and ugly, and it's no fun for you to condescend to fuck me. How about I find you 2 male college students? How about white and handsome ones?" Zhang Qi was stripping him of his clothes and said casually, "Don't bother. Just turn off the lights." "Just turn off the lights?" Shui Baotian finally reacted before he was stripped naked. He cursed. "I said I was ugly just to be modest. You fucking took it seriously? Who the fucking person would not praise the prince for being so handsome when seeing me? Are you blind?" Shui Baotian was cursing and Zhang Qi was talking, but he automatically blocked out Shui Baotian's chatter and decided to get straight to the point. Wait. Shui Baotian finally realized his situation and started to negotiate. "Brother Zhang, don't use the bottom part. It hurts too much. Can you use the top part?" Zhang Qi looked down at him for a while. The twinkling lights in his eyes gradually turned into darkness. 200 yuan. You want to bite me and get away?" "No, I don't mean that." Shui Baotian was a little flustered. "I just like it. That's a coincidence. I don't like it." What followed needed no words. Chapter 56. The sudden ring of the phone brought You Shulang, who was somewhat absent-minded, back to reality. He scooped a little hot soup with a spoon and tasted it, then turned down the stove. After leaving the kitchen, he picked up the phone on the dining table. It was a call from the company. Looking at the familiar number, You Shulang frowned slightly. The call was connected and the voice on the other end sounded urgent. "Director Yu, Ruixiang Pharmacy has been in trouble again. They have taken all of our expired drugs off the shelves and sent them back to the factory. It is also normal for near-expiry drugs to be returned to the factory. Drugs that are 3 months close to expiration are not allowed to be put on the shelves for sale, but they returned all our drugs that were nearly 6 months old and were on promotion." You Shulang tapped the table with his fingers and asked in a deep voice, "What did Ruixiang say?" "They said." The voice on the phone was a little hesitant. "They said they wanted to ask you the reason why it was taken off the shelf and returned to the factory. You Shulang is in charge of administrative logistics in the company and is not involved in research and development and sales. However, recently all the messes related to Ruixiang Pharmaceutical chain have come to him one by one, all because he did not rescue the prince of Ruixiang Pharmaceutical, Shui Baotian, in the parking lot that day. Shui Baotian had a strong desire for revenge, but he was afraid of the strong and bullied the weak. He couldn't deal with Fan Xiao, so he took out all his anger on You Shulang. In just a few days, he found all kinds of reasons to embarrass Bohai Pharmaceutical. The sales department failed to communicate well several times, and all they got was, "Go back and ask your director you." You Shulang rubbed his nose tiredly and replied, I'll take care of this matter. Please send me the list of drugs that need to be removed from the shelves and returned to the factory and the relevant drug information. The other party agreed and said, Director Yu, please handle it quickly. The factory director is waiting for news. I will report to the factory director. After hanging up the phone, Yu Shulang glanced at his watch. Fan Xiao was working overtime today and should be back in half an hour. He has been working overtime recently. The eldest brother of the Fan family is conducting a comprehensive review of the business of Pinfeng Venture Capital as the vice president of the head office. Fan Air also holds the title of financial director in the head office. He chats all day long and only remembers to review the financial statements when it is almost time to get off work. On the surface, he seems to be not doing his job properly, but he might be deliberately making trouble for Fan Xiao. Therefore, Fan Xiao came home late every day and had to cross half of the city to rush to You Shulang's home. You Shulang was afraid that he would be tired and advised him not to come every day. Fan Xiao agreed verbally, but every late night, he would hug him from behind and ask for a passionate kiss. You Shulang felt distressed, so he went to Fan Xiao's apartment after get off work today. It was closer to his company, saving him more than half an hour's drive. After turning off the fire in the kitchen and taking off his apron, Yu Shulang received an email reminder on his phone. When he clicked on it, a lot of the data was garbled because the software did not match. He didn't want Fan Xiao to interfere in Shui Baoyan's affairs. Those two difficult brothers were already making him extremely anxious. Therefore, Yu Shulang wanted to deal with this matter before Fan Xiao came back. He remembered that there was a laptop next to the bed in the bedroom, and Fan Xiao often used it to play a few games. Yu Shulang has always been sensible. Even though he and Fan Xiao are already in a relationship, he would not touch Fan Xiao's personal belongings without his consent. He dialed Fan Xiao's number. The Thai song in the receiver was soft and sentimental, but no one answered the call when the song ended. After a brief thought, he decided to make an exception. With a few taps on the screen, Yu Shulang edited a message and sent it to Fan Xiao. The dark LCD screen was opened, and Yu Shulang, who had intended not to touch any files and only check emails, was stunned by the shocking scene displayed on the screen. There was a clear sound of unlocking from the fingerprint lock, and Fan Xiao pushed the door open. The room was dark, with only a single lamp lit in the bedroom. He clenched the phone in his palm, and the blue veins on the back of his hand bulged slightly, like a series of rugged mountains. After changing his shoes, he walked towards the bedroom while untying his tie as usual. Following the light and shadow, a figure stood by the window, like a sword inserted into the night, thin and sharp. Fan Xiao pursed his lips and adjusted his voice. Shulang, I'm back. He walked towards the figure facing the window and opened his arms to embrace him. The man's back was straight. He slowly turned around and looked at Fan Xiao. There was a hint of wind and snow in his clear eyes. He moved his lips and said, Fan Xiao, you'd better not touch me now. His fingertips had already scratched his clothes, but Fan Xiao still stopped obediently. He was used to looking at Yu Shulang's expression and knew that he was now furious. What's wrong? Why are you so angry? He still pretended to be confused. Did I do something wrong? Fan Xiao, don't play dumb with me. I'll only give you one chance. Yu Shulang, sitting in the solitary lamp, had brows as sharp as blades, straight corners of lips, and a cold and distant angry expression, which deeply touched Fan Xiao's heart. He was a little obsessed, but he didn't dare to overstep the line. Yu Shulang kept his word and said if he gave him one chance, he wouldn't give him a second one. The matter was not serious, at least Fan Xiao thought so. He thought about it for a moment and then accepted it. Have you seen the video recorded by the dashcam? He leaned forward and whispered with full apology. I found it occasionally when I was sorting it out, and I couldn't bear to delete it. Sometimes I miss you and you are not around, so I will take a look. He said coquettishly. If you don't like it, I will delete it immediately. Director Yu, please forgive me. Yu Shulang spread his arms and pushed Fan Xiao away, making the man's coquettishness fail for the first time. When did you organize and discover this video? He asked coldly. Fan Xiao was startled. Recently, it seems like recently. After we started dating? There was a moment of silence in the conversation. Probably. Fan Xiao replied. But I checked the playback records. Yu Shulang raised his half-closed eyelids, revealing a sharp look. This video has been frequently played since it was transmitted to the terminal. The earliest one. Teeth peaks interlaced. The earliest one was 2 hours after recording. The man against the light walked towards Fan Xiao step by step, pinched his jaw with one hand, and suddenly exerted force. Explain to me why you had to open this video every night during that period? Don't fucking say you liked me at that time. You'd better keep your lies to yourself. Although Fan Xiao's skin was not white, he was still left with red marks by You Shulang. He quickly analyzed the situation and found the best solution. He took off his coat and threw it casually at his side. Instead of breaking free from You Shulang's shackles, he took a step closer and pressed against the man's warm body. He looked very tired, and in order to soften You Shulang's heart, he lowered his voice and acted affectionately. Shulang, I'll tell you even if you don't allow me to. I discovered this video by accident. At first I just glanced at it casually, but I couldn't stop. It was like a magnet, attracting me all the time and arousing my endless interest every time. The man saw the shock in You Shulang's eyes and continued. I hated myself for doing this at the time. You are my best friend and have given me a lot of help and care. How could I secretly betray my friend over and over again? I was in so much pain that I didn't even dare to see you. Even if I did, I didn't dare to look you in the eye. I felt it was a blasphemy. But Fan Zhao's face showed just the right amount of hesitation and pain. But every time I made up my mind to delete this video, I hesitated. I even went back to the recycling bin many times. Fan Xiao slowly approached You Shulang, his obsessed voice faintly moving the night sky. I don't know what's wrong with me. Why can only watching your videos arouse my interest? But now that I think about it, I actually fell in love with you at that time. You Shulang suddenly raised his eyes and looked directly at the affectionate man. Fan Xiao, we had known each other for less than a month at that time. How could there be love? Besides, weren't you a straight man at that time? There's no reason why you would become gay just by watching a video of yourself. Fan Xiao leaned over and kissed You Shulang's lips. How can there be so many truths in this world? Who said that you can't fall in love with someone after knowing them for a month? Besides, if I were really that straight, would I still be able to sleep next to you now? He began to make a big move. Director You, your video ruined a straight man. Do you think you should be responsible for me? You Shulang pushed the person who was clinging to his lips away and said, Stop talking nonsense. Fan Xiao, I have never seen you avoid my eyes, nor have I felt your helplessness and self-blame. Don't use these to beautify yourself. You are just a fucking pervert. With just one push, the scolded man fell on the bed. He looked tired, raised his body, and buried his head in You Shulang's abdomen. I am whatever Director You says I am, and I know I was wrong. I just watched the video of my boyfriend, but I watched it a little early. Director You, this crime does not deserve death. The warm breath in his abdomen was like a fire burning You Shulang. He knew that Fan Xiao would use the name of love to evade the matter, and would use some tricks to act like a spoiled child, or even deny it. You Shulang had thought everything through, but in the end, he still softened his heart. The strange feeling he had when he first watched the video was still there, like a poisonous vine entwining his heart, and it was terrifying to think about it. But You Shulang still chose to believe in the unreasonable love that Fan Xiao talked about. It is inevitable that people who fall in love will lose their hearts, and You Shulang is no exception. His fingers slowly inserted into the soft hair. Without any gentle caress, he grabbed the hair and pulled it back forcefully, forcing Fan Xiao to raise his chin and look up at him. You have only seen my videos? Have you not seen other people's? I've only seen yours. Fan Xiao said in a loud voice. Can I trust you? I didn't lie to you about this. This matter? Just as You Shulang felt that something seemed to be wrong, he was interrupted by Fan Zhao's passionate kiss. When their lips touched lightly, he turned his head away, and the fingers holding his hair tightened. Fan Xiao, I haven't said I forgive you yet. What does Director You want? The man narrowed his eyes. The video is exciting? Then record a video for me too. Fan Xiao was speechless. The mobile phone was mounted on a stand, and Fan Xiao, dressed in formal attire, was framed in the picture. You Shulang sat on the sofa with his legs crossed. He flicked the bottom of the cigarette box with his long fingers, took out the cigarette head, and put it into his mouth. Let's get started. His tone was a little indifferent. The man on the bed wiped the corner of his lips with his thumb, as if wiping away his slight embarrassment. He got into the mood quickly, put his fingers on the belt, and asked, "All off. Touch me with clothes on." The man opposite ordered absent-mindedly. "Good." The man's eyes were fixed on You Shulang, and his gaze was mixed with piety, like the most staunch believer who could unconditionally dedicate everything to his God. He unbuttoned a few buttons under his throat, revealing his full chest muscles. Knowing that You Shulang loved his hands, he slid his hand down his body and rested on the belt around his waist. Director Yu looked a little anxious when he was unbuckling his belt in the video. It must have been very uncomfortable. Who was he thinking about at that time? Your ex-boyfriend. You Shulang paused with his cigarette in his hand, his brows lowered. Bite your shirt. If it slips off in the middle, we will record it again. Before unzipping, You Shulang secretly turned off the recording. Wearing suits and shirts, the top elites in the business world are performing a blood-pumping scene at this moment. The man sitting on the sofa was smoking casually, with a calm and relaxed expression on his face, as if everything happening in bed had nothing to do with him. But only he himself knew how difficult it was to suppress the boiling blood. Even if he didn't speak again, Xiao was tempting him all the time. After putting out the cigarette, You Shulang stood up and walked to the bedside, looking at the man who seduced him. "Xiao, as long as you are good, you will be in my dreams from now on." After saying that, he kissed him deeply. The phone was stopped from recording, otherwise a triumphant and conceited face would have been recorded. Chapter 57. When You Shulang saw Shui Baotian, he was squatting in front of the hospital smoking. His high-end suit was wrinkled beyond recognition, and his face was sallow, as if he had been up all night. Is Vice President Shui sick? You Shulang had to ask for help, so he naturally spoke in a nice tone. Shui Baotian bit Zhang Qi's tongue that day, and although he vented his anger, he was beaten half to death. Afterwards, he worshipped 7 or 8 Buddha statues and donated tens of thousands of yuan in incense money, just hoping that he and Zhang Qi would never see each other again after they died. However, when he turned around, someone came to the door. Zhang Qi's cousin, who had been verbally fucked by Shui Baotian, brought people to block him in the alley. Without saying anything, he just glanced up and down a few times, which made Shui Baotian's legs feel like sieves. In the end, Zhang Qi came out to save him. The man's tongue was still so swollen that he couldn't speak, so he let his cousin make the decision and set the 3 good principles for Shui Baotian. Until Zhang Qi recovers, he will accompany him, take good care of him, and serve him well. Shui Baotian swallowed the national curse and secretly vowed that he would never worship Buddha again. Today he accompanied Zhang Qi to the hospital for a follow-up checkup. He was feeling very upset, but had no place to vent it, and it happened that You Shulang came to him. He bit the cigarette, didn't stand up, and taunted. "Hey, isn't this Director Yu? Why are you here instead of being attentive to Xiao?" You Shulang would not be angered by a few words. He squatted down and said, "Come and apologize to Vice President Shui." "Don't," Shui Baotian sneered. "I can't afford it." Choked, You Shulang said nothing more. He just sat on the steps next to Shui Baotian, picked up a cigarette, and rubbed it slowly in his hand. He was good at dealing with people, and knew that people like Shui Baotian would become more arrogant the more you treated them, and would not only take advantage of him, but also take advantage of him. On the contrary, if you left him alone and ignored him, and let the grudges in his stomach sway, he would eventually give in. Sure enough, Shui Baotian took 2 puffs of his cigarette, and then began to grin. "I say, Mr. Yu, you tried so hard to save a prostitute. Why do you just turn a blind eye to me and ignore my life? Isn't my wealth worth saving?" Prostitute. You Shulang accurately caught a word that surprised him. What prostitute? Cough cough. Shui Baotian was choked by a puff of smoke. When he coughed until his face turned red and his neck became thick, he thought of the private room in the bar that night, which was also filled with such a pungent smell. That night he tried to please Xiao, and when Shi Lihua indicated that he wanted to play a trick on You Shulang, he, who loved this kind of game, was naturally willing to cooperate. Which rich young man doesn't have some perverted hobbies? He just thought You Shulang was a clown who amused Xiao when he was bored. Unexpectedly, when he saw Xiao again, he always stuck to You Shulang, worshipping him like a Buddha, without any mistakes. He was also confused and puzzled, but he lived a life of debauchery and did not have much time to think about these things. Thinking about it now, it does seem a bit strange. Because of the parking lot incident, He hated Fan Xiao and You Shulang for not helping him. Not only did his but hurt for several days, but now he was forced to accompany Zhang Qi to change the medicine and serve him at his beck and call. Fan Xiao is unkind. Don't blame him for being unjust. Shui Baotian wants to expose Fan Xiao's past. Let the two of them have a fart. What followed needed no words. A cold wind blew, and Shui Baotian finally realized that he had almost said something shameful. He quickly shook his head and changed the subject. Are you looking for me to talk about Bo Hai's medicine? You Shulang was a little confused by his chattering, so he had to follow him and said, Yes, I want to talk to Vice President Shui about the disposal of those drugs. Shui Baotian seemed to have already classified You Shulang as his own. He waved his hand and said generously, It's no big deal. It's just a formality. Have someone send the medicine back, put it on the shelves, and promote it. If you have any problems in the future, just come to me directly. Shui Baotian's attitude was so different before and after, and the matter was resolved so smoothly that the experienced You Shulang didn't know how to respond for a moment. He seemed to accidentally lift the arm from his shoulder to express his gratitude. And you? Fan Xiao. Shui Baotian hesitated. He wanted to remind You Shulang that Fan Xiao was a good-for-nothing, but he was also afraid that his multinational business would fail. Swallowing the words that were about to come out of his mouth, he gritted his teeth and said, Car, money, house, you can take them if you want them. Fan Xiao has money anyway. Then he changed his mind and thought that You Shulang could still make some money by being suppressed, but he was a fucking poor guy. Suddenly someone shouted, and Shui Baotian shuddered. You Shulang looked in the direction of the voice and unexpectedly saw the man who had kidnapped Shui Baotian in the parking lot that day. Next to him stood a more burly man with a face full of flesh, who looked very difficult to mess with. The shout came from him. Shui Baotian cursed fuck in a low voice, but had to stand up and go to greet him. Before leaving, he patted You Shulang's shoulder a few times and said, I'm leaving now. You, take care of yourself. Vice President Shui, You Shulang suddenly called him. What do you mean by prostitute? Shui Baotian was stunned for a moment, and he said with his tongue between his teeth, What do you mean by prostitute? You heard it wrong. As the man behind him urged him again, he said, Anyway, you should be more careful. In this place of debauchery, sound waves overlap one after another, stirring people's blood and restless hearts. Sister Hua received a strange guest today, a clean and handsome man who booked a room by himself. The music in the private room was changed to a soothing serenade, which made Sister Hua, who was used to the pulse vibration frequency, a little uncomfortable. Before she could say anything, the man's phone rang. He motioned for her to turn off the music, then smiled apologetically and whispered sorry. Her heart trembled, and Sister Hua was shocked. As a brothel owner for so many years, she was used to seeing all kinds of filthiness, and few men could catch her eye. But now, this man with a clean temperament, respectful and decent manners, made her old and dry heart ripple. The man answered the phone, his voice gentle. Well, I have to work overtime today, so I will be late. You can eat first, and you don't have to wait for me. Sister Hua's smile gradually faded, and she sneered in her heart. As expected, all men are bad, and this one is a liar who comes out to cheat. The lake in her heart dried up again. She put on a professional smile and asked the man who had hung up the phone, Sir, what kind do you like? I'll call the girls over, and you can choose. Those who look innocent, like college graduates. Let's call them all in to have a look. You Shulang said slowly. Chapter 58. And the man lowered his eyebrows, his expression unclear, and leaned forward slightly with his elbows on his knees to touch the matches on the table. Flipping the matches was a small action that Fan Xiao made when he was irritated or secretly angry, and only those closest to him would know. As his fingertips moved forward in bits and pieces, You Shulang's heart sank in bits and pieces. When he clenched his fist, his hand stopped halfway and turned around to pick up a glass of yellow soup from the wine rack. With a flip of his hand, Fan Xiao swallowed the wine in the glass. Everyone was shocked! Exclamation point. The man returned the wine glass to its original place with a relaxed expression. Director Yu is joking. You don't know him yet. He is the most law-abiding person. He doesn't even drive in his own yard after drinking. How could he play these tricks to tease you? While speaking, he secretly pulled You Shulang's sleeve, which was a small gesture between lovers to give each other some advice. At this time, The howler sang a high note. The sudden broken sound diverted some of Shui Baotian and Shi Lihua's attention. Fan Xiao tilted his head and whispered to You Shulang in the high-pitched tune. Now is not the time to punish Shui Baotian. He just helped you with Bohai's matter. You can't touch him. There will be plenty of opportunities to teach him a lesson later. Do you think I want to discipline him? What else? Fan Xiao lowered his voice even more. He is a bastard, but now is not a good time to touch him. You Shulang looked at Fan Xiao coldly, recalling the conversation he had with the hostess in this room yesterday. The girl was still pretty, wearing a white dress and a light powder on her face, which made her look very different from her peers. She lit a cigarette, not disguising the vicissitudes of life in her eyes. I am going for the pure route, and many men like this. I remember you. The girl puffed out cigarettes. You were one of the few good people I've ever met. I thought you were stupid at the time. Is it worth it to help someone who has nothing to do with you? It's worth it. You Shulang unscrewed a bottle of water and pushed it in front of the girl. If I can help, I will help. If I really can't help, I won't force myself to help. The smoke died down, and the girl was silent for a while before she said in a seductive voice. You came to me. Do you have something to ask me? Yes. Can you tell me who played a trick on me last time? The girl smiled and taunted. You only realized now that they were playing with you? You are such a fool. She pondered for a moment and said, You know, in our line of work, we have to keep our mouths shut, otherwise we won't have a job. I know and understand. You Shulang opened his wallet. I don't know how much I should pay. Can you tell me what you know? The girl snorted and glanced at his wallet. You still look down on us for doing this, don't you? She pressed her slim lady's cigarette into the ashtray. Buy me a lollipop and I'll tell you. She looked up, desolate and sad. You are the only good person I have met since I entered the industry. You Shulang thought of the girl's last words. They are all not good people. They are treating you like a clown. All of it. He also remembered his hoarse voice at that time. The girl thought for a moment before she said. The man sitting in the main seat didn't say much, but I think he knew. Are you sure? Not. I'm not sure, but our intuition as women is very accurate. Although he doesn't seem to be involved, he is definitely not a good person. The girl stood up with a lollipop in her mouth. Good man, you can't touch those people. They are all rich bastards. Stay away from them. And don't think about revenge. The girl's back looked lonely and desolate. When she walked out from the unusually large and gorgeous door, she looked like a vague line that could be erased at will. You Shulang, who had come back to his senses, suddenly felt a little tired and was fed up with this kind of probing and pretending to be nice. He stared at Fan Xiao deeply and then asked Shui Baotian bluntly, Vice President Shui, the female subordinate you had last time was fake, right? Did you find someone on the spur of the moment to fool me? He picked up a glass of wine and shook it gently. The stuff added to the wine is real. When I drank it, did you think it was fun and exciting? Shi Lihua and Shui Baotian were shocked! The three men were all shocked, but Fan Zhao's expression disappeared the fastest. He raised his eyelids to glance at Shui Baotian, who was still in a daze, and immediately said something in Thai to him. Sorry, I switched to Thai in a hurry. He switched back to Mandarin without any apology, and his slow tone seemed to ease the tension between You Shulang and Shui Baotian. Vice President Shui, Director Yu is a little bothered by that incident. What was the situation at that time? How about you? Prince, explain it to us. There will be no misunderstandings if we explain it to you. Fuck you. Shui Baotian wanted to give Fan Xiao a big slap, peel off his skin to reveal his most evil heart. But the Thai words he just said reminded him instantly that if he revealed Fan Zhao's secrets, the path he had worked so hard to build would be ruined. Just as he was hesitating, Shi Lihua's voice interrupted him coldly. Director Yu, I was the one who wanted to play a trick on you. Shi Lihua was shocked! Everyone was shocked! Shi Lihua doesn't smoke, but now he has a cigarette in his mouth. At first I didn't like you. I thought you were following Fan Xiao around for some purpose, and you were too pretentious, a small office director, but you put on airs and let Fan Xiao serve you. So that day I told the prince that I wanted to play a joke on you and tease you. The prince means no harm, but I do. I don't even look down on you right now. Shi Lihua lit a cigarette. Do you know how much money Fan Xiao spent on your brother? Is this what you want? Shi Lihua. Fan Xiao said in a deep voice. You passed. He turned around and pulled You Shulang up, glancing at the other people watching the fun, and whispered, "Let's go first. Now is not the right time to talk any further." After You Shulang was dragged away by Fan Xiao, Shui Baotian finally realized, "No, what's going on here? Fan Zhao's grandson has become a good person again." As soon as he left the bar, You Shulang pushed Fan Xiao against the wall and asked him coldly, "Did you participate in playing tricks on me?" Fan Zhao's muscles were tense, but his words came out soft and aggrieved. "How could I play tricks on you? I was protecting you the whole night that day. Have you forgotten?" The force of the shackles did not loosen but became heavier. You Shulang leaned closer to Fan Xiao and asked, "Then why were you so nervous just now?" "Am I nervous?" Fan Xiao met You Shulang's oppressive gaze. "I'm afraid that you and Shui Baotian will have a falling out, and he will cause trouble again, right?" You Shulang smiled gently, stretched out his fingers, and placed them behind Fan Zhao's ear, and his cold fingertips slowly moved down along the skin there. "You know, when you are extremely panicked, the tendons here will bulge. It will be the same when you hear the sound of waves, see the sea water, or sink into old dreams in the darkness. It has moved 3 times tonight. Don't say you are afraid that Shui Baotian will cause trouble. Things of this magnitude will not disturb you, Mr. Fan." Fan Xiao was silent for a moment, then raised his brows sharply. "Director Yu, is this the reason you convict me?" You Shulang stood up straight and loosened the shackles. "Yes, I don't have any evidence, but I feel very uncomfortable." He turned and left, leaving a message from afar. "Don't see you recently." Chapter 59. In the dim light and shadow, Fan Xiao was drinking strong liquor. A box of matches had been broken into pieces and lay at the man's feet, shattered into pieces. Shi Lihua dragged the bottle away and complained, "Don't drink anymore. I don't want to take care of you when you are drunk." Seeing that the man didn't react, he frowned again. "Fan Xiao, if you continue like this, I will really think you are heartbroken. Isn't it just a joke? Is it necessary for you to take it so seriously?" He sat down next to Fan Xiao and said, "If you haven't had enough fun, change someone. 4-legged men are hard to find, but what kind of 2-legged men do you want? If you don't want to play in a nightclub, find a clean one." He swung his legs and spoke in a light tone as if he was talking about the weather. "I know you like the process of hunting, so why not start a new game? It's more interesting than drinking like this now, right?" Depressed, Fan Xiao didn't like this word. He lowered his eyelashes and asked, "Shi Lihua, when did you go blind?" "Yes, I'm blind." Seeing that Fan Xiao was angry, Shi Lihua shut up at the right time. The cup was placed on the black marble table, and the broken light of the crystal cup was corroded by the dark color and seemed to be dirty. Fan Xiao touched the watch on his wrist and said slowly, "I can dump him, but he can't leave me on his own initiative." The voice was soft and cold. Shi Lihua even felt sympathy for You Shulang. He knew that Fan Zhao's temper could not be persuaded, so he followed up the conversation and asked, "Then what are you going to do? Since you don't want to be shameless after being given the face, then I'll coax you back and then ruthlessly dump you." The curtains were so heavy that not a single ray of sunlight could get through. The dim wall lamp struggled hard, but could not break through the layers of oppressive darkness. In the semi-darkness, Fan Xiao looked at Shi Lihua and asked, "Do you have the information about that prostitute?" "Well, she escaped from her marriage in the mountains, and her father promised her to a local tycoon in his 60s. Fan Xiao had a strong desire for revenge, and Shi Lihua was waiting for his next words. "Give that local rich man her phone number." Contrary to what he expected, Shi Lihua was a little surprised. "That's it? You're not going to give the woman's address as well?" Fan Xiao was silent for a moment. "You can just scare me. If you really make a big deal out of it, and You Shulang finds out, I won't be able to coax him back." Shi Lihua burned a stick of incense for You Shulang in his heart. "Okay, I'll do as you say." He started to worry again. "But You Shulang hasn't seen you yet. How are you going to coax him back?" Fan Zhao's eyes darkened a little more, and after a while he said, "Don't worry about it." You Shulang changed the door lock code and cleared the fingerprints. This was the 3rd consecutive day that Fan Xiao had been locked out. He came very early today and blocked You Shulang's way home from get-off work. "Director Yu." He stopped the man who was about to enter and said calmly, "I have no way to redress my grievances." The tall body stood firmly in front of the door. "If I knew about that, Why would I send you away afterwards and protect you all the time? You Shulang finally looked him straight in the face. His gaze was direct. This is what makes me most uncomfortable. First someone set up a trap to trick me, and then you recorded the video and played it over and over again. Fan Xiao, I can't help but suspect that you sent me away just to continue to enjoy my miserable appearance. Once was not enough. You recorded it and watched it over and over again. The video was recorded by the dashcam. I played it over and over again because I was attracted to you. Shulang, you can't completely deny me just because of some unfounded suspicions. Fan Xiao softened his tone and seemed to sigh. This is unfair to me, isn't it? The man must have not slept well in the past few days, as the bloodshot under his eyes was now covered with a layer of dark red. He looked at You Shulang with hope in his eyes, like a person who was waiting for a fair verdict in the court to be cleared of an injustice. You Shulang was silent for a while, and his emotions stabilized. You go back first. Let me be quiet for the next 2 days, and I will come to you when I figure it out. What if you can't figure it out? Fan Xiao took a step forward, closing the distance between them, looking a little anxious. You Shulang didn't want to hurt anyone, especially his lover, so he patted Fan Xiao's arm and said, "Give me some time to calm down, and I will have a good talk with you." He walked around Fan Xiao, opened the door, and left a message before entering the house. Go back and have a good rest, and drink less. The door was about to close, but a hand suddenly reached in. The force of closing the door was not small, and the skin on the palm of the hand was instantly pinched and swollen. Fan Xiao, You Shulang shouted, "You are fucking crazy." He opened the door quickly, but Fan Xiao squeezed in. The man suddenly hugged him, his arms entwined and tightened, as if to squeeze all the air out of You Shulang's chest. You Shulang couldn't push him away, so he could only say with difficulty, "You have an old wound on your hand. Let me take a look at your hand first. You don't even want the person anymore, so why are you looking at the hand?" Fan Xiao pushed the man to the corner, leaned over, and kissed him fiercely. He was like a predatory beast, unwilling to give his prey any chance to escape. It was almost one-sided, deep and rapid, and the rapid breathing broke the tranquility of the room. You Shulang's strong waist was pressed back, bending into the most flexible and beautiful arc. The passionate kiss quickly led to a bloody battle. Fan Xiao pressed down on You Shulang's neck with one hand and continued to kiss him deeply, while with the other hand, he could not wait to strip off his clothes. The rude behavior brought a light pain, and the uncontrolled hand strength pinched the fair skin red. But no one felt sorry for it. No one paid attention. Fan Xiao held the softball with one hand and threw You Shulang on the bed. Fan Xiao calmed down. The stinging pain on his lips continued, but You Shulang was finally able to speak. "I can't calm down." Fan Xiao was like a wronged and aggressive lion, calm on the outside but ferocious in reality. "Director, you can unilaterally suspend the relationship. Can I also unilaterally ask to fuck you?" He almost pounced on him and used his swollen fingers to push You Shulang's hair back, looking directly into the man's eyes. "It's fair for you and me to each be the master for once." The pinched finger was burning hot. You Shulang sighed helplessly. "Apply the medicine first and put other things aside." However, he failed to achieve his wish. Taking advantage of You Shulang's fear of his hand injury, Fan Xiao did almost whatever he wanted. What followed needed no words. You Shulang sighed secretly, and the pain in his heart became more intense. He put his sweaty arm on Fan Xiao's broad shoulders, almost sadly. "Can I really trust you?" The movements suddenly stopped, and after a long gaze, Fan Xiao's voice trembled a little. "Are you willing to believe me?" You Shulang stroked the man's cheek and said, "Fan Xiao, if you really lied to me, just keep lying. Don't let me find out the truth. I don't have much ability, but I have the dignity of a man. If you want to lie, don't let me find out the truth. This is my greatest tolerance for you. Can you do it?" The man in a lower position has the most straightforward and the most hidden sadness. The veins behind Fan Xiao's ears twitched a few more times, which caught You Shulang's attention, adding a hint of self-mockery to his eyes. "I'm not lying to you." He heard the man's voice. "Please don't leave me." With empty eyes, You Shulang looked at the pattern of the old wallpaper on the ceiling and said calmly, "I don't want you. Forget it, come back." His shoulders suddenly collapsed, and all of Fan Xiao's weight fell on You Shulang. He hugged the person tightly and cursed with gritted teeth. "You Shulang, you are so mean. You said to come back, and I came back, and you told me to leave, and I left? Since when did you decide all these things? The lines on the roof still caught You Shulang's attention. After a long while, he asked, Are you coming back? Come back. I haven't seen you for 3 days. I really miss you. Fan Xiao buried his head deep in You Shulang's neck and slowly revealed a victorious smile. Chapter 60. In the private club where people play the zither and drink tea, the precious Juha incense is burned in the niches and the corners. The long smoke curls up and lingers, as if the years are peaceful. The soft carpet muffles sound and leaves short footprints when stepped on. The footprints that Lu Zhen had just left were slowly disappearing, and he moved closer to the corner, as if this would give him some peace of mind. There is a second person in this corner. A tall, not-so-young man was leaning against the wall watching short videos. If the video was interesting, he would occasionally smile, but the corners of his lips would not rise much, and he would stop laughing quickly. Time is limited. What have you thought about it, Xiao Lu? The man asked without raising his head. Mr. Xia, I can't do it. Lu Zhen answered respectfully, but also with a little arrogance. The thumb that had been moving upward stopped, and the man looked at Lu Zhen distractedly. The corners of his lips raised a little, and he coaxed. Your agent has negotiated a good resource for you. It's nothing more than sleeping with that woman. Tomorrow you will be the advertising spokesperson. Lu Zhen shook his head. Mr. Xia, you should know that I am gay. Yeah, I know. The man nodded, looking easy to talk to. Then why did you come to participate in this game today? I thought. Lu Zhen, you've been in the industry for a few years, right? The man's eyes stayed on a picture of a cat on his phone. You don't think you can get an endorsement just by chatting with him and pouring him wine, do you? In the elegant and luxurious clubhouse, there were exquisite calligraphy works everywhere on the walls. In one corner, there were paintings of the 4 gentlemen, plum, orchid, bamboo, and chrysanthemum. Lu Zhen turned his face away, feeling even more embarrassed. I can handle being touched or something. The man was amused by the cat lying on its back, and he double-clicked his thumb and clicked the red heart. Then he turned off the screen and looked at Lu Zhen seriously. Throwing a cigarette into his mouth, he said, You didn't do these things before, and I never forced you. Our company is not a brothel. How to develop it depends on your own wishes. The man smoked the cigarette fiercely, sucking his cheeks. The dark fire quickly receded, and the ash grew wildly. After spitting out the cigarette, he said, Now you have taken the initiative to tell your agent that you can take on the high-end role. Now that the resources have been negotiated and the channels have been opened, you will let others touch the endorsement fee of millions. Boss Xia, it's my fault. I accept any form of punishment from the company. The man was silent for a while, then asked, Really? Lu Zhen shook his head. Okay then. The man took the last puff of cigarette, pinching the butt between his thumb and index finger. He walked to the niche, slowly exhaling smoke while pressing the butt into the lotus incense burner. Suddenly, the man stretched out his arm, grabbed Lu Zhen's hair, and slammed his head against the wall in front of the young man's shocked gaze. The sudden force collided with the curling cigarette smoke, and a lifetime of peace was shattered. You thought you had the financial sponsor named Fan protecting you? Lu Zhen, you are now an abandoned stray cat. The man's fingers twisted the soft hair and pulled it back, revealing the beautiful face of the young man. I never force women into prostitution. You agreed to this business yourself. You have to have sex with this person today, whether you want to or not. Lu Zhen, who was knocked unconscious, regained consciousness instantly when he heard Fan Zhao's name. His limp back became stiff with anger, his teeth chattered, and his eyes were as sharp as fire. He has come to this point now, largely because of Fan Xiao. Lu Zhen feels that he is not materialistic and wants to be with Fan Xiao, and the main reason is love. But when he was holding the best expectations and waiting to start a new journey, Fan Xiao shattered his sweetest dream with the most mocking and contemptuous words. It turns out that he was just an apple, a flower, a dying cicada, a clown who stirs up trouble for that man. After that, Lu Zhen spent many dawns curled up in a chair on the terrace, where he could see the sky getting darker, which was You Shulang's favorite scene. During the days he was with You Shulang, he woke up from dreams many early mornings and couldn't find anyone in the bed. Behind the misty curtains, he could see a hazy figure on the terrace, surrounded by a cloud of smoke. It was You Shulang's back. Lu Zhen used to be very confused. He always felt that there was a wall between him and You Shulang, which he could not climb over, and sometimes he was unwilling to take the trouble to climb over it. And now, the faint light in the sky has become Lu Xun's favorite sight. A new day has begun, and the unhappy past will always pass. However, the old words of his former lover support Lu Xun at this moment. Lu Xun did not allow himself to regret, no matter if it was because of greed for money, resources, or new feelings. He broke up with You Shulang because of greed. He was the one who was immoral and betrayed his feelings. There was no reason to find a far-fetched reason to excuse himself. Fan Xiao was a pervert, and he was a scumbag, no doubt about it. Lu Xun never thought of going back to find You Shulang, because he was not worthy and because he had no face. He missed You Shulang, but he thought he was not qualified to take that man for himself again. As a young man, Lu Xun stopped talking about romance and focused on his career. He did not have good resources and was not very utilitarian. He relied on luck to make a living. Now he rushed around without any rules. Not only did he get nothing, but he was also tripped up and tricked by others, and he was in a mess. So at a certain angry and confused moment, Lu Xun chose to take the high-end route. At this moment, Lu Xun, who had gone back on his word, was pressed against the wall by the tall man with his head pressed against it. Half of his face was distorted and his expression was fierce and angry. The name Fan Xiao ignited his anger, and the forced status of a sponsor made him speak without thinking. Xia Huaiyan, you can fuck me if you want me to. I will fuck you. A vein popped up on his neck, and Lu Xun suddenly broke free from the man's control, using all his strength to fight back. He leaped up and hit the man's nose heavily with his forehead. Ugh! The strong man had never expected that a young man would also show his claws. He was knocked back a step, feeling a sore nose and a warm current flowing out slowly. The man wiped the blood from his nose, made a tisk sound, raised his eyelids, and said slowly, Lu Xun, I can't bear it if you don't fuck me today. In the luxurious suite, the warm air was blowing brightly, and Xia Huaiyan was sitting on the sofa with his upper body naked. The man looked tall when he was wearing clothes, but he had such bulging muscles when he took off his clothes. There was a dark tattoo on his left arm, and the green-faced and fanged Akala seemed to be about to break through the skin and dominate the world. Lu Xun couldn't understand why a bodhisattva, who symbolized rationality and wisdom, had such a ferocious and angry face. Xia Huaiyan returned several calls before he put his phone aside and waved to Lu Xun, who was standing at the door. Come here, fuck me. Lu Xun shuddered, and all his courage just now disappeared, leaving only fear. Mr. Xia, I was wrong. He couldn't open the door, so he could only choose to admit his mistake. It's not my fault. Let's talk about it after I'm done. Xia Huaiyan stood up and unbuckled his belt. His pants fell to the ground, revealing his strong and muscular thighs. He pressed towards the door step by step, staring at the young man who had nowhere to retreat. Do you need any service from me, Xiaolu? Mr. Xia, I want to terminate the contract and I am willing to pay the termination fee. Lu Xun said panically. I don't need your millions. Xia Huaiyan's breath sprayed on Lu Xun's skin, and he bumped into him. I just need one of these. Boss Xia, Lu Xun closed his eyes tightly. I really know I was wrong. Please let me go. Xia Huaiyan lowered his eyes to look at Lu Xun's fluttering eyelashes for a while, then reached out and grabbed his hair again, revealing the young man's fragile neck. If you know you are wrong, go and apologize to that female boss tomorrow. When she forgives you and is willing to renew your contract with the company, then this matter will be over. Do you understand? The man shouted. Lu Xun nodded hurriedly. I understand. If you understand, get out of here. Lu Xun stumbled out of the car and went upstairs in a daze. It was not until he couldn't find the key in his pocket and couldn't open the door that he realized he was standing in front of You Shulang's house. Looking at the familiar door and thinking about the gentleness and thoughtfulness of the person inside the door, Lu Xun's tears instantly burst out. He was like a child who had been wronged outside and finally returned home. He urgently needed great comfort. He knocked on the door, hard and urgent, and the empty echo shook the peaceful midnight. Only when his palms were slapped and turned red and painful did he hear the sound of the door being unlocked. The door was pushed open and the gap became wider. Uncle Yu. Lu Xun rushed into the house regardless of everything and blurted out, I miss you so much. But the moment he saw the person inside the door, he was stunned. The inertia of not being able to brake suddenly caused him to crash into the disheveled man. Jumping away instantly, Lu Zhen exclaimed, "Fan Xiao, why are you here?"